Chapter 1228. Celestial Stars Beyond the Heavens. As Lin Chen absorbed the 5 primal essences of flesh and blood, the devouring magic technique surged to life, releasing an immense energy that coiled within him like a great dragon. The power of celestial energy was formidable indeed. Lin Chen's spirit trembled slightly as he unreservedly absorbed this potent energy, witnessing 5 droplets of liquid celestial essence hovering in his dantian, radiating an even more resplendent glow under the cleansing force of this celestial energy. Previously, the liquid celestial essence he had condensed was marred with impurities and lacked depth. However, with the feedback from the 5 primal essences, it became translucent and luminous, akin to a vast ocean of celestial energy. The might of the 5 transformed void immortals from the blood-killing tribe was truly extraordinary. Suddenly, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. He vaguely perceived 5 strange forces flickering within the depths of the devouring magic's dark void, resembling the very source of all malevolence. Manifesting as 5 demons that struggled and roared within the black hole, yearning to escape the confines of the devouring magic. Attempting to break free? What a jest! Lin Chen bellowed. Devouring magic, consume all. The distortion of the black hole intensified sharply, crushing the 5 malevolent forces under its relentless pressure, rendering them utterly defenseless. At the moment the 5 wicked forces shattered, a power reminiscent of an ancient dragon surged forth from the devouring magic, causing the entire black hole to tremble slightly. This overwhelming and pure energy washed over the void, giving rise to numerous runes within the depths of the black hole. These runes embodied the essence of devouring, amplifying the power of the devouring magic even further. Lin Chen's body was suddenly subjected to the onslaught of this ancient dragon-like celestial energy, cleansing all his meridians and bones. In an instant, his entire being transformed into something akin to a priceless treasure, with all his bones and flesh becoming crystalline and impeccably pure. Every part of him was imbued with vast celestial energy, as golden, judgmental, holy thunder coursed through him, radiating joy. Lin Chen's physique and strength were instantly elevated to another level. His body could continuously absorb the celestial energy from the heavens, and with a mere tremor, the judgmental holy thunder within him would harmonize with the celestial energy, resulting in an explosive surge of power. In other words, Lin Chen's body had become akin to a volcano of celestial energy, ready to erupt at his command, unleashing the judgmental holy thunder without the need to draw upon the power of the liquid celestial essence within him. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. The absorbed evil power from the demon clan had yielded such tremendous energy in return, even surpassing that of the primal essence from the blood-killing tribe. This outcome was beyond Lin Chen's expectations. The devouring magic had absorbed this malevolent force, astonishingly generating such immense power in return. The devouring demon art has transformed. Lin Chen gazed intently at the black hole manifested by this art, within which faintly flickered dark runes, evoking an aura of profundity and dread. Should it advance any further, it is likely that this devouring black hole would evolve into a realm of consumption. Once activated, it would resemble a world yawning wide, ready to engulf all that stood before it. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Should he reach such a stage, it could potentially consume cultivators whole. With each passing moment, Lin Chen increasingly sensed the terrifying nature of this devouring demon art. Should it solidify into a realm of consumption, it would envelop fellow practitioners before they even had time to react, distorting them into pure power that would then revert back to himself. How grotesque! It is no wonder that the human realm regards the sacred physique as a malevolent entity. The power of this constitution is exceedingly defiant of the heavens. He first scrutinized the treasures upon the bodies of the 5 individuals. With a swift motion, Lin Chen seized all 5 spatial bags. Upon scanning their contents with his consciousness, he was astonished to discover that each of these 5 possessed quasi-Dao artifacts of the second tribulation. Clearly, they had gone to great lengths to vie for the position of the sacred sun. Without hesitation, Lin Chen crushed all 5 quasi-Dao artifacts and cast them into the devouring black hole, from which surged forth a powerful aura of the Dao, transforming into a torrent that rushed toward the Xianshang King Tower. Haha, Lin Chen, after waiting so long, you finally bring me the essence of the Dao? Shueli laughed heartily, his presence within the Xianshang King Tower rising steadily, expanding tremendously. At that moment, the entire tower shimmered with a crystalline clarity, as if it were coalescing into shards of brilliance, subtly infused with an ethereal charm. Lin Chen could distinctly feel the power of the Xianshan King Tower was significantly greater than before, yet it was not sufficient. Shueli let out a soft sigh, noting that 2 or 3 more items were needed to welcome the third tribulation. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, but began to meticulously inspect Xue Jingyuan's spatial bag. Among the 5, this individual was the leader. The contents of Xue Jingyuan's spatial bag were numerous and varied. Lin Chen immediately spotted a jade slip radiating a blood-red light, emanating the essence of the 5 elements. Without a doubt, it was the jade slip for the Blood Path 5 elements combination grand technique. Lin Chen's expression flickered with excitement. He had witnessed the power of this grand technique firsthand. However, as he probed into the slip, disappointment washed over his face. To his astonishment, the Blood Path 5 elements combination grand technique could only be cultivated by slaying members of the Blood Clan, a divine power exclusive to the Blood Clan. Shaking his head, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the blood-colored jade tablet. This tablet had previously been used by Xue Jingyuan to receive orders. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to keep the blood-colored tablet. It was likely that the 5 slain Blood Clan members had not yet informed their superiors. Possessing this tablet might reveal more information down the line. First, he intended to inquire about matters concerning the martial realm and the path to heaven. Lin Chen resolved to return to the Demon God organization. However, at that precise moment, just as he lifted his foot to depart, his movements abruptly froze in midair, and a fierce light akin to thunder flashed in his eyes. Within Lin Chen's mind, an ancient aura began to rise, and the bronze ancient coffin, which had been concealed within his brow, now floated amidst the sea of his consciousness. In the martial realm, the path to the heavens requires no inquiries of others, spoke the bronze coffin, its voice perpetually steeped in an eerie silence. The sharpness in Lin Chen's eyes gradually faded as he inquired of the coffin. Do you wish to reveal the truth? The bronze coffin responded, and at that moment, an ancient azure glow emanated from it. A creaking sound abruptly echoed, reminiscent of a long-decayed wooden door being pushed open. Lin Chen's pupils constricted suddenly as he beheld the lid of the coffin beginning to shift, slowly opening to reveal a corner of chaotic darkness within. A hand, as dark as ink, suddenly emerged from the abyss of shadows. Lin Chen's mind felt as though it had been struck by divine thunder. Could it be that the enigmatic bronze coffin had finally unveiled the true entity it had long confined? A figure, shrouded in a darkness so profound that no features were discernible, emerged. It possessed a humanoid form, yet bore no resemblance to humanity. It crawled forth from the ancient coffin and leaped up, sealing the coffin's lid once more. The inky figure then sat cross-legged atop the bronze coffin. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the dark figure with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before yet could recall nothing. Lin Chen, we meet again, the dark figure spoke, its voice mirroring that of the ancient coffin, echoing with an unsettling stillness. Who are you? Lin Chen demanded, his brow furrowing in alarm. You will understand in due time, the figure replied. I merely wish to enlighten you about the martial realm and the path to the heavens. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, but inclined his head in acknowledgement. The figure continued, the path to the heavens is a passage that exists within the human realm. Cultivators beneath the level of the Emperor can traverse this passage to reach the starry domains beyond. The countless stars above are separated by immense distances, which only an Emperor can transcend. The martial realm refers to the ancient powers who have transcended, their forms transforming into celestial bodies, suspended in this eternal cosmos, referred to by later generations as realms. Suddenly, the dark figure snapped its fingers, conjuring an image. In this vision, countless celestial bodies floated within the boundless void, some dimly glowing while others radiated brilliance, towering amidst the infinite expanse. Yet, all these celestial bodies orbited around a colossal source of light, incomprehensibly larger than these stars, illuminating the void with immense, formidable power. This is the human realm. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen's heart was seized by awe. The ancient powers who had transcended, transforming their very beings into colossal stars. What an extraordinary display of might. The human realm, birthed by the heavens and earth, had suffered catastrophic upheavals, resulting in its fragmentation and decline of fortune. In ancient times, countless great beings had perished through the ravages of time, their essences becoming stars. Thus, within the human realm's vast expanse, there existed many such realms suspended among the stars. This is a creation of later generations, not a manifestation of heaven and earth. The martial realm is merely one of many realms, the dark figure spoke slowly. However, Lin Chen was already enveloped in shock by the words of the dark figure. The ancient powers, having transcended, evolved into mysterious star realms. In ancient times, how prosperous and flourishing was this world. Only through the path to the heavens opened by the human realm could cultivators below the emperor level step into the martial realm. The dark figure's voice remained eerily silent. The martial realm is an existence formed from the enlightenment of ancient powers and martial ancestors. The entirety of the martial realm is permeated with the will of martial arts. This path to the heavens leading to the martial realm is designed for the prodigies of the human realm to hone their martial skills. Lin Chen nodded. Yet he could not help but be startled and asked, "Does that mean there are other races beyond the human realm on those distant planets?" "That is certainly the case," replied the dark figure. Lin Chen took a deep breath, having once thought that the human realm was the grandest stage. Yet he discovered that the stars he gazed upon each night were indeed portals to another world. "Why are you sharing this with me?" Lin Chen squinted slightly. "Are you not usually so reticent? Why divulge matters regarding the martial realm this time?" "To strike a deal," the dark figure said. "Assist me in retrieving an item from the martial realm, and I shall impart to you a set of combined celestial arts." "What combined celestial arts?" Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. The celestial arts previously imparted to him by the dark figure, known as the Hand of Destiny, were exceptionally formidable. What kind of celestial arts would this fellow offer regarding the martial realm? "The god-slaying combined celestial arts," the dark figure revealed. Chapter 1229, Bloodstar. In the War God Palace, within the Red Palace, there stood a solitary grand hall, silent as water, devoid of any other presence. Yet, within this lonely hall stood a formidable figure. This person was none other than the heavenly Emperor Chen. "In my eyes, you are not even worthy to compare with his finger," he declared. "How can there exist someone as arrogant as you in this world? Let me tell you, even 100 people cannot exchange for a single word from the heavenly emperor. This enmity of today, I shall hold close to my heart. Heavenly Emperor Chen, one day I will personally end your life." The scene of the fiery-haired woman, full of rage as she scolded him, echoed in the mind of heavenly Emperor Chen. He even glimpsed the glimmer of unshed tears in the eyes of this extraordinary woman. For the one known as Lin Long, she was willing to kill him. "I was born immortal, and all call me the heavenly emperor," he proclaimed, exuding a terrifying pressure, as if an emperor were present, instilling fear across 100 miles. "Lin Long, if we meet in the martial realm, I, heavenly Emperor Chen, shall make you kneel and submit." A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. "Ancient bronze coffin, what is your request? Speak plainly. I shall grant you the god-slaying combined celestial arts, and you will help me obtain the fragments of the martial realm's essence," the dark figure stated. "The essence of the martial realm has long since decayed and shattered through the passage of time. You will find it upon your arrival." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, this ancient bronze coffin would not so generously offer him any celestial arts. "I refuse," Lin Chen replied calmly. "You cannot refuse the emergence of the dark figure from the ancient bronze coffin." With a flick of his finger, a beam of pitch-black light immediately penetrated Lin Chen's golden sea of consciousness. Lin Chen's expression shifted as he noticed a fist-sized bronze sphere had inexplicably materialized within his golden sea. This sphere emanated an ancient aura reminiscent of primordial chaos. Despite Lin Chen's attempts to manipulate the sphere with his divine sense, he found it immovable. "What have you done?" Lin Chen demanded, his voice laced with anger. "This is the seed of the god-slaying combination celestial art," replied the dark figure. "If you are willing to trade, this seed will be activated. It will also evolve the power of this combination celestial art on your behalf, potentially saving your life." Lin Chen's countenance darkened. The actions of the ancient bronze coffin had become increasingly domineering, showing no regard for his resistance. This was an ominous sign. "Additionally, I shall reveal a secret to you for free," the dark figure continued. "Within that ancient character of annihilation lies a combination celestial art specifically designed for exterminating demons. But it requires a formidable thunderous power to be unleashed." "You are so intent on dragging me into the martial realm," Lin Chen replied coldly. "But I have no intention of going. Let us see what you can do." "You will indeed go," the dark figure asserted. Lin Chen's smirk widened. "By going there, one can seek the Tao." The recent events with the ancient bronze coffin had not burdened Lin Chen with excessive negativity. Instead, he began to scrutinize the character of annihilation, discovering that it concealed a combination celestial art specifically for vanquishing demons. It seemed he would need to seek out even greater thunderous power. This ancient character of annihilation was no trivial matter. He wondered what powers lay within the other characters of the 13-character Ancient Alliance. The character of annihilation Lin Chen possessed was but a single component. If such a singular piece was shrouded in mystery and immense power, then assembling all 13 characters would be truly monumental. At that moment, a chime echoed, momentarily startling Lin Chen. The blood-red token he had stripped from Su Jingyuan began to react, signaling the arrival of new intelligence. Lin Chen's expression shifted as he directed his powerful divine sense toward the token. However, he found himself met with layers of obstruction, akin to a spiraling labyrinth of restrictions that thwarted his probing. Trivial skills, Lin Chen muttered, and without hesitation, he forcefully compressed his divine sense, shattering the barriers. Yet, in that instant of destruction, a surge of crimson light erupted, causing Lin Chen's heart to sink. He had fallen into a trap. Within the bloodlight, a voice filled with malevolence echoed, "Who dares to seize my Bloodstar token? Where is my junior brother Su Jingyuan? What does it matter who I am?" Lin Chen shouted, his formidable divine sense transforming into a golden divine sword, slicing through the incoming will with ease. The will transmitted from who knows how many miles away could not withstand Lin Chen's might. Those bloodthirsty creatures are indeed cautious, Lin Chen thought bitterly. It seems this token is no longer safe to keep, lest I be tracked. However, I must first examine the intelligence that has been conveyed. Lin Chen immediately noticed the blood-red text that flickered before him. The path to heaven shall open in 10 days on the ancient desolate plains, lasting for 3 days. On the first day, disciples of the battle immortal palace shall enter. You are advised to avoid it. On the second day, you may proceed at your leisure. Remember, you must eliminate Lin Lung within these 10 days, at all costs. With a resounding crash, the blood edict was crushed to dust in Lin Chen's grip, his eyes narrowing slightly. These bloodthirsty beings persistently emphasized their intent to kill him. Did they truly consider Lin Chen to be a mere plaything? Bloodstar, I shall see just how formidable you are, Lin Chen murmured, glancing at the blood-soaked ground left by the 5 slain members of the Bloodkill clan. Dipping his finger into the crimson liquid, he began to inscribe several blood-red characters amidst the shattered forest. Lin Chen, I feel you have changed. Bloodly observed as Lin Chen carried out his actions. You no longer seem as tolerant as before. Why should I continue to endure? Lin Chen replied coolly. If others seek to kill me, how can I refrain from retaliating? Bloodly nodded in agreement. Lin Chen continued, an emperor is hard to find. These Bloodkill clan members, tainted by the demonic race, are my natural foes. Slaying them would only enhance my own power. Why not seize the opportunity? Bloodly was initially taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. After a brief pause, Lin Chen retracted his finger, revealing 2 blood-red characters inscribed on the ground. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the western domain of the human world, a young man stood atop a large stone, his blood-red hair cascading to his heels, glimmering with an otherworldly brilliance that conveyed a striking beauty. This young man was Bloodstar, senior brother. This individual who managed to slay Blood Jingyuan and his 4 companions must possess extraordinary prowess. His ranking on the Emperor's list is undoubtedly high, remarked a youth standing behind him. Could it be the grinning demon? Bloodstar mused, a hint of doubt in his eyes. But the grinning demon's whereabouts vanished long ago from that ancient forbidden ground. It cannot be. Indeed, it is unlikely, replied the individual below. Bloodstar calmly commanded. Investigate this matter. Yes, the disciple below promptly vanished like a wraith. Once he departed, Bloodstar settled onto the stone, closing his eyes, seemingly in meditation or deep contemplation. 3 hours later, the disciple returned in a flurry, his breath ragged and disordered. What have you discovered? Bloodstar inquired, still with his eyes shut. The disciple's face was a mask of fury, his words stumbling over each other in his agitation. At the scene, there were neither corpses nor fleshly essence. Everything had been taken. The disciple seethed. Only 2 words, written in our blood, remained. Upon hearing those words, a fierce killing intent flickered across the disciple's face. The 2 words were seek death. Bloodstar's eyes snapped open, revealing a terrifying black glint that flashed within them. A magnificent death-seeking journey unfolds in Chapter 1230. Lin Chen, having traversed the treacherous path of the Devil of the Morning Star, has learned that the entrance to the road to heaven lies within the desolate expanse of the ancient wasteland. This ancient wasteland is also renowned as one of the great forbidden zones, rivaling even the legendary site of celestial demise. As 10 days swiftly passed, Lin Chen wasted no time and set forth towards the ancient wasteland. After a day's journey, he arrived at this vast and boundless plain, a remnant of ancient times. Untouched and unblemished, the entire expanse exuded an aura of desolation and eerie stillness, said to be the resting place of powerful beings long fallen, making it a seldom visited locale. However, on this day, the ancient wasteland buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness, as countless prodigies gathered in assembly. Lin Chen beheld numerous esteemed figures from the Thunder Sovereign, Wind King, and Flame Emperor factions, alongside illustrious individuals from grand clans, creating a scene of splendid grandeur where exceptional talents converged. Yet, upon his arrival, it was already the second day since the road to heaven had opened, and unbeknownst to him, he had once again missed a chance encounter with Hong Ling. Is this truly the road to heaven? Lin Chen gazed into the distance, where countless wisps of white mist cascaded from the towering mountains above, swirling and flowing across the lifeless plain, forming a colossal entrance that spanned the heavens and earth. From afar, it resembled an ancient monstrous beast, poised with its cavernous maw agape. As prodigies continued to surge into this entrance, Lin Chen's figure suddenly flickered, disregarding the astonished gazes of others, and he propelled himself towards the opening with astonishing speed. Upon entering the misty threshold, Lin Chen was greeted by an infinite expanse of white fog, which formed a path leading into the primordial void. He sensed that within this swirling mist, energies reminiscent of an ancient, boundless ocean surged forth. The sheer magnitude of energy here was staggering, leaving Lin Chen in awe. If this entrance harbored such formidable power, what might the entirety of the path entail? Uncertain of the nature of the energy within the white mist, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. Why not employ his devouring magic to absorb it, especially since he was surrounded by no one? With this thought, he wasted no time. The devouring black hole manifested behind him. Instantly, wisps of mist began to descend into the black hole, unleashing torrents of pure and fierce energy, cascading like a waterfall within the void. To Lin Chen's astonishment, this energy not only filled the devouring black hole, but also seemed to be refining it. It was akin to the celestial monarch tower absorbing pure Tao essence. Laughing heartily, Lin Chen exclaimed, "In that case, why not evolve the devouring black hole further?" The white mist was boundless, as vast as the skies themselves. His devouring magic could absorb it without hesitation. At this rapid rate of consumption, it would not be long before the devouring black hole transformed into a realm of consumption. Within the blinding, swirling tunnel, the ravenous black hole voraciously absorbed pure energy, which roared like a multitude of dragons within its depths. In the abyss of the black hole, runes rapidly coalesced, subtly forming circles of a flowing script that followed the rhythm of the devouring black hole. In that moment, astonishing changes occurred within the black hole. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Chen, at the instant he entered the tunnel, a dozen formidable beams of crimson light suddenly emerged from the northern realms of the human world, charging towards this celestial path. Leading the charge was none other than Bloodstar. Over the past 10 days, a palpable lethargy had settled upon Bloodstar's once gentle visage, now marred by an unmistakable air of hostility. For an entire decade, not even a shadow of the perpetrator had been captured, a disgrace for Bloodstar. Regardless, he resolved to enter the martial realm first. Eliminating Lin Lung would suffice to restore his honor. In his heart, Bloodstar thought this as he led a formidable array of crimson light into the slowly swirling entrance of the misty passage that spanned the heavens and the earth. However, the moment they penetrated the swirling mist, it suddenly erupted like a feral beast, spinning violently, transforming into countless white blades that viciously tore through the air. In an instant, Bloodstar was assailed by a horrific onslaught, his form ravaged by the torrents of blood that erupted forth, overwhelmed by an immense force that sent him crashing heavily to the lifeless ground. Almost immediately, a chorus of anguished cries erupted, as the numerous clansmen Bloodstar had brought with him were mercilessly reduced to sanguine mist at the entrance of the misty passage, their remains obliterated, even the essence of their flesh shattered. This sudden and calamitous turn of events sent shockwaves through the multitude of prodigies aiming for the martial realm. The air was now filled with a deafening roar, akin to the sound of millions of blades whirling through the atmosphere. The once gently rotating misty entrance had morphed into a colossal maw of destruction. Witnessing the gruesome fate of the slain bloodline prodigies, a chill crept into the hearts of all present. Bloodstar sprang from the ground, bloodied and furious, bellowing in disbelief at the unexpected assault from the human world's passage. The others shared his bewilderment. How could the human passage transform into such a nightmarish trap? Who could explain this to him? With eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, Bloodstar struggled to contain his rage, realizing that had it not been for sheer luck, he too might have been reduced to oblivion. Just then, a young man leapt forward, revealing himself as a member of the Six-Eyed clan, his 6 eyes shimmering with profound mystical power. As he activated his vision, 6 ancient beams of light pierced into the human passage. Moments later, he withdrew his gaze, his expression one of stunned astonishment. Countless prodigies present could not help but turn their gazes, all eager to inquire about the unfolding events. However, they were met with the thunderous roar of Bloodstar, demanding to know what had transpired. A peculiar expression emerged on the young man's face as he urged, "Speak quickly. Damn it, why the delay? I still have to venture into the martial realm. What is this nonsense? Speak plainly, and spare no words." Many irate cultivators and attendants sprang to their feet, vociferously cursing. Bloodstar's countenance darkened, teetering on the brink of explosion. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the young man finally spoke, his expression strange. "Someone is cultivating within." In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The once bustling Tianhuang ancient plain now felt as quiet as a pin drop. Cultivating on the path to heaven? Who is this aberration responsible for such an act? Bloodstar was momentarily taken aback, before erupting in fury. "Bring me that person's likeness, or else I shall take your life." Not only was Bloodstar incensed, but countless prodigies across the Tianhuang ancient plain gnashed their teeth in rage, their faces contorted with indignation. That scoundrel is cultivating on the path to heaven. What are we to do now? Meanwhile, Lin Chen had been cultivating at the entrance of the path to heaven for an entire day and night. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of cultivators on the Tianhuang ancient plain sat with faces full of resentment, their eyes fixated on the entrance of the path to heaven for the entirety of that day and night. The commotion even drew the attention of the prominent figures from the Battle Immortal Hall, who, upon arriving in haste, left in silence, their expressions peculiar. It turned out that the ruckus was instigated by that little rascal. However, someone from the Battle Immortal Hall reported Lin Songxing, claiming that Lin Lung was hindering the progress of the human realm. Not only did Lin Songxing appear elated, repeating 3 words of approval, but even the great figures bore expressions of wry amusement. Boom. Inside the entrance of the path to heaven, Lin Chen abruptly arose. The devouring black hole behind him suddenly erupted with a terrifying, pitch-black radiance. Within the black hole, countless runes materialized densely, swirling and coalescing into a mysterious portal, leading to an entirely new world. Once the realm of devouring was unleashed, it would envelop enemies and draw them into that enigmatic domain. At last, the realm of devouring had been solidified. The realm of devouring is finally formed. This time, when I venture into the martial realm, let us see how those bloodthirsty clansmen will continue to act so arrogantly. Lin Chen's face beamed with joy as he bowed thrice before the entrance of the path to heaven, expressing his gratitude. As his voice faded, Lin Chen's figure vanished into the depths of the vast white mist. Upon entering the seemingly endless passage shrouded in white fog, Lin Chen felt as though he was traversing through the void, each step seemingly covering vast distances in a mere heartbeat. The sensation was strikingly clear. Before long, Lin Chen's form completely disappeared within the white mist, fully entering the martial realm. At that moment, on the Tianhuang ancient plain suddenly, the frenzied whirl of white mist came to an abrupt halt, its speed diminishing to a crawl. Witnessing this scene, countless prodigies rose in unison, their expressions a blend of astonishment and elation. It has stopped. A throng of exceptional individuals surged into the path of heaven. Many among them clutched portraits of Lin Chen, seething with rage. How dare this scoundrel monopolize the path for an entire day and night? This is intolerable. I shall undoubtedly eradicate him. He piques my interest, and I shall take him as my concubine. Amidst this fervor, a figure known as Bloodstar, with a countenance dark as a demon's, curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Lin Lung, it is you. Your demise is imminent." Chapter 1231. the great Zen temple on the vast road. Lin Chen took but a few strides, yet he felt as though he had traversed an infinite void. With a swift motion, he materialized within a dense thicket. Immediately, he extended his divine sense to survey this novel realm. Surrounding him were trees and flora exuding a robust vitality, akin to unsheathed swords, ready to strike at any moment. These towering trees exhibited peculiar growth patterns, seemingly forming postures of martial techniques, embodying the essence of combat. This was indeed the martial realm, where every blade of grass and every tree was infused with the spirit of martial artistry. Lin Chen plucked a strand of hair and placed it upon a leaf, which was swiftly severed in twain. Even these ordinary flowers and trees could be regarded as masters of martial arts in the mortal realm. Gazing upwards, Lin Chen discovered that the heavens were adorned with a myriad of stars, much like the human world. The celestial energy of this martial realm, though not as boundless as that of the human realm, was still abundant. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen grasped a handful of celestial energy, and upon flicking his fingers, it transformed into a lethal martial technique, surging forth. This celestial energy could be wielded for offensive maneuvers, evolving into martial prowess. Every element of this realm, from the flora to the fauna, resonated with the essence of martialism. The entire world was in pursuit of the path of combat. Lin Chen was filled with joy, bounding through the forest, observing the surroundings, as if the rivers, mountains, and woods of this world were all woven with the fabric of martial artistry, exuding an endless charm. In such a world, Lin Chen felt an exhilarating sense of delight within his body and soul. Previously, in the Holy Spirit continent, he had been hailed as a once-in-a-millennium martial prodigy. It was no wonder that the ancient bronze coffin had been so certain of my arrival in such a martial realm. It is indeed easier to gain profound insights into the path, Lin Chen mused, but just then, his eyes narrowed sharply. He sensed two powerful auras fluctuating ahead, both formidable, at least at the level of a third transformation of the void immortal, and they possessed an unusual and peculiar quality. Suddenly, a voice resonated from deep within the forest, reverberating like the tolling of a great bell. The surrounding leaves rustled violently, as if caught in a tempest. Lin Chen felt a slight shock in his heart. Despite his efforts to conceal his presence, the other party had detected him. However, Lin Chen was undeterred, as he immediately manifested his form and crossed over to stand before the two individuals. Before him stood a man and a woman. The woman was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring her features, while the man had a countenance as sharp as a blade, clad in ancient martial attire, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The two stood as if they were one with the heavens and the earth, possessing an intrinsic connection to the world around them. Lin Chen's heart stirred. These individuals hailed from the martial realm. The ancient powerhouse, martial ancestor, had ascended, transforming into the celestial bodies of the martial realm, where life surely thrived. Observing their harmonious movements, one could easily surmise their origins. The male cultivator, upon noticing Lin Chen, immediately narrowed his eyes and barked, "What is your intention in approaching us? Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp. "Shuiyang, do not be disrespectful." At that moment, the woman in the black robe spoke, her voice a melodious symphony akin to a clear spring, refreshing and delightful to the ears. Upon her utterance, Shuiyang immediately subdued his agitation, retreating behind her, yet keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. It appeared that the woman held a more esteemed status among the two. "My junior brother has offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. He should learn to temper his words in the future," she said gracefully. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "It is of no consequence." Shui Yang's expression shifted as if he were about to erupt, but he held back, restrained by the presence of the woman. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" The woman asked with a gentle laugh, as refreshing as a spring breeze. "I am Lin Long," Lin Chen replied calmly. "I happened to pass by and did not intend to intrude upon your company." Reflecting in his mind, Lin Chen considered that since these two were from the martial realm, it would be prudent to inquire further and gain insight into their world. "My name is Yi Xiener," the woman introduced. "This is Shui Yang. Miss Yi Xiener, you possess a remarkable eloquence, suggesting a notable background," Lin Chen remarked with feigned admiration. However, upon hearing this, Shui Yang let out a cold snort, retorting, "Do not ask what you should not." "Shui Yang, do not be unreasonable," Yi Xiener chided, turning to Lin Chen. "Lin Long, I sense there is depth to your words. Is there something with which I may assist you? Lin Chen appraised Yi for a moment. To his surprise, she possessed an astute mind, and he replied, As I am new here, I am unfamiliar with the intricacies of the martial realm and would appreciate any guidance you could provide. Very well, Yi agreed. Shui Yang's expression darkened. No, senior sister, this person's origins are unclear. We should not be too familiar. Lin Chen stood there with a calm smile, unmoved by the tension. I have my own judgment, Yi declared. Lin Lung is not a malicious individual. Fine, fine, Shui Yang grumbled through clenched teeth. Yi continued. In the martial realm, the Martial Saint Palace governs all. Shui Yang and I are affiliated with the Martial Saint Palace. Naturally, there are numerous families established throughout the realm, but they all share a singular purpose: to uphold martial prowess as the essence of life, to revere martial strength above all else. The three principles of martiality underscore this truth. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then clasped his fists and smiled, expressing his gratitude to Miss Yi for her enlightenment. I shall not disturb you any longer and will take my leave. Shui Yang let out a cold snort, but Yi suddenly interjected, asking whether Lin Chen could assist her with a favor. What favor? Lin Chen paused in his steps. Yi laughter was melodious as she explained. I wish to visit a place known as the Great Zen Ancient Temple, a site of ancient Buddhist relics, which may very well harbor the legacy of the ancient Buddha. If Lin Chen is willing, might he accompany me? Shui Yang's expression changed drastically. Before he could voice his protest, Yi interrupted him. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. Yi hailed from the Martial Sage Palace, and it was evident that her status was not trivial. However, Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence in his own abilities, unperturbed by the potential tricks of these two individuals. Exploring the Great Zen Ancient Temple seemed fortuitous, allowing him to gather further intelligence regarding the martial world. Then I shall not decline, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Thank you, Lin Chen, Yi chirped, her voice brightening the atmosphere. In stark contrast, Shui Yang's demeanor soured considerably, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with hostility. Humph. I wonder what skills you possess to have been chosen by senior sister Yi. But if you harbor any ill intentions, I shall not hesitate to end you. Shui Yang retorted. Mind your words, Lin Chen frowned, admonishing him not to imply that everyone was scheming against him. Shui Yang's face flushed with indignation as he shot back. Isn't that the case? Lin Chen's pupils narrowed, his eyes widening as an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, reminiscent of the sacred cord's might. The two intersecting scars on his chest twisted grotesquely at that moment. The clashing forces of their respective pressures surged forth like an ancient flood, ruthlessly bearing down on Shui Yang. With a resounding boom, Shui Yang was sent reeling backward, stumbling back over 10 steps before gritting his teeth to regain his footing. His eyes now filled with astonishment. Miss Yi, please lead the way, Lin Chen said calmly. Certainly, Yi replied, her form leaping gracefully as if she were an ethereal being, her speed remarkable. Lin Chen followed suit, while Shui Yang, his expression shifting repeatedly, clenched his teeth and trailed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen gleaned considerable insights, listening to Yi elucidate the intricacies of the martial world. Her voice was enchanting, clear and pleasant to the ear, providing Lin Chen with a refreshing perspective on martial affairs. He observed powerful demonic beasts seated atop the mountains, imparting wisdom to the various creatures that sought enlightenment. He even witnessed a stone atop a mountain rich with celestial energy suddenly shatter, releasing a monkey demon with innate potential, exuding an aura of martial finesse in every movement. The stone possessed a spirit, embodying martial intent, transforming into martial essence. In this martial realm, all beings were born for the pursuit of martial prowess. Before long, a desolate expanse lay before them, as if the heavens had torn open, unleashing a violent tempest that whipped the sand into a frenzy. The world grew dark, resembling an apocalypse, with the air filled with the howling of the raging winds. Amidst the howling winds, Lin Chen faintly discerned the ethereal sounds of Buddhist chants, appearing and vanishing like wisps of smoke. Surely, the ancient Zen temple lay hidden within this desolate expanse. Miss Yi, may I be so bold as to inquire how you place your trust in me? Lin Chen asked, his voice resonating with curiosity. Logically, encountering a stranger on the road, exchanging mere pleasantries, would hardly foster mutual trust, because of the aura that envelopes you. Yi replied, turning her head. Beneath her dark cloak, Her beautiful eyes suddenly revealed themselves, seemingly untouched by the world's impurities. Pure and radiant as they gazed upon Lin Chen. You possess a certain exalted aura of the Buddhist path, an essence that is remarkably soothing. If you were a malevolent individual, you would not have been chosen by such a powerful will of the Buddha. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the brilliance of her gaze. Yet, he soon came to the realization that this exalted aura must stem from his own Buddha seal of good and evil and the ancient six-character mantra. What could Xian'er's origins be, that she could perceive this? I, too, bear a semblance of a Buddhist legacy, she mused lightly. Her eyes once again shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Shuiyang spoke up, "Senior sister, they are coming." Lin Chen froze for an instant, sensing a shift, and turned his gaze towards the horizon. There, amidst the swirling tempest that rendered the desert grim and apocalyptic, he caught sight of flickering crimson lights. Could this be the bloodline of the killers? The bloodlight, could it belong to the killers? Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. What brings them to the ancient Zen temple? Shuiyang remained stoically silent, while Xian'er interjected, "Surely, it is the machinations of the Zhou family, conspiring with the killers." As she spoke, a note of displeasure crept into Xian'er's tone. The killers are notoriously bloodthirsty and ruthless, and it is appalling that the Zhou family would ally with them. Indeed, Xian'er confirmed with a nod. Aside from the martial sage palace, there exist 4 prominent families, and the Zhou family is one among them. She added with urgency, "The winds in this desert are fierce and formidable. We must remain vigilant. Let us hasten, for we cannot allow them to succeed." With her words, Xian'er boldly stepped into the tempest of swirling sand, her figure ethereal as she seemed to glide through the chaos, untouched by the swirling debris, standing out vividly against the storm. Shuiyang, watching her depart, remarked coldly, "I cannot fathom what qualities you possess that make senior sister favor you." Lin Chen, disinterested, quickened his pace, allowing the tempest to assail him. This individual is not to be underestimated, Shuiyang thought, increasingly wary as he observed Lin Chen remain unperturbed by the howling winds. As the trio delved deeper into the desert, the resonant sounds of the great Buddhist chants intermingled with the cacophony of the storm, growing ever clearer. That must be the ancient Zen temple. Xian'er suddenly halted. Gazing ahead, Lin Chen immediately followed her gaze, witnessing the sky seemingly rend open, unleashing a tempestuous wind akin to a ferocious dragon. The wind coalesced into shards resembling cold blades, reaching up to the heavens and sweeping down to the earth, casting a shadow over all, as if heralding the end of days. Yet amidst this tempest, an ancient temple flickered into view at the heart of the raging winds. The ancient temple, worn and dilapidated, emanated a faint golden glow, a testament to the passage of time that had imbued it with a rich, historical resonance. The dragon of the fierce wind, traversing the heavens and earth, appeared as though it might be crushed to oblivion if it had not attained a celestial form. Lin Chen mused to himself. The resilience of this ancient temple against the terrifying tempest revealed its extraordinary nature. However, Lin Chen also noticed 2 figures standing a myriad of miles away. The foremost was enveloped in a crimson aura, a subtle, sinister smile gracing his lips, exuding formidable power. The other, possessing a profound presence, bore a celestial quality reminiscent of the cosmos. Zhou Tai Miao and Shuiyang, upon seeing this individual, immediately shouted, their resonant voices piercing through the howling winds. "How dare you collude with the Bloodkill clan? When did your Zhou family descend to such depths?" The man known as Zhou Tai Miao cast a disdainful glance at Shuiyang, choosing instead to scrutinize Lin Chen. Yet after a fleeting moment, his gaze returned to its earlier contempt. "What are you babbling about?" The Bloodkill clan member beside Zhou Tai Miao spoke, his voice chilling. "Do not presume that just because you are a disciple of the martial sage palace, I would hesitate to eliminate you." Shuiyang's expression darkened with fury, ready to retaliate. But Xian'er interjected at the opportune moment, her voice ringing crystal clear amidst the tumult. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Shuisheng Lai." The Bloodkill member replied with a grin. Shuiyang's countenance shifted to one of shock. Shuisheng Lai, ranked 266 on the Emperor's list. How could it be him? Lin Chen's eyes flickered with interest. So, the ranking of 266 on the Emperor's list. Is it? Now you tremble in fear, Zhou Tai Miao remarked with increasing disdain. The legacy of the martial Buddha king is undoubtedly ours. Enough of this prattle. Shuisheng Lai said dismissively, "Let us proceed with the task at hand." Zhou Tai Miao cast a glance at Lin Chen and the others before suddenly lunging towards the wind dragon that pierced the heavens and earth. Bagua Tianxian Mirror. A Bagua mirror soared forth, exuding black and white light, its aura immensely potent, subtly shimmering with celestial brilliance, representing an existence of the third tribulation of quasi-path artifacts. Draw it in, Zhou Tai Miao commanded, and the Bagua Tianxian mirror belched forth a beam of black light, reminiscent of a great dragon, which surged into the tempestuous wind dragon. In an instant, it seemed as though the fierce wind dragon was ensnared by an unseen hand, drawn into the Bagua Tianxian mirror as if a palm-sized bowl had captured an entire river. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Zhou Tai Miao had indeed absorbed the entire wind dragon into the Bagua Tianxian mirror. The tumultuous sounds that filled the air diminished significantly, and the chant of the great Buddha became increasingly distinct. The great Zen temple emerged fully before everyone's eyes. This ancient temple, seemingly a remnant from the primordial era, radiated a gentle golden light, within which stood 36 golden statues of arhats, each striking a different pose. The golden forms of the 36 arhats appeared as though shrouded in dust, having lost their luster, with hints of rust beginning to show. To an ordinary observer, it might simply seem like an old temple. Haha, the 36 golden statues of the martial Buddha king are mine. Xue Shenglai laughed heartily, suddenly darting towards the ancient temple. Not on my watch, Shui Yang bellowed, his figure swiftly following suit. However, just as the two were drawing closer, a sudden resonant chime of a great bell echoed, reverberating through the dilapidated ancient Zen temple, as a colossal golden light surged forth. It resembled a great golden bowl, which instantaneously inverted over the ancient temple. With a thunderous roar, Shui Yang was swept up by this sudden torrent of golden light, his body propelled like an arrow, blood gushing from his mouth. On the contrary, Xue Sheng, sensing the blood surge, trembled slightly and let out a muffled groan as he landed heavily, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Yet Xue Sheng managed to withstand the force of the golden light, even stepping partially into its radiant embrace. Shui Yang, step back, Yi Xian'er commanded softly. At that moment, Zhou Tai Miao burst into laughter, deriding Shui Yang. You truly lack awareness. The 36 Bodhisattva statues possess profound wisdom. Could a mere mortal like you dare to tread within their realm? Shui Yang rose, his countenance dark and foreboding. Yi Xian'er began to move, her form enveloped in strands of Buddha light, exuding tranquility and serenity. Though shrouded in her black robe, she radiated an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. As she ventured into the golden light, it was evident that she experienced no resistance. However, each step she took within the golden radiance seemed burdensome, indicating a formidable challenge. Xue Sheng raised an eyebrow, sensing a formidable opponent. Zhou Tai Miao was momentarily taken aback, questioning the origins of this woman. Humph, Shui Yang declared, his aura brimming with murderous intent. The 36 Bodhisattva statues must surely belong to my senior sister. Zhou Tai Miao, you should abandon all hope. Is that so? I care not for your lineage, Zhou Tai Miao retorted. Shui Yang, I have tolerated you for long enough. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With hair billowing wildly, Zhou Tai Miao lunged directly at Shui Yang. Zhou Tai Miao was indeed formidable, each step imbued with an inscrutable profundity, his punches striking with the force of 1,000 pounds, embodying a sense of innate power. Yet Shui Yang was no ordinary adversary. Unafraid, he engaged Zhou Tai Miao in fierce combat. Haha, this is rather interesting, Xue Sheng observed, casting a glance at Yi Xian'er, who was enveloped in Buddha light. As layers of blood light began to emanate from him, stepping resolutely towards the ancient Zen temple. With each step he took, tremendous explosive sounds echoed, the blood light flickering wildly, and his hair danced in the air. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the golden light emanating from the ancient temple became, a testament to the trials left behind by the temple's former master, the Bodhisattva king. Only through overcoming these trials could one gain acknowledgement and inherit its legacy. Yet, it was apparent that Xue Sheng's pace lagged behind Yi Xian'er's. Lin Chen pondered briefly, glancing at the perilous battle between Zhou Tai Miao and Shui Yang, before swiftly moving to the edge of the golden light. Both Zhou Tai Miao and Shui Yang simultaneously noticed Lin Chen's movement. Does this fool seek his own demise? Shui Yang exclaimed, warning loudly, do not touch the golden light. Only those of great wisdom, courage, and destiny may tread upon it. Otherwise, you will be violently repelled. Unaware of the peril you invite, Zhou Tai Miao sneered in derision. In the moment when Shui Yang was abruptly hurled away, it seemed that this individual had not perceived the event. Nevertheless, Lin Chen resolutely advanced, and in an instant, the might of a surging ocean struck him with tremendous force. The bones throughout his body emitted a cacophony of explosive sounds, causing him to involuntarily grunt. However, Lin Chen's formidable physique could withstand the impact. Yet it appeared as if the radiant golden light sensed his presence, with the incoming power surging in relentless waves, each more ferocious than the last. With a commanding shout, judgmental holy thunder, Lin Chen summoned golden lightning that coiled around him, allowing him to firmly establish his stance amidst the golden glow. Both Shui Yang and Zhou Tai Miao were taken aback. This fellow possessed unexpected prowess, Shui Yang thought, feeling a surge of alarm. The stronger Lin Chen became, the more vigilant Shui Yang felt. He remained unconvinced of this person's intentions. Lin Chen began to stride forward, taking one step, then two, then three. With each advance, the tumultuous force grew increasingly violent and terrifying. One could distinctly hear the vibrations of his bones, evoking a sense that even his very skeleton might shatter under such pressure. Evidently, Lin Chen's actions drew the attention of Xian Er and Shui Sheng Lai. However, Xian Er displayed little astonishment, while Shui Sheng, upon noticing the lightning enveloping Lin Chen, momentarily froze, his previously fierce grin vanishing in an instant. Remarkably, Lin Chen managed to advance a total of 5 steps. The sight of this individual standing tall and unwavering, akin to a steadfast pine tree, rendered Zhou Tai Miao incredulous. Who was this person? When had Shui Yang managed to recruit such an adept? Zhou Tai Miao's gaze toward Lin Chen shifted to one of caution. Even Shui Yang was taken aback. A jolt of realization coursing through his mind. Could it be that this individual was profoundly concealed, earning the recognition of the martial Buddha King? Yet, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and Lin Chen was abruptly expelled from the golden light, his form crashing heavily to the ground, creating a significant crater. Shui Yang was momentarily stunned, a hint of amusement bubbling within him. The acknowledgement of the martial Buddha King was indeed no trivial matter, not something that could be easily attained by just anyone. Chapter 1233, The Movement of the Buddha Statues. Shui Sheng and Xian Er continued to navigate within the golden light, their auras intensifying, and points of golden light began to shimmer upon their bodies. These glimmers, imbued with the essence of Buddhist teachings, multiplied, signifying the growing acknowledgement they received. As Lin Chen, having been thrown aside, brushed the dust from his attire, he gazed through the golden Buddhist radiance at the 36 golden statues of the martial Buddha kings. Each statue bore a unique posture, seemingly encapsulating a distinct martial path. Lin Chen mused inwardly that Shui Sheng and Xian Er must have come for the martial insights contained within these golden statues. He had previously learned of the martial Buddha King during his journey, in the pursuit of enlightenment through martial prowess. One nearly glimpsed the realm of the great emperor, but ultimately met with demise, leaving behind this ancient temple as a legacy. The golden statue of the martial Buddha King serves to perpetuate the martial arts he once mastered. Even the fierce confrontation between Zhou Tai Miao and Shui Yang had to pause, as they turned their attention to the unfolding situation of Xie Sheng Lai and Xian Er. Xian Er advanced just a mere 10 steps from the Grand Zen Temple. Yet these final steps proved to be the most arduous. With her next stride, her black robe billowed around her, resonating with the boundless chants of the Buddha. These chants were filled with praise and admiration. The golden statue responded, causing both Shui Yang and Zhou Tai Miao to tremble, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Among the 36 golden statues of the martial Buddha King, one, with its palm raised and resting upon its dantian, began to emit faint yet dazzling golden glimmers. A manifestation of martial will that evoked an ancient and primal essence. Lin Chen too was drawn in by this spectacle. Suddenly, a resounding chime reverberated from the depths of the Grand Zen Temple, echoing like a mighty bell. From the golden statue surged forth a brilliant beam of golden light, cascading down upon Xian Er. As the golden radiance enveloped her, her aura soared, infused with boundless Buddhist intent. Despite her black robe, Xian Er appeared extraordinarily sacred, her presence regal and majestic. She had received immense benefits, gaining the recognition of a Buddhist statue and the teachings therein. Shui Yang's countenance brightened. Realizing that his sister had acquired a lineage, albeit a solitary one, its benefits immeasurable. Conversely, Zhou Taimiao's expression darkened. In stark contrast, Xie Shenglai, standing at an equal position to Yi Xiener, exhibited no reaction. You, of the Bloodslaughter clan, should not be here, Yi Xiener proclaimed amidst the surging golden light. The path of the Buddha is one of emptiness. Your bloodthirsty sins render you unworthy of this sacred place. The Bloodslaughter clan is inherently bloodthirsty, engaged in relentless carnage. Such beings cannot hope to inherit the legacy of the Buddha. In response, Xie Shenglai erupted into maniacal laughter. Having gained a legacy from one of the 36 martial Buddha King statues, what do you know of slaughter? I am born of the Buddha, a blood Buddha, drenched in the essence of bloodshed, where the blood Buddha emerges from the crimson. Suddenly, a colossal surge of blood-colored Buddha light erupted from Xie Shenglai, revealing the ethereal form of a blood Buddha within its depths. As he manifested the blood Buddha's essence, the 3 golden statues within the Grand Zen temple simultaneously radiated blinding golden light. Astonishingly, these 3 golden statues were entirely stirred by Xie Shenglai's presence. A tremendous torrent of divine Buddha light burst forth from the golden statues, cascading into Xie Shenglai's form. The blood radiating from the figure of Shui Sheng became increasingly terrifying. As the Buddha, coalescing within the crimson light, took on a more tangible form. The ancient Zen temple, standing resolutely in the vast desert, seemed to tremble at this moment, vibrating with a profound resonance. The dilapidated temple, illuminated by the brilliance of the 4 Buddha statues, exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty. This grand Zen temple was no ordinary place. How could it be? Shui Yang exclaimed in disbelief. You are a member of the blood-killing clan. How could a Buddha be present, let alone react to the 3 statues of the martial Buddha King? Shui Sheng laughed heartily, declaring, the martial Buddha King embodies the path of martial prowess intertwined with the Buddha's teachings. How could there be no slaughters involved? My blood Buddha form is the embodiment of the slaughtering Buddha, perfectly corresponding to the path of the martial Buddha King. Even Yi Xiener found herself at a loss for words, clearly taken aback by this unexpected scene. I have inherited the legacy of 3 martial Buddha Kings. Thus, this grand Zen temple shall become my treasure. Shui Sheng, reveling in the inheritance of the 3 statues, soared upward and landed upon the ancient temple. At that moment, the temple began to shimmer with a golden, solemn radiance. Ancient golden inscriptions of the Buddhist path intertwined upon the temple, releasing a terrifying aura that surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The air was suddenly filled with the sound of cataclysmic explosions. Even Lin Chen could not help but be drawn to the spectacle, witnessing the desert, whipped into a frenzy by the howling winds, as the sand within 100,000 miles suddenly collapsed, swirling chaotically, causing the earth to sink as if heralding the apocalypse. The quasi-Dao artifact, Bloodly, roared within Lin Chen's mind, proclaiming that it had awakened from slumber, having attained the inheritance of the Buddha statues. The water could summon forth this quasi-Dao artifact of catastrophic proportions. Their aspirations extended beyond the Buddhist martial inheritance, seeking to possess this grand Zen temple. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It was astonishing that this grand Zen temple concealed such depths. At this moment, Zhou Taimiao erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, the grand Zen temple shall belong to us. The inheritance of the martial Buddha King will also be ours. Shui Yang, and that woman in black, shall all await their demise. Shui Yang's complexion turned ashen. I am the true heir of the grand Zen temple. You, woman in black, get away. Shui Sheng, standing atop the grand temple, summoned the blood Buddha's might, reaching out a massive hand towards Yi Xiener. Instantly, a terrifying golden Buddha light erupted from the temple, transforming into a colossal golden hand that struck towards Yi Xiener. At this moment, Shui Sheng could partially wield the temple's formidable power. Yi Xiener did not back down, unleashing a palm strike, her hand faintly revealing the silhouette of a Buddha. This Buddha was formidable, seemingly adaptable, and embodying the essence of the Buddhist path. However, it was evident that Yi Xiener lacked sufficient comprehension. Under the onslaught of the golden hand from the Grand Zen temple, she was directly repelled. Even the martial inheritance she sensed from the Buddha statue was interrupted. Shui Yang, Lin Lung, we must retreat swiftly. Yi Xiener's voice carried a mix of sorrow and fury. This Grand Zen temple has fallen under his control. We are no match for him. Senior sister Yu. Shuiyang hesitated, unable to find the words. Do not linger, everyone. Let us depart swiftly while he is engrossed in the refinement of the great Zen temple. Xian'er's voice resonated with determination. Blood Shunglai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering the feasibility of escape. At this moment, the great Zen temple was shrouded in a crimson glow, and the 36 statues of the martial Buddha kings, draped in a sanguine hue, exuded an overwhelming aura of gloom. Blood Shunglai was in the midst of refinement. Should he succeed in fully assimilating the great Zen temple, it would herald his unbridled reign of destruction. Quickly, we must flee, Xian'er urged, her form flickering with golden light as she hastily ascended. Shuiyang gritted his teeth, his face flushed with frustration, yet he resolutely turned away. However, just as the two were about to escape, Lin Chen's figure, entwined in golden lightning, suddenly surged toward the great Zen temple. Lin, Xian'er, and Shuiyang gasped in astonishment. Zhou Taimiao erupted in laughter, exclaiming, I once thought this fellow possessed some merit. But does he truly believe he can reclaim the great Zen temple? With even the golden light unable to be traversed, what chance did he have of seizing the temple? Only those of great wisdom, immense courage, and extraordinary fortune could be destined for the legacy of the martial Buddha king. Your aura is quite unsettling. You are doomed. Blood Shunglai's eyes glimmered with a sanguinary light, a hint of the Buddha flickering within, brimming with lethal intent. Is that so? Lin Chen suddenly turned his gaze toward Xian'er. Is it true that the resonance with the martial Buddha king's golden statue could grant mastery over the great Zen temple? Xian'er, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodded, then exclaimed in alarm, Lin, return swiftly. Do not throw your life away. Yet Lin Chen appeared oblivious, racing toward the great Zen temple with fervor. The great bell tolled once more, the golden light emanating from the temple enveloped like a vast bowl. Blood Shunglai had yet to fully refine the great Zen temple. Anyone seeking its legacy must first traverse this golden light. Ha ha! Zhou Taimiao laughed maniacally. Previously, this fellow managed to take 5 steps. Shall he be flung back once more after another 5? However, as Lin Chen's form, cloaked in thunder, surged forth, a wave of Buddhist radiance erupted from him. This luminescence seemed to emanate from the highest scriptures, embodying a profound understanding of the duality of good and evil. In this world, where virtue and vice are oft abhorred, I hold both within my heart. With a resounding force, Lin Chen advanced an entire 10 steps. My left hand is for the righteous beneath the heavens. With this declaration, he traversed another 20 steps, arriving beneath the great Zen temple, gazing up at its grandeur, obscured by the sanguine light. My right hand is for the wicked beneath the heavens. With a heart that recognizes both good and evil. From behind Lin Chen, a towering figure suddenly ascended, radiating an ancient, blinding golden brilliance akin to the sun. Within this overwhelming luminosity stood a Buddha. Though indistinct, it exuded an imposing grandeur that seemed to dominate the world. This was the Buddha of the sovereign of good and evil. As the blood-soaked figure of Blood Shunglai rose, the blood Buddha within him was instantly subdued. Akin to an ant facing a mountain. What? Blood Shunglai's pupils dilated in disbelief, staring incredulously at the astonishing scene. Even Zhou Taimiao, Xian'er, and Shuiyang were left frozen in place. The statue of the 36 kings of martial Buddha, illuminate for me. Lin Chen's commanding voice echoed like a thunderous drum, reverberating across the desolate expanse. Chapter 1234, The Buddha Realm. This is a realm of chaos, a place where one can glimpse the future, the past, and the entirety of the human world. It appears to be the very source of all existence. My third uncle walked through this mysterious land with an inscrutable expression. Suddenly, a voice resonated from this enigmatic realm, bearing the weight of antiquity and authority. Your disciple has shown remarkable audacity this time, practicing the devouring demon technique on the path to heaven. Had it not been for your intervention, his sacred vein body might have already been exposed. The sacred vein body will inevitably be revealed, my uncle replied calmly, but the time has not yet come. The voice continued. Are you not afraid of retribution for once again meddling with fate? At this moment, a sorrowful smile flickered across my uncle's face. I will not stand idly by and witness the same tragedy unfold again. Apparently, you are unable to forget that sorrow, the voice remarked. This is a unique period. While he is in the human realm, I shall obscure his fate. That is acceptable. As Lin Chen's voice boomed, the ancient Zen temple shrouded in bloodlight, along with the ominous figures of the 36 kings of martial Buddha, erupted in a blaze of golden radiance. All 36 statues illuminated simultaneously. Zhou Taimiao, Shuiyang, and the bloodthirsty Sheng Lai were all struck with astonishment. This is truly all lit up. The significance of all the statues glowing was profound. Bloodthirsty Sheng Lai, ranked 266th on the emperor's list and endowed with a natural blood Buddha body, could only awaken 3 statues. Yet, Lin Chen had somehow roused them all. Could it be that he is a reincarnated emperor? However, they could never fathom that Lin Chen's ability to awaken the 36 Buddha statues stemmed from the great Buddha seal of good and evil and the ancient 6-character mantra. It is worth noting that the great pure King Buddha was once but a manifestation that suppressed the terrifying beast, Tao Tai. The transmission of the great Buddha seal of good and evil was anything but simple. These martial Buddha kings, who were not even emperors, would inevitably yield and submit before the supreme Buddhist path. The ancient Zen temple is under my control. At the moment when the golden bodies of the 36 Buddha statues shone with blinding light, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful roar. His entire consciousness melded seamlessly with the ancient Zen temple, without any obstruction or resistance. Instead, it felt astonishingly familiar, as if the temple were his own treasure. In a sense, Lin Chen had become the martial Buddha king. Boom. As bloodthirsty Sheng Lai stood atop the ancient Zen temple, his body was immediately met with a counterstrike from the temple, sending him hurtling through the air, suspended in the sky, his expression dark and foreboding. At this moment, Sheng Lai was utterly severed from the ancient Zen temple, akin to the earlier experience of Yixian. Lin Chen leapt into the air, landing above the ancient Zen temple. At this juncture, the 36 Buddha statues shone with golden light, and the temple resonated with the profound chants of the Buddhist path, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. A terrifying pressure emanated from the ancient Zen temple, instilling an inexhaustible sense of martial and spiritual enlightenment. The temple had completely become the domain of Lin Chen. Shuiyang stood there, his mouth agape, unable to process the tumultuous waves of astonishment in his eyes. In stark contrast, Zhou Taimiao appeared to have lost all semblance of soul, his face ashen. Only Yixian Air, shrouded in a black robe, radiated a brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Well, Blood Sovereign, your fury is amusing. Surely you possess a treasure of Buddhist significance to dare seize what belongs to me. Even if you have commandeered the ancient Zen temple, I wonder how much power you can truly wield. I shall annihilate you. The existence ranked 266 on the emperor's list could not simply stand by and watch his possessions being taken. Moreover, this ancient Zen temple was a formidable artifact, only capable of unleashing its potential in the hands of a 5th-turn immortal. Lin Chen, merely a 4th-turn immortal, could hardly summon its might. Is that so? Lin Chen clasped his hands together, enveloped in golden light, reminiscent of a martial Buddha re-emerging. The ancient mantra from the Xianshang Monarch Tower surged forth once more, penetrating the very heart of the ancient Zen temple. In an instant, the temple, bathed in resplendent golden light, resonated with the sound of a great bell tolling. The 36 golden Buddha statues simultaneously exhaled golden radiance, manifesting the ethereal forms of arhats, merging into a colossal martial Buddhist hand, descending upon Blood Sovereign. Upon witnessing this scene, Blood Sovereign's countenance shifted dramatically. Damn it, the Blood Buddha has emerged, and the skies shall rain blood. A torrent of blood radiated outward as a grinning Buddha sat amidst it, launching an assault upon the martial Buddhist hand formed by the 36 arhats. The desert erupted with a cataclysmic explosion, the land within 1,000 miles crumbling, sand soaring into the heavens. Blood Sovereign was sent flying by the overwhelming might of the ancient Zen temple, spewing blood and rapidly losing vitality. How could this be? How could you unleash such tremendous power? Blood Sovereign bellowed in disbelief. Lin Chen is merely a 4th-turn immortal. How can he fully command this ancient Zen temple? Why ask so many questions? Lin Chen replied coolly, as the temple shimmered once more in golden brilliance, the surrounding world changing dramatically. The 36 golden Buddha statues appeared to have come to life. Blood Sovereign's twisted visage stiffened, his blood-red eyes fixating on Lin Chen as he hissed, I shall remember you. Just wait. I, Blood Sovereign, will repay this debt 100-fold. The Blood Buddha behind Blood Sovereign loomed ominously, descending to merge with him, transforming him into a blood-clad Buddha. In an instant, he surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming torrent of bloodlight, slicing through the desert as if wielding a colossal blood sword, cleaving the wasteland in twain. Lin Chen, however, did not pursue. Withdrawing his hands, he allowed himself to sink into the depths of the ancient Zen temple. The golden light erupting from within enveloped the temple entirely, resembling a vast cocoon of radiance. Others remain oblivious to the profound transformations occurring within this ancient Zen temple. It is as if Zhou Taimiao has yet to recover from the shock, his lips moving in a soft murmur. In contrast, Xueyang swiftly regained his composure, suppressing his emotions before sneering at Zhou Taimiao, urging him to accept reality. Xueyang's large hand reached out decisively towards Zhou Taimiao. Only Yixiener stood still, her eyes gleaming as she gazed upon the vast expanse of golden light. Lin Chen invoked the power of the ancient six-character mantra talisman, awakening the temple's might, which could easily vanquish Xue Shenglai. Even if Xue Shenglai unleashed his malevolent energy, it would be of no avail. Fortunately for him, Lin Chen chose not to end his life, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. The avatar of Lin Chen summoned the holy essence within himself, gravely addressing the holy pulse Lin Chen, stating that the holy pulse body could only evolve fundamentally through his true self. Thus he would channel the power governing the holy pulse. The holy essence Lin Chen nodded without hesitation, directly infusing the devouring demon technique, the heavenly sacred king's seal, and the holy realm into Lin Chen's being. As Lin Chen felt the familiar surge of power, a sense of awakening stirred within him. His essence reached a state of consummate perfection. At this moment, the holy essence Lin Chen was devoid of possessions, embodying the essence of the immortal body. The ancient temple, the legacy of the 36 martial Buddha kings, along with the good and evil great Buddha seal and the six-character mantra talisman, was now entrusted to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen infused the good and evil great Buddha seal and the six-character mantra talisman into the holy essence Lin Chen's body. Instantly, a monumental transformation occurred. The body of the holy essence began to radiate a faint golden light, as if he had become a sage of profound enlightenment. From this point forward, your name shall be Lin Shani, Lin Chen proclaimed with a smile. Lin Shani regarded Lin Chen with a furrowed brow, questioning, Master, if you bestow upon me the six-character mantra talisman, how shall you suppress the madness within your own body? Lin Chen had lost half of his soul, turning it into malevolent power. Should he succumb to his rage, the hidden darkness within would erupt, plunging him into a state of chaos where he would become a true demon, slaying anyone who stood in his path. Previously, Lin Chen had relied on the good and evil great Buddha seal and the six-character mantra talisman to maintain control. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. One must conquer their own heart. Lin Chen maintained a serene demeanor, recognizing that relying solely on external forces would ultimately yield little fruit. His aura had undergone a striking transformation, emanating a more authentic and profound essence. Lin Chen nodded in understanding, refraining from further words, and sat cross-legged within the ancient temple. Thunderous explosions echoed as the 36 golden Buddha figures released torrents of golden energy, flowing through the air and into Lin Shani's form. He was immediately enveloped in radiant golden light, exuding an ethereal presence as sacred and Buddhist energies poured from every pore of his being. The harmonies of 36 distinct Buddha chants resonated from within him, as every inch of his body began to coalesce into gold, truly forging a golden form. Not only did Lin Shani undergo a tremendous transformation in his physical prowess, but his aura also shifted dramatically at this moment, subtly embodying a profound intention that transcended martial arts and approached the essence of Buddhism. The techniques mastered by the Buddha King were now fully infused within Lin Shani's being. Lin Chen even sensed a hint of repulsion. Standing within the ancient Great Zen Temple, he felt like an outsider. 3 days and nights passed, and as Lin Shani's eyes slowly opened, they radiated a brilliance akin to that of sharp, indomitable diamonds. His essence merged completely with the Great Zen Temple, elevating his cultivation to the fourth transformation of the void immortal realm. Lin Chen's expression brightened, clearly recognizing Lin Shani's formidable strength, which rivaled that of the demon Lord Chen. Both of his avatars were impressively powerful, far from ordinary. During the fusion with the Great Zen Temple, the main body, through the ancient six-character mantra talisman, glimpsed some of the temple's secrets. Lin Chen has solemnly declared that the Great Zen Temple had an extraordinary origin, having emerged from a world of a Buddha known as the Buddha realm, a relic of an ancient, formidable being. Lin Chen paused momentarily, but soon comprehended. In ancient times, a mighty being had fallen, transforming itself into a celestial body, thereby creating its own realm. Just as there exists a martial realm, there must be other realms as well. The Buddha realm was undoubtedly one of them. Lin Chen's words imbued the Great Zen Temple with an aura that became even more mysterious and majestic. Lin Chen immediately projected his consciousness, faintly sensing that the awakened Great Zen Temple was, in a mystical manner, communicating with a vast and enigmatic world, continuously drawing energy from that realm to augment itself. That realm was the Buddha realm. I can traverse through this Great Zen Temple to reach the Buddha realm, Lin Chen stated, uncertain of the main body's intentions. Go. It is imperative that you go, Lin Chen asserted. Venturing into the world of Buddhas will undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits for your growth. Lin Chen nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. But remember one thing. Lin Chen's eyes shone with a piercing light as he commanded, go to the Buddha realm and conquer it. Ensure that you conquer it. With a resounding clap, Lin Chen and Lin Chen's hands met firmly, the sound crisp and resonant. Chapter 1235. The martial emperor city, all light gradually faded from the desolate expanse. The Great Zen Temple had vanished, leaving only Lin Chen standing in place. Lin Chen had taken the Great Zen Temple to the Buddha realm. Having relinquished the 6-character mantra talisman and the seal of good and evil, Lin Chen's aura did not dwindle. Instead, it grew significantly stronger, imparting a sense of completeness. His spirit felt remarkably uplifted, as if a heavy burden within him had shattered. You have astonished me beyond measure, Akin remarked softly to Lin Chen, her laughter genuine and uplifting. Meanwhile, Shuiyang fixed a vigilant gaze upon Lin Chen, his eyes filled with wariness. No matter how strong you are, I warn you. Should you harbor any ill intentions, I, Shuiyang, will not hesitate to eliminate you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It was clear that Shuiyang was utterly devoted to Akin. Looking back at Zhou Taimiao, he appeared utterly diminished, his entire form ensnared by dark, eerie chains, rendering him immobile, while his face was marred with bruises from prior encounters. After all, Zhou Taimiao belonged to the Zhou family, left here to fate's mercy. Akin remarked. Zhou Taimiao's visage bore no trace of resentment, his countenance a pallid gray. Lin Long, if you are uncertain of your destination, perhaps you might accompany me back to Woody City? Akin inquired. Woody City, Shuiyang elucidated from the side, is the foremost city under the aegis of the martial sage palace, where cultivators abound and treasures are plentiful. Lin Chen cast a glance at Shuiyang and nodded in assent. The group, led by Akin, proceeded directly to Woody City. During their journey, Lin Chen encountered a rather disheartening situation. He met numerous cultivators from the human realm along the way, yet their glances towards him were filled with animosity, as if they wished to see him perish. This perplexed Lin Chen, for he felt certain that had it not been for Akin's status, he might have faced direct assault. The whole affair struck him as utterly bewildering. After traversing for a day and night, Lin Chen finally beheld the legendary Woody City. In the distance, the vast plains bore witness to a colossal city rising from the earth, akin to an ancient behemoth, standing beneath its towering walls. One felt as insignificant as an ant before a primordial celestial mountain. Lin Chen's spiritual sense perceived a tremendous force emanating from Woody City, a pulsating energy that even stirred the bloodly. This city was indeed extraordinary. It seemed on the verge of ascending to the realm of low-grade Tao artifacts, an existence unattainable even by many great emperors. The might of Woody City was truly formidable, and even Lin Chen could not underestimate the aura radiating from it. With Akin's identity, Lin Chen entered the city without facing any obstacles. Upon entering Woody City, he was greeted by a bustling throng. People of all sorts flowed ceaselessly, including many cultivators from the human realm. Within the city, Lin Chen sensed numerous terrifying auras that sent shivers down his spine. In this realm, his cultivation at the 4th transformation of the Void Immortal could only be deemed above average. However, Lin Chen was treated to a plethora of sights. The city was replete with stalls, each linked to martial pursuits, competitions for marriage, treasure sales, betting, exchanges, and more. There were displays of martial evolution, decisive battles, and profound insights into martial arts, all of which stirred Lin Chen's spirit, as if he had stepped into a miniature world of martial prowess. The treasures within Wudi City broadened Lin Chen's horizons. The heavenly materials and earth treasures, along with magical artifacts, all encapsulated the essence of martial will. Some trees even bore naturally occurring patterns depicting martial techniques. The customs and traditions here were vastly different from those of the human realm. In Wudi City, private duels were strictly prohibited. However, one could invite others to engage in martial contests, provided that no lives were endangered. Yixiner appeared to be exceptionally delighted upon returning to Wudi City, her tone imbued with joy. Linlong, allow me to take you to Lingbao Street to see if you can find something that piques your interest. If fortune favors us, we might even acquire an ancient treasure. Lingbao Street is renowned as the marketplace for magical artifacts. Presently, the Xuanshang King Tower is in dire need of 3 quasi-Dao artifacts to provoke the third great tribulation of celestial lightning. Thus, Lin Chen felt a surge of curiosity and did not decline the invitation, accompanying her. The bustling atmosphere of Lingbao Street was palpable, with Lin Chen sensing the presence of numerous formidable cultivators weaving through the crowd. The array of magical artifacts displayed was dazzling, including even treasures of the quasi-Dao artifact level facing the third great tribulation. Yixiner seemed enamored with Lingbao Street, continuously flitting from stall to stall, acquiring a plethora of magical items, even coaxing the usually stoic Shui Yang to join in. Suddenly, Lin Chen found himself drawn to a particular stall, where the sign read Weapon Exchange. This exchange involved elucidating the profound principles of a martial art in order to barter for treasures. The highest quality items displayed were merely remnants of quasi-Dao artifacts, along with numerous fragments. After probing with his spiritual sense, Lin Chen discerned no substantial treasures among them, leading to a waning interest. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Shui Li exclaim, "Lin Chen, acquire that fragment. I sense the presence of a weapon spirit within it." To achieve a weapon spirit, only true Dao artifacts possess such potential. However, the Xuanshang King Tower is an anomaly. Even fragments of Dao artifacts could be invaluable, potentially elevating the tower to the level of quasi-Dao artifacts facing the third great tribulation. Without hesitation, Lin Chen approached the cloaked figure at the stall and inquired, might this fragment require the elucidation of martial arts to exchange? The cloaked figure's voice was slightly hoarse as he responded, "This fragment's mystical abilities cannot be easily shattered. Its origins are certainly intriguing. You must unravel the profound martial arts principles to barter for it." Shui Yang and Yixiner were drawn to Lin Chen's actions, both observing the scene with mild interest. The concept of weapon exchange necessitates exceptional talent, unlike Lin Chen's acquisition of treasures from the Great Zen Temple, which relied on Buddhist artifacts. Why not give it a try? Lin Chen suggested with a subtle smile. The cloaked figure nodded in agreement, poised to take action. However, at that moment, a resonant voice rang out. "That fragment is required by our master." Lin Chen and Shui Yang could not help but turn to see a formidable figure approaching, a giant of a man, towering and imposing, with a cultivation level of the 4th turn of the void immortal. His piercing eyes gleamed with intensity, and his chest, exposed, resembled iron, imparting an overwhelming sense of grandeur. In his hand, he held a token inscribed with the character Chun. The giant strode forward, waving the token at the cloaked figure before extending his large hand towards the fragment. Shui Yang's expression shifted slightly, yet Lin Chen calmly interjected, "What is your intention, fellow cultivator? In this weapon exchange, I have yet to see you present your martial arts insights." The cloaked figure, his voice trembling, cautioned, "Young brother, this individual's status is quite significant. It would be wise to refrain from further discussion to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let him take it." The giant, his expression inscrutable, cast a glance at Lin Chen before nodding in satisfaction at the cloaked figure's response. "Hold on," Yixiner exclaimed, "in the martial emperor city, one must adhere to the rules. I do not care what your identity is, you must act according to the regulations." The burly man seemingly disregarded her words and reached out with a massive hand toward the fragment. In an instant, Lin Chen struck, his fingers entwined with strands of golden lightning, moving with the swiftness of a flash to seize the shard in his grasp. "My apologies," Lin Chen said coolly, "but this item was first claimed by me." The burly man scrutinized Lin Chen with a sharp gaze, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "You possess some skill," he conceded, "but I offer you one last chance to reconsider." This is something that senior brother Chen Tiandi has set his sights on. If you do not surrender it, you will face the consequences. Lin Chen remained unmoved. At that moment, Shui Yang was filled with rage. Who is Chen Tiandi to dare disrupt the rules of Martial Emperor City? You should leave at once. Impudent fool, the burly man roared, striking Shui Yang with a powerful slap, the air crackling with thunderous sound, causing a chill to run down the spine of onlookers. Shui Yang's pupils widened in fear, unable to react in time. Boom. The burly man was thrown back 2 or 3 steps. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Lin Chen. That earlier strike had been effortlessly intercepted by Lin Chen on Shui Yang's behalf. This is Martial Emperor City. Private duels are not permitted, Isienner admonished, her voice now laced with ire. You dare to brazenly violate this? No matter who you are, you will not be spared. The strict laws of Martial Emperor City were not to be trifled with, and the audacity of the burly man infuriated even Isienner, who was typically gentle in nature. You do have some ability, the burly man sneered at Isienner, dismissing her words. I am curious to see just how formidable you are. With that, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped the air. Emperor's fist of the subjugated people. Within the shadow of this fist, an overwhelming dominion was faintly discernible, causing all present to tremble. Those who show disrespect shall perish. Those who defy shall be slain. Those who harbor treachery shall be executed. This was the true path of a sovereign, manifesting in a forceful strike aimed at Lin Chen. The bustling Lingbao Street erupted in commotion. Many onlookers astonished by the might of the emperor's fist. I care not for your fist. Begone, Lin Chen declared, flinging his hand forward. 5 orbs of liquid celestial energy enveloped in golden judgment thunder transformed into thunderbolts, descending upon the oncoming burly man. The air was filled with 5 thunderous detonations, golden lightning surging forth in a furious roar. The burly man's figure, under the relentless onslaught of the 5 bolts, became disheveled, smoke billowing from his singed hair. His skin charred black, even resembling a slightly cooked steak. The cultivators traversing Lingbao Street witnessed this spectacle, struggling to suppress their amusement. Their expressions a mix of bewilderment and mirth. The once imposing and formidable burly man now resembled a destitute beggar. To everyone's surprise, upon seeing the burly man's disheveled state, Isienner burst into laughter. The burly man, incensed by her reaction, erupted in fury, his celestial energy surging, radiance shimmering, his presence even more terrifying. I shall see just how powerful you truly are. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his body coiled like a beast poised to strike. However, at that moment, a faint yet resonant voice emerged. The succinct words reverberated like a thunderclap, unleashing a wave of terrifying authority and dominance, causing the faces of the onlookers in Lingbao Street to change dramatically. Even Lin Chen felt a sudden tension in his heartstrings. For within that voice lay an oppressive force that sent shivers down one's spine. The previously furious man's expression shifted instantly to one of respect, devoid of any trace of anger, as he stood obediently to the side. The presence of a 4th-layer Shuxian, at this moment, resembled that of a servant. Even Lin Chen could not help but feel a weight settle in his heart. Who, exactly, was this Emperor Chen? As he stepped out from the crowd, Emperor Chen wore an expression of calm indifference, yet radiated an overwhelming sense of authority. It was as if he was born to be a sovereign, exerting an invisible net that enveloped the hearts of all present without so much as a display of his own prowess. You violate the regulations of Wudi City, inflicting harm upon yourself, Emperor Chen stated, not even glancing at the man. The latter immediately raised his hand and struck his own face with a crisp slap. Without hesitation, he executed the act with a stoic expression, as if humiliating himself in front of others was of no consequence. Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly solemn. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The last time the Blood Emperor had shown him the top 10 of the Emperor rankings, wasn't Emperor Chen the one ranked 8th, a being of the Emperor's physique? Ishian, Shui Yang, refrained from interjecting. This individual is ranked 8th on the Emperor rankings. Lin Chen conveyed telepathically to Ishian and Shui Yang. Shui Yang's face registered shock. To be ranked 8th on the Emperor rankings surely indicated a future as an emperor. Emperor Chen nodded, seemingly pleased with the man's actions. Were you the one who obstructed him? His gaze turned to Lin Chen, his tone flat. What qualifications do you possess to stand in my way? There was no superfluous dialogue. He directly pressed Lin Chen. This man was the true embodiment of strength, exuding an inherent air of disdain born from his very being. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to respond, a stir arose from the surrounding crowd. Isn't that Lin Long? Goodness, he looks just like the image. How did he end up here? He has surely incurred Emperor Chen's wrath. Humph. After committing such heinous acts, retribution was inevitable. Several cultivators from the human realm began to voice their indignation. However, upon hearing their words, Emperor Chen's gaze shot towards them like a lightning bolt, silencing them instantly. You are Lin Long. Emperor Chen's eyes shifted to focus on Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt his brow furrow slightly, sensing that Emperor Chen's gaze had shifted, now infused with an element of malice. Lin Chen nodded. Upon meeting Lin Chen's nod, Emperor Chen Tian suddenly bellowed, "Kneel." A terrifying might erupted from his being, akin to an unparalleled sovereign descending upon the realm, shaking the very foundations of Lingbao Street. Boom. Lin Chen's body was violently jolted, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. His robe fluttered fiercely, and his hair danced wildly, as though he were caught in a tempest. In that instant, his spirit experienced a profound shock. Consolidating his essence, Lin Chen fiercely withstood the overwhelming authority that had just exploded forth from Emperor Chen Tian. The onlookers in Lingbao Street were left astonished, their expressions shifting as none dared to utter a word. Quite impressive, remarked Emperor Chen Tian. At that moment, the previously silent Xian suddenly interjected, Emperor Chen, I care not for your origins. This martial emperor city is not a place for you to unleash your fury. Xian swiftly produced a command token, imbued with martial intent, exuding unmatched nobility, adorned with a blurred sacred character. The Saintess token. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the atmosphere shifted, clearly indicating the weight of this token. Lin Chen had long suspected Xian's extraordinary identity and was not overly astonished. Glancing at the Saintess token, Emperor Chen Tian merely replied, "And what of it?" His previously calm demeanor now twisted into one of irritation as he commanded, "Kneel." The entire Lingbao Street seemed to tremble under this decree, an overwhelming pressure surging from Emperor Chen Tian. It was as if 2 ethereal characters, composed of celestial energy, materialized in the air, compelling all to kneel before him. Su Yang and others' expressions changed dramatically. It was unfathomable that he would disregard the Saintess token so brazenly. Lin Chen's heart sank, feeling as though he were crushed beneath the weight of an ancient celestial mountain, his judgment divine thunder surging forth. Though he activated the judgment divine thunder, he still felt the terrifying oppression, causing his robe to tear and his bones to crack under the strain. The simplicity of Emperor Chen Tian's command echoed like a celestial edict. Su Yang's face paled. He had never anticipated that even with Xian presenting the Saintess token, Emperor Chen Tian would remain so unyielding. This outcome was likely beyond Xian's expectations. This man was utterly unrestrained. Emperor Chen Tian looked down upon Lin Chen, who was struggling to resist, his expression devoid of emotion. The entirety of Lingbao Street appeared suppressed beneath those 2 words, with every soul holding their breath, fearful of inciting this harbinger of doom. Enough. A voice, ethereal and distant, echoed as if it emanated from 100,000 miles away. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the countless street corners of Lingbao Street, causing the attendees' robes to billow wildly, filling the air with a cacophony. Their spirits were collectively shaken. A powerful figure from Martial Emperor City had spoken. At that moment, the oppressive force bearing down on Lin Chen dissipated. Yet the howling winds from the earlier command still echoed in his ears. Abruptly, the storm ceased, plunging Lingbao Street back into a profound silence. Emperor Chen gazed at Lin Chen and spoke with a hint of indifference. For now, I shall spare your life. However, while you may enter the Martial Emperor City, you shall not be permitted to leave. I look forward to our next encounter. With that, Emperor Chen turned and departed, the surrounding crowd parting to create a clear path. His retreating figure exuding an aura reminiscent of towering mountains. The expression of the burly man shifted from respectful to one of cold amusement as he took the shard without opposition. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, utterly baffled by the enmity he seemed to share with Emperor Chen. Was it truly due to a conflict with his subordinate that this man sought his demise? Had it not been for the intervention of a powerful figure in the Martial Emperor City, Emperor Chen might have attacked him right there on Lingbao Street. Although Lin Chen had grown significantly in strength, he remained far from the prowess of the second-ranked on the Emperor's list, Emperor Chen. You cannot remain here any longer. I will escort you away, Xianer communicated in a hushed tone. Lin Chen refrained from uttering any harsh words, and, under the gaze of many, turned to swiftly leave the martial emperor's city alongside Xianer and another. The atmosphere was heavy with unease. Xianer seemed lost in thought, uttering not a single word. The trio quickly arrived at the exit, where they encountered a figure clad in armor, emanating an aura of iron and bloodlust. His cultivation at least at the fifth transformation of the void immortal realm, standing guard at the city gate with a menacing demeanor that instilled fear in many cultivators. This individual had not been present when they entered. Upon seeing Lin Chen and his companions approach, the city guard bellowed, "Lin Chen, you cannot leave the martial emperor's city." Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. What was Emperor Chen's true standing within the city that had rendered him unable to depart? "Let him go," Xianer exclaimed, producing the Sanctus order. The general's tone softened a fraction, yet he replied, "You still cannot leave." Frustration crept into Xianer's voice. Her status as a saintess seemed powerless to grant them passage from the martial emperor's city. "Very well," Lin Chen murmured, "if we cannot depart, then so be it." Xianer, gritting her teeth, led Lin Chen away from the entrance, guiding him to her residence within the martial emperor's city. Xianer's abode was extraordinarily opulent, equipped with various provisions. Furious, Shuiyang seethed, questioning the true identity of Emperor Chen, who could render even the Sanctus order ineffective. Lin Chen remained silent, still unable to comprehend the nature of his conflict with Emperor Chen. Xianer, too, was quiet until, after a pause, she suddenly declared, "I believe I understand his true identity now." Lin Chen and Shuiyang turned to her in unison. Xianer's voice carried a bitter note as she explained, "Emperor Chen has garnered the martial sacred palace's attention within mere days of arriving in the human realm, for he has awakened a resonance with the sacred statues." "What is this resonance with the sacred statues?" Shuiyang's expression shifted dramatically. "What does that entail?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow deeper. Within the martial sacred palace, there existed a statue of the first-generation palace master, rumored to be a disciple of the lord of the martial realm. As the first generation of the palace master of the martial Saint Palace fell, he erected a sacred statue, which remains within the palace. He proclaimed that whoever could resonate with the statue would undoubtedly be a prodigious martial talent born of heaven and earth. Xianer's voice grew increasingly heavy. Throughout the millennia, only a few had managed to awaken the statue, each of them becoming formidable figures within the martial Saint Palace. Lin Chen remained silent. The Emperor Chen had elicited a response from the statue, drawing significant attention from the palace. Although he was not their disciple, they would undoubtedly nurture him with great zeal. Cultivating a future superpower would yield immeasurable benefits for the entire faction. Moreover, Emperor Chen was already ranked 8th on the emperor's list, destined to become an emperor in his own right. It was no wonder that even Xianer's status could not assist her. "If that is the case, then I shall not trouble you further." Lin Chen smiled faintly, preparing to turn away. Xianer had aided him considerably, and with Emperor Chen's formidable presence, there was no need to involve them. Besides, their friendship was not particularly deep. Shuiyang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Chen to be so decisive. He originally thought Lin Chen would seek their assistance. "Leaving? Where can you possibly go alone? The martial emperor's city is filled with experts guarding the gates. Can you truly break through?" Despite knowing this, at that moment, Shuiyang felt as though his throat was constricted, rendering him speechless. "No," Xianer's voice was resolute. "Lin Chen, I must take you out." Lin Chen turned around, smiling. "There's no need. This Emperor Chen is formidable. Do not seek trouble for yourself. Though I am merely a substitute sacred maiden, when I say I will help you, I shall help you," Xianer asserted with determination. "You saved me before." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xianer's steadfastness. "Come, I will take you to meet someone. She will definitely be able to assist you," Xianer stated, extending her delicate arm from beneath her black robe, seizing Lin Chen and pulling him along without reservation. Staring at the pale little hand holding his own, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that, upon learning of the terrifying Emperor Chen, Xianer would still be willing to help him. This woman is rather intriguing. Chapter 1237. Provocation. Xianer grasped Lin Chen's hand and transported them both into a majestic and grand palace. Within this palace, Lin Chen could distinctly sense an immensely powerful aura. "The person we are seeking is the fiancé of the current Martial Saint Prince of the Martial Saint Palace," Xianer communicated to Lin Chen telepathically. The martial saint prince is the foremost figure of the martial saint palace, and he too had once provoked a response from the statue. Once we enter, remember not to speak a word. Lin Chen remained silent. As Xianer led Lin Chen into the palace, they beheld a woman draped in a white veil, seated prominently at the head of the hall. From her emanated an enigmatic martial aura, as if multiple beings were simultaneously exhaling and inhaling. The woman's cultivation was exceedingly profound, representing the fourth transformation of the immortal void. Xianer, what brings you here? The woman inquired with a serene tone. The eight profound maiden. Xianer softly said, I hope you can assist me with a favor. The eight mysteries maiden remained still and replied, for the sake of this man? Xianer nodded affirmatively. The eight mysteries maiden chuckled lightly. Does the heavenly Emperor Chen forbid his departure? Am I to offend him on behalf of this man? Her laughter was tinged with subtle mockery. Who was the heavenly Emperor Chen, that one would dare to offend him for such a man? If you are willing to help me, let him leave the city. Xianer stated with unwavering determination, I would willingly relinquish my saintess token to you. Lin Chen was taken aback by her words, his brow furrowing deeply. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Xianer's resolute and stubborn expression and swallowed his words. With a swift motion, the eight mysteries maiden rose from her seat, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Is this truly your intent? If you agree to my request. Xianer affirmed with great conviction, then I shall hand over the saintess token to you. Very well, very well. The eight mysteries maiden gestured with her fingers towards Lin Chen, causing an ancient leaf to flutter towards him. Take this leaf. It will grant you passage out of the city. Lin Chen grasped the ancient leaf in his hand, noting the engraving of a nobleman upon it. The mere design on the leaf imparted an overwhelming sense of grandeur and strength. This is the saintess token, Xianer declared as she flicked the token towards the eight mysteries maiden without hesitation, then seized Lin Chen's arm, leading him from the palace. The eight mysteries maiden gazed at the saintess token in her hand, her eyes radiating fierce light, though a hint of confusion crept in moments later. Who was this man that Xianer would go to such lengths for him? While I have allowed you to exit the city gates, I have not agreed that this matter shall remain unknown to the heavenly emperor, the eight mysteries maiden murmured, realizing it could serve as a favor to the heavenly Emperor Chen. As for you, Xianer, your status has dwindled, posing no threat to me any longer. With a slight smile, the eight mysteries maiden began to inscribe something in the air with her delicate fingers. What was the nature of the saintess token you just gave her? Lin Chen inquired. Looking at Xianer, Xianer chuckled lightly. It is nothing of significance. I shall take my leave here, and you may depart on your own. Lin Chen cast a lingering glance at Xianer, saying little, and soared towards the city gates. At the city gates stood the imposing general of the fifth transition of the virtual immortal realm. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his fierce eyes widened. I told you. You cannot leave. His voice abruptly ceased as he narrowed his eyes at the ancient leaf Lin Chen produced. The iron-willed general withdrew his arm, standing respectfully to the side. Without further ado, Lin Chen swiftly exited the city gates. His current cultivation was merely at the fourth transition of the virtual immortal realm, leaving him without any confidence against the heavenly Emperor Chen. Remaining in Wudi City would be akin to a fish caught in a net. One could only wonder what mischief the arrogant heavenly emperor might conjure. Lin Chen resolved to elevate his cultivation within this world. With a surge of golden light, he propelled himself at an astonishing speed towards the horizon. However, just as he fled into the distance, a young figure suddenly soared into the sky from Wudi City. The young man took a formidable stride, his figure akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Lin Chen in the distance. Lin Chen immediately sensed a powerful wave of energy, and upon glancing back, his expression darkened. The individual before him was none other than the Emperor Chen. They had been manipulated by the eight Xian maidens. As Lin Chen contemplated escape, a look of disdain crossed the emperor's face. With a mere 7 steps, he advanced as if he were a towering sovereign traversing the void. In just those 7 strides, a tempest surged across the heavens, his form resembling lightning as he abruptly appeared before Lin Chen. Lin Chen's countenance shifted slightly as he gazed up at the emperor, who loomed over him, and exclaimed, Emperor Chen, I have no grievances with you. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? The emperor erupted in laughter, casting a condescending glance at Lin Chen. Do you feel fear? Kneel and beg for mercy. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall grant you the chance to live. Insanity. Lin Chen retorted vehemently, as the wings of freedom unfurled behind him, summoning countless storms of freedom, preparing to sweep past Emperor Chen and make his escape. Unmoved, the emperor stood like a monarch, his voice booming like thunder. In an instant, a majestic illusory figure rose from him, towering as if an emperor had descended, emanating an overwhelming imperial pressure. The clouds in the vicinity shattered instantly, and the force of his will bore down upon Lin Chen with crushing intensity. This was far more terrifying than the earlier roar in the martial emperor city. With a thunderous crash, Lin Chen's body was immediately beset by the oppressive force, his bones cracking under the strain, and he felt as though he might bend to his knees before Emperor Chen. I am immortal by nature. Others call me the emperor. You insignificant ants dare not kneel before the sovereign. What regard do you have? The dreadful pressure, akin to that of an emperor, transformed into a superstorm, rampaging violently through the skies above. The surrounding clouds disintegrated in an instant, each word striking Lin Chen's spirit with the force of thunder. I am of the sacred vein. What fear do I have of the emperor? Lin Chen immediately summoned the heavenly sacred king seal within him, causing his aura to surge dramatically, rising fiercely under the weight of that terrifying pressure. Standing tall like a resilient pine tree, he emanated the kingly aura of the heavenly sacred king seal, defying the world. With sheer determination, he withstood the emperor's imperial pressure, his might increasing tenfold. What trickery is this? Even Emperor Chen's countenance displayed a hint of astonishment. Yet, standing firm against the mountain-like imperial pressure, Lin Chen declared with unyielding resolve, Emperor Chen, do not overstep your bounds. Do not presume that your position among the top 10 of the emperor's rankings allows you to slaughter at will. I, Lin Chen, am not so easily bullied. The more he pondered, the less he understood. His father was the former lord of the War Immortal Hall, a fact known to all. Why then did Emperor Chen show such disregard, seemingly intent on extinguishing his life? How could one inadvertently offend such a terrifying figure? Emperor Chen looked down upon Lin Chen, laughing heartily. With the mere technique you displayed to amplify your aura tenfold, I shall reveal the truth. I will not take your life. Instead, I shall ensure you become my devoted servant, bound to serve me. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Emperor Chen exuded an imperial presence that commanded respect for miles around. The overwhelming aura he radiated was immense, capable of shaking the very souls of even the most gifted individuals. In the War Immortal Hall, there exist 3 great powers, and I, Emperor Chen, am the sovereign of the Red Palace. With pride, he declared, Hong Ling is a woman I discovered and nurtured. She is destined to be mine, and no one shall be able to alter that. At the mention of Hong Ling, Lin Chen couldn't help but pause in surprise. The thought of her filled him with bitterness. Had she not entirely given up on him? It appeared that this Emperor Chen, too, harbored feelings for Hong Ling. You think too much, Lin Chen uttered, the regal demeanor he had just exhibited fading as he sorrowfully remarked, She is certainly not mine. Indeed, she is not yours. Emperor Chen retorted sharply. Allow me to enlighten you. As you departed the War Immortal Gate, Hong Ling was fervently searching for you, but I intercepted her. Lin Chen's body trembled suddenly. Observing Lin Chen's incredulous expression, Emperor Chen laughed heartily. Yes, it was I who prevented her. Hong Ling's noble status is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. How shameful it is that she would so deign to pursue you. Moreover, she is a woman I have set my sights on. Her existence and essence belong to me, unassailable by anyone else. What I desire shall inevitably be mine. Each word from Emperor Chen struck like thunder, the ferocious winds accompanying his voice reverberating powerfully. Any cultivator on the ground would feel their eardrums buzzing, as if thunder were exploding overhead, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Chen's body quivered slightly as the realization dawned upon him. Hong Ling had desperately sought him. Once more, Emperor Chen fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, a commanding smile gracing his lips. Thus, I thwarted Hong Ling, forbidding her pursuit of you. I did not anticipate her tears for you, nor her desire to kill me. It is utterly infuriating. Therefore, Lin Chen, today I shall demand that you kneel and bow before me, so she may understand what it means to be a man. At this juncture, Emperor Chen's expression grew fierce. The mere thought of Hong Ling's actions in pursuit of this man ignited an uncontrollable rage within him, evoking the image of an emperor in wrath, capable of laying waste to hundreds of thousands, shaking the very foundations of the realm. So it is you who obstructed her, causing me to miss my chance with her. Lin Chen's voice resonated, laced with an unmistakable tremor. It became evident that she still cared for him, still loved him. Yet, their reunion had been thwarted by this very individual, transforming everything into a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his head, his pupils dilating, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. An aura of terrifying malice emanated from his visage, reminiscent of a devil on the brink of madness. "Emperor Chen, you shall perish," Lin Chen roared in fury. Chapter 1238. The divine slaying technique unleashed suddenly. A surge of golden consciousness erupted from the back of Lin Chen's head, transforming into a colossal hand that reached down from the heavens, grasping the ethereal essence and continuously drawing it into himself. With a vigorous flick of his enormous hand, he expelled 5 droplets of celestial energy, each enveloped by terrifying golden holy thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 bolts of holy thunder cascaded down in succession, unleashing a series of catastrophic explosions. The judgmental holy thunder intertwined to form a vast sea of lightning, surging towards the Emperor Chen. With the continuous infusion of celestial energy, Lin Chen's colossal hand remained unrelenting, striking again and again. Emperor Chen, however, continued to gaze down upon Lin Chen with disdain. He drew his sword-like hand across the sky, effortlessly slicing through the cacophonous sea of golden thunder. With a dismissive sneer, he proclaimed, "With your cultivation, you dare to challenge me? Even if granted another 100 years, you would still fall short of my prowess. Die, die, die." Lin Chen's face contorted in fury as he unleashed the great thousand imprint. Yet, before the infinite golden hand could even approach Emperor Chen, it inexplicably shattered into fragments. "With the Emperor in my grasp, I can control the very heavens," Emperor Chen declared, as his hand descended upon Lin Chen. In an instant, darkness enveloped him from all directions, as if the heavens were collapsing, the stars shifting, and the sun and moon losing their relevance. It felt as though the Emperor's hand, from a million miles away, was mercilessly striking down upon him. In a single blow, life was extinguished, and nothing could withstand such might. The sheer force was akin to a tempest, capable of obliterating a cultivator like Lin Chen in the blink of an eye. As the holy court fractured, Lin Chen's form curled tightly before erupting, the holy court being forcibly expelled from his being. 100,000 celestial soldiers bellowed within that holy court, generating a thunderous roar that resonated with overwhelming pressure. A monumental sound echoed as the might of the holy court stood like a pillar reaching to the heavens, forcefully countering the terrifying palm strike. "Oh!" Emperor Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, as his descending hand suddenly clenched. The fabric of space shattered with a series of resounding explosions, transforming the void into a mirror of destruction. The holy court was instantly engulfed by this shattered void, reduced to mere fragments in an instant. The true celestial realm's power began to manifest, even with Lin Chen activating the heavenly Saint King's seal to unleash the holy court. He remained unable to withstand Emperor Chen might. This was the strength possessed only by those in the true celestial realm, wielding the forces of space at will. "Constrain him," Emperor Chen commanded, and the void began to writhe, exerting pressure on Lin Chen's body, causing him to let out a deafening roar. His bones exploded under the relentless compression of the void, the weight of power akin to the heavens rendering Lin Chen utterly powerless to resist. After all, Emperor Chen was the 8th-ranked sovereign on the emperor's list. How could Lin Chen contend with such overwhelming might? It is essential to grasp that the disparity between the true celestial realm and the virtual celestial realm is vast. The power unleashed from the true celestial realm far surpasses Lin Chen's comprehension. "Is this all you are capable of?" The Emperor of Heaven, Chen, stood with his hands behind his back, disdainfully observing Lin Chen, whose body was being relentlessly crushed by the void, causing him to explode repeatedly. To Chen, dealing with Lin Chen was as effortless as swatting away an ant. He was merely toying with Lin Chen. Ensuring that Hong Ling understood this man was even less than an insect. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on Chen, his eyes blazing with a wild ferocity akin to that of a feral beast. "Indeed, it is I, Chen the Emperor, who has kept Hong Ling from seeing you." Chen sneered. "If you truly wish to kill me, then summon the courage to do so, you insect-like man who dares to compete with me for a person. You are utterly unaware of the peril you invite." Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly, an astonishing fury suddenly erupting from within him. In that moment, As he teetered on the brink of rage, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin embedded in his forehead opened once more. From within, a figure cloaked in darkness leapt forth, emitting a strange voice filled with wrath and defiance. Awaken the seed of the god-slaying combination technique hidden within your body, and you shall yet possess the chance to survive. Had Lin Chen not been consumed by fury, he would have heard the voice of the dark figure. The predictions of the ancient bronze coffin had now fully materialized into reality. Do you truly believe I am the pliable fruit you can mold at will? Lin Chen grinned wickedly at Chen the Emperor. In his moment of rage, he had already prepared a contingency, the transaction with the ancient bronze coffin. The seed of the god-slaying combination technique. Awaken. Lin Chen's thoughts surged into the bronze seed within his consciousness, roaring, annihilate Chen the Emperor. In that instant, the once silent bronze seed erupted with a terrifying aura. The spatial forces that had been constricting Lin Chen were violently shattered and liberated from his bindings. Lin Chen surged upward, his visage shrouded in a profound crimson glow. Chen the Emperor paused, sensing the overwhelming and terrifying energy emanating from Lin Chen. What is this? God-slaying combination technique. Lin Chen bellowed to the heavens, as the surrounding space suddenly darkened. An awe-inspiring presence, reminiscent of a divine being, swept across the vicinity. It was as though from an endless and distant primordial chaos, a blood-red great sword began its descent. The power of the bronze seed was fully ignited at that moment. The 5 orbs of liquid celestial energy within Lin Chen were instantaneously absorbed and shattered. To slay the gods, one must first destroy oneself. Echoed the ancient voice of authority through the skies. Lin Chen's body resonated with the sound of 1,000 explosions, as if 1,000 blades were simultaneously aimed at him. His form was engulfed in a deluge of blood, his vitality waning dramatically, veins ruptured, and bones fracturing in succession. Even Lin Chen could not suppress a piercing scream of anguish. What is this? Self-mutilation? Chen the Emperor gazed in confusion at the scene unfolding before him. Yet, just as Chen was left bewildered, the blood gushing from Lin Chen's shattered body suddenly soared upwards, converging at a singular point. In an instant, the surrounding space was shattered into fragments. A towering figure emerged from the confluence of blood, standing resolutely amid the crimson tide. This silhouette seemed to have traversed the epochs. Adorned in divine armor and wielding a blood-red sword, straddling the realms of heaven and earth. In its eyes flickered an inexhaustible might to slay deities. The countenance of Emperor Chen instantly shifted, his form poised to flee in an instant. The blood reaver had descended, wrathfully striking down upon the divine. The fearsome figure, now standing amidst the sanguine sea, let forth a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos. As the blood-red sword descended upon Emperor Chen with a force that seemed capable of cleaving apart all existence. If even the heavens and earth could be sundered, how could mere deities withstand such a blow? The flower of the great emperor fell to the mortal realm, transforming into 1,000 snowflakes, blanketing the land. Countless blossoms coalesced above Emperor Chen's head, radiant and variegated, each one cradling the ethereal visage of the great emperor, exuding an ancient pressure that enveloped the mortal realm. Morphing into a terrifying snowfall that enshrouded and froze all emperors, as if the glaciers of the great emperor had manifested to counter this divine-slaying strike. A resounding explosion echoed through the martial emperor's city, a sound that seemed to signal the annihilation of all things in that fleeting moment. Emperor Chen was visibly shaken beneath this divine-slaying sword, as this strike transcended his wildest imaginings. Numerous powerful beings within martial emperor's city became agitated, their divine consciousness cascading towards the scene. Yet, Lin Chen, with his body torn and riddled with over 1,000 wounds, was enveloped in a green light and vanished from sight, eluding even the keenest observers of martial emperor city. At this moment, Lin Chen's chaotic mind overflowed with countless images and texts. These visions gradually coalesced into the essence of the divine-slaying grand art. To slay the divine, one must first slay oneself. This phrase encapsulated the entirety of the divine-slaying grand art's profound meaning. In this instance, Lin Chen found himself devoid of pain and unaware of his condition. Rather, he began to comprehend the intricacies of the divine-slaying grand art. Yet, the more he understood, the greater his trepidation grew. It was said that in ancient times, a practitioner known as Blood Reaver diligently cultivated his craft, unknowingly drawing the scrutiny of the divine due to his formidable strength. Consequently, The deities struck, mercilessly slaying Blood Reaver's kin and cornering him into a dire predicament. In the depths of despair, Blood Reaver's rage soared to the heavens, causing his bones to shatter and his blood to coalesce into a sword of divine slaughter, relentlessly cleaving down the deities until they were mercilessly cut down. This divine-slaying grand art harnessed one's celestial energy and blood, enabling the summoning of Blood Reaver's phantom. The more blood and celestial energy one offered, the stronger the phantom became. Blood is the essence of humanity. To forsake it entirely is to become a mere husk. Even a slight loss renders the body profoundly weakened. Yet, Lin Chen had just witnessed the overwhelming power of the divine-slaying grand art, which had temporarily subdued Emperor Chen, a display of might that was nothing short of terrifying. This arcane art of god-slaying, a technique that wreaks havoc upon oneself while inflicting greater harm upon one's foes, is a forbidden knowledge that Lin Chen must master. A tempest of fury ignited within Lin Chen's mind as he brooded over his inability to meet Hong Ling, which led to grievous misunderstandings. This unquenchable rage compelled him towards vengeance against the celestial Emperor Chen. At that very moment, amidst his seething wrath and murderous intent, Lin Chen found himself resonating with the god-slaying technique that lingered in his consciousness. His entire being seemed to transform into a harbinger of bloodshed. Engulfed in a maelstrom of fury, Lin Chen was unaware of how much time had passed before he emerged from the abyss of his rage and the vision of divine slaughter. His prolonged contemplation had led him to fully grasp the intricacies of this god-slaying technique. However, upon regaining consciousness, he was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness that rendered him weak, and his vision faded into darkness, plunging him into unconsciousness once more for yet another day and night. When he finally awoke, Lin Chen still felt as though his head were splitting apart, his body frail and devoid of strength, managing only to twitch his fingers. Where am I? Lin Chen first surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself in a pitch-black cave, flickering candlelight casting shadows on either side of the entrance. A dark figure sat upon an ancient bronze coffin, devoid of eyes, yet exuding an unsettling awareness. In this instance, it was indeed fortuitous that he had access to the god-slaying technique in the bronze coffin. Yet, recalling the foreboding words spoken by the figure, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. How could it have known that he would one day require this technique? Was everything that transpired already anticipated by this enigmatic entity? He did not dwell on this question for long. His primary concern was his own physical state. Upon introspection, he noted that his bones and flesh had fully recovered, and even the 5 drops of liquid celestial essence within his dantian began to merge, signaling a potential advancement in his cultivation. Yet, he discovered that his blood volume was alarmingly low, leaving him weak and disoriented, unable to utilize his cultivated power. You have suffered a significant loss of blood and require substantial nourishment from rare celestial treasures, the dark figure intoned, its voice echoing in the stillness. However, do not forget that our transaction commenced the moment you invoked the god-slaying technique. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting that I assist you in obtaining fragments of the martial realm's essence? I am currently incapable of movement and cannot aid you, he replied, shaking his head. Moreover, I have no knowledge of where to find these fragments. I have already restored most of your body. Yet the loss of vital essence must be replenished through your own endeavors, the dark figure continued unperturbed. To acquire the fragments of the martial realm's essence, you must venture to the martial sage palace, where you may attract the attention of the higher echelons and secure an opportunity. At the mention of the martial sage palace, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Was it not the case that the celestial Emperor Chen had become so audacious solely due to the endorsement of the martial sage palace's statue? The dark-skinned man continued, stating that in approximately 10 days, the martial sage palace would host a martial arts conference specifically designed to recruit new disciples of true lineage. To attend, one must exhibit exceptional prowess during the event to be considered for true discipleship. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The dark-skinned man added that Emperor Chen ranked 8th on the Emperor's list, and even if you were to merge both of your avatars into one, you would only rank in the 50s. The gap remains vast as the heavens and the earth. Within the martial realm, entering the martial sage palace could provide you with the opportunity for tremendous fortune. Lin Chen extended his hand, intending to rub his temples, only to find his limbs feeble, and he coldly retorted, "There's no need for your prattle. I have my own plans." Of course, If you seek vengeance, surrender your remaining soul, and you may have a chance. The dark-skinned man's voice took on a strange, amused tone as he transformed into smoke and entered the ancient bronze coffin, penetrating Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen paid little heed to the ancient bronze coffin. An aura of black light enveloped him, and the power of devouring began to manifest, continuously absorbing the celestial energy from the surroundings to replenish his depleted vitality. However, Lin Chen suffered significant losses in his essence blood, which could only be restored through the hunting of demonic beasts or the acquisition of rare treasures. After recuperating in the cave for over 3 days, Lin Chen finally regained about 50% of his strength. The ancient bronze coffin brought Lin Chen to a breathtaking valley, teeming with demonic beasts that practiced martial arts day and night. Yet, the most formidable of these creatures only reached the 3rd transformation of the virtual immortal realm. A terrifying hunt unfolded within the valley. For several consecutive days, Lin Chen engaged in the slaying of demonic beasts and the pursuit of rare treasures. A rare scene emerged among the cultivators. A bonfire was lit. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and a young man ravenously tore into his meal. At their level of cultivation, the need for sustenance was nearly obsolete. On the 8th day, Lin Chen finally fully recovered. He silently rejoiced, attributing his restoration to the ancient bronze coffin. Had it not been for its aid, the extent of his injuries could have been catastrophic. After all, Emperor Chen's powers were exceedingly formidable, and repelling him would have demanded a terrifying amount of essence blood. Even now, the thought sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Having decided to head to the martial sage palace, Lin Chen encountered a disciple of the palace along the way. After offering some benefits, he acquired the palace's location. The martial sage palace is situated atop Wuzhu Mountain, rumored to be the place where the martial ancestor achieved transcendence, causing the entire mountain to awaken and become immensely powerful. The establishment of the martial sage palace atop this mountain granted it the ancestor's protection. After nearly 2 days of travel, Lin Chen finally beheld Wuzhu Mountain. Before him stood a colossal mountain, as if a piece of the sky had collapsed, covering the vast land. The mountain soared into the clouds, majestic and imposing, resembling an ancient titan that spanned the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura that could intimidate all for thousands of miles. A single glance was enough to evoke a sense of witnessing the evolution of the martial world, making Lin Chen hesitant to probe into the mysteries of Wuzhu Mountain. Indeed, the mountain lived up to its reputation, having awakened and become a formidable force. Upon the towering Wuzhushan, there looms a majestic palace sprawling across 100,000 miles, emanating an overwhelming aura from the heavens. Embodying a formidable presence, this is the Wuxing Palace. Winding paths extend for several 100,000 miles up the mountain, leading directly to the palace. Despite the considerable distance, Lin Chen can sense the fervent energy of life pulsating within the Wuxing Palace. He observes individuals, akin to himself, from various realms converging from all directions. This gathering resembles a grand martial assembly, Lin Chen muses, and he promptly ascends into the air, making his way towards the serpentine path leading to the Wuxing Palace. After 2 hours of travel, Lin Chen finally arrives at the Wuxing Palace, though he finds himself in the expansive plaza before it. This plaza, measuring 100,000 miles in circumference, is adorned with various arenas for combat, training, and demonstrations, exuding opulence. However, the plaza is now teeming with people, with attendance numbering no less than 1,000. Most of the participants possess cultivation levels above the 2nd transformation of the Void Immortal, and a few even reach the 5th transformation. Such a scale is truly astonishing. Presently, discussions abound on the martial competition taking place within the arenas. Inner disciples of the Wuxing Palace, donned in white martial garb, begin to welcome esteemed guests from all corners of the world. One of these disciples approaches Lin Chen respectfully, inquiring if he intends to participate in the competition. Upon Lin Chen's nod, the disciple promptly presents him with a jade token inscribed with the number 999. Curious about the nature of the martial assembly, Lin Chen inquires further. The disciple explains that the assembly entails a discourse on the profound principles of martial arts. The first round consists of groups of 300. As long as participants elucidate the essence of their martial techniques within the allotted time, they advance to the second round. The second round follows suit. In the third round, Participants must not only articulate the principles, but also demonstrate their techniques, ultimately leading to the finals. Lin Chen comprehends the essence of the assembly. Participants are to elucidate the core of their martial practices as delineated in their martial texts. This is the discourse. By the third round, it transforms into a simultaneous discussion and demonstration of martial prowess. This martial assembly genuinely reflects the ethos of the martial realm, valuing innate talent over mere cultivation levels. Eagerly anticipating the assembly, Lin Chen surmises that many formidable beings from the Wusheng Palace will be observing. He casts a glance at the imposing and grandiose Wusheng Palace, reminiscent of an ancient citadel, and clenches his fist tightly. In this martial assembly, he shall not conceal his brilliance. He seeks to astound the powerful figures of the Wusheng Palace. Chapter 1240. Let us begin together. Greetings, everyone. I am the Akin maiden. As she emerges from the Wusheng Palace, she gazes down upon all the cultivators below, her voice ringing clear. This martial assembly will be presided over by myself and Yuan Dong. Beside her stands Yuan Dong, a portly figure resembling a round ball, even surpassing Emperor Yo in size. He squints his small eyes, a glimmer of excitement shining within, and introduces himself. I am Yuan Dong, but you may call me Yuan the Fat. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet the entrance of these two esteemed disciples from the martial Saint Palace undeniably began to solidify the atmosphere. The cultivators in the square rubbed their hands together, their expressions betraying a hint of excitement. Soon after, the first match commenced, featuring approximately 15 to 1600 participants. The initial round, comprising 300 individuals per group, was thus divided into 5 groups. The martial technique presented in this first round was known as the Tong Bao Shan Li, which illustrated the power of explosive punches akin to the might of Mount Yu. This technique was formidable, and as the first round unfolded, many began to be gradually eliminated. However, Lin Chen also observed that among the participants, there were individuals of exceptional talent who, with just a glance, grasped the intricacies of this technique. These individuals were undoubtedly prodigies, drawn specifically to the martial Saint Palace. For Lin Chen, the first round posed no challenges whatsoever, and he passed through effortlessly. Nevertheless, from the initial 15 to 1600 participants, a significant portion was swiftly eliminated, leaving only over 700. Xuannu seemed unfazed by this outcome, nodding as she announced the commencement of the second round. This round was divided into 2 groups, with the martial technique assigned being the Emperor's body breaking 10,000 forces. This technique was evidently of a much higher caliber than that of the first round, causing many cultivators present to frown in concern. The Emperor's body breaking 10,000 forces emphasized the essence of the Emperor's physique, which, though unattainable, relied heavily on one's heart. A prodigy merely needed a glance to articulate its principles, inciting a stir among the eliminated disciples of the martial Saint Palace. This prodigy hailed from a clan known as the Tungwu clan, renowned for their potent spiritual martial arts, ensuring their distinction. The arena had transformed into a battlefield of fierce competition. Observers noted the prowess of Yang Yuan from the martial Saint Palace and Zhou Shiqi from the Zhou family, who, with merely a glance, discerned the profundities of this technique. The audience buzzed with admiration, directing their attention towards these 3 remarkable individuals, who had already garnered significant renown within this martial gathering. Up above, Xuannu and the jovial Yuan Fatsi nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Fatsi remarked with a smile that he found contestants number 999 and 786 to be quite impressive. Xuannu, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded that while these 2 were indeed commendable, they fell short compared to the 3 outstanding prodigies. Her gaze lingered on Lin Chen, contestant number 999. As a flicker of familiarity crossed her mind, though she could not quite place it and chose not to dwell on it further. Nevertheless, discussing martial techniques was a trivial matter for Lin Chen. His performance garnered the attention of many present, who couldn't help but nod in approval. Contestant number 999 was indeed a figure of note, with his sharp and incisive commentary resonating deeply. TSK. It seems to me that this number 99 may well rival the 3 great prodigies. Haha. It appears we are in for a fierce contest. Lin Chen paid no heed to these words. However, he sensed several formidable gazes beginning to scrutinize him. Feng Xuanxing of the Tungwu clan, Yang Yuan of the martial Sage Palace, and Zhou Shiqi of the Zhou clan. These 3 acknowledged prodigies had begun to take notice of Lin Chen, nodding subtly. clearly regarding him as a worthy adversary. Lin Chen's discourse was nothing short of brilliant, captivating many disciples, while some wore expressions of discontent. He had successfully advanced to the third round, yet there were fewer than 50 individuals who had achieved this feat. May I inquire your esteemed name? Feng Xuanxing approached with a smile, speaking respectfully. You ought to recognize me, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Feng Xuanxing scrutinized Lin Chen for a moment, a flicker of familiarity sparking in his mind. After some contemplation, his expression transformed in astonishment. So you are the little madman. A flash of intense killing intent glimmered in Lin Chen's eyes, prompting Feng Xuanxing to promptly seal his lips. Ah, it is you. Feng Xuanxing retracted his thoughts, smiling lightly. I eagerly anticipate our match. Lin Chen merely nodded, maintaining his composure, not engaging further with Feng Xuanxing, as the 50 participants began to take their positions, preparing for the third round of testing. Excellent. All those who have reached this third round are indeed extraordinary martial talents, the Xian maiden acknowledged with a slight nod. In the upcoming third round, as long as you articulate and demonstrate your martial prowess within the allotted time, you shall pass. Those who succeed will become true disciples of the martial sage palace, with the top 3 determined by their completion times. The plump Yuan added with a grin. The matches will be conducted in groups of 3. Additionally, let me inform everyone that the top 3 will receive substantial rewards from the martial sage palace. The atmosphere among the crowd immediately grew tense, faces alight with excitement. This final showdown among the 50 would undoubtedly be the most thrilling contest. Speculation swirled about who would emerge victorious in this martial gathering. Last time, I heard that the Xian maiden had high hopes for Yang Yuan. I believe he has a strong chance of winning. That's hard to say. Do you think the others will simply be easy prey? The crowd buzzed with anticipation, clearly eager for the outcome. It is well understood that the one who secures first place in this martial gathering will ascend to great heights, reaping boundless rewards. Surely, no one has objections? Yuan scanned the assembly, gradually speaking. If that is the case, we shall commence the third round of the martial gathering. Before he could finish, a soft voice interrupted. Apologies for the interruption. I have a question. All eyes turned to see it was Lin Chen of number 99. The Xian maiden frowned slightly, remaining silent, while Yuan chuckled. What question do you have? Please, feel free to ask. Lin Chen strode forward, stepping into the forefront amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. He declared, I do not wish to waste any more time. Let all of you come at me together. Boom. Like a thunderous clap. His words resonated across the plaza of the martial sage palace. Chapter 1241, The Grand Gamble. Both Ba Xiannu and Yuan Fatsi were utterly astonished. The entire plaza fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness permeating the air. Could it be that this number 999 had lost his mind? Such audacity. Among the 50 prodigies, some reacted with a mix of rage and mockery, declaring, Number 999, I concede your talents are remarkable. But to challenge all 50 of us at once is sheer folly, a delusion of grandeur. Others echoed their sentiments with indignation. Even the 3 illustrious champions, who were the center of attention, furrowed their brows, incensed by Lin Chen's audacious demeanor. Do not be absurd, Ba Xiannu admonished, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. I am not being absurd, Lin Chen retorted, disregarding her warning. He surveyed the assembly with a faint smile. Are you all truly afraid? Amidst the aggressive atmosphere, number 999 pressed forward rather than retreating, exuding an extreme arrogance. The talented individuals present were incensed, their anger morphing into laughter. Very well, number 999. I shall face you first. No need for everyone. I alone am sufficient. A scholar with a face full of ire stepped forward. He was number 786. A remarkable prodigy who garnered much attention during the previous rounds, though he fell slightly short of the 3 great champions. Ba Xiannu felt a headache coming on. A perfectly good competition had been disrupted by number 999, turning it into a farce. Ba Xiannu, I suggest we acquiesce to this fellow's demands. Yuan Fatsi said with a grin, let us see what number 999 is truly capable of that inspires such arrogance. Then it shall be so. Ba Xiannu's gaze lingered on Lin Chen, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Number 786, filled with indignation, stepped forward to confront Lin Chen, clearing a space in the plaza. All the prodigies present watched intently, their eyes filled with pity for Lin Chen. Such arrogance surely led to one's downfall. This secret technique derives from the heavenly frost divine wood, Ba Xiannu declared, snapping her fingers. Whoever can elucidate and demonstrate the essence of this technique shall be the victor. A thick block of ice covered wood floated into the air, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and mystical allure. The onlookers felt a shiver run through them, clearly sensing the complexity of the secret technique inscribed upon the heavenly frost divine wood. Number 786 began to ponder, an enigmatic energy enveloping him. It was evident he was on the verge of comprehending the ancient secret technique. However, at that moment, Lin Chen stepped forward with determination. The technique described the harnessing of icy power, condensing it within one's bones, allowing the entire skeletal structure to resonate, erupting forth like a fountain to transform into the heavenly frost divine sword to vanquish foes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's exposition, number 780's expression abruptly stiffened. The surrounding crowd, including Ba Xiannu and Yuan Fatzi, was equally taken aback, their faces a mixture of astonishment. As Lin Chen recounted his tale, a subtle frost began to envelop him, his body trembling slightly as a colossal ice sword materialized, cleaving through the air with formidable power. This secret technique from the heavenly frost divine wood was deftly manifested by Lin Chen. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Beads of sweat forming densely on the brow of the individual numbered 786, his gaze fixated on the heavenly frost divine wood, disbelief etched across his features. Number 999 triumphs. The portly Yuan exclaimed, squinting with delight. An uproar erupted in the crowd, astonishment reflected on the faces of the talented individuals as they regarded number 999. In the previous two matches, number 999 and number 786 had been evenly matched. How was it now that number 999 had utterly overwhelmed him? This fellow had concealed his true abilities well. Yuan chuckled at Ba Xiannu, remarking that a splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Chen surveyed the audience with an unrestrained aura of dominance. Some recoiled, yet a few, filled with indignation, stepped forward. The gate of profound fist divides its power into 18 layers, each layer exploding successively to unleash the 19th layer. Mastering the flame heavenly palm to perfection is exceedingly arduous, requiring one to sear their hands with intense flames while simultaneously absorbing the fiery essence through the accompanying techniques, enabling the palms to blaze and melt the very fabric of the world. I apologize, but I cannot unleash the full might of this martial skill, Lin Chen declared. One by one, challengers approached, yet the spectacle only grew more thrilling. An astonishing scene unfolded in the plaza as Lin Chen stood alone, akin to an unparalleled sovereign, effortlessly repelling the onslaught of the assembled talents, none able to disturb his composure. Even amidst the overwhelming number of assailants, he appeared remarkably relaxed, navigating the chaos with ease. Aside from the three great talents and a few prodigies, all others faced undeniable defeat. The gaze of the crowd towards Lin Chen shifted dramatically, akin to that of viewing a monstrous entity. The three great talents too regarded him with newfound solemnity. Even Ba Xiannu and Yuan could scarcely fathom this outcome. Number 999 had emerged as a dark horse, displaying prowess that rivaled the three great talents. Yuan marveled, though audacious, it seems he possesses genuine skill. Ba Xiannu scoffed in response. Are you not going to step up? Lin Chen inquired, casting a glance at the remaining talents. Apart from the three great talents, the others shrank back, retreating in trepidation. To challenge such an extraordinary individual would be tantamount to courting disaster. Raising his eyebrows, Lin Chen's gaze settled upon the three great talents, sending shivers through the crowd. Despite Lin Chen's formidable display, the three great talents were renowned and true prodigies in their own right. Even they were keenly interested in the impending clash between this suddenly formidable Lin Chen and the three great talents, eager to witness the consequences of such a confrontation. Yang Yuan glanced at Lin Chen and suggested, since there are three of us, we want to take advantage of you. How about a decisive battle among the four of us? Zhou Shiqi and Feng Xuanxing nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging Lin Chen's prowess. A decisive battle, after all, would mean a contest among the four to determine the victor, which seemed fairer for Lin Chen. Under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers, Lin Chen slowly shook his head. You three can come at me together. I do not wish to waste time. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered disciples, their expressions shifting dramatically. How audacious! To boldly declare a challenge against three of the most gifted individuals, Could it be that Lin Chen regarded himself as an unparalleled talent, invincible and unmatched? The expressions of the three prodigies momentarily faltered, while Yang Yuan and Zhou Shiqi's faces darkened instantly. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige, Yang Yuan declared coldly. Zhou Shiqi, with a mocking laugh, added, I am eager to see how you plan to take on all three of us. Such foolishness. The atmosphere turned tense as the usually composed by Xuanu's demeanor shifted to one of cold fury. The antics of this so-called number 999 had grown excessively outrageous, igniting a flame of anger within her. Lin Chen stood firm, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of the crowd, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the trio. Yuan Pengzi, momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, Ah, today is indeed a peculiar day. Number 999 challenges the three prodigies. I shall host a wager. Welcome everyone to place your bets. The odds for number 999 are 12, while the odds for the three prodigies are 11. Come one, come all. No one anticipated that Yuan Pengzi would initiate a betting frenzy at such a moment. Even Bai Xuanu's expression turned to one of astonishment. As Yuan Pengzi's voice boomed, the crowd erupted with excitement, throngs of disciples rushing towards him. I bet on the three prodigies with a supreme royal artifact. They are bound to win, cried one. I wager a quasi-Dao artifact. The three prodigies must triumph. Another echoed. Damn it, everyone is betting on the three prodigies. Yet I shall wager on 2 quasi-Dao artifacts for the three prodigies. Number 999, though, will surely prevail with a supreme royal artifact. The square of the Martial Saint Palace was instantly ablaze with fervor. In the midst of the crowd, Yuan Pengzi beamed with glee, his smile broadening. Lin Chen, caught between amusement and exasperation, Henti anticipated that this plump fellow would turn to gambling. Shueli, it seems I must trouble you, Lin Chen thought inwardly. Once I secure the quasi-Dao artifact, I will assist you in your advancement. Fear not, I shall not forsake you. Lin Chen, you scoundrel. You dare use me as a wager. Shueli exclaimed in outrage. Lin Chen scanned the crowd and shouted, I bet on myself. A quasi-Dao artifact of the second major tribulation. Pray tell, senior brother, can you cover that? Yuan Pengzi immediately retorted, How dare you speak in such a manner? Senior brother is a genuine disciple of the Martial Saint Palace. His credibility is beyond question. With satisfaction, Lin Chen produced the Xuanshang Junwang Tower, which left Yuan Pengzi astonished as he accepted the treasure. A flicker of gratitude rose within him for this splendid gift, thinking perhaps he should extend Lin Chen some favor later. Now, Yuan Pengzi was elated. The more bets placed on Lin Chen, the greater his potential fortune. Even the corpulent Yuan shouted, Number 999 is a prodigious talent, capable of defeating over 40 exceptional individuals. His depth is unfathomable. He is certain to triumph. If it were me, I would undoubtedly wager on him and reap double the returns. Yuan's fervent proclamation immediately ignited a spark in the eyes of numerous disciples. Coupled with Lin Chen's imposing demeanor as he wagered on himself, their enthusiasm surged. Soon, many began to place their bets on Lin Chen. 2 pieces of quasi-spiritual artifacts that had just broken through the Second Great Tribulation. 2 pieces of Second Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifacts. I also have 2. The 3 prominent prodigies coldly huffed, producing 6 pieces of Second Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifacts to toss at Yuan. This caused Yuan's lips to twitch slightly. These rascals, the 3 prodigies, were forcing him to stake 3 pieces of Second Great Tribulation artifacts. 1 piece of a 4th Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifact wagered on the 3 prodigies' victory, comparable to the 4th Great Tribulation's heavenly martial divine fist technique. Suddenly, 2 ancient and imposing voices resounded from the majestic Martial Saint Palace. The square erupted once more. After all, 2 powerful figures from the Martial Saint Palace had been attracted to the commotion. Humph, a 4th Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifact, you say? I wager 1 piece on number 999. Another ancient voice declared. The presence of 3 4th Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifacts left the attendees utterly astounded. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare. This was an outrageous gamble. Yuan's complexion turned ashen. If number 999 were to lose, he would have to forfeit 2 4th Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifacts. Damn it! Where would I acquire 2 4th Great Tribulation quasi-spiritual artifacts? Yet, that was the voice of a supreme elder from the Martial Saint Palace. How could he, Yuan. Dare to refuse. Realizing this, Yuan accepted the floating spatial bag with a face full of despair. It's over, I'm doomed. Chapter 1242. The Quasi-Saint Child. Who could have anticipated that even the powerful entities within the martial Saint Palace would be stirred? Yuan, who had been vociferously proclaiming that number 999 would vanquish the three prodigies, became increasingly fervent in his rhetoric, nearly raising a banner in Lin Chen's support. Observant onlookers could barely contain their amusement. If the three prodigies were victorious, Yuan would face a dismal defeat. I shall preside over this match. An elderly figure emerged from the martial Saint Palace. Despite his white hair, he exuded a robust aura, his cultivation profound and inscrutable. Both the 8 maiden and Yuan immediately showed their respect, addressing him as Shu, indicating his significant stature. Upon his arrival, the elder fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Chen and declared, "If you do not secure a victory for me, I will strike you down." Lin Chen calmly replied, "I cannot possibly lose. In fact, you will profit." This elder was the one who had just placed a bet on Lin Chen. This martial arts conference had begun to attract notable figures. Not only this venerable and enigmatic elder, but also others whose intentions were focused on this event, garnering considerable attention. Let me set aside the first martial technique and assess just how formidable the four of you truly are. Satisfied with Lin Chen's response, the elder waved his hand, and a scroll of sheepskin descended. Upon this sheepskin, countless intricate patterns of martial arts are inscribed, intertwining and densely packed, as if thousands of practitioners are weaving through them. The disciples present gaze in awe, yet at first glance, they hastily avert their eyes, their faces betraying expressions of terror. For as they gaze upon these martial techniques, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent echoes in their minds, threatening to shatter their very souls, an utterly terrifying experience. This martial art is far from ordinary. It is of profound significance. Lin Chen and the three foremost prodigies also direct their attention toward it. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen and the three prodigies speak in unison. This secret manual embodies the boundless murderous aura of the myriad killings, enveloping the earth, dispersing your intent into thousands of fragments, sealing them in myriad positions. These countless positions are simultaneously activated, unleashing a grand array of lethal techniques that confine the heavens, wielding terrifying power. The myriad killings technique, as described by Lin Chen and the three prodigies, unfolds vividly before the eyes of the disciples, almost as if they are witnessing a real scene unfold. Even those with considerable insight among the practitioners find their perceptions illuminated, sensing an inexplicable understanding from the void. Almost in unison, the four of them commence their martial movements, demonstrating the myriad killings technique. However, during this process, Feng Shuanxing's cultivation is evidently slightly inferior, failing to execute the myriad killings in its full splendor. All present are left in awe, captivated by the interplay of the four prodigies, which is both delightful and exhilarating, yet simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation. At this moment, they are profoundly impressed by the talents and skills of these four individuals, filled with admiration. As the performance concludes, smiles grace the faces of the three prodigies. Throughout this process, they experience a release of the spirit, a smile that emerges in the presence of equally gifted individuals. True geniuses are often solitary, ensconced in their own realms. Ha! I did not know the illustrious name of Brother 999. Indeed, your martial talent is remarkable, Yang Yuan exclaims. His previous ire dissipated as he comprehensively perceives Lin Chen's strength. Lin Chen returns a fist salute with a smile, refraining from further words. The elder, however, strokes his beard and remarks that in this round of competition, Feng Shuanxing's adaptability fell short, marking his defeat. The remaining three are on the same level. The elder continues, I have further martial tests for the quasi-saint disciples and the saint disciples. Which would you prefer? The previously discussed myriad killings technique was intended to assess the true disciples' martial skills. At this moment, Zhou Shiqi bows and states, I choose to test the quasi-saint disciples' martial techniques. Yang Yuan nods in agreement. Both are acutely aware that although they possess extraordinary gifts, the martial techniques employed by the saint disciples are indeed formidable. It is known that within the entire martial sage palace, the number of disciples is vast, yet the saint and saintess number no more than 5, indicating the terrifying level of talent required to attain such a status. They humbly concede that they have yet to reach such heights. I concur with their sentiments. Lin Chen states softly. Good, the elder exclaims, clapping his hands, and with a flick of his fingers, a flying sword descends. The flying sword appeared to be entwined with golden threads, adorned with countless swordsmanship patterns. Within these intricate designs, one could almost discern powerful swordsmen, executing a myriad of movements. Piercing through the void, wielding their fingers as blades, among other actions, in an unending procession. The numerous disciples, even before casting their gaze upon it, felt a terrifying sword intent surging towards them, overwhelming and relentless. Within this essence of the sword's will, they seemed like fragile blades of grass amidst a torrential downpour, at any moment susceptible to being submerged. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of all present. Even the typically jovial Fat Yuan and the enigmatic Xian began to wear solemn expressions. They both understood well the potential consequences of undergoing the trial of this quasi-sacred sun's martial technique. The significance of such a technique was beyond measure, and they recognized that this individual must not prevail. Xian scoffed, addressing Fat Yuan. Prepare yourself to face utter ruin this time. Fat Yuan's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid, refraining from protest, instead silently beseeching the heavens, praying for the martial ancestor to manifest, urging that this rascal must succeed. Both Yang Yuan and Zhou Shiqi trembled simultaneously, a surge of sword light erupting from their bodies. Clearly, they were both profoundly moved by the martial will contained within this sword at nearly the same moment. Even Feng Xuanqing, who had just faced defeat, lamented the formidable nature of this quasi-sacred sun's martial technique. Despite his lineage from the Tongwu clan, he found it difficult to grasp its essence at a glance. It seemed the battle among these three would require several hours to reveal its outcome. The comprehension of such powerful martial arts was no trivial matter. It could not simply be understood at a single glance as before. Fat Yuan clasped his hands together, fervently reciting, Heavenly Martial Ancestor, I am your 10,000th generation disciple. Please heed my sincere prayers. Ba, do not let number 999 lose. If you must, grant me a quasi-Dao artifact of the fourth great tribulation. The more fervently Fat Yuan prayed, the more pronounced the mirth in Xian's eyes became. This time, should number 999 be defeated, it would surely result in Fat Yuan's utter humiliation. The multitude of onlookers focused intently, their expressions converging in anticipation. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his mouth, his voice resonating like thunder. This is the desert flying sword technique, one sword concealed in my hand. At my command, it can obliterate the desert, which is a vast expanse of yellow sands, overwhelming and illusory, summoned from the nine heavens, ensnaring practitioners. To extinguish the desert with a sword is to extinguish practitioners with a sword. As Lin Chen's words fell, he unleashed a sword light with a decisive slash toward the heavens. Suddenly, a desert materialized in the sky, its sands swirling violently as if heralding the apocalypse. With a single strike of sword light, the entire desert shattered into fragments, obliterating everything within its bounds. The audience erupted in astonishment, eliciting hearty laughter from the elder. Yang Yuan and Zhou Shiqi opened their eyes wide, their expressions filled with shock. The once silent square now seethed with fervor, akin to boiling water. This individual had instantly discerned the profound meaning of this quasi-sacred sun's martial technique. How could this be possible? Yang Yuan muttered in disbelief. The two formidable champions have been utterly defeated, their downfall so complete that it resembles an instantaneous annihilation. Yuan, the plump fellow, immediately placed his hands on his hips and erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, number 999, you've truly triumphed. This is all thanks to my fervent prayers." Only to be struck by a wave of dread as he realized he had to compensate for his earlier predictions. His expression quickly soured, as he had firmly believed Lin Chen would suffer a crushing defeat and had even rallied numerous disciples to wager on his loss. As he surveyed the scene, he first noticed the shock among the disciples, followed by the excitement of those who had bet on Lin Chen, who could not help but burst into joyous laughter, their faces alight with fervor. It was noteworthy that Lin Chen's odds were an impressive 2-1. In stark contrast, those who had placed bets on the three champions were left dejected and disheveled, nursing significant losses. An elder also succumbed to thunderous laughter, addressing the two older gentlemen. "You ought to concede this time. I told you this lad was exceptional, yet you refused to believe. Now, You must admit your misjudgment. The profound maiden was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how the man before her could so swiftly discern the profound intricacies of the quasi-saint's martial techniques. Could it be that this man possessed the ability to penetrate the secrets of a saint? Such a feat was exceedingly rare within a millennium. She shook her head vigorously. Yet she could not deny that Lin Chen, in that moment, radiated an extraordinary brilliance from his seemingly ordinary demeanor. It dawned upon her that this man was none other than the one whom the Emperor Chen had once vowed to eliminate, but had ultimately failed. The ecstatic elder. His face flushed with excitement, bellowed, "By the authority vested in me as the supreme elder, I hereby solemnly declare that disciple number 999 is now recognized as the quasi-saint of our martial saint palace." The arena erupted in astonishment. This proclamation elevated the individual to an unparalleled status within the martial realm. The three champions, fully convinced, expressed no grievances. Rather, their gazes towards Lin Chen were filled with admiration and fervor. "Young man, reveal your name to me," one urged. "I am Lin Long," he replied. The names Lin Long resonated profoundly with the cultivators from the martial emperor city and the human realm, their faces transforming with recognition. This was the man previously pursued by Emperor Chen. This was the extraordinary individual who cultivated within the human realm passage. It was destined that on this day, the martial saint palace would ignite in celebration of Lin Long's arrival. Chapter 1243, an extraordinary scene in martial emperor city. A burly man rushed in with great urgency. Addressing Emperor Chen with a loud voice, "My lord, according to the latest reliable information, Lin Long has triumphed over the three champions at the martial conference, effortlessly discerning the quasi-saint's martial techniques, and has now been exceptionally promoted to quasi-saint." Emperor Chen raised an eyebrow, maintaining his characteristic proud smile. "Ah, that is quite commendable." The burly man nodded in affirmation and, understanding the gravity of the moment, chose to say no more before retreating, fully aware that in the presence of this man, his words must be few. The last battle reverberated throughout the city of the martial emperor, even stirring the Emperor Chen himself. His perception of Lin Chen underwent a profound transformation. This fellow possesses a certain intrigue. However, no matter how formidable he becomes, he shall never rival me. I am the one who has comprehended the essence of the statue of the first-generation martial saint palace's master. Even if he ascends to become a quasi-saint son, the martial saint palace shall not serve as his shield. After I confront the saint son of Pan Wu in battle, I shall deal with him at my leisure. Emperor Chen rose abruptly from his throne, his presence emanating a formidable aura that could intimidate the world. Had the burly man from earlier been present, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback by the emperor's extensive soliloquy. The usually decisive and ruthless Emperor Chen, who treats human lives as mere trifles, had never before engaged in such lengthy self-reflection for anyone. The emperor revealed his left palm, revealing deep scars etched into the flesh. As he gazed upon this mark, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips, an expression of fiery indignation. He had been wounded by that insignificant insect. The mountains stretched endlessly, casting a somber shadow over the land. It was unclear whether it was the absence of sunlight for years or the geographical features that created such a bleak atmosphere. Occasionally, the mountains emitted terrifying howls that sent shivers down one's spine. A blood-colored figure sat cross-legged upon a nearly pitch-black stone, enveloped in a sinister aura that shimmered like blood and shadow. The pulsating light of crimson and ebony flickered around him, exuding a chilling and overwhelming presence. Should Lin Chen be present, he would surely recognize this figure as Bloodstar Chen. Suddenly, several blood-hued shadows swiftly approached. The black light emanating from Bloodstar Chen was instantly swallowed by his form, vanishing without a trace. Reporting, "Senior brother," one of the blood-colored figures said respectfully. "We have discovered Lin Long's whereabouts within the martial saint palace." At the martial arts conference, Lin Long bested the three great prodigies and instantly deciphered the quasi-saint son's martial techniques. He has now been exceptionally promoted to the status of quasi-saint son of the martial saint palace. What a remarkable Lin Long! He has finally made his appearance. Bloodstar Chen sprang to his feet from the dark stone, a wave of murderous intent radiating outward, shattering the trees and stones in all directions within moments. The blood-colored figures below trembled under the weight of this terrifying aura. In truth, these members of the Blood Clan were unaware of the reason behind Bloodstar Chen's deep-seated hatred for Lin Chen. However, The individual known as Lin Lung had managed to provoke the wrath of Lord Bloodstar Chun. Even if his father was Lin Songxing in this martial realm, Lin Lung was destined for misfortune. Are they still in the martial Saint Palace? Bloodshing asked, suppressing his murderous intent. The figures promptly shook their heads. One of them replied, Senior brother, this is the second piece of intelligence. The martial Saint Palace has already detected anomalies in this area and dispatched a portion of true disciples to investigate. Bloodshung and his companions are among the first batch. In the depths of Bloodstar's eyes, bloodlight suddenly surged, amplifying the commotion, compelling the martial sacred palace to increasingly regard this location with importance. Ideally, they would dispatch Lin Lung to me. Several figures cloaked in crimson exclaimed in unison, their blood-red pupils darkening with profound shadows. Bloodstar gazed up at the vast azure sky of the martial realm, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Whether it be Lin Lung or the martial sacred palace, the heavens above here would inevitably be stained black. At the plaza of the martial sacred palace, the emergence of Lin Lung, numbered 999, captured the attention of numerous prominent figures within the palace. Originally, the rotund Yuan had intended to leverage his status as a true disciple of the elder generation to renege on his wager with Lin Lung. However, to his astonishment, this young man had established connections with the Grand Elder in a mere short span since arriving at the martial sacred palace. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to grit his teeth and compensate Lin Chen with the Xian Shang Monarch Tower, along with 2 items of the second Great Calamity grade. Nevertheless, Yuan was relieved that he had not lost a single bit of the 4th Great Calamity wager, which was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. As for the 8 Xian maiden, she gazed thoughtfully at Lin Chen's departing figure. Lin Chen had been taken away by an enigmatic elder. Yet he sensed the elder's terrifying aura, who casually produced the 4th Great Calamity grade artifact, a status not easily described. Young man, you may call me Senior Wu Yuan. The elder proclaimed, stroking his beard, his face aglow with vitality. I wagered with those 2 old fellows that you, my boy, must be concealing great depths. And they refused to believe me. Indeed, Senior Wu Yuan possesses a discerning eye, Lin Chen complimented. Wu Yuan erupted into hearty laughter, praising Lin Chen's promising future. However, once you step into the martial sacred palace, you become the prospective holy son of the palace. Wu Yuan's tone turned serious. You are under my guidance. Do not bring shame upon me. That is a certainty, Lin Chen replied. Observing Wu Yuan toss him a token akin to the holy maiden token previously held by Xian albeit it was merely the token of a holy son. This holy son token contained information regarding the martial sacred palace. Once you enter, find your place and familiarize yourself well. Should anything arise, you may seek me out. Wu Yuan hastily instructed Lin Chen before stepping through the grand entrance of the martial sacred palace, vanishing from sight. Following suit, Lin Chen stepped into the palace. The moment he crossed the threshold, he grasped the terrifying essence of the martial sacred palace. It was akin to a miniature world, with undulating mountains, an expansive sky, and boundless land, adorned with towering cities bustling with innumerable disciples of the inner sect. Each city represented a hall, housing places such as the Martial Arts Hall, Technique Pavilion, Martial Discussion Hall, and Nomination Hall, among others. The ambience of this realm imbued Lin Chen with an overwhelming sense of martial aspiration, igniting an impulsive desire to practice martial arts fervently. Lin Chen, this is the true embodiment of a Tao artifact, a vessel that has attained enlightenment. Shueli spoke with a hint of excitement, for once one becomes a Tao artifact, it can evolve into a miniature world, governed by its spirit, capable of harboring countless disciples. Lin Chen's gaze flickered with surprise as he observed numerous disciples in the wilderness, facing the relentless pursuit of fierce demonic beasts. Yet, these beasts did not seek to kill them. Rather, they acted like martial arts masters, guiding these disciples in their martial paths. Indeed, the martial Saint Palace was remarkable. With the token of the quasi-saint, Lin Chen was naturally welcomed by the inner disciples and was directly escorted into the city. Within this grand city stood towering palaces, and the visible ethereal energy flowed like a mighty river, cascading over the structures. Lin Chen listened attentively to the disciples' introduction, learning that this was a designated residence for quasi-saints, known as Quasi-Saint City, alongside Inner Gate City, Holy Gate City, and others. It was evident that the higher one's rank, the greater the resources one could enjoy within this sect. In Quasi-Saint City, Lin Chen sensed the presence of over a dozen formidable auras, with several existing at the 5th level of the virtual immortal realm. This indicated that there were numerous quasi-saints residing within the martial saint palace. Rather than visiting other quasi-saints or holy maidens, Lin Chen chose to retreat to his own palace. Upon entering, he felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of ethereal energy, his pores opening wide, receiving immense nourishment. The speed of his cultivation here would be astoundingly accelerated. Without hesitation, Lin Chen decided to enhance the Xianshan King Tower to the 3rd tribulation. He shattered the 2 quasi-Dao artifacts he had won from the Plump Yuan, extracting the vast and surging Dao aura, which he absorbed through his devouring magic, infusing it directly into the Xianshan King Tower. The tower, resembling crystal, absorbed this pure Dao aura and soon began to emanate ethereal energy, with celestial light suffusing it, while the air resonated with the melodies of celestial maidens. Yet, the ethereal thunder remained unactivated. In Chapter 1244, Condensing Liquid into Pills, Shueli expressed his deep frustration, admitting, "I underestimated the Xianshan King Tower. It still requires 2 quasi-Dao artifacts of the 2nd tribulation to advance to the 3rd tribulation." Lin Chen remained silent. However, the greater the energy required by the Xianshan King Tower, the more formidable its power would naturally become. For the time being, Lin Chen set the tower aside and began to meditate within the palace. The vast ethereal energy above continuously poured down, entering Lin Chen's being, allowing him to cultivate at a pace twice as fast as he could in the outside world without even employing his devouring magic. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen's mind gradually emptied, as if all things in the world began to settle into tranquility, and his entire soul seemed to merge wondrously with the universe. In a mystical state, he drifted into slumber. "Where am I?" Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment as he opened his eyes. He felt as though his entire being had transformed into something ethereal, weightlessly drifting through the vastness of existence. What is happening? Gazing downward, Lin Chen found himself entranced by the magnificent panorama of the Wuzhou Mountain, an awe-inspiring sight that unfolded before him. The imposing Wusheng Palace, which stretched an astonishing 100,000 miles, appeared diminutive in comparison. Yet, that was not all. Upon this realization, Lin Chen's mind was struck with a jolt. The entire landscape of Wuzhou Mountain bore an uncanny resemblance to a human cranium. As this thought surged, a resonating hum echoed within his consciousness. Instantly, he awoke in the palace of the quasi-saint, his countenance filled with bewilderment, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What had just transpired? Closing his eyes once more, Lin Chen sought to recapture the extraordinary vision, but found himself unable to recreate the scene. However, beneath this turmoil, he was suddenly struck by the monumental transformation occurring within his body. Within his dantian, the 5 celestial energy droplets that had once floated freely were now converging, amalgamating into a small pool of celestial energy. The density of this celestial energy pool was at least 3 times greater than before. To ascend to the realm of the virtual celestial 5th transformation, one must condense the liquid celestial energy into a celestial pill, one that belongs to oneself. Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of elation. With the celestial energy pool now formed, how far could he be from condensing the celestial pill? He pulled his thoughts back, sensing that the Wuzhou Mountain was indeed peculiar. This mountain was already formidable, and coupled with the earlier extraordinary scene, Lin Chen felt increasingly that it was extraordinary. Ancient legends spoke of the Wuzhou Mountain being formed after the Wuzhou's transcendence. Enough of that for now, he thought. Let me first comprehend the Wusheng Palace. Shaking his head, Lin Chen immersed himself in the knowledge of his quasi-saint token, eager to learn all there was to know about the Wusheng Palace. He remained absorbed for several hours. The regulations within the Wusheng Palace contrasted sharply with those of the Battle Immortal Hall and the Demon God Organization. Here, the hierarchical structure was more profound and explicit, especially among the disciples. Mastering the quasi-saint martial techniques could elevate one to the status of a quasi-saint. Grasping the saintly martial techniques allowed one to become a saint. A quasi-saint could receive substantial support from the sect during critical tribulations, mobilizing inner disciples, while a saint could access even greater resources during pivotal tribulations, summoning true disciples. Lin Chen marveled at the privileges within this microcosm of the Wusheng Palace, where a statue of the first palace master, the Wusheng himself, stood. Those who could resonate with it would reap benefits surpassing even those of a saint. The Emperor Chun was known to have evoked such resonance. In this realm, martial prowess was revered. Those with extraordinary martial talent would find themselves rewarded unimaginably. Unlike the Battle Immortal Hall, where strength and talent were paramount. Exiting the Grand Hall, Lin Chen gazed into the distant heavens, where he discerned the silhouette of a colossal statue spanning the expanse of the Wusheng Palace, akin to a primordial giant, upholding and dominating this small world. Lin Chen gazed at the distant, terrifying statue for a moment, feeling no particular response, and shook his head as he withdrew his gaze. He continued to contemplate the realm of the virtual immortal's fifth transformation. Meanwhile, within a palace in this city of semi-saints, a young man mockingly addressed Ixin. Listen closely. You are no longer a semi-saint maiden. If you remain obstinate, do you believe I will expel you from this city of semi-saints? Ixin stood within the grand hall, not draped in a black robe but adorned in a flowing white gown that clung to her delicate form, accentuating her devilish figure. Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy of stars, her complexion fair, and at that moment, her face radiated defiance. Beside her, Shuiyang seethed with anger, fists clenched tightly. Yet he dared not speak. Ah, Eighth Master, how can you treat our beauty so? A young man holding a white fan gazed greedily at Ixin's enchanting form. If you do not wish to leave, perhaps you might stay and keep your brother company. Eighth Master burst into laughter, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Ixin is indeed a natural beauty, exuding an ethereal grace that stirs one's desires. Just imagine the delight of having her beneath me. Ixin bit her delicate lip and swiftly retreated. As Eighth Master and the fan-wielding youth watched her and Shuiyang depart, they exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Well played, Eighth Master, the fan-wielding youth praised, raising his thumb. That fellow named Lin Lung will undoubtedly bow to your will. Eighth Master raised his head with pride. That Lin Lung has come to the city of semi-saints, full of arrogance, unaware that seeking our favor is akin to courting death. The fan-wielding youth nodded repeatedly, flattering him. Though one must admit, he has garnered the attention of the esteemed Elder Wu Yuan and possesses considerable martial talent. He is no match for the Eighth Master. That is inevitable, Eighth Master chuckled. I have learned of his exploits. In the human realm, he holds a lofty status and acts with arrogance, perhaps even disregarding me. I shall send Ixin to suppress him. Even if something goes awry, it shall not be my fault. I can even position myself as a mediator, gradually winning him over for my own use, and in due time, Ixin shall also become my concubine. Splendid, splendid, the fan-wielding youth exclaimed with delight. As the two conversed, Ixin and Shuiyang made their way toward Lin Lung's residence. Those two are intolerable, Shuiyang fumed. Saint Maiden, you should not have used the Saint Maiden's decree to assist that fellow. Ixin's expression returned to normal, illuminated by a layer of holy radiance. Her voice clear as she replied, what is wrong with repaying a favor? It is this newly appointed semi-saint son who has drawn the attention of the younger brother of the 8th Xian Maiden. We must warn him to tread carefully. The 8th Master is not to be trifled with. Shuiyang's expression shifted, yet he found it difficult to voice his concerns, only able to sigh. Saint Maiden, you must understand, you have lost the Saint Maiden's decree, and you are no longer a semi-saint maiden. Your actions may provoke the 8th Master and his ilk. And what of it? She retorted. I do not wish to harm others. Chapter 1245. Kneel down. Ixin stood gracefully at the entrance of Lin Chen's palace. Her long dress billowing like it had been touched by a layer of divine white light, exuding an ethereal elegance akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. However, as Shuiyang observed her, he felt a pang of discomfort. Just as they both stood at the threshold, Lin Chen, who had long anticipated their arrival, strode forth confidently to the palace entrance. The doors opened of their own accord, and Lin Chen's voice resonated softly, inquiring about the identity of the visitors. Lin Chen had surmised that upon entering the city of semi-saints, he would inevitably attract the attention of certain individuals. This phenomenon of newcomers being scrutinized by the veterans applied even among the ranks of semi-saints. Yet, as Lin Chen stood at the door, his words faltered upon encountering the enchanting figure before him. It was not only Lin Chen who was momentarily taken aback. Both Ixin and Shuiyang were equally stunned. Is it really you? Ixin's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and a brilliant light sparkled within them. Shuiyang, after a brief pause, realized that the newly ascended semi-saint was indeed Lin Chen. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Shuiyang's face flushed with excitement. Lin Chen, the saintess gave up her saintess token to save you. You must rescue her. You must help her. Yixianer shot Shui Yang a warning glance, urging him to silence. Before breaking into a gentle laugh, her voice melodious like the chime of bells. Lin Chen, from the moment I met you, I sensed you were extraordinary. My intuition proved accurate. Congratulations. After uttering this, Yixianer quickly added, but Lin Chen, you must be cautious. The brother of the 8 Xian maiden, known as 8 Yi, has set his sights on you and intends to intimidate you. You must tread carefully. Shui Yang grew anxious. Saintess, you, but under Yixianer's penetrating gaze. He could only swallow the words he wished to speak. Gazing into Yixianer's radiant eyes, Lin Chen was momentarily lost in thought before he smiled and said, Yixianer, let Shui Yang speak. Do you doubt me? I am not one to be easily bullied. Yixianer, remembering the earlier incident in the desert, recalled how this man had, with a single commanding shout, quelled the chaos. Shui Yang's expression brightened as he eagerly exclaimed, Lin Chen, no, Lin Chen the saint. Our saintess has lost her saintess token, which has stripped her of her identity as a semi-saint. She is now targeted by 8 Yi, who harbors nefarious intentions towards her and wishes for her to confront you. This is utterly despicable. As he spoke, Shui Yang quietly added, I hope you do not misinterpret my earlier demeanor. Lin Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Which palace belongs to 8 Yi? Shui Yang pointed excitedly towards a lavish palace. Lin Chen glanced over and, with a mere acknowledgement, fell silent. He extended his consciousness towards the opulent palace, discovering the presence of 2 beings at the 4th turn of the virtual immortal stage. Upon hearing Lin Chen's subdued response, his expression turned placid, and he lapsed into silence. Shui Yang felt a cold wave wash over him, extinguishing the excitement he had just felt. Yixianer gently shook her head at Shui Yang, a charming smile playing at the corners of her lips. Shui Yang felt a bitter taste creeping into the corners of his mouth. He had forgotten that this 8th master was the brother of the 8th mysterious maiden. Even Lin Long, how could he dare to offend such a figure? If he were to provoke the 8th mysterious maiden, it would spell disaster. Yet, gazing at the enchanting smile adorning Yixianer's face, Shui Yang felt a pang of pain. Lin Long, I said nothing, Shui Yang said bitterly. The saintess and I have taken our leave. Lin Long, you must strive to become the holy son, Yixianer replied with a charming smile. Lin Chen, coming back to his senses, glanced at Shui Yang and Yixianer and apologized. I was lost in thought and couldn't respond quickly. The duel between the semi-saints. Does it not violate the regulations? Shui Yang, aware of the insincerity in Lin Chen's words, forced a smile and replied, Indeed, it does not violate the rules. However, Yixianer grew anxious. Lin Long, don't be rash. Before she could finish her warning, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned sharp, exuding an overwhelming killing intent as he bellowed like thunder towards the 8th Master's palace. 8th Master, come out. This thunderous roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire semi-saint city. Inside the palace, the 8th Master and the fan-wielding youth erupted into laughter, but they were both startled into silence by the booming sound. With the 8th Master nearly tumbling from his seat, the 8th Master's face darkened with fury. Who dared to shout so brazenly within the semi-saint city? Yet, just as his wrath peaked, a tremendous explosion resounded as the palace doors were obliterated, sending tremors through the entire building. Both the 8th Master and the youth with the fan were left stunned. Shui Yang and Yixianer stood there, momentarily dazed, as they beheld Lin Chen's figure silhouetted against the splintered doorway. Although his form was indistinct amidst the flying debris, the aura he emanated was terrifying, akin to a king descending upon the earth. The 8th Master and the fan-wielding youth were left gaping at this menacing figure, feeling as though their throats had been constricted, rendering them speechless. Kneel, and I shall spare your life, Lin Chen's calm voice echoed, and those few words struck the two like thunder. In an instant, the entire semi-saint city erupted in turmoil. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to make such a public declaration? They were not ordinary individuals, they were semi-saints, and their dignity held immense significance. A multitude of powerful presences began scanning the 8th Master's palace. This aura, could it be a newly appointed semi-saint? The notorious Lin Long, exceedingly arrogant, yet undeniably gifted. This should be entertaining. It seems the 8th Master wishes to quell this fellow's momentum, only to find himself challenged head-on. One wonders who will ultimately prevail. Shui Yang never anticipated that Lin Long would engage in such brazen behavior. This was a direct affront. Had this fellow not considered the consequences? Meanwhile, Xian'er silently lamented. Although her acquaintance with Lin Long had been brief, she had already discerned his character, which is why she wished to leave promptly, hoping to avoid escalating the situation. At this point, it is beyond redemption. Who do you think you are? Lord Ba has seen through Lin Long, understanding a fraction of the situation, yet he could hardly contain his fury. How dare you forcefully intrude into my palace? It seems you have a death wish. Chapter 1246. Dread. Having said that, Lord Ba cast a piercing glare at Shui Yang and Xian'er, certain that these two had spoken ill of him. Lin Long, you possess an audacity like no other. The young man with the fan also shouted in fury, demanding, kneel before us. Otherwise, Lord Ba will not spare you. Lin Chen's gaze fixed on the young man with the fan. Do you have any place to speak? Without hesitation, he struck with a thunderous clap, unleashing a continuous barrage of judgmental thunder. The young man with the fan was utterly taken aback by Lin Chen's immediate retaliation. His pupils constricted as he raised his arm and bellowed, "For Sea's fan." His grand fan surged upward, accompanied by the tumultuous roar of the sea. A formidable pressure of daoic essence coalescing above, erupting fiercely like four colossal oceans crashing down upon Lin Chen, obliterating his thunderous hand in an instant. The power of the second calamity of the Tao was unfathomably profound. Suppressing the onslaught, Lin Chen flipped his hand, and the Xianzhong King Tower ascended into the heavens. Celestial light cascading down. The glazed mirror and bloodly sat atop, emanating an overwhelming might. Boom. The Four Seas fan was violently shaken, erupting in a series of explosions, dimming to the point of imminent shattering. Even the young man with the fan staggered backward, spitting blood, his face a mask of shock and horror. He had just advanced to the fourth transition of the virtual immortal stage. How could he possibly contend with Lin Chen? I shall take this. Lin Chen spoke decisively, shattering the Four Seas fan and integrating it into the Xianzhong King Tower. Such a brazen act left both Lord Ba and the young man speechless. With the essence of the Four Seas fan absorbed, a dense drumming resonated within the Xianzhong King Tower, its momentum growing ever more formidable. The celestial energy swirling like a tempest, nearing the third calamity. Those who dare to harm me shall find no salvation today. Lord Ba was utterly incensed by Lin Chen's actions. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of sword light that tore through the fabric of space, seemingly invulnerable. This was a flying sword, a second calamity Tao artifact, expelled from his mouth, its essence like thunder, a terrifying force of instant annihilation. Be careful, Xian'er cried out, witnessing the twitch of Lord Ba's lips and the darkening of his countenance. The flying sword surged toward Lin Chen, yet he remained unfazed. Golden judgmental thunder surged up his arm, his fingers transforming into thunderous scissors. He clamped down with a resounding crack, his body momentarily jolted back by the overwhelming force. Yet his fingers firmly held the flying sword in place, preventing it from inflicting any harm upon him. Suppressing further, Lin Chen's left hand reached out, and the Xianzhong King Tower diminished to the size of a palm, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, its overwhelming force aimed at the flying sword. Having witnessed the earlier scene with the Four Seas fan, Lord Ba's heart sank, his eyes widening in fury. You have thoroughly incensed me. The 8 yuan divine fury manifested in the void, with 8 lotuses blooming in unison, each symbolizing a distinct power, collectively known as the 8 yuan. Among them, a divine presence seemed to faintly emerge, its countenance ablaze with wrath, influencing the 8 lotuses, causing their powers to boil in concert. The ancient tome of the pre-saints' teachings wielded an extraordinary might, rivaling the most formidable celestial techniques. The punch delivered by the 8th Grandmaster left Shui Yang utterly astounded, instilling within him a sense of impending destruction at any moment. Yet, beneath the weight of this terrifying force, Lin Chen stood resolute as a pine, coldly uttering the words. God-slaying combined celestial technique, blood slaughter descends. A tremendous fury rolled above the palace, as if cloaked in a grand and profound bloodlight. An ancient, wrathful being, towering at 2 meters, wielded a blood-colored greatsword. Though it lacked the terrifying might it once displayed against the heavenly Emperor Chen, the power of this sword's descent echoed like a thunderous detonation. The 8 yuan divine fury shattered beneath the might of this blood sword, offering no resistance whatsoever. The 8th Grandmaster was sent hurtling away, along with the entire palace, which cracked apart with a resounding snap, splitting in twain. The fury that once graced the 8 Grandmaster's face now transformed into sheer horror, disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at Lin Chen, tinged with a hint of fear. Before Lin Chen, these 2 quasi-saints appeared as mere ants. After vanquishing both foes, the Xuanshang King Tower trembled, its flying sword disintegrating into fragments, with wisps of Tao essence coalescing into translucent talismans that soared into the tower. In an instant, the Xuanshang King Tower erupted with a tumultuous thunder, celestial energy morphing into lightning, engulfing the entire structure with a cacophony of explosive sounds, as if a colossal sea of thunder were about to crush down, instilling an overwhelming terror. The celestial thunder tribulation had finally been triggered. Bloodly erupted into hearty laughter within the Xuanshang King Tower, exclaiming joyously that he had awaited this day, advancing to the 3rd major tribulation, drawing ever closer to that revered artifact. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed, casting a cold gaze upon the 8 Grandmaster and the fan-wielding youth, exuding an imposing aura. The youth trembled in fear, utterly shaken by Lin Chen's audacious demeanor, stammering, "I am willing to kneel. I am willing to apologize." The 8 Grandmaster gritted his teeth, his expression grim, yet he quickly acquiesced. "I am also willing. I am also willing." Circumstances compelled him to bow his head before this harbinger of calamity. Even if he wished to eliminate Lin Chen, he found it impossible. The weight of the situation surpassed personal pride. The divine minds observing this scene were left in shock. This individual was nothing short of a demon. Despite the palace's prohibition against personal conflict, did he not fear the wrath of the 8 Xian maiden? The 8 Grandmaster was destined for misfortune. This fellow was as brash as a reckless youth. In any case, it was clear that this man was no trifling character, and it was best not to provoke him. They all felt a sense of trepidation from Lin Chen's display of power, recognizing the formidable prowess he possessed. Shui Yang's expression was a mixture of joy and concern. Although he had chastised these 2 ruffians, how would they contend with the 8 Xian maiden backing them? At that moment, Lin Chen spoke, declaring that it was too late to kneel. With a flick of his finger, the Xuanshang King Tower shot upward towards the 2 individuals. Thunderous roars echoed as celestial lightnings surged down from the tower, resembling ferocious thunder dragons colliding within the ancient glazed structure, as if seeking to shatter the entire Xuanshang King Tower into smithereens. The celestial tribulation had indeed manifested into formidable thunder dragons. Shui Yang, Yi Xianer, and the many onlookers, all renowned talents in their own right, stood in stunned silence. The overwhelming celestial tribulation enveloped the figures of the 8th Master and the fan-wielding youth, leaving only the sounds of explosive blasts and heart-wrenching screams. This guy is actually using the celestial tribulation to torment these 2 prodigies. Does he not fear for their lives? Or has he lost his mind? Yi Xianer, momentarily dazed, quickly urged, "Lin Chen, stop. We cannot afford to lose lives here." Lin Chen nodded, observing that the aura of the Xuanshang King Tower had transformed, exuding an overwhelming force akin to that of a dragon pillar. The celestial energy it expelled radiated an oppressive aura of heavenly thunder, ready to unleash its power at the slightest tremor. The celestial tribulation had fundamentally enhanced the tower. Having transcended the tribulation, Lin Chen stepped boldly into the surging sea of celestial lightning, his form aglow with the radiant light of judgment. The thunderous forces of the tribulation seemed to recoil in terror, retreating into the Xuanshang King Tower and merging with it. This spectacle left the assembled near saints in awe. The celestial tribulation faltered before this youth. As Lin Chen retracted the Xuanshang King Tower, he sensed a significant escalation in his combat prowess, filling him with elation. Yet, his gaze remained icy as it fell upon the 8th Master and the fan-wielding youth, who were now charred, emitting smoke, and appearing utterly tormented. Upon meeting Lin Chen's piercing eyes, both of their expressions warped in fear. "This fellow is nothing short of a demon," the 8th Master murmured. Lin Chen's voice thundered, resonating throughout the entire quasi-saint city. "Let me make this clear. These 2 are under my protection. Should you dare to lay a finger on them, prepare to face my wrath." Both the 8th Master and the fan-wielding youth nodded frantically, their eyes wide with terror, desperately wishing for this harbinger of doom to depart. Lin Chen's booming declaration reverberated in the ears of the others in the quasi-saint city. The myriad thoughts interwoven above the 8th Master's palace promptly receded, for they understood that Lin Chen's words were not solely directed at the 8th Master, but at them all, a clear display of his intimidation. Shui Yang's face lit up with excitement, casting aside any concerns about the Eighth Master. He was certain that after this incident, the Eighth Master would no longer dare to disturb his senior sister. Yixiner stood there, gazing at the scene of devastation within the palace, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she beheld the imposing figure of Lin Chen, who stood like a sovereign amidst the ruins. Chapter 1247. The shock of the three elders. The incident of the newly appointed quasi-saint son delivering a fierce beating to the eighth elder spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire martial saint palace. The inner gates and the true transmission city echoed with the name of Lin Long, and those who uttered it could not help but reveal expressions of astonished fear. The eighth elder's reputation was deeply entrenched within the martial emperor city, yet Lin Long had managed to overpower him in less than a day since his arrival. However, the cultivators from the human realm greeted this news with knowing smiles, for they had anticipated that something significant would transpire concerning Lin Long. After all, the tales of his audacity during the judgment of the 10 emperors far eclipsed this mere act of subduing a quasi-saint son. The eight Huan Nu rose with an air of authority, surveying the 3 quasi-saint sons in the grand hall, none daring to utter a word. It was evident that Lin Long's audacity was extraordinary. A cold smile graced the eight Huan Nu's delicate features as she noted the trio's concern regarding the happenings above. Senior sister, it seems the higher-ups are indifferent to this matter. My father informed me that the 3 elders staunchly support Lin Long, and no one can touch him, remarked one quasi-saint son, his eyes gleaming with insight. After a moment's contemplation, the eight Huan Nu recognized the trouble posed by the protection of the 3 elders. Nevertheless, she could not allow the injury inflicted upon her brother to go unpunished. The 3 quasi-saint sons began to ponder, yet words eluded them, clearly troubled by the situation. With the 3 elders safeguarding Lin Long, any attempt to exert pressure would necessitate personal confrontation. Yet, they had witnessed Lin Chen's encounter with the 8th elder, and it was clear that despite Lin Chen's mere 4th transition of the virtual celestial realm, his treasures, physique, and celestial techniques were extraordinarily formidable. Even a 5th transition existence would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. I believe he possesses an unusual thunderous power, and it would be wise to utilize our connections to send him to Ein Mountain. Currently, the mountain is rife with calamities, and the martial Saint Palace is exceedingly concerned. It would be an opportune dispatch. Yixiner, endowed with Buddhist power, could also be sent there, the 8 Huan Nu asserted decisively. Moreover, he is an enemy of Emperor Chen, and we can certainly take action to ensure he has no chance of resurgence. At the mere mention of Ein Mountain, the 3 quasi-saint sons shuddered in trepidation. Lin Long was about to face dire consequences. In Lin Chen's palace, Yixiner's beautiful visage bore an expression of worry, leaving Lin Chen feeling rather awkward. Saintess, there is no need for such undue concern, Shui Yang remarked, unable to suppress a twinge of bitterness as he observed Yixiner's troubled countenance. In just a few short days, she has become so anxious for this man. Lin Chen chuckled. Shui Yang is correct. Could it be that the 8 Huan Nu is a primordial savage beast, intent on devouring me? With a laugh, Yixiner's spirits lifted. Yet she could not refrain from cautioning Lin Chen. Be mindful, for the 8 Huan Nu is the fiancé of the Panwu Saint son, a figure of great significance within the sect, esteemed and powerful. Lin Chen nodded. Yet Yixiner was perplexed as to how she knew that Lin Chen had come to the martial Saint Palace to assist the bronze ancient coffin in acquiring the fragments of the martial realm's essence. Standing behind him was the formidable bronze ancient coffin. What were the likes of the 8 Xian maiden or the current lord of the martial Saint Palace compared to it? At the very least, until he obtained the fragments, the bronze ancient coffin would not hesitate to aid him. At that moment, Lin Chen's Saint Son token suddenly glowed, transmitting a powerful consciousness into it. Yixiner and Shui Yang exchanged glances as Lin Chen probed the token. He was taken aback to discover it was the old man Wu Yuan's spiritual message. Young one, you've only been in the semi-saint city for less than a day, and you've already beaten another semi-saint. Impressive indeed. However, I must advise you to keep a low profile and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Hurry to the martial technique pavilion and select an ancient secret manual. I am eager to see whether you can grasp a Saint Sun level martial technique. Observing the expressions of the two, Lin Chen shrugged and said, It was Wu Yuan who instructed me to go to the martial technique pavilion. Yixiner immediately gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand, exclaiming, It's actually Elder Wu Yuan. How can you refer to him as old man? Elder Wu Yuan is highly esteemed and one of the 3 revered elders of the Martial Saint Palace. Lin Chen, you must show him respect. Lin Chen, noticing Yi Xian'er's earnest and lovely demeanor, awkwardly nodded. Shuiyang, equally astonished, murmured, no wonder you beat 8 Yi and now face no consequences. You should quickly select your martial techniques. Yi Xian'er laughed melodiously, adding, now I owe you another favor. Hearing Yi Xian'er's delightful laughter, Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more as he swiftly departed. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the influence of the 8 Xian maiden. In his heart, Lin Chen mused. It appeared that Elder Wu Yuan was also quite intrigued. Selecting martial techniques this time was likely to be a trial. He grasped the semi-saint techniques almost instantly, which indicated that his potential in martial arts had yet to be fully realized. Elder Wu Yuan must be eager to discover just how formidable Lin Chen's talent truly was. Yet this aligned perfectly with Lin Chen's intentions. Within the Martial Saint Palace, he could not utilize techniques like the demon devouring skill or the heavenly Saint King seal, and his power was significantly restricted. Thus, learning the ancient secret techniques from the Martial Saint Palace would undoubtedly be beneficial. Furthermore, with Elder Wu Yuan so interested in him, Lin Chen felt compelled to showcase his talents, ensuring that the old man would be firmly tied to his ambitions. Lost in thought, Lin Chen soon arrived at the Martial Technique Pavilion. This pavilion was a colossal tower, sprawling like a city over an area of several 100,000 miles, containing an immeasurable array of martial techniques. At any given moment, inner disciples and true inheritors could be seen selecting martial techniques. Lin Chen flashed his token to the gatekeeper, who informed him, as a semi-saint, you may proceed to the 3rd level. However, be advised that many secret manuals reside there, and whether you can comprehend them will depend on your fortune. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, proceeding directly to the 3rd level amidst numerous envious and awed gazes. Unbeknownst to him, 3 elderly figures lingered in the sky, gathered around a cloud that resembled a mirror, reflecting Lin Chen's image as he made his way to the 3rd level of the Martial Skill Pavilion. Do you think this lad can comprehend the Sacred Sun level secret manual? Wu Tong inquired with curiosity. Wu Yuan disdainfully glanced at the other 2, stating, the person I have my eye on requires no further discussion. Shall we wager? Wager? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wu Tong and Wu Li retorted with irritation. Whoever loses must call the other big brother, Wu Yuan snorted. You 2 have been waiting to call me big brother for a century. Damn it, do you think the Sacred Sun secret manual is a joke? In our entire martial sacred palace, there are no more than 8 individuals capable of grasping it. Wu Li scoffed, with your dim-witted eyes, can you even identify a genius? How about the last incident? Wu Yuan exclaimed. The 2 fell silent, swallowing their grievances, knowing that Wu Yuan had gained an unfair advantage last time. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tong said, to be frank, within the 3rd level, these ancient secret manuals are incredibly difficult to activate. Stop dawdling. We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. Wu Yuan rolled his eyes. The 3 elderly men peered into the misty pool, witnessing Lin Chen stepping into the 3rd level. They clearly saw his momentary astonishment upon gazing at the wonders within. Simultaneously, the 3 elders chuckled, observing that the tower's 3rd level spanned approximately 50,000 miles, filled with various ancient martial skill steels, perfectly preserved corpses, severed divine trees, eternal ice stones, and ancient divine weapons, all unique treasures of the martial realm. These artifacts nurtured the existence of ancient secret manuals, housing no less than several thousand ancient manuals within that vast expanse. Even Lin Chen, experienced as he was, found himself momentarily stunned at first sight. The 3 elders held their breath, not daring to make a sound, watching Lin Chen in the misty image as he gazed around in wonder, seemingly doing nothing but marveling at the diverse treasures within the 3rd level. Wu Li, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, what on earth does this brat intend to do? It's as if he is simply sightseeing. Wu Tong laughed heartily. There's a good chance this lad is overwhelmed and lacks the confidence to seize the Sacred Sun level secret manual. Wu Yuan rolled his eyes but suddenly exclaimed, look, this lad is finally making a move. The 2 quickly turned to observe Lin Chen, who, after a while, walked into the grand hall of the 3rd level, stood still, opened his arms wide, and wore a serene expression, as if embracing the heavens and earth. The 3 men stood petrified. What is happening here? After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Li erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Wu Yuan, is this the genius you have favored? What kind of posture is this? Is he embracing the heavens and the earth? Wu Tong, too, was laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. He was utterly bewildered as to how this foolish lad had managed to see through the techniques of the esteemed Holy Sun so swiftly. Did you whisper to him? Wu Yuan, quickly, summon your elder brother. Yet Wu Yuan felt his face burning with shame, too embarrassed to utter a word. How utterly humiliating. He was consumed by rage, wishing he could storm into the martial art pavilion and thrash Lin Chen for his disgraceful antics. Look! Suddenly, Wu Li shrieked. Both the laughing Wu Tong and the embarrassed Wu Yuan turned their gazes toward him. Upon witnessing the scene, the three elder men trembled slightly, their eyes brimming with disbelief. How is this possible? In the mirror amidst the clouds, on the third level, a vast expanse of martial treasures, each a unique gem of martial arts, radiated light that soared to the heavens. All the ancient secret texts trembled in unison. Chapter 1248. The source of martial power. Wu Yuan and the two elders replayed the previous scene in their minds, their thoughts still unsettled. Wu Tong murmured, Wu Yuan, you have truly recognized a remarkable talent. All the ancient secret texts resonate solely for him. Wu Li's expression was one of astonishment. Even the legendary Holy Sun of the past could not achieve such a feat. Haha. Wu Yuan, after a brief silence, burst into laughter. This child must be protected at all costs. Our fortunes in the martial sacred palace have finally arrived. Let us see what martial arts he has chosen. The two elders set aside their shock and turned their attention to the mirror. Lin Chen opened his chest, unleashing his consciousness and thoughts. He merged with the essence of the third-level tower, entering a transcendent state of martial understanding. At this moment, within the entirety of the third-level tower, all the ancient secret texts shone brightly, as if responding to a call, awakening to life. It was not Lin Chen who sought to choose martial techniques, but rather the techniques that were eager for him to select. One must ponder, throughout history, how many prodigies of the martial sacred palace have ever been able to rouse all these ancient texts? In Lin Chen's mind, thousands of distinct auras emerged, each representing the formidable essence of the ancient secret texts. Some glowed like fists, others like heads, and yet others like rivers, each point of light depicting the strength of these ancient manuscripts. When it came to selection, naturally, one would choose the strongest. Lin Chen felt the ebb and flow of these auras, their presence akin to a vast dragon, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This overwhelming energy was the most potent, yet also the most elusive. Had it not been for Lin Chen's astonishing perceptiveness, he might never have sensed this divine ability. With a mighty roar, Lin Chen summoned his golden consciousness, transforming it into a colossal hand that reached for the most formidable ancient scripture. Upon this grasp, Lin Chen seized a gigantic, jet-black palm, approximately 100 meters in size. Weathered by the relentless passage of time, the skin appeared as dark as iron. With 5 ebony fingers reminiscent of silent divine weapons, exuding an aura of ancient mystery and weight akin to that of a mighty mountain. A surge of joy welled up within Lin Chen as he sensed the exceptional nature of this ancient manuscript. His spirit plunged into the enigmatic giant palm. In an instant, an overwhelming and vast energy surged through his mind. The primordial force of Panwu, akin to Pangu, cleaved the heavens and the earth. The three elders, upon witnessing Lin Chen's selection of the dark palm, exchanged peculiar glances. Could this be destiny? This audacious youth had chosen such a profound technique. Wu Tong's expression was one of intrigue. Was there some unseen hand orchestrating this event? Wu Li shared in the concern regarding the Panwu primordial force, for only the Holy Son of Panwu had attained it. If this young man were to cultivate it, would he not become an adversary to the Holy Sun? Moreover, he had yet to resonate with the statue within the martial Saint Palace. The Panwu primordial force was the technique of the current preeminent figure of the martial Saint Palace, the Holy Son of Panwu. If an unparalleled prodigy were to learn a technique that belonged to another, what chaos might ensue? The outcome would undoubtedly lead to a true battle. Although Lin Chen displayed formidable strength, both Wu Tong and Wu Li could not help but sigh. The Holy Sun was no easy opponent, having maintained his position as the foremost in the martial Saint Palace for a century. Damn it! This brat chooses the most troublesome path, Wu Yuan remarked, his expression shifting, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. The Holy Son of Panwu is set to return soon. We cannot allow Lin Chen to remain within the sect. No matter the cost, We must protect this promising talent. The elders agreed to keep this matter confidential, waiting until Lin Chen had sufficiently matured. Wu Yuan had seemingly begun to regard Lin Chen as his own, issuing layered warnings to the other two elders, who nodded in agreement. This child elicited resonance from all ancient scriptures, indicating his terrifying martial talent. Alas, Lin Chen had yet to instigate a tremor from the sacred statue. After a prolonged discussion, the three elders cast a lingering gaze at Lin Chen before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself immersed in the vast world of the Panwu primordial force. Those of flesh can shatter the heavens with a single finger. Those of strength can stir the mountains and rivers with a breath. Lin Chen's heart was increasingly shaken, for the intricacies of the Panwu primordial force exceeded his wildest imaginings. Merely comprehending the myriad scriptures within took him a full 5 days, resulting in a profound understanding, though still only an understanding. The Panwu primordial force emphasized the essence of power, portraying images of a fist capable of shattering the cosmos, a testament to the strength attained at the highest levels of cultivation. Panwu chi veins, coalesce for me. Lin Chen commenced his preliminary training, his hands forming intricate seals. He felt as though currents of energy were surging within his arms, forming a unique passageway. As soon as Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, he could sense the latent power within the meridians, ready to erupt into formidable vigor, akin to the brilliance of a sword's light. The first layer of the origin force of Panwu was the cultivation of the Panwu meridians. Throughout his being, he had collectively refined a total of 1,888 meridians, which, in a mystic convergence, formed a cycle. With a mere thought, the power within these meridians surged forth, creating a cataclysmic force that could shatter mountains. For 3 continuous days, the air around Lin Chen reverberated with countless explosive sounds. As he diligently honed the meridians of the Panwu origin force, the 1,888 meridians coalesce. Lin Chen bellowed, and a resounding explosion emanated from his abdomen as the Panwu meridians took shape within him, fully coalescing in that instant. The Panwu meridians, which coursed through his entire body, instantaneously interconnected, forming a colossal cycle. An indescribable aura of power radiated from Lin Chen as torrents of potent energy surged forth in all directions. At that moment, Lin Chen, standing less than 2 meters tall, exuded an imposing presence reminiscent of a giant, leaving no doubt that a mere movement from him could unleash cataclysmic strength. The achievement of the Panwu meridians was merely a precursor. The attainment of a higher realm, such as the dragon of the Panwu meridians, would be truly devastating. Lin Chen, feeling the boundless power continuously circulating within him, could not help but marvel at the Panwu origin force, which surpassed his wildest imagination. Nevertheless, mastering the first layer alone would grant him considerable power, sufficient to contend with ordinary cultivators. Should he delve deeper, however, it would likely demand immense effort. Lin Chen's primary focus remained on his sacred meridian body. After pondering for a moment, he darted towards his palace. When Shui Yang and Yi Xian'er saw Lin Chen again, their expressions were unmistakably startled, for both sensed a terrifying transformation in his aura, more formidable than before, akin to an ancient mountain, imposing and oppressive. It was evident he had acquired remarkable secret techniques. Shui Yang, whose heart quivered with curiosity, wondered if they were of the saint-level caliber. "Congratulations," Yi Xian'er exclaimed with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, yet he heard Yi Xian'er continue. "Lin Chen, the 8 Xian woman's vengeance has arrived. However, with the protection of the 3 elders of martial arts, our sect has assigned us a task." Upon mentioning this task, Shui Yang's expression darkened immediately. "Oh." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "What task?" "It is to head to the Yin Mountain," Yi Xian'er replied softly. "The sect has instructed that I accompany you to investigate the peculiar occurrences there, which have drawn the sect's attention." Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Then, Shui Yang spoke with palpable ire. "That 8 Xian woman is indeed treacherous and ruthless. Does she not realize what kind of place Yin Mountain is? I suspect she is doing this on purpose." However, Yi Xian'er shook her head gently, saying, "The 8 Xian woman's background is inherently extraordinary. Otherwise, how would she have become the fiancée of the Saint of Panwu? They did not directly punish us within the sect. And this is all due to the persuasion of the 3 elders of martial arts." Lin Chen curiously asked Shui Yang what the Yin Mountain truly was. "It is a sinister mountain range, perpetually shrouded in darkness, where none who enter ever return," Shui Yang replied, his expression grim. Last time, we sent 2 prospective saints there, and they have since vanished without a trace. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. That Ba Xiannu indeed possesses a ruthless heart, willing to go to any lengths to bring about our demise. Do not fret. We shall proceed to Yin Mountain, Lin Chen stated calmly. In that case, Isiener, prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. All right, Isiener replied with a gentle smile, departing and leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Only Shuiyang remained, hesitating for a moment, his expression shifting constantly. Shuiyang, is there something on your mind? Lin Chen inquired. Could I ask you to take care of Isiener? Shuiyang's face flushed crimson as he finally mustered the courage to voice his request, feeling a weight lift from him. Lin Chen was taken aback, then looked at Shuiyang and chuckled softly. You are so fond of her. Why not confess your feelings and strive to pursue her? Shuiyang's face reddened once more, stumbling over his words, caught between shyness and urgency. Lin Chen found amusement in the young man's predicament. However, he understood Shuiyang's thoughts and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, You feel unworthy of her, as she is so exceptional, correct? Shuiyang's expression darkened as he nodded. She is so remarkable, while I am overlooked. How can I compare? Lin Chen's tone grew serious. If you genuinely care for her, then pursue her wholeheartedly. Despite the current gap between you, any disparity can be bridged. As a man, if you wish to be worthy of her, strive to improve yourself. To shine brightly. Shuiyang was momentarily taken aback. To become exceptional, to shine brightly. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, his expression resolute. If you truly like her, why not change yourself for her sake? Shuiyang's body trembled slightly. After a pause, he clenched his fists tightly, determination shining in his eyes as he looked at Lin Chen and declared, I, Shuiyang, shall become a formidable force. With that proclamation, Shuiyang strode away with newfound vigor, exuding an air of unstoppable momentum. Lin Chen's words had awakened him. He was no longer the same Shuiyang. Chapter 1249. The Dream of Duke Zhou and the Martial Arts Diagram. Lin Chen and Isiener made their way to the Yin Mountain. Lin Chen paid little heed to the turmoil within the martial Saint Palace. His sole desires were the fragments of the essence of the martial realm and power. The Yin Mountain was an expansive mountain range, not far from the martial Saint Palace. With their speed, it took Lin Chen and Isiener a full 2 days to arrive. As they entered this territory, the entire world around them descended into an ominous darkness. The chilling winds howled through the air, sending shivers down their spines. The expansive mountains below undulate like a colossal black dragon, sprawling across the earth and reaching towards the heavens, seemingly infinite. Any ordinary cultivator standing in this region would be profoundly affected by the sight, as though a malevolent spirit loomed behind them, gripping their throat. Is this the Yin Mountain? Lin Chen squinted, gazing at the mountain range shrouded in a dark veil. The ancient talisman inscribed with the character for extinction within his bronze sword began to tremble faintly, crackling with arcs of electricity as if stirred by an unseen force. The movement of the talisman indicated the presence of demonic beings within the Yin Mountain. Indeed, this is the place. Isiener nodded, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, saying, Lin Long, the aura of this place makes me extremely uneasy. We must proceed with caution. With her Buddhist cultivation, Isiener was naturally attuned to the sinister energies present. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, and the two descended from the sky, landing at the foot of a great mountain. Remaining in the air for too long would undoubtedly attract the attention of the formidable entities residing within the Yin Mountain. What exactly is the task? Lin Chen inquired. Isiener gazed up at the towering, ominous mountain before them, softly replying, We are to investigate the depths of the Yin Mountain. This mountain range comprises 109 peaks, with the innermost peak being designated as the Yin Mountain. The akin female wishes for us to gather intelligence and report back on the situation there. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. His powerful spiritual sense spread out like a spider's web, quickly detecting that within this mountain peak, there were indeed beings at the fourth transformation of the illusory, immortal realm. Who knows what other powerful entities lurk deeper within the Yin Mountain? The akin female certainly harbors ill intent in sending them here. Isiener suddenly remarked. It seems someone is approaching. Lin Chen followed her gaze and noticed swirling clouds in the distance, as cultivators hurried toward the Yin Mountain. Given the presence of demonic beings in this area, with the talisman of extinction issuing warnings, it was exceedingly perilous. Why would any cultivators venture here? They appear to be from the Zhou family, Xian'er discerned, immediately stating, "We cannot allow them to come here. The Yin mountain is far too dangerous." Before Lin Chen could respond, he saw Xian'er gracefully dart forward, her lithe form shimmering with golden light, exuding an aura of purity. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Xian'er truly had a soft heart. Nevertheless, he followed closely behind her. As anticipated, as Xian'er had indicated, two cultivators from the Zhou family approached. However, these two young individuals were no ordinary juniors. Their auras radiated with the power of the fourth transformation of the illusory immortal realm, and they exuded a vast celestial energy, displaying intricate martial trajectories that suggested they were exceptional talents with formidable martial prowess. "What do you want?" One of them barked at Xian'er and Lin Chen. "Why do you block our path?" Lin Chen scrutinized the two but remained silent, while Xian'er gently replied, "Dear friends, the Yin mountain is currently exceedingly perilous. We specifically came to advise you against venturing forth." After a pause, she added, "We are from the Martial Saint Palace." The two young members of the Zhou family initially bore calm expressions, but upon hearing Xian'er's remark, their countenances instantly shifted to one of alarm. "Be careful," Lin Chen suddenly bellowed. In that moment, the two Zhou family prodigies surged forth simultaneously, launching a palm strike towards Xian'er. Within their hands, flickers of thunder and fire manifested, showcasing an immense power, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow to shatter Xian'er. Xian'er's delicate face paled slightly. However, at that crucial moment, Lin Chen intervened, unleashing the full force of his 1,888 martial energy veins, which erupted in a torrent of might akin to a surging sea, colliding with the two palm strikes. A thunderous explosion reverberated, sending the two Zhou youths hurtling backward, their bodies reeling from the impact. The power of martial energy was not to be trifled with. "Damn it!" Wind and Thunder Palm. One of the youths, fueled by rage, swiftly assumed a stance embodying the profound essence of yin and yang, yet amidst his thrumming palms, thunderous orbs erupted, creating a cascade of explosions. This was the Thunder Palm. "Begone!" Lin Chen's expression remained impassive as he unleashed a powerful punch, a surge of martial energy pouring forth. Boom! The youth was once again sent flying. His wind and thunder palms swiftly dismantled, blood spewing from his mouth. Left wind, right water, upward fire, downward thunder. Tai Chi transforms into a circle. The sword of Tai Chi. In the instant the youth was propelled away, another young man let out a piercing roar, wielding a pristine soft sword of the second-grade artifact. As the elements of wind, fire, water, and thunder converged into a grand circle, descending upon Lin Chen with overwhelming force. Break! The Xuanshang King Tower erupted instantaneously, its resplendent pressure colliding directly with the youth's Tai Chi white sword. In nearly an instant, the sword was bent and then violently shattered, the youth's form also sent flying. The two Zhou family prodigies, under Lin Chen's might, fell one after another in mere exchanges. The two Zhou youths gazed at Lin Chen, their faces etched with profound astonishment. "I kindly warned you both, yet you chose to attack. You are courting death." Lin Chen, filled with righteous fury, was poised to unleash the Xuanshang King Tower to end their lives. "No, stop," Xian'er urged urgently, her form adorned with a fragrant breeze. Stepping directly in front of Lin Chen, "Do not kill them. Let us clarify the situation first. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding." Looking into her pleading, watery eyes, Lin Chen sighed inwardly and nodded, retracting the Xuanshang King Tower. Xian'er, after all, was far too kind-hearted. "Regardless of your intentions, we will divulge not a single word." One of the youths retorted stubbornly, glaring defiantly at Xian'er and Lin Chen. "You, mere miscreants clad in the garb of the Martial Saint Palace, shall not extract any information from us." Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Xian'er then gently spoke. "Have you two perhaps misunderstood? I am Xian'er, a former candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Martial Saint Palace. This is Lin Long, the current candidate for the Holy Sun." Lin Long? The two Zhou youths were taken aback, their shocked expressions turning towards Lin Chen. The incident involving Lin Chen and the Eighth Master had reverberated throughout the Martial Saint Palace. How could they be unaware? No wonder the two of them were swiftly defeated before this fellow. "Regardless of what transpired between you two, believe it or not." Lin Chen gazed indifferently at the two young men from the Zhou family and declared, "Should you dare to harbor even the slightest intention, I will eliminate you in an instant." Do not doubt my resolve. I am entirely capable of it. Xian'er shot Lin Chen an exasperated glance before turning to the two Zhou family youths with a warm smile, saying, I hope you do not misunderstand us. We are here on the orders of our sect to investigate unusual occurrences in the Yin mountain range. This is our mandate. She presented the unique token of the martial Saint Palace for the Zhou youths to see. Upon viewing it, a clear hesitation crossed their faces. After a moment, one of the Zhou youths, gritting his teeth, introduced himself. I am Zhou Peiyu. Lin Long, we apologize for our earlier actions. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Refraining from further comment, curiosity piqued. Xian'er inquired, what prompted your earlier aggression towards me? Zhou Peiyu's expression shifted, and he replied through clenched teeth, a few days ago. Our Zhou family's Zhou Gongming martial diagram was stolen. A man named Shueshen came, wielding the token of a quasi-saint and the orders of the martial Saint Palace, ostensibly to view the ancient diagram, but it was stolen shortly thereafter. The other Zhou youth chimed in bitterly. We immediately sought an explanation from the martial Saint Palace, only to be met with denial regarding the incident. Our Zhou family was left helpless. However, the Zhou Gongming martial diagram is of utmost importance and must be recovered. Thus, we began searching, suspecting that the thief may be hiding in this Yin mountain, which is why we came to investigate. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Xian'er. Could it be that Xue Sheng was the very figure from the blood-killing clan? Furthermore, Xian'er remained oblivious to the blood-killing clan's current affiliations with the demon clan. Lin Chen felt a sinking sensation as he pondered what it meant for Xue Sheng to possess a quasi-saint's token in the sect's orders. Could it imply a collusion between the blood-killing clan and the martial Saint Palace? How can we trust you? Lin Chen asked nonchalantly. Zhou Peiyu's face flushed slightly, and he replied awkwardly, Zhou Shiqi is our senior brother. He spoke of you long ago, so we are well aware of your deeds. As the son of the former lord of the Battle Immortal Hall, you surely cannot be a thief. Lin Chen was rendered speechless, surprised that his identity had been thoroughly investigated by these discerning individuals. Xian'er, however, shot Lin Chen a reproachful look, her gaze seemingly asking why he had not informed her of his significant background. And what is the Zhou Gongming martial diagram? Lin Chen inquired further. The Zhou Gongming martial diagram is one of our family's treasured heirlooms. Zhou Peiyu's face lit up with pride as he continued. Our first family head, Zhou Gong, achieved unparalleled greatness through his dream of martial arts, and later left behind this painting, which holds immense value. Many talented members of the Zhou family have gained insights from this ancient manuscript. Yet, it was stolen by that thief. Zhou Peiyu and the other Zhou youth's faces were once again clouded with resentment. So it is, we shall not disturb you any further. Let us part ways here. Should we uncover the dream of the Duke of Zhou and the martial diagram, we shall certainly inform you both, Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile, casting a knowing glance at Xian'er, prompting the two to depart immediately. Zhou Peiyu and the young man from the Zhou family nodded in agreement, their figures descending as they prepared to make their way to the Yin mountain. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the ominous aura of the mountains, a pair of blood-red eyes were observing everything. The crimson eyes lingered on Lin Chen and Xian'er as they left, a sinister smile curling upon their lips. Lin Long, I did not anticipate your arrival. The grudge from our last encounter at my temple shall be repaid. Just wait, as long as you dare to venture to Yin Mountain. Your demise is inevitable. Chapter 1250. The heavenly net, the Yin mountain range remained perpetually shrouded in darkness. The 109 peaks towered high into the clouds, each radiating a formidable presence, as if teeming with countless malevolent spirits, sending chills down one's spine. At the heart of these peaks lay the infamous Yin mountain. From a distance, the mountain appeared like a smudge of ink. Up close, it resembled a grinning demon. At this moment, within the depths of Yin mountain, ghostly figures flickered, occasionally illuminated by flashes of blood light. Lin Long has arrived. Blood Xingqian rose from the dark stone, his crimson pupils fixated on the scene. You're certain of this? Senior brother, I have seen it with my own eyes. He has come alongside Xian'er from the martial sacred palace. Blood Shenglai replied with a chilling laugh. Heaven does not forsake me. Blood Xingqian's lips curled into a malevolent grin. In that case, we must lure Lin Long into Yin Mountain. We cannot leave this place just yet. Blood Shah, you possess the secret art of sound transmission. I entrust this task to you. Senior brother, what approach should I take? Should I directly eliminate him? The youth known as Bloodshot stepped forth from the shadows, his face marred by intersecting scars, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Use this. It will surely draw him in, Lin Chen instructed, handing Bloodshot an object, cautioning him not to engage in combat, but to lure Lin Long to the Akin mountain first. Once he is here, we can set aside our own affairs and deal with him. Bloodshot smirked, revealing a sinister smile before swiftly retreating. Bloodshot licked his lips, remaining silent. Eliminating Lin Long would grant us great merit. Brothers, our opportunity has arrived, Lin Chen proclaimed slowly. As his voice echoed, a pair of blood-red eyes began to emerge from the pitch-black forest behind Lin Chen, their crimson glow alluring, as if a horde of bloodthirsty demons were awakening from the darkness. Within Akin Mountain, a heavenly net had been meticulously woven. Lin Chen and Xianer swiftly descended to the base of a peak, their auras quickly retracting. Xianer wore a look of confusion and inquired, Lin Long, what transpired just now? Why did we not continue our conversation with the young man from the Zhou family to learn more about Akin Mountain? Lin Chen replied calmly. We were just spotted. Xianer's expression shifted in astonishment. Lin Chen, possessing the ancient talisman of extermination, had a keen perception of the aura of the demonic clan and could clearly sense the presence of Bloodshot, who had been lurking in the shadows. However, this revelation weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. Deep within the Akin Mountains, how many formidable demons lurked. In light of your relentless pursuit of the fragments of the origin of the martial realm, I shall impart a single truth. There are no true immortal beings within the Akin Mountains. The voice of the ancient bronze coffin echoed with an eerie silence. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the mountains had already formed a grand array, deterring any true immortals from entering. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The sudden utterance from the bronze coffin was indeed a rare display of benevolence. What grand array? Lin Chen hastily inquired, but the ancient coffin fell silent once more, offering no response. Nevertheless, Lin Chen's heart remained heavy. It seemed that the demon clan was indeed up to something within the Akin Mountains. My Buddhist power appears to be suppressed, Xianer remarked, her expression turning somber as she attempted to employ her divine Buddhist abilities, only to find them rendered ineffective. Let us refrain from probing for now and explore gradually, Lin Chen suggested, recalling the grand array mentioned by the bronze coffin. Xianer nodded, her countenance calm, as if wholly unperturbed. At that moment, both of their steps ceased abruptly. Lin Chen and Xianer exchanged solemn glances, peering ahead. A gust of crimson wind surged forth, rustling the surrounding trees. Within that sanguine gale, a blood-red visage began to materialize. Ha ha ha, Lin Long, I never expected you to dare venture into the Akin. The face formed by the blood wind spoke with a piercing voice. Your senior brother awaits you here. Dare you confront him, you little madman? Through the secret transmission technique. Xianer expressed her astonishment. Lin Chen, however, responded with a cold smirk. Are you laying a trap for me in the Akin? What are you, a mere nothing? Tell your senior brother to come forth and converse with me. Such petty provocations hold no sway over me. The voice of the blood visage suddenly rose in intensity. Do you recognize this entity? A fresh wave of crimson wind swept through the depths of the forest, scattering fragments that flickered like flames. Upon catching sight of these remnants, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped one with a tremor running through his body. The aura of this fragment of battle armor unmistakably belonged to the girl in red, Hong Ling. After a moment of stunned silence, the bloodly within the Xianshang King Tower finally spoke. Indeed, this fragment emanates from Hong Ling's battle attire. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Could it be that Hong Ling had been captured by them? Ancient talisman of extermination. Probe for the essence of the demon clan. Lin Chen's consciousness immediately began to stir the ancient bronze sword. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the morphing blood visage. You threaten me? Do you believe I will not slay you? Ha ha, if it were so easy to kill you, why would I bother with secret transmissions? The blood visage cackled. You are well aware of what this fragment signifies. If you choose not to come, ha ha ha. With a sinister laugh, the blood visage shattered into a cloud of crimson dust. Xianer, however, was left utterly bewildered. What precisely was that red battle armor fragment? Knowing full well that it was a trap, would Lin Long foolishly charge in with merely a fragment of battle armor? Absolutely not. However, Xianer was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Chen in disbelief, only to find his face marred by a fierce expression. In an instant, Lin Chen's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a chilling remark. Wait for me here. Xian'er stood there, dazed, before reacting with a stomp of her foot. How could he abandon her in such a perilous place? Honestly, am I really that timid? She muttered softly, her beautiful eyes drifting towards the depths of the Yinshan mountain range as her figure began to flicker away. On a towering peak, Bloodslaughter sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. When suddenly, they flew open. How audacious! Lin Lung truly has the gall to threaten my life. Do you even know where I am? Bloodslaughter scoffed. A look of disdain etched across his face. Could it be that my secret communication technique, capable of spanning vast distances, is utterly worthless? With a derisive smile, he rose to his feet. The trap was already laid on the other side of Yinshan. Soon, he would relish the thrill of slaughtering Lin Lung. Envisioning the ecstasy of draining the blood of the man who had dared to judge the 10 emperors. Yet, as Bloodslaughter turned, his pupils contracted sharply. A figure stood before him, none other than Lin Chen. Impossible. How could you possibly find my location? Bloodslaughter exclaimed in disbelief. From thousands of miles away. This individual could still detect him? Could he be a true immortal? Yet, this place could not harbor such a being. Unbeknownst to Bloodslaughter, Lin Chen, equipped with the ancient character talisman of extermination and his formidable spiritual awareness, effortlessly pinpointed his location. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful punch towards Bloodslaughter. 1,888 martial energy channels activated simultaneously, forming a cycle that summoned a ferocious martial force. Bloodslaughter's expression changed dramatically as he summoned the Blood Mansion's entrapment technique. Faced with Lin Chen's martial prowess, even Bloodslaughter hastily conjured the mightiest combination spell. A Blood Mansion materialized beneath Lin Chen, its sanguine aura billowing forth as if rising from the depths of hell, ensnaring all within its grasp. A crimson beam of lethal energy emerged from an unknown origin, crashing into the Blood Mansion with destructive force, intent on obliterating it entirely. The Holy Court erupted with power. Radiant light emanating from Lin Chen as the celestial army roared in unison, their overwhelming divine might shattering the Blood Mansion into fragments. No combination spell could withstand the weight of the Holy Court, which suppressed everything in an instant. What kind of sorcery is this? Bloodslaughter gasped, nearly leaping in shock at the sheer might of the Holy Court. His combination spell had inexplicably become so feeble. The Xianshang Monarch Tower descended as Lin Chen sat enthroned within the Holy Court, resembling a king among men. The glazed tower was cast forth to crush Bloodslaughter, entwined in rolling celestial thunder, instilling a sense of impending annihilation. In response, Bloodslaughter extended his hand, unfurling a blood-red umbrella above his head. Layers of sanguine light cascading forth to form a protective barrier, rendering him impervious to harm, a defense as sturdy as a fortress. Under the oppressive shadow of the royal tower, the blood treasure umbrella crumbled repeatedly, utterly incapable of withstanding even the slightest pressure. Bloodslaughter felt his mind churn violently. From whence had that shattered armor originated? Lin Chen inquired coldly, his tone reminiscent of an imperious monarch interrogating a subordinate. Suddenly, Bloodslaughter grinned malevolently, saying, "Do you truly believe you can kill me so easily? Let me be frank. Our senior brother has already captured Hong Ling and imprisoned her within the Yin Mountain. She has long been subjected to the indulgence of dozens of my brethren. The experience is simply unforgettable." Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Yet, Bloodslaughter immediately sensed a surge of dark, malevolent energy within him, intending to provoke Lin Chen into unleashing his own sinister power. With a splatter of blood, Bloodslaughter's eyes narrowed in disbelief as Lin Chen brandished the ancient bronze sword, which was entwined with layers of golden, judgmental thunder, illuminating Lin Chen's expressionless visage. However, Bloodslaughter's body suddenly split apart, engulfed by cascades of golden lightning. "You foolishly provoke me. This will yield no benefit for you," Lin Chen remarked, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a true demon. A massive, pitch-black vortex erupted behind him, swirling with mysterious, dark sigils that resembled the fangs of a colossal beast, as if opening a passage to another enigmatic realm. "Devouring demonic art, you are sin, pure sin." Bloodslaughter's terrified screams had scarcely echoed when his body was completely swallowed by the abyssal maw. Lin Chen had previously cast aside Xian'er to demonstrate the might of the sacred meridian. Is this the heavenly net? Lin Chen's smile grew increasingly chilling. He was eager to witness who would slaughter whom. Chapter 1251. A bold invasion of Een Mountain. Damn it. Why is Bloodslaughter so inefficient? He still hasn't returned. Bloodshing erupted in fury. Bloodstarlight replied with a wry smile. Bloodslaughter is likely dead. This Lin Lung is far from the simpleton you perceive him to be. Bloodshung, taken aback, exclaimed, impossible. Bloodslaughter revealed his evil powers. Even a fifth transformation of the Void Immortal cannot contend with him. What abilities does Lin Lung possess? Humph, Bloodstarlight replied coldly. This individual wields a secret treasure of thunder that specifically counters the evil forces within us. The urgency to eradicate him should make the situation clear to you. Bloodshing's expression shifted, the crimson glimmer in his blood-colored pupils growing increasingly menacing. He will soon come for us. Prepare the killing formation, the moment he dares to approach. Unleash your strongest powers to vanquish him. Bloodstarlight commanded sternly. Understood. Everyone chorused, their voices dripping with bloodlust. Bloodstarlight nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I will leave Lin Lung to you. I shall first investigate the status of that entity. With that, Bloodstarlight vanished into the depths of darkness. Lin Chen unfurled the realm of devouring, directly engulfing the entire corporeal form and the essence of Bloodslaughter within it. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged within him, tumultuous and overwhelming. Amongst this energy, there lingered a trace of enigmatic power, yet it was exceedingly minuscule, barely perceptible. The energy that emanated from this process felt somewhat different, leaving Lin Chen in a state of astonishment. However, this fleeting essence was so scant that it elicited no significant reaction, rendering it unnecessary for Lin Chen to dwell upon it for the time being. Meanwhile, the pool of celestial energy in his dantian was expanding dramatically, continuously accumulating an abundance of ethereal essence. With every motion, Lin Chen felt an exhilarating surge of celestial energy, reaping immense benefits. He even sensed that his pool of celestial energy was nearing completion, imbued with a flavor of potential condensation. Yet, even after consuming a Bloodslaughter entity, Lin Chen found himself unable to fully refine it into a celestial energy pill. Lin Chen, why did you abandon me? A melodious voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, looked up to find Yi gazing at him with a hint of irritation in her beautiful eyes. She had indeed tracked him down to this location. Do you think I consider you a burden? Yi inquired, her tone tinged with discontent. Lin Chen, feeling a bead of sweat form, replied, not at all. I was merely concerned about you sharing the risks alongside me. You are mistaken in this regard, Yi asserted earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Lin Chen. The Martial Saint Palace dispatched us to investigate together. Thus, we must aid and cooperate with one another. Otherwise, hearing her earnest admonition, Lin Chen quickly interjected, all right. I understand my mistake. So, will you accompany me to Een Mountain? Yi nodded resolutely. Lin Chen fell silent, realizing that the sudden appearance of Bloodslaughter, brandishing the fragments of a crimson battle armor, was a deliberate provocation to compel him to venture to Een Mountain. They had deciphered Lin Chen's character, making it clear that he was aware of the perilous traps awaiting him there, yet he felt compelled to proceed. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen possessed a sacred physique. If Yi accompanied him, it would inevitably expose his true nature. Since you wish to go, then let us depart together, Lin Chen stated calmly. Yi countenance brightened with delight, and she nodded emphatically. I promise I will not hold you back. The two swiftly set forth towards Een Mountain. After traversing countless towering peaks and spending nearly 2 hours, Lin Chen and Yi finally arrived at the location of Een Mountain. True to its name, Een Mountain stood dark and serene, akin to an abyssal demon. The deeper the silence, the more disquieting it felt to the heart. Through the ancient talisman inscribed with the character for annihilation, Lin Chen distinctly sensed that on the midway summit of Een Mountain, there resided 37 powerful fluctuations. Amongst these, there were 3 formidable entities at the 5th transformation of the Void Immortal realm, while the remainder were at the 4th transformation. Even the talisman began to hum and vibrate with excitement, yearning for annihilation, seeking to vanquish all demonic entities. Yi, there are 37 Bloodslaughter clan members awaiting us above, including 3 at the 5th transformation of the Void Immortal realm, while the rest are at the 4th transformation. The moment we ascend, we will be met with a cataclysmic onslaught. Lin Chen fixated intently on Yi face, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Are you afraid? Yi paused momentarily, gazing at Lin Chen's serious demeanor, and suddenly burst into laughter, playfully tossing her hair. I, Isiener, am not easily intimidated. Of course I am not afraid. Lin Chen nodded, his expression inscrutable, yet his body suddenly surged upwards like a cannonball. His voice, enveloped in thunder, erupted within the shadowed mountains. Do not hide. Come forth. In an instant, the once tranquil shadowy mountains erupted into chaos. From within the darkness, 37 pairs of blood-red eyes opened simultaneously, resembling the awakening of 37 demons. Xuexinglai was the first to ascend, a malicious grin plastered across his face as he regarded the rapidly approaching Lin Chen. Lin Lung, it has been a while. Today, I shall settle the score for your previous theft of my Dajian ancient temple. Lin Chen remained rooted in place, maintaining a distance of nearly 100 miles from the 37 blood-red gazes, coldly retorting, Xuexinglai, I have no interest in idle chatter. Summon your master. Until the matter regarding the fragments of the battle armor is clarified, none of you shall escape. Isiener chimed in disdainfully, Xuexinglai. Where is the treasured artifact of the Zhou family that you deceitfully obtained? Hand it over at once. Xuexinglai, observing the fierce determination emanating from Lin Chen and Isiener, licked his lips and uttered a chilling word, slaughter. Instantly, a terrifying aura of death reverberated throughout the shadowy mountains. Remarkably, Isiener displayed no fear. With a flick of her finger, a radiant light burst forth. Golden rays shot from her fingertips, illuminating the darkness, and from this point of light, countless beams of Buddhist radiance erupted, accompanied by the resonant chanting of great Buddhas, illuminating the surrounding darkness. However, as the illumination spread, Isiener's pupils constricted slightly, for she beheld 37 formidable figures, all entwined in terrifying bloodlight. Akin to bloodthirsty beings descending upon the world, their murderous intent palpable as they charged towards her and Lin Chen. Akin to a stampede of wild stallions shaking the very earth, overwhelming in their might. This overwhelming spectacle stirred a profound tumult within her soul. Could they truly contend with such a force? Despite her earlier unwavering conviction and her vivid imaginings of this elaborate snare, witnessing the oncoming assault of 37 powerful adversaries invoked a flicker of trepidation within her heart. The disparity in strength was indeed staggering. Kill! Suddenly, a commanding shout erupted, akin to 1,000 thunders crashing in unison. The force of this cry rivaled that of the 37 ferocious blood clan members charging forth. Lin Chen, wielding an ancient bronze sword, was enveloped in a halo of golden divine lightning as he charged towards the oncoming tide of bloodthirsty foes. His silhouette resembled that of a deity of death. In the 1252nd chapter, titled The Blood Emperor of Sun and Moon, all things are drenched in blood, and within this sanguine essence, one may attain enlightenment. Blood Xunglai surged forth, embodying the Blood Buddha, his mighty hand grasping as countless crimson snowflakes began to swirl around. Within these snowflakes were birthed blood-hued Buddhas, each adorned with sinister grins, reflecting Blood Xunglai's deep-seated hatred and murderous intent towards Lin Chen. The presence of Buddha in blood is to be regarded as malevolent. Begone! Lin Chen's fist clenched tightly, erupting with prodigious force. As the entirety of his martial energy unleashed itself, reminiscent of a divine being returning to the mortal realm. With a single punch, he could obliterate the earth, and with another, he could reshape mountains and rivers, mercilessly annihilating all manifestations of Blood Xunglai's blood Buddhas. In an instant, Blood Xunglai was sent reeling backward. Disbelief etched onto his face. His blood Buddha form was utterly feeble against such might. The ancient sword, imbued with thunder, was destined to vanquish the evil Buddha. Lin Chen granted him no respite, leaping skyward with fervor. The bronze sword resonated with thunderous roars, bathed in golden sacred lightning. Wielding an inexorable force of judgment as it descended upon Blood Xunglai, assuredly aiming to eradicate him with a single stroke. Under the weight of this divine judgment, Blood Xunglai found himself incapable of summoning even the slightest trace of his malevolent power, his pupils constricting as he helplessly beheld the thunderous sword bearing down upon him. Lin Chen's overwhelming presence had thoroughly shattered his resolve. Here, you shall not be so audacious. A middle-aged man surged forth like lightning, his hand morphing into a claw, entwined with layers of crimson arcs of light. Each arc revealed a formidable blood deity, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, a force to be reckoned with. His hand reached out to grasp the ancient bronze sword, Boom. The collision of energies erupted like a tempest, sending the pursuing blood kin staggering backward. Yet, the middle-aged man stood resolute, unyielding against the ferocity of Lin Chen's strike, allowing the bronze sword to resonate with a mighty dragon's roar in his grasp. Masters of the fifth realm of the virtual immortal realm unleashed two terrifying waves of murderous intent that erupted above Lin Chen, cascading downward. Two more experts of the fifth realm seized the opportunity to assail him while he was preoccupied with defense, presenting an overwhelming threat. With three formidable foes converging upon him, Isienner felt her heart clench in trepidation. In an instant, the wings of freedom unfurled from Lin Chen's back, tracing countless paths of liberty as he evaded the two lethal assaults. His form became enigmatic, deftly slipping past the grasp of the two masters, circumventing their lethal blockade. This rogue is no ordinary adversary. We must not afford him any chance. The middle-aged man bellowed. Swish, swish. Two more masters of the fifth realm joined him, and the trio ascended with an air of authority, sealing the heavens and earth in their formidable presence, driving towards Lin Chen. The remaining 34 bloodkin could merely watch as the three advanced, unable to intervene. The combined onslaught of these three masters was such that they need not lift a finger. Lin Chen was doomed. With a unified effort, they produced their celestial pills, aiming to subdue him. Before them lay a celestial elixir, approximately the size of a fist, resplendent in its ruby hue, its form seamlessly whole, exuding a pure sanguinescence. Within it resided an overwhelming and majestic power of celestial energy. Deep within this elixir, shadows flickered in myriad layers, continuously manifesting various arcane celestial techniques, all coalescing within. This phenomenon was akin to Lin Chen's singular point of essence, where all strength converged into one. Their lifetime mastery of diverse wills and celestial arts had been entirely infused into the elixir, merging seamlessly with the ethereal energy. As three celestial elixirs emerged simultaneously, they stirred the very winds and clouds, causing the surrounding space to fracture. The profound principles of myriad celestial arts roared forth, converging towards Lin Chen in a formidable onslaught that instilled a deep-seated fear, rendering any thought of resistance utterly inconceivable. With the emergence of the sacred court, Lin Chen stood undaunted, boldly confronting the overwhelming might of the three celestial elixirs descending upon him. A blinding white light surged from his being as the sacred court manifested, and he took a meditative stance within its confines. 100,000 heavenly soldiers raised their voices in a furious chorus, seemingly singing praises for Lin Chen. For he was the sovereign, the ruler of the sacred court. The formidable sacred court charged directly at the three celestial elixirs, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoing through the air. Behind him, 34 members of the Bloodslaughter clan, including Xue Xinglai, gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Lin Chen, astonishingly, stood firm against the oppressive force of the three celestial elixirs, a display of divine might that stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. Not only they, but the three beings of the fifth turn of the virtual immortal realm were equally shaken. They understood the terrifying power of the combined suppression of the three elixirs. Yet this mere individual of the fourth turn of the virtual immortal realm had managed to counterbalance them with this enigmatic palace of celestial arts. What level of strength did this individual possess? He must be eliminated. The three virtual immortal fifth turn beings simultaneously entertained this thought, their voices rising in unison, urging, "We have ensnared this one. Quickly, unite your strengths to eradicate him entirely, lest we invite prolonged nightmares. Be cautious," Isienner exclaimed, startled by their shouts. The ferocity of the battle exceeded her expectations. She was acutely aware that her own strength paled in comparison amidst this chaos. "Let us unite to slay Lin Chen." Xue Xinglai, for the first time gripped by fear, bellowed in desperation. His body radiated layers of sanguine light as he clasped his hands together, sitting cross-legged in the void. Not only he, but the remaining 33 members of the Bloodslaughter clan also mirrored his actions, their hands pressed together, seated in the void. Their forms enveloped in blood light, unfurling like a colossal blood fan amidst the emptiness. Lin Chen remained expressionless. Heaven boasts both sun and moon, ever revolving, casting light upon the earth. A crimson tide descends, engulfing the celestial bodies, the blood moon and blood sun. All things bask in this radiance, driven by blood. Donning garments of crimson, The might of the Emperor reaches the sun and moon, illuminating the ages. 34 formidable beings of the Blood Clan chant in unison, their hands weaving mystical seals, while the surrounding world appears to plunge into an endless abyss of darkness. Dimly, a colossal blood moon and blood sun emerge in the sky, entwined, with the Emperor's figure looming within, his power radiating throughout the realms, disseminating his might across the heavens. The land of Een Mountain begins to crumble, trees exploding into splinters, and towering peaks shrouded in this boundless sanguine hue. If the sun and moon were to descend upon the earth, the ensuing devastation would be unfathomable. Your time of death has come, the three beings of the fifth turn of the virtual immortal realm bellow, pressing Lin Chen down with fierce intensity. Blood Emperor of the sun and moon, manifest your might. How could Lin Chen possibly escape death? Lin Chen chuckles softly, a spectral hue gracing his laughter. Seated within the sacred hall, he swiftly forms seals with his hands. The royal seal of heaven is invoked. Boom. The suppressed aura of Lin Chen surges skyward, akin to a divine sword unsheathed, unleashing a series of increasingly thunderous detonations, his presence amplifying tenfold in an instant. At this moment, he exudes the majesty of a sovereign, compelling all to bow in submission. I exist to be a king. When the king commands, the subjects must perish, Lin Chen proclaims, his voice resonating like rolling thunder from the sacred hall. The three beings of the fifth turn feel their pupils constrict, sensing an overwhelming tremor emanating from the hall. A force 10 times more formidable than before erupts, shattering the seals that bound them, and all three are sent flying. How is this possible? Blood Shung exclaims in horror, witnessing a scene of sheer terror. Blood Emperor of the sun and moon, kill him. The blood sun and moon suspended in the endless obsidian sky suddenly roar to life, producing a thunderous sound akin to mountains and rivers in turmoil, as the two celestial bodies, embodying imperial authority, descend with ferocity. The 34 beings of the fourth turn unite to unleash their most powerful strike. Blood Emperor of the sun and moon's great art. I am the king. The king wields the sword, cleaving through the world. Lin Chen's spirit soars, radiating brilliant white light as he grips an ancient bronze sword, striking fiercely at the approaching blood sun and moon. This strike embodies the limitless power of the royal seal of heaven, symbolizing the innate majesty of the sacred vein. All under heaven may obscure vision. He, as the sacred vein, assumes dominion, dominating all. When the king commands death, all must comply. With a resounding crack, the blood moon begins to shatter under the weight of this terrifying strike, torn apart inch by inch. The 37 beings of the Blood Clan tremble, their pupils narrowing, scarcely able to fathom the spectacle before them. Who can withstand the madman Lin Chen? Chapter 1253. Why? Deep within Een Mountain, when Bloodstar witnessed the ominous rise of the blood-red sun and moon, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. The Blood Moon Emperor's grand spell was a potent sorcery unique to their bloodthirsty clan. He was well aware of its formidable nature. Yet, this ominous feeling came upon him in an exceedingly strange manner. What was happening to me? Bloodstar chuckled to himself, reasoning that it was likely Blood Shung's resentment towards Lin Lung that drove him to collaborate and unleash the Blood Moon Emperor's spell, intending to obliterate him in one fell swoop. Could it be that Lin Lung possesses the ability to counter this sorcery? Once Bloodstar reconciled his thoughts, his apprehensions dissipated. However, as he beheld the astonishing sword radiance that tore through the blood-red celestial bodies, he felt as though his heart had been struck by a mighty blow, his mind buzzing in disbelief. How could this be possible? With a resounding slash, the blood-red sun and moon were utterly shattered by Lin Chen's sword. The grand spell unleashed by 34 fourth-order virtual immortals was rendered utterly ineffective against Lin Chen's sovereign sword stroke. Xian's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was Lin Lung's combat prowess not exceedingly terrifying? 34 fourth-order virtual immortals and 3 fifth-order virtual immortals had all succumbed before Lin Chen, suffering a complete and utter defeat. This exemplified the might of the sacred vessel body, with the heavenly sacred king seal amplifying his power tenfold. Who could withstand Lin Chen? Yet, not a trace of ease graced Lin Chen's countenance. Rather, his expression grew increasingly grave. He turned to Xian and commanded, Xian, ensure your safety. Their true nature is about to be fully revealed. Xian, perplexed, wondered about this true nature. However, Upon seeing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, her heart sank. There were a total of 37 bloodthirsty clan members present, and even Lin Chen's judgment sacred thunder could not subdue the malevolent energy emanating from them, which explained his unwavering vigilance. As Lin Chen had anticipated, after the initial shock, the 37 bloodthirsty clan members began to reveal sinister smiles upon their faces. Their visages contorted grotesquely. From their blood-red pupils surged black malevolent energy, akin to dark waters gushing forth. Their faces turned an inky black, fangs protruding from their mouths, resembling demons clawing their way out of hell. Their momentum surged ferociously, more bizarre and terrifying than ever before. At that moment, the entire Akin mountain seemed to be engulfed in an icy abyss, instilling a chilling sensation deep within. What is this? Xian's delicate face was etched with shock. Demons? Ha ha ha. Lin Long, this time you both shall perish. Blood Sheng's maniacal laughter echoed, his features grotesquely twisted, a truly fearsome sight. All 37 demons awakened simultaneously, their gazes fixated upon Lin Chen, delivering an endless wave of malevolence that threatened to drag the soul into an abyss of corruption. This transformation far surpassed Xian's imagination. The bloodthirsty clan had indeed morphed into demons. Xian, this is their true face. Lin Chen's voice was laden with gravity. The once proud blood killers had all succumbed to the darkness, transforming into the fearsome demon clan. Once they assumed their demonic forms, their power would be far more terrifying than before. What shall we do? Xianer, regaining her composure, responded with a frosty countenance. These beings cannot be spared, especially the demons. Yet, the thought of the overwhelming power that these 37 former blood killers would wield as demons filled her heart with a sense of helplessness. How could they possibly contend against such might? Lin Chen cast a profound gaze at Xianer, whose face was a mask of chill, and spoke slowly. Perhaps there are elements that will exceed your expectations. I hope that when the time comes, your choices will not disappoint me, but I shall respect your decisions. With that, he turned away, standing resolutely against the 37 formidable demons. Xianer was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Chen's resilient and powerful silhouette, her beautiful eyes clouded with confusion. What did he mean by exceeding expectations? Sun and Moon Blood Emperor's grand technique. Blood Sheng came forth with a thunderous roar, rising to a seated position. His visage twisted in a maniacal grin aimed at Lin Chen. The remaining 36 fearsome demons also assumed their positions, each one exuding an aura of malice, beset with intentions of destruction, devastation, and plunder, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Their demonic forms radiated a formidable presence, far surpassing their previous strength, seemingly doubled. This time, the 37 demons united their powers to unleash the Sun and Moon Blood Emperor's grand technique, intent on reducing Lin Chen to ashes, utterly obliterating him. The heavens have sun and moon, revolving endlessly, illuminating the earth. Blood descends, enveloping the sun and moon, the blood moon and blood sun. In an instant, a tempest arose. The howling winds seemingly intertwined with the sinister laughter of demonic gods. The entire sky appeared to cave in, plunging the Akin mountain into profound darkness. The blood moon and blood sun re-emerged, yet this manifestation was far more terrifying than before, resembling two colossal celestial mountains suspended above. The bloodlight illuminated the entire realm. Within this blood moon and blood sun, a phantom figure sat, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority, the visage of an emperor. As the emperor entered the blood moon, his brilliance radiated a tremendous pressure. However, upon closer inspection, the figure seated within the blood moon and blood sun bore a chilling grin. The power of the demons was palpable, and even the emperor wore a sinister smile. The combined might of this celestial technique surpassed that of mere immortals. Underneath the terrifying bloodlight, Xianer's icy face began to pale. Lin Chen had managed to withstand the previous onslaught, but could he shatter such a formidable presence now? Blood Sheng, do you truly believe that Lin Chen is so easily vanquished? Suddenly, Lin Chen erupted into laughter, his aura exuding a kingly dominance. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from his left arm, as countless wounds appeared instantaneously, blood gushing forth from his arm, suspended above his head. A terrifying force radiated from Lin Chen, enveloping him in an overwhelming tide of power. The god-slaying combination's great sage art erupted in a magnificent display. With the loss of one arm, blood flowed forth to summon a towering blood butcher, standing at an imposing 2 meters, wielding a blood sword, its gaze filled with fury. Yet, this was not enough. Lin Chen laughed maniacally as his right arm began to explode like the left, blood gushing forth in torrents. The enraged figure of the blood butcher surged with ferocity, as if propelled by the heavenly Saint King's seal, its body instantly swelling to a height of 5 meters. Exuding an aura that made the very earth tremble, all the blood from his arms erupted forth. Amidst the demonic turmoil, Blood Shunglai finally sensed the extraordinary nature of this power. He bellowed, "Kill, destroy the Sun and Moon Blood Emperor, transform into the divine fist." Blood Shunglai, seated in the foremost position, looked at Lin Chen with a sinister grin, channeling the might of the Sun and Moon Blood Emperor's great sage art into his fist's radiance. A single blow manifested the Sun and Moon. The Sun and Moon revealed the Blood Emperor. Such willpower could obliterate the towering Yin mountain, turning it to dust. With unwavering resolve, he struck towards Lin Chen, as if in that moment, the heavens and earth dimmed, and the Sun and Moon roared in unison. Even the 5-meter-tall Blood Butcher appeared diminished beneath this thunderous fist. The Blood Butcher descended to annihilate the gods. Lin Chen suddenly let out a roar, his chest resonating with a cacophony of explosions, countless wounds from which blood flowed unceasingly. The 5-meter-tall Blood Butcher's bloodlight surged, the blood sword in its grasp emanating a murderous aura. Fury permeated the void as the Blood Butcher sought to slay the gods. The overwhelming blood sword descended with the ferocity of divine slaughter. In that instant, the Sun and Moon Blood Emperor was to be eradicated. Gods could fall, let alone you. The Sun and Moon. The deafening explosion resonated throughout the Yin mountain, echoing across the entire mountain range. Countless beasts trembled, sensing the shudder from the depths of their souls. As all returned to nothingness, the mountainside of Yin Mountain transformed into a terrifying, dark pit. Only Isienner remained standing, her garments billowing gracefully. He had emerged victorious. At this moment, Lin Chen stood proudly, his arms drenched in blood, hanging limply, his chest and back soaked in crimson, appearing dreadfully mutilated. Yet, the aura he exuded was sharp and commanding, evoking reverence in all who beheld him. Seeing Lin Chen's cold expression, Isienner's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. All 37 of the corrupted Blood clan had been defeated. Blood Shunglai and his companions now lay gravely injured, their black pupils reflecting fear as they gazed upon Lin Chen's figure. Even in their corrupted state, they felt an overwhelming dread. After a moment of stunned silence, Isienner called out urgently, "Lin Chen, are you all right?" He had become half a blood man, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. However, Lin Chen seemed oblivious to Isienner's concern, striding purposefully towards Blood Shunglai and the others. Blood Shung gazed at Lin Chen as he approached, fear evident in his eyes, yet he still sneered, "Lin Lung, you cannot kill me. Even the essence of my corrupted flesh cannot be destroyed. Not even by a 5th transformation immortal. No matter how powerful you become, you will never be able to slay me." The remaining 36 members of the blood-killing clan simultaneously grinned wickedly. If Lin Chen was in such a half-dead state, how could he withstand the arrival of Blood Xingqian? Lin Chen's bloodied face twisted into a ghastly smile. The abyss of devouring suddenly unfurled behind him, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient primordial beast, ready to consume Blood Shung and his companions. In that instant, their expressions changed drastically, succumbing to utter terror. Devouring? This is the demonic devouring art. You are the embodiment of sin. Their fearful cries morphed into chilling shrieks as they were entirely swallowed into the pitch-black, profound abyss of devouring. The world once again plunged into darkness, with only faint glimmers visible. Lin Chen, drenched in blood, slowly regained his composure after consuming Blood Shung and the others, directing his gaze towards Isienner. At this moment, Isienner's pupils constricted slightly, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Lin Chen. The embodiment of sin? He is indeed the embodiment of sin. As a former quasi-saintess of the Martial Saint Palace, Isienner was well aware of the terrifying reputation of the Blood Sky Demon Lord. This Lin Lung was the sacred pulse body that the myriad realms sought to eradicate. Why was it that a cold light began to flicker in Isienner's eyes? She had never anticipated that the man she had encountered, radiating a formidable Buddhist aura, would turn out to be the very embodiment of sin that everyone sought to eliminate. The fallen demons of the blood-killing clan, Lin Lung, being the embodiment of sin, surpassed all her expectations. No wonder he faced 37 corrupted members of the blood-killing clan without fear and even defeated them. Was this the might of the embodiment of sin? Having inherited the Buddhist path, her deepest loathing was for evil. Indeed, I have been concealing the truth all along. Lin Chen parted his bloodied lips in a bitter smile. I apologize, Isiener. I deceived you. I am, without a doubt, the embodiment of sin you speak of. Isiener bit her lip, remaining silent. Yet the cold light in her beautiful eyes intensified. The abyss of devouring had completely consumed Blood Sheng and the others, its immense power beginning to circulate within. But Lin Chen's arms and chest were gravely injured, rendering him unable to absorb such potent energy, as he could not withstand it at present. The God-slaying combination grand technique was a forbidden art that inflicted 800 wounds upon oneself while harming the enemy 1,000. Was it that you did not wish to bring me here because you were ashamed of your hideous visage? Isiener's tone grew colder, her voice devoid of its previous charm and softness. Lin Chen fell silent, acknowledging that he had indeed brought Isiener along to shield her from the truth. However, there are moments when Lin Chen finds himself engulfed in confusion, as the entirety of the myriad realms casts him aside like a demon. He has eliminated those who sought his life, and he bears no fault in their demise. Why, then, do they continue to revile him? Is it solely due to the past deeds of the Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign? Lin Chen merely wishes to emerge from the shadows. In his gaze, a flicker of determination and sincerity emerges as he addresses Isiener, questioning why one's character must be judged based on the sacred pulse physique. I, Lin Chen, can proudly declare that I have never committed acts of slaughter. I have only defended myself against those who sought to end my life. Is it a crime to be born with such a constitution? Isiener, momentarily taken aback, remains unyielding, stating coldly that while words may be so, the reality of being a sinful body cannot be altered. A sinful body should not exist in this world. Lin Chen sighs, but refrains from further discourse. At this moment, Isiener is visibly agitated, unable to maintain her composure in contemplating his words. Just then, a voice erupts, filled with malice, urging, "Kill him. Quickly, eliminate him." Isiener, do you not comprehend what being a sinful body entails? Should he be allowed to grow, it would spell disaster for the myriad realms. Both Lin Chen and Isiener turn to see Bloodstar emerging, his countenance dark and twisted like a demon. His gaze, fixed on Lin Chen, radiates an icy malevolence. So it is true, I never imagined you to be a sinful body. Today marks the day that such a being vanishes from this world. His blood-red eyes begin to swirl with dark, malevolent energy. The destruction of his 37 subordinates has ignited Bloodstar's wrath. Yet, despite his usual caution, seeing Lin Chen drenched in blood diminishes his trepidation, even inciting a thrill at the thought of vanquishing the infamous sinful body. What do you intend to do? Isiener demands, her voice sharp. You, who have slain members of the Blood Clan, have fallen into the depths of depravity. Your sins are grave. Is that so? Bloodstar's gaze locks onto Isiener, frigid with malice. He is a sinful body, while you cultivate the path of Buddhism to eradicate evil. Why do you not strike him down? Isiener trembles, her pupils constricting. In that instant, a sinister smile spreads across Bloodstar's face, prompting Lin Chen to shout, "Isiener, be careful." Seizing the moment of her distraction, Bloodstar's hand morphs into a bloodied claw, imbued with chilling power, striking down towards Isiener. The fiery black light ignites within his blood-red pupils. Isiener feels as though struck by lightning, helplessly witnessing the claw descend upon her with blinding speed. Is death imminent? The voice of Lin Chen resounds, devouring realm, once more opening to envelop Bloodstar in its grasp. Yet, Bloodstar is no mere character. With a sudden leap, he deftly evaded the devouring realm, his pitch-black eyes locking onto Lin Chen, a chilling grin spreading across his face. The sinister power within him surged forth. Lin Lung, you are now at your wit's end. Do you still have the heart to concern yourself with others? Bloodstar laughed maniacally. I shall candidly inform you that the armor you covet was merely a fortuitous acquisition of mine. Your beloved woman, Hong Ling, may very well have perished in some distant land. Haha, I shall send you down to join her. In an instant, Bloodstar surged towards Lin Chen, a tempest of black clouds swirling behind him. However, Lin Chen's gaze transformed into an icy coldness at that moment. This fellow, Bloodstar, claimed that his woman, Hong Ling, was dead. He not only deceived him, but also dared to curse Hong Ling. The blood star manifested, descending upon the earth, the evil king emerging. Divine arrows piercing the sun. Bloodstar unleashed the full might of his bloodstar physique, his entire being erupting in a myriad of crimson star patterns, beginning to materialize around the valley. In an enigmatic manner, the countless stars in the vast firmament appeared to be stirred by Bloodstar's power, cascading down with formidable force to empower him. As Bloodstar's aura grew increasingly terrifying amidst the sanguine star patterns, he resembled an evil king of the world. He abruptly drew back the bow formed of Bloodstar light, preparing to unleash a shot aimed directly at Lin Chen, consolidating the power of all star patterns into the arrow. When the arrow was released, the stars vanished and the heavens dimmed. Such an arrow! How could the severely weakened Lin Chen withstand it? Bloodstar's chest swelled with a tremendous sense of exhilaration, as if he could not help but erupt in thunderous laughter. The sinful body, Lin Long, shall be buried by my hand. Don't! Yixianer cried out instinctively upon witnessing this scene, her heart suddenly tightening. Ha! Lin Chen gazed at the terrifying blood arrow hurtling towards him, a smile escaping his lips as a terrifying madness erupted in his icy eyes. God-slaying combination, let me slaughter. Simultaneously, his left and right legs reverberated with 1,000 explosive sounds, blood splattering and scattering. The imposing figure of Blood Butcher began to take shape, his eyes ablaze with fury and an overwhelming killing intent. He raised the fearsome blood sword from his back and brought it down with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, the curvature of Bloodstar's face froze in disbelief. Boom! The blood arrow was shattered, the crimson sword light crashing upon Bloodstar's body, almost instantaneously inflicting grave injuries upon him, leaving him gasping for breath, utterly weakened, his face a mask of shock. How is this possible? He was grievously wounded, yet managed to defeat me in a single strike. What manner of madman is this? At that moment, Lin Chen's hands, legs, and chest had all bled out. His body riddled with thousands of wounds, blood dried up, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones. Intense pain and overwhelming dizziness surged from the depths of Lin Chen's heart. Yet he gritted his teeth, his expression one of indifference, standing like an iron man. He cannot fall. He must never succumb before the enemy. Yixianer, Lin Long has already lost all ability. Eliminate him. At this moment, Bloodstar Chen suddenly shouted frantically at Yixianer, if you kill him, you will become the hero of this world. He is a vessel of sin, and once he grows stronger, he will bring calamity to the entire realm. Bloodstar Chen was genuinely terrified, trembling at the sight of Lin Long. He wished for Lin Long's swift demise, longing for his death. Yixianer's exquisite visage bore no expression, yet within her delicate palm surged a golden flame, resonating with the profound chants of Buddhist doctrine. It was the fire of the Dharma, destined to eradicate all evil. Clutching the flame, she advanced step by step towards Lin Long, her captivating gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Bloodstar Chen trembled with excitement, urging, kill him. Quickly, annihilate the wicked. Your mastery of the Dharma will advance further. Lin Chen stood there, drenched in blood like a phantom, yet still held his ground with unwavering pride. Yixianer approached softly, whispering, I'm sorry. With a swift motion, she cast the flame from her palm, transforming it into a towering inferno, as if a colossal fiery Buddha had descended upon them. Bloodstar Chen's excitement abruptly ceased, his face frozen in horror, his pupils constricting as he let out a chilling scream. Yixianer continued softly, I'm sorry. Even though I possess the Dharma, I do not wish to slay my friend. Moreover, I know deep down that he is truly not a bad person. Please forgive my selfishness and impulsiveness. Yixianer gazed at Lin Chen with her radiant, clear eyes, a pure and enchanting smile gracing her face. In the glow of the Dharma flames, her smile resembled that of a celestial being. Lin Chen, too, returned a smile, feeling a warmth enveloping him. Without a word, he unleashed the realm of devouring towards Bloodstar Chen. As he opened his mouth, about to speak, a sharp pain surged through his mind, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chapter 1255. A terrifying conspiracy. Lin Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain that left him gasping for breath. Even the slightest movement felt as if his body were shattering. Blood flowed from his arms, chest, and legs, and he was oblivious to the countless wounds he bore. It was as though someone had taken a knife and meticulously sliced his flesh, akin to preparing a meal. Yet Lin Chen was astonished to discover a pure, golden Buddha seated within him, continuously chanting, The sacred verses flowed from its mouth, permeating his entire being and nourishing his physique. This accelerated his recovery, evidently a manifestation of Ishiner's influence. Additionally, Lin Chen realized that the realm of devouring behind him was in constant motion, brimming with immense energy. With a mere thought, the energy from the realm would cascade into Lin Chen's body. He had awakened. The gentle voice of Ishiner resonated, carrying a hint of playful reproach, advising him not to put himself in such a predicament again. Lin Chen displayed an awkward smile, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Why did you choose to trust me?" Ishiner blinked her clear eyes and replied, "Because you trust me as well. With your prowess, you need not reveal yourself to me. You could easily conceal your true self or even eliminate me. Yet, you chose to believe that I would not harm you." She cheekily stuck out her tongue before adding earnestly, "I am quite astute, you know." Lin Chen let out a hearty laugh, though he felt a sense of joy beneath the surface. Concealment and revelation were ultimately not his path. However, for Lin Chen, the foremost priority was to cultivate his body. He immediately set about restoring himself. With the assistance of Ishiner's Buddhist techniques, he achieved remarkable progress, taking merely 2 days to regain mobility. And his internal blood flow had significantly improved, allowing him to harness nearly 30% of his strength. "We should investigate what lies within the Akin mountain," Lin Chen said gravely. "The entire mountain range is exceedingly mysterious, and we must ascertain the situation. There are 38 members of the blood-killing clan hidden here. Who knows what ominous plans they may be orchestrating?" Ishiner nodded solemnly at the mention of this matter. The presence of the demon clan signified danger. The two immediately set forth, delving deeper into the heart of the Akin mountain. After traveling approximately 1,000 miles, a chilling wind emanated from the depths of the dark mountain, carrying a malevolent aura that seeped into one's very bones. This frigid gale was no ordinary cold. It was a bone-chilling wind that could not be resisted without achieving a celestial body. At that moment, Lin Chen also felt the ancient talisman of annihilation within him tremble more violently. "Be cautious," Lin Chen murmured. Ishiner nodded, and they pressed onward into the shadows of the mountain. After a short while, both halted in their tracks, sensing a powerful wave of evil energy pulsating nearby. However, this sinister presence was unmistakably not human, devoid of any life signs. Illuminating the Buddha's light, Ishiner said as she flicked her finger, sending a beam of Buddhist radiance into the darkness, which suddenly erupted into a vast golden glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Yet, the scene that unfolded before them caused Ishiner to gasp in shock. Lin Chen beheld a desolate expanse spanning nearly 100 miles, lifeless and barren. Yet scattered across the ground were the corpses of several individuals, predominantly from the martial sage palace and the Zhou family. A haphazard array of treasures lay strewn about. At the center of this grim domain was a massive blood pool, approximately 20 miles in diameter, filled with thick, congealed blood. Sinister black lines, pulsating with terrifying energy, twisted above the pool, seemingly forming some kind of formation. However, it was clear that this pattern remained incomplete, missing a significant portion. What on earth are they doing? Ishiner pondered, increasingly perplexed by the purpose of this blood pool formation. It was not only Ishiner who felt this way. Lin Chen shared her bewilderment. However, now that Bloodstar has been slain by them, it is utterly impossible to extract any information. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought, when suddenly, he noticed a large obsidian stone beside the blood pool formation. Upon it lay a spatial pouch, accompanied by several mysterious stones, their essence already desiccated. Could this be Bloodstar's spatial pouch? Lin Chen paused momentarily, then stepped forward decisively to retrieve it. Upon delving into the contents of the pouch, Lin Chen immediately discovered over 10,000 small, jet-black stones within. These stones were remarkably dark and profound, appearing unremarkable compared to ordinary stones. Beside them rested a black scroll, emanating wisps of dark energy, as if a demon were roaring upon it. There were other items within the pouch, yet Lin Chen chose to ignore them and instead unfurled the dark scroll first. The scroll bore a peculiar script, one Lin Chen had never encountered before. Yet he comprehended its meaning. The blood-tinged sinister altar formation could be activated to summon great demons. Beneath it was a note stating that 109 Akin mountains served as the formation's focal points, absorbing the Akin power of heaven and earth, converging here. The remaining text provided interpretations of the formation, indicating that the black stones were used to establish it. After perusing the dark scroll, Lin Chen could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. "What is it?" Xianer inquired, noticing the change in his expression. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, stating that the unfolding events were even more terrifying than they had imagined. This formation was intended for summoning the demonic race. In other words, Bloodstar and his companions were attempting to set up a formation to invoke the true demons. What? Xianer's expression shifted. Are these madmen truly planning to summon demons to assault the martial realm? Even Lin Chen had not anticipated that Bloodstar and his cohorts would embark on such a cataclysmic scheme. Moreover, how could they possibly execute such a colossal endeavor without assistance from others? The implications of this were beyond Lin Chen's imagination. It seemed that, as his father had warned, the demon race, which had lain dormant for countless years, was finally stirring. They harbored intentions toward the martial realm, seeking to conquer it. This news must be reported to the martial Saint Palace without delay. They could not be allowed to open the gateway. Xianer immediately asserted, recalling her studies of ancient texts that detailed the demonic race. If such a terrifying race were to descend, the martial realm would surely descend into chaos. She would never stand idly by and witness such a calamity unfold. Lin Chen nodded gravely. The situation had surpassed his expectations. As he continued to investigate the spatial pouch, he stumbled upon an object that left him momentarily stunned before he coldly chuckled. "It seems you can no longer report to the martial Saint Palace." "What is it?" Xianer asked, puzzled. Lin Chen tossed her a pitch-black token, which turned out to be the Sacred Sun's token, representing the sacred sun of the martial Sage Palace. Upon seeing this token, Xianer felt a heaviness in her heart. The prior incident where Shueshang had transformed into a quasi-sacred sun to deceive the Zhou family and obtain the martial diagram of Zhou Gongming had already indicated the presence of a traitor within the martial Sage Palace. Now, with the Sacred Sun's token found in Shueshangchen's spatial pouch, the evidence was irrefutable. The existence of a traitor within the martial Sage Palace was no trivial matter. As Xianer accepted the Sacred Sun's token and looked up, her expression changed dramatically. For inscribed upon the token were two prominent characters, Pan Wu. The unfolding of events had surpassed Lin Chen's expectations. However, this realization only reinforced his understanding of the growing importance of strength. In the following days, he focused on recuperating to restore his body. 10 days have passed, and I am completely recovered now. "Thank you," Lin Chen said with a smile, radiating vitality. "It was a minor matter," Xianer replied with a melodic laugh, though her expression soon turned serious. "I must hurry back to report this incident." Lin Chen nodded, advising her, "Remember, the sacred son of Pan Wu is not to be underestimated. First, consult with the 3 elders of martial arts. They will surely recognize the gravity of this situation." Xianer nodded and swiftly departed. The entire Yin Mountain, devoid of the radiance of Buddhist light, once again sank into endless darkness. Yet, Lin Chen found solace in this shade, for it mirrored the hue of the devouring realm. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he contemplated the energy of 38 slain blood clan members. The devouring realm immediately manifested behind him, with runes swirling within the pitch-black tunnel, resembling a colossal beast gaping wide. Suddenly, the entire devouring realm trembled, and a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth, morphing into a great rolling dragon that cascaded over Lin Chen's form. With a hum, Lin Chen's body expanded to 5 meters in height. Enveloped in this overwhelming and pure energy, his celestial energy pool instantly surged, bubbling and swelling with vigor. "Condense into a celestial pill," Lin Chen bellowed, absorbing this colossal energy and directing it into the celestial energy pool within his dantian. The pool boiled with increasing intensity, its consistency becoming thicker, emanating an aura steeped in ancient profundity. It was akin to a large pot of broth reduced to a single bowl, a concentration that was truly formidable. As the celestial pill began to take shape, Lin Chen's gaze sparkled with determination. Upon breaking through to the 5th transformation of the void celestial realm, "I shall give birth to a sacred avatar. The essence of Pan Wu power can undoubtedly mold a martial child, the child of Pan Wu." Without hesitation, runes within his dantian began to oscillate. Black devouring runes, the regal heavenly sacred king seal runes, and various symbols of the sacred court, all were infused into the ever-thickening celestial energy pool. With a resounding boom, a dazzling array of colors erupted from the elixir pool, where various runes swirled and continuously formed devouring black holes, the visage of the heavenly sacred king's seal, and the miraculous descent of the sacred court. The power radiating from this spectacle grew increasingly terrifying, and within the ethereal pool, a palpable aura of dominion and sovereignty began to take shape. This was the overwhelming might belonging to the sacred vein body, as the elixir solidified and the miraculous powers converged into one, representing the strongest elixir. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly blazed with two terrifying rays of divine light. The viscous, porridge-like essence of the elixir pool began to whirl in an instant, erupting with a fearsome white light, seemingly heralding the arrival of a formidable sovereign, reigning over the world with an authority that even the greatest emperors could not rival. Boom, boom, boom. An invisible force erupted violently from Lin Chen's body, shattering the earth within a 5-mile radius, as trees disintegrated into dust amidst a cacophony of explosions, shaking the very foundations of the Akin mountain. In stark contrast, within Lin Chen's being, an elixir floated, surrounded by spirals of ethereal energy. Above the elixir, a vague character of sacred began to take form, a symbol of dominion. This was an elixir of the sacred vein body, should it unleash its power. Its might would be unfathomably terrifying. Lin Chen's physique grew increasingly complete, exuding an essence akin to that of a true immortal. At this moment, with a mere thought, it felt as though a rift had opened above him, allowing an unceasing torrent of ethereal energy to flow forth, dispelling any concerns of depletion. The chasm between the virtual immortal and the true immortal was but a single step, representing the ultimate distinction of genuine immortality. Lin Chen had now approached this threshold. Should he break through to the fifth transformation of the virtual immortal and attain the true immortal status, he would rightfully earn the title of a genuine immortal. However, the energy within the devouring realm remained fearsome, even as Lin Chen achieved the fifth transformation of the virtual immortal. The energy within had likely yet to expend the presence of 5 blood-killing beings. After all, 3 virtual immortals at the fifth transformation still resided within, alongside the celestial prodigies, Bloodstar and Blood Prosperity. Lin Chen continued to absorb the energy, fortifying his cultivation. Yet, at that moment, a frown creased his brow as he sensed a peculiar force emanating from the devouring realm. Unlike the previous blood-killing energy, this new force was exponentially more potent. Within the obsidian depths of the devouring realm, blood-colored starlight and the radiance of the blood Buddha began to emerge. These patterns were profoundly mysterious, incomprehensible to Lin Chen. The two entirely distinct forces converged seamlessly into the elixir within Lin Chen. What could this possibly be? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, halting his absorption of energy from the devouring realm. With a mere thought, he urged the elixir, seeking to attune himself to the enigmatic blood Buddha pattern. In an instant, a blood Buddha arose from behind Lin Chen, wearing a sinister grin, chanting countless Buddhist verses. This was the embodiment of the blood Buddha. Leaving Lin Chen in a state of profound shock, he promptly activated the celestial star pattern, and in an instant, countless blood-red star symbols began to descend, flickering incessantly, subtly intertwining with the stars in the firmament above. Infused with the celestial power of the heavenly bodies, they became immensely formidable. Lin Chen's expression was profoundly stirred. The blood Buddha body and the blood star body, were they not the very embodiments of Bloodshung and Bloodstar? By absorbing these two figures within the devouring realm, he had remarkably assimilated the powers of both physiques, integrating them into himself. It was utterly extraordinary. If I were to slay the heavenly Emperor Chen and consume him, would I not also acquire the Emperor's physique? The shock within Lin Chen's heart was nearly overwhelming. To absorb the physical powers of others, what an audacious act! The power of physique is born of creation, a divine gift from the heavens, and yet this devouring sorcery could even assimilate what was bestowed by the heavens. No wonder the blood celestial demon lord was feared and reviled throughout the realms. This devouring sorcery was indeed excessively formidable. Now, if I were to transform into the likeness of Bloodstar and Bloodshung, who would truly recognize me? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance upon absorbing others. He could metamorphose into them, indistinguishable in essence. With the mastery of another's physical power, he could easily deceive the senses. Lin Chen gradually contained his exhilaration. The devouring realm was becoming increasingly astonishing, proving to be immensely beneficial for him. He began to sculpt the doppelganger. Lin Chen stepped into the fifth transformation of the void immortal realm, once again invoking the sacred realm within him. The sacred aura descended, coalescing into a doppelganger. With a mere thought, the sacred realm opened, exuding a torrent of sacred essence. This sacred essence surged within Lin Chen's dantian, gradually forming a small figure that mirrored Lin Chen perfectly, indistinguishable in all aspects, infused with his essence. The foundational force of Panwu was integrated within. With a wave of his hand, the foundational force transformed into a cascade of ancient runes, flowing like a river into the sacred essence of Lin Chen's body. Instantly, the sacred essence was adorned with various Panwu foundational runes, resembling a diminutive Panwu figure. Lin Chen then infused the skeletal remains of a quasi-saint killed by Bloodstar and others into the sacred essence within his own body, breaking a finger to pour in his vital blood. The sacred essence within Lin Chen began to exhibit signs of life, his eyes slowly opening. "Excellent," Lin Chen said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "From today forth, you shall be named Lin Panwu. Remember, you have brothers, Chun, the demon, and Lin, the good and evil. Your goal is to become the foremost in the martial saint palace." Lin Panwu nodded firmly, clenching his fists. "I shall undoubtedly become the foremost in the martial saint palace." Defeating the saint son of Panwu and usurping his position. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Lin Panwu shared his temperament, and he had no need for concern. He promptly activated the devouring realm, channeling the remaining terrifying energies within into Lin Panwu's body. After all, these energies were insufficient for him to ascend to the true immortal realm, so he generously bestowed them. With this influx of energy, Lin Panwu's aura and cultivation soared rapidly, consuming a full 5 days and nights. Lin Panwu's cultivation has ascended to the realm of the third transformation of the void immortal body. Moreover, endowed with Lin Chen's extraordinary martial talent, Panwu's foundational energy has surged alongside his cultivation, transcending the realm of Panwu's chi veins. Now, whenever Lin Panwu moves, there is an overwhelming sensation akin to Mount Tai descending upon the earth. With the power of Panwu's foundational energy, Lin Panwu possesses formidable combat prowess. Yet, this is far from sufficient. Zhou Gong's dream martial diagram made Lin Chen chuckle as he retrieved an ancient scroll from the spatial pouch of the Bloodstar. This scroll, approximately 2 meters in length, depicts an elderly man with flowing white hair, seated cross-legged, his eyes closed in a deep slumber. To the untrained eye, it appears to be an ordinary image, devoid of any discernible clues. Only those with profound martial talent can glean the ultimate martial secrets from it. Previously, Bloodshung had deceived Lin Chen to acquire this Zhou Gong's dream martial diagram. Although the intentions behind this transaction remained unclear, Lin Chen perceived it as a treasure and decided to keep it for the time being, intending to return it to the Zhou family once it was utilized appropriately. As for the young girl Yixiner, Lin Chen had played a minor trick on her. She was completely overwhelmed by the machinations of the demon clan and had no inclination to concern herself with the matters surrounding the Zhou Gong's dream martial diagram. Lin Chen entrusted it to Lin Panwu, encouraging him to learn more and enhance his techniques. Given the might of Panwu's foundational energy, it would be nearly impossible to contend with the saint son of Panwu. Lin Panwu's expression brightened as he accepted the Zhou Gong's dream martial diagram, concentrating his gaze upon it. Upon doing so, he instantly fell into a state of stupor, his eyes devoid of focus, as he became one with the enigmatic essence of the diagram. Should any member of the Zhou family witness this scene, they would likely be struck down in shock. This phenomenon is what their lineage refers to as the unity of man and painting. Furthermore, there is a legend within the Zhou family that the one who achieves this unity is destined to be their heir, chosen by the unparalleled power of Zhou Gong himself. Lin Panwu, ensnared in profound comprehension, began his mystical transformation. In the grand hall of the semi-holy city of the martial saint palace, an imposing palace loomed, enveloped by 8 torrents of celestial energy reminiscent of rampaging dragons. Within this ethereal energy, symbols flickered continuously, flowing ceaselessly into the palace, creating a magnificent spectacle that left the many semi-holy sons in awe and reverence. The 8 profound divine gates lead to 8 realms. The power of the divine seal merges within me. The unification of the 8 profound becomes invincible. A commanding female voice resonated throughout the hall, sending waves of captivating energy reverberating within. In an instant, the celestial energy that had poured into the semi-holy city vanished entirely. Faintly, it seemed as though 8 divine gates ascended into the heavens, merging into one, giving birth to a newfound power. The majesty emanating from the palace caused the hearts of the many semi-holy daughters and sons in the semi-holy city to tremble. Congratulations to the 8 Xian maiden for her complete mastery of the 8 Xian divine gate seal and her elevation to the status of a saintess. Heartfelt felicitations on her becoming the 4th saintess of our martial saint palace. Indeed, the 8 Xian maiden is truly exceptional, earning our utmost admiration. Numerous quasi-saint sons and saintesses offered their congratulations almost simultaneously, casting radiant beams of light that surged into her palace. Yet, the grand door of the 8 Xian maiden's palace remained firmly closed, although the faces of these quasi-saint sons and saintesses bore a hint of awkwardness. They refrained from uttering further words and returned to their respective abodes. At that moment, a voice of unparalleled authority resonated throughout the quasi-saint city, proclaiming that from this day forth, the 8 Xian maiden would assume the title of saintess of the martial saint palace, endowed with the dignity and powers befitting her rank. A quasi-Dao artifact of the 3rd great calamity was graciously bestowed upon her as a token of encouragement. A brilliant rainbow light flashed, its formidable aura penetrating the palace. Instantly, the doors of the 8 Xian maiden's palace opened, and she emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence, humbly expressing her gratitude to the Grand Elder. The commanding voice dissipated into silence. The 8 Xian maiden had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiating 8 profound auras, which intertwined and morphed into an enigmatic power that soon vanished. She had just acquired another quasi-Dao artifact of the 3rd great calamity. Her status was now formidable enough to command respect throughout the entire quasi-saint city. Congratulations, sister. Several figures stepped forth from the grand hall, offering their well wishes. These individuals were well known to Lin Chen, having participated in the martial arts conference alongside him. Yang Yuan, Feng Xuanxing, and Zhou Shiqi. All 3 had been gathered under the auspices of the 8 Xian maiden. Shiqi, you must also put forth your utmost effort. Henceforth, the 8 Hall of Quasi-Saints will be entrusted to your stewardship, the 8 Xian maiden stated, her expression stoic, yet her tone held an unmistakable authority. Yang Yuan and Feng Xuanxing were filled with envy, yet they found themselves powerless in the face of Zhou Shiqi's formidable background. Not only was he the younger brother of a saint's son within the martial saint palace, but he was also a direct descendant of the Zhou family, destined to become a figure of great influence among the 4 prominent families. Thank you, sister. Zhou Shiqi responded with composure, his expression revealing neither joy nor sorrow. At that moment, an unexpected talisman shot through the air, landing in the hands of the 8 Xian maiden. With a mere sweep of her consciousness, she remarked, I never anticipated that Yixian would return alive. As for Lin Long, he remains silent, likely deceased. However, Yixian's return undoubtedly carries secrets from Yin Mountain. We ought to extract this knowledge for my own merit. Having just ascended to the status of saintess, this was a perfect opportunity to solidify her position. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuanxing's eyes widened in surprise. How could Lin Long possibly be dead? The son of that esteemed figure cannot so easily meet his end. However, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts as the 8 Xian maiden soared into the air, prompting the 3 to hastily follow. Yixian entered the martial saint palace, swiftly moving across the ground, eager to relay this intelligence to the 3 elders of martial arts. Just then, a familiar female voice echoed, Yixian. It has been a long time. In a moment of urgency, Yixianer looked up in surprise, only to find it was Ba Xiannu, her expression instantly darkening. This woman had betrayed her trust during the incident in Wudi City, where Lin Chen was thwarted by Chen Tiandi. Yet, upon seeing her, Yixianer felt a weight in her heart and was compelled to congratulate Ba Xiannu on her ascension to the position of the sect's holy maiden. Clearly, Ba Xiannu's presence now radiated an authority she had not possessed before. Ba Xiannu nodded slightly, but then observed Yixianer and said, Sister, I shall not keep you. I must report on the task. A flicker of light shone in Ba Xiannu's eyes as she coldly replied, No need for your trouble. Simply report the matter to me directly. Her words carried an air of command, leaving no room for dissent. Yixianer's delicate face shifted. Understanding the implications of Ba Xiannu's statement, she intended to usurp their merits. Given the task's significance involving the saint's son of Pan Wu, allowing his fiancée to take the credit would spell disaster. Resolutely, Yixianer shook her head. I apologize, sister, but this matter is of great importance. I cannot report directly to you. I must inform the Grand Elder in person. How audacious! Ba Xiannu's voice turned icy. Then today, I shall employ my authority as the holy maiden to teach you, the true disciple, the importance of adhering to the commands of the holy maiden and the saint's son. Her aura transformed, becoming overwhelmingly powerful, pressing down on Yi Xian'er with an intimidating weight. She was prepared to strike without further provocation. Yi Xian'er paled. If Ba Xiannu subdued her now, the secrets of Yin Mountain would be exposed, and the collusion involving the saint's son of Pan Wu would remain concealed, leaving their Wu Sheng palace in peril. Yet, how could she possibly withstand Ba Xiannu's might? Suddenly, a calm voice pierced through the tension. If you wish to subdue Yi Xian'er, you must first deal with me. A robust figure approached, emanating an aura of formidable strength that resembled an indomitable mountain. Both Ba Xiannu and Yi Xian'er looked on, their expressions shifting with apprehension. This man was clearly of extraordinary caliber. Who are you? Ba Xiannu demanded coldly. This holy maiden is disciplining her true disciple. Do you dare to intervene? Naturally, I do, Lin Pan Wu replied with a faint smile. In an instant, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Ba Xiannu, imbued with an essence reminiscent of Pan Wu's might, as if it could shatter the heavens. How could this be the power of Pan Wu? Ba Xiannu's expression changed with surprise, and even Feng Xuanqing and Yi Xian'er were taken aback. The power of Pan Wu is not merely a terrifying secret technique reserved for the holy son of Pan Wu, yet this individual possesses it as well. However, the eighth mysterious maiden is no ordinary character. She forms intricate seals with her hands, summoning 8 divine gates that descend simultaneously. These gates exhale celestial energy and exude profound mystical power, resembling deities descending to guard the 8 directions, rendering all things motionless. With a single punch, Lin Pan Wu struck the 8 mysterious divine gates, producing a deafening explosion. The gates trembled violently, revealing faint cracks, yet they could not be shattered. Who exactly are you? The 8 mysterious maiden exclaimed. Even with the power of Pan Wu, such strength cannot break my 8 mysterious divine gates. Lin Pan Wu smiled lightly, closing his eyes as his aura descended into a profound tranquility akin to slumber. Zhou Shiqi's pupils constricted sharply. This was the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Fist. Lin Pan Wu's seemingly dormant form appeared to be imbued with an inexplicable martial enhancement, moving like a phantom, striking out 8 punches in an instant, dreamlike and indistinct. Each punch harmonized with different martial truths, unleashing a tremendous force upon the 8 mysterious divine gates. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the 8 mysterious divine gates exploded. Unable to withstand this onslaught, the 8 mysterious maiden was forced to retreat, her face reflecting utter shock as she gazed at Lin Pan Wu in disbelief. Her 8 mysterious divine gates were comparable to the techniques of the Holy Sun, yet they had been so easily shattered. When had such a prodigy emerged from the Holy Martial Palace? However, upon meeting Lin Pan Wu's cold gaze, her heart quivered, and she hastily proclaimed, I am the Holy Maiden, the fiancée of the Holy Son of Pan Wu. Do not act recklessly. The appearance of this enigmatic young man had indeed left her astounded. Suddenly, Zhou Shiqi knelt, his voice trembling as he declared, what you have just demonstrated is the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Fist, our family's supreme technique. To see this fist is akin to meeting royalty. I am Zhou Shiqi, paying my respects to the Zhou King. Yang Yuan, Feng Xuanqing, and Yi Xian'er were all equally astonished. The 8 mysterious maiden was even more shaken, fully aware of what the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Fist represented, and the fact that this individual had just unleashed the essence of Pan Wu left her bewildered. What manner of creature was this? What had transpired? Yet, the 8 mysterious maiden, possessing a keen intellect, swiftly adopted a seductive tone. Esteemed junior brother, it seems you have misunderstood. In the Holy Martial Palace, the Holy Maiden has the authority to summon the true disciples. She merely breached the sect's regulations. Gently brushing her hair, she added with charm, might you consider extending a favor to this humble 8 mysterious maiden? Lin Pan Wu replied coolly, I am not interested. The smile on the 8 mysterious maiden's face instantly froze. 8 mysterious maiden, it has been a long time, came a voice as Lin Long strolled over from the distance, a languid expression on his face. I did not expect you to ascend to the rank of Holy Maiden. How impressive. Lin Long, Yi Xian'er exclaimed with joy. At that moment, Ba Xiannu exclaimed with a delicate yet commanding tone, Lin Long, I hereby invoke the name of the Saintess to order you to expel this enigmatic individual. Should you succeed in this endeavor, it will be deemed a commendable act of protection for the Saintess, paving your way to the esteemed title of Saint Sun. Furthermore, I can assist you in dealing with the Emperor Chen. Recently appointed as the Saintess, she could not bear the indignity of having her authority undermined. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that this individual had unleashed two formidable martial techniques. Provoking Lin Lung into conflict with him might prove to be fortuitous. How intriguing, Lin Lung mused, turning her gaze towards Lin Panwu. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Lin Lung was acquainted with this peculiar individual, Lin Panwu respectfully smiled at Lin Chen. As long as elder brother deems it favorable, then it is indeed so, brother. The revelation of this eccentric calling Lin Lung big brother sent shockwaves through those present. Chapter 1258. Infiltration of the demon clan in the palace of Ba Xiannu within the semi-holy city. How infuriating. Ba Xiannu fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Where did this Lin Panwu emerge from? How has he mastered the foundational essence of Panwu and acquired the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Fist? Most vexing of all, he dares to call Lin Lung big brother. Feng Xuanxing and Yang Yuan remained silent below, aware that speaking at this juncture would be imprudent. Though Feng Xuanxing longed to caution Ba Xiannu against underestimating Lin Chen, the son of that esteemed figure who had the audacity to judge the 10 emperors was not to be taken lightly. Sister, Lin Panwu's sudden emergence is indeed peculiar. However, his command of these two sacred martial techniques will undoubtedly draw the attention of the Martial Saint Palace. Moreover, the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Fist is formidable. If he secures support from the Zhou family, his standing will likely soar. Yang Yuan refrained from voicing his thoughts. Such a martial talent could lead him to become the heir of the Zhou family. A notion too staggering to contemplate. The Zhou family is not as simplistic as one might presume. Do you believe that the Saint Sun would passively witness the usurpation of his rightful inheritance? Ba Xiannu's expression turned sardonic. What does it matter how formidable Lin Panwu is? Unless he incites a reaction from the Saint Idol, he cannot compare to the Saint Sun of Panwu. Both Yang Yuan and Feng Xuanxing nodded in agreement. Ba Xiannu then proposed, if this individual cannot be swayed to our side, we might as well employ the might of the Saint Sun of Panwu and the Saint Sun of the Zhou family to eradicate him completely. At that point, I shall relish the prospect of confronting Lin Lung. Within a profoundly enigmatic palace, Wu Yuanqi's beard bristled with indignation. What on earth are you up to, young man? To brazenly injure Ba Xiannu is one thing, but to bestow the foundational essence of Panwu upon Lin Panwu is beyond comprehension. What are your intentions? Not only Wu Yuanqi, but also Wu Tong and Wu Li were seething with rage. It was their first encounter with someone transferring such ancient and dreadful secrets to another. Had they not witnessed Lin Chen's display in the martial technique pavilion, they might have been tempted to strike this insolent youth. Dear seniors, there is no need for such anger, Lin Chen remarked with a gentle smile. I assure you, Lin Panwu's martial talent is at least on par with mine. You should find joy in having such a prodigious talent among you. Rather than directing your ire towards me, the three elderly men of Wu Yuan simultaneously directed their gaze towards Lin Panwu. With a courteous smile, Lin Panwu once again closed his eyes, his breath rapidly waning as he entered a slumber akin to that of the Duke of Zhou. His fists began to dance in the air. Although his aura was not formidable, the invisible might he exuded was astonishing. The profound intricacies of martial arts were perfectly manifested through him, evoking admiration from onlookers. The Wu Ming fist of the Zhou family, an esteemed martial technique, left Wu Yuan and his companions in a state of stupefaction, their eyes shimmering with fervor, as though they yearned to vivisect Lin Panwu. The Wu Ming fist of the Zhou family. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven has favored our martial Saint Palace. Wu Yuan exclaimed, elatedly gesticulating. I wonder how that old man from the Zhou family will oppose us now. He will surely bow to our martial Saint Palace. Both Wu Li and Wu Tong shared in his exuberance, yet soon realized the gravity of their situation, as they were still seeking retribution from that scoundrel Lin Lung. The expressions of the three men abruptly turned stern. Just as they prepared to unleash their wrath upon Lin Chen, he nonchalantly tossed them a spatial pouch, languidly stating, This is the Zhou Gong Dream Map that Panwu and I retrieved. Consider it a gift for the three of you. The trio's faces registered mild astonishment, quickly followed by raucous laughter upon inspecting the pouch. They were acutely aware of the significance of the Zhou Gong dream map. Possessing it would grant them immense favor with the Zhou family, ensuring their compliance. With a gleeful demeanor, Wu Yuan accepted the pouch, but then remarked, however, "You did strike down the 8 Xian maiden, and that is no trivial matter. She is the daughter of a revered elder. Even we three might find ourselves in a precarious situation." At the mention of this, Lin Chen's expression grew grave. "Yixian, you should explain to the 3 elders." Yixian nodded, her delicate features somber. "Esteemed elders, our actions against the 8 Xian maiden were not without reason. Furthermore, this matter is of utmost importance, even if it means offending her. We cannot allow her to learn of the events concerning the Yinshan mountain range." Seeing Yixian and Lin Chen's grave demeanor, the 3 elders were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in encouragement for them to continue. Yixian began to recount the events surrounding Yinshan, deliberately concealing Lin Chen's identity as a sacred vessel. She presented the evidence she had meticulously prepared, including the diagram of the blood pool evil altar, which was irrefutable. The reemergence of the demon clan and their intent to invade the martial realm, alongside the implication of Panwu Saint Sun's collusion with the demon clan, rendered the expressions of the 3 elders grave. The atmosphere became oppressively tense, the horror of the situation far exceeding their expectations. No wonder Lin Panwu would act so decisively against the 8 Xian maiden. The Saint Sun's collusion, the demon clan's descent. We of the martial Saint Palace bear the primary responsibility. Wu Tong, in a fit of rage, seethed, "Damn it, this Panwu Saint Sun is a traitor. I shall slay him." His fierce aura enveloped the grand hall, instilling a palpable sense of dread. The other 2 elders and Lin Chen swiftly interceded to dissuade him. "Do not be overly angry, Senior Wudong," Lin Chen remarked. "Although we have uncovered issues concerning the holy son of Panwu, mere words are insufficient. We lack direct evidence. The holy son of Panwu wields great influence, and any attempt on his life would not only be futile, but could also alert the demon clan." Wudong pondered this and found it reasonable. However, his face hardened, radiating a palpable killing intent. "You 3 have performed admirably," Wu Yuan stated sternly. "We will manage this matter, and you need not worry about the subsequent developments. We will also handle the situation with the 8 Xian Nu." Yixianer nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Chen interjected, "Seniors, I must bring up a matter of great importance." "Speak," Lin Chen said with a smile. "I fear I must withdraw from the martial Saint Palace to infiltrate the demon clan. The situation in Yinshan is rather minor, yet I suspect a larger force lurks behind it. Moreover, in order to confront the holy son of Panwu, I must gather evidence. I cannot allow the nefarious plans of the demon clan to succeed." "What? You intend to leave the martial Saint Palace and infiltrate the demon clan?" The 3 martial elders and Yixianer exclaimed in unison, while Lin Panwu remained remarkably composed. "Absolutely not. That is far too dangerous." Wu Yuan emphatically shook his head, stating, "You cannot withdraw from the martial Saint Palace. I will not permit it." Lin Chen, a prodigy capable of causing the sacred sun's secret texts to tremble, was not someone they could idly watch march to his doom. "You must reconsider, Lin Chen," Yixianer urged, her voice tinged with concern. "The demon clan is formidable. Infiltrating them is exceedingly perilous." "I must go," Lin Chen insisted resolutely. "This is my mission. Elders, once you see this, you will understand." He raised his hand, summoning a floating talisman, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. The 3 elders were taken aback at the sight of the talisman, their expressions shifting to one of complex calm after a moment of shock. They understood precisely what this ancient talisman of annihilation signified. Only Yixianer appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend its significance. "Given this, you may proceed," Wu Yuan contemplated. "However, you must not depart from the martial Saint Palace." "But, Senior Wu Yuan," Yixianer exclaimed anxiously. Wu Yuan waved her off, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Chen smiled. "If I am to remain, then Lin Panwu should be allowed to join the martial Saint Palace and become a sacred son, correct?" Upon mentioning Lin Panwu, the martial elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nodding fervently. He was indeed a rare talent deserving of their support. Suddenly, Wu Yuan handed Lin Chen a spatial bag. "You are embarking on a perilous mission into the demon clan. Take this. It may prove useful and perhaps even save your life." Lin Chen nodded appreciatively, offering Yixianer a reassuring smile before turning to leave. "Lin Chen," Yixianer called out urgently, but was interrupted by Wu Yuan. "Let him go, little girl. Even if he does not infiltrate the demon clan, should they descend upon us, he will undoubtedly be at the forefront. Why? Isiener asked, perplexed. Isn't Lin Chen a body of the sacred veins? He could easily ignore the demon clan's affairs. Because it is his destiny, Wu Yuan sighed. Fate has decreed that he is meant to confront the demon clan. The decree of heaven. Is it a blessing or a curse? Isiener was momentarily stunned. A body of sin. She was chosen by the heavens to confront the demonic clan. When she looked again, Lin Chen's figure had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lin Panwu clenched his fists tightly. The words Lin Chen had spoken echoing in his mind. The sacred son of Panwu, he must triumph, becoming the foremost figure of the martial sacred palace. Chapter 1259. The Eastern Battlefield. With Lin Panwu involved, the matters concerning the shards of the origin of the martial realm could be entrusted to him. And Lin Chen need not worry about him exploiting the bronze ancient coffin. Moreover, given the significance of the bronze ancient coffin to the shards of the martial realm's origin, Lin Panwu would surely thrive within the martial sacred palace, as he was but an extension of Lin Chen. The devouring demon technique, ever-changing. Lin Chen's aura began to transform in a peculiar manner, morphing into the visage of the blood star. His eyes emitted a terrifying crimson glow. With the activation of the elixir within him, he exuded an ethereal presence, akin to celestial bodies entwined, a palpable malice enveloping him. At this moment, Lin Chen had completely become the blood star. Even a formidable being standing before him would find it impossible to discern any clues from Lin Chen's form. Lin Chen opened the spatial bag of the blood star and retrieved a blood-red token, adorned with a sinister depiction of a jet-black skull, radiating an air of malevolence. As Lin Chen infused his consciousness into it, he immediately uncovered a trove of conversations within, the majority pertaining to the matters of Yin Mountain. However, he also detected a pivotal location, the Eastern Battlefield. Having traversed the martial realm for some time, Lin Chen had acquired a map. After a brief examination of the Eastern Battlefield, he grasped its significance. It was rumored that in ancient times, a cataclysmic war had erupted in the east of the martial realm, a conflict so dreadful it involved primordial powers, consequently transforming a certain region into a desolate battleground. The sites of these ancient clashes are now fraught with peril, designated as forbidden zones. Currently, the Eastern Battlefield serves as another site of intrigue. Moreover, based on Lin Chen's conjecture, the individuals active within this battleground likely hail from the bloodthirsty clan of the human realm. After expending 2 days and nights, Lin Chen finally arrived at the Eastern Battlefield. Before him lay an expansive plain, the sky pouring down an unending torrent of fierce energy. The land bore immense fissures, revealing a disquieting force that sent shivers down one's spine, while colossal pits dotted the ground. Some of these pits extended for miles, dark and unfathomable, instilling a sense of dread in any who beheld them. The entire Eastern Battlefield was suffused with an invigorating aura of combat, a remnant from ancient times that had yet to dissipate. Stepping onto this ground felt akin to entering a war zone, evoking chills or igniting one's blood with fervor. This land was rife with lethal intent. Without a detailed map, even a true immortal would hesitate to venture forth. Dragon transforms into 9, life blooms anew. I am of the bloodthirsty clan. This place shall flourish, Lin Chen intoned, reciting a series of incantations with resolute conviction. In an instant, the void before him twisted violently. A crimson aura surged forth, evolving into a blood-red tunnel that exuded a terrifying and bloodthirsty essence, shrouded in a deep red hue, its destination unknown. Should an ordinary person step within, they would succumb to an insatiable thirst for blood, their veins boiling as if they might burst forth. The blood-killing clan had established an illusion upon this land. Even if someone deciphered the incantation before this sanguine tunnel, unless they belonged to the blood-killing clan, they would inadvertently alter the tunnel's essence, drawing the attention of its inhabitants. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen plunged into its depths. Upon traversing the blood-red tunnel, he found himself before a towering mountain. This mountain loomed to a height of 10,000 meters, piercing the clouds. Its slopes entwined with arcs of crimson light that emitted an ominous aura of blood, as if countless blood-killing clan members were stationed within. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He sensed approximately 20 to 30 figures within the mountain. The majority were at the 4th level of the virtual immortal realm. Yet 2 or 3 had already stepped into the true immortal realm, their presence exuding formidable power. From the intel acquired from Bloodstar, Lin Chen understood that this mountain was a stronghold on the eastern battlefield, albeit not the most formidable one, as Bloodstar's status had not granted access to the highest echelons. Lin Chen remained unaware of the number of blood-killing clan members concealed in this eastern battlefield. Brother Bloodstar, you have arrived. Suddenly, a member of the blood-killing clan rushed over, respectfully addressing Lin Chen. Brother Huazhan is also here, currently in the Grand Hall. Understood, Lin Chen replied, his expression impassive as he waved his hand with an air of authority, emulating Bloodstar's demeanor. The blood-killing clan member promptly withdrew with reverence, and Lin Chen's figure flickered as he entered the mountain's interior. From the crimson token bestowed by Bloodstar, Lin Chen was aware of Huazhan's stature. Huazhan was on par with Bloodstar, presiding over a malevolent altar of blood, akin to a minor leader in the clan. Within the mountain, a blood-red palace stood, an impressive edifice of a quasi-path artifact of the Third Tribulation, exhaling a mighty aura reminiscent of an ancient blood dragon, terrifying enough to conjure an immense sea of blood at any moment. Lin Chen's heart tightened slightly, for within this blood-red palace resided a being of the true immortal realm. As Lin Chen stepped into the palace, a voice resonated through the air. A young man emerged, his long hair flowing to his waist, exuding an elegant demeanor, devoid of any bloodthirsty aura. This was Blood Huazhan, a figure of the fourth level of the virtual immortal realm. Blood Huazhan, have you completed your mission? Lin Chen queried coldly, as the information from the crimson token hinted at the irreconcilable conflict between Bloodstar and Huazhan. The blood pool's evil altar formation is not so easily completed. Have you, perhaps, managed to achieve it? Huazhan laughed lightly, exuding an ethereal grace. To my knowledge, the Martial Saint Palace has taken notice of your peculiarities in Een Mountain and dispatched numerous quasi-saints to investigate. A mere swarm of ants, already vanquished by my hand. Lin Chen scoffed. In just a short time, the formation will be complete. What is there to fear? A glimmer of bloodlight flickered in Huazhan's eyes. Are you certain there are no issues? Spare me your nonsense. Lin Chen bellowed, as blood-colored star mist surged forth from his being. Within this mist, a subtle resonance with the celestial stars emerged, shaking the very air and releasing a pressure far more terrifying than what Bloodstar had previously exhibited. Lin Chen had now ascended to the fifth transformation of the void immortal realm, the power of the Bloodstar body unleashed to an even greater extent. You've entered the fifth transformation of the void immortal. Huazhan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had always been a rival of Bloodstar since childhood. Yet he had not anticipated that Bloodstar would surpass him in reaching this level. This elevation undoubtedly placed Bloodstar in a position of greater authority, one that would overshadow him at every turn. Humph, Lin Chen snorted, drawing the blood-colored starlight mist back into his body, choosing silence. In stark contrast, Huazhan's expression darkened. The previous elegance he exhibited now entirely absent. Enough of your quarrel, a commanding voice resonated from within the hall. An elder emerged, frail yet emanating an invisible pressure akin to that of an actual immortal, instilling a profound sense of dread within Lin Chen. This was the formidable Yuntai, an expert of the true immortal realm. Huazhan promptly clasped his hands in greeting, followed by Lin Chen. So, this was the esteemed Yuntai, the one who had previously issued orders to Bloodstar. Through those commands, Lin Chen had come to understand that Yuntai favored Bloodstar. Excellent, Yuntai remarked approvingly. Regarding Lin Chen, your cultivation has made significant progress. Once you successfully shape the blood pool's evil altar formation, you may earn the approval of the higher powers, granting you the royal level evil blood, potentially allowing you to ascend to true immortal status and receive substantial support. Huazhan's expression shifted, while Lin Chen felt a flicker of confusion over the term royal level evil blood. However, he maintained an air of respect, nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Yuntai's demeanor grew serious as he addressed both Huazhan and Lin Chen. Today, a distinguished individual will arrive at our fifth stronghold to assess the situation. You two are fortunate to be present. You must report the progress to this esteemed figure. Should the situation be favorable, you may garner their favor. Both Huazhan and Lin Chen nodded vigorously. Yuntai then gestured for Huazhan to withdraw. Huazhan's expression froze, his heart seething with resentment. Clearly vexed by Bloodstar's recent breakthrough to the fifth transformation of the Void Immortal, which had drawn Yuntai's attention even more. Yet, with a flicker of bloodlight in his eyes, Huazhan retreated swiftly. Lin Chen immediately clasped his hands, uncertain of what Yin Tai wished to convey to him. Elder Yin scrutinized Lin Chen with a discerning gaze and remarked, "I see you have become considerably more astute, my young friend. You are no longer as arrogant and easily provoked as before. That is indeed a positive change." Lin Chen felt a slight chill in his heart, but merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. "I have retained you for a reason," Elder Yin said, his expression turning grave. "The distinguished individual arriving for inspection possesses a truly formidable identity. A blood pool altar array has taken shape on the eastern battlefield, and a notable figure from the demon clan has descended. This very individual is the one overseeing the inspection. She holds a prestigious status within the demon clan, one I cannot fully comprehend. You must seize this opportunity wisely." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart quaked with intensity. An impressive array had already been established on the eastern battlefield, and now a figure of the demon clan had made her appearance. Lin Chen nodded perfunctorily, yet his inner turmoil deepened. The pace at which the demon clan was advancing into the martial realm far exceeded his expectations. The situation was indeed dire. Within the mountain, several palatial structures stood, each one accessible only to those of significant stature. For instance, Bloodstar had his own palace. Inside Hua Zhen's palace, a fit of rage consumed him. "That insufferable wretch has always been one step ahead of me," he bellowed, frustration etched across his face. "He has once again outpaced me. What fortuitous encounter has he had to ascend to the fifth transformation of the virtual immortal realm?" Hua Zhen's visage twisted in fury. The elegance he had previously exhibited now utterly vanished. He and Elder Wen were akin to two peas in a pod, both deserving of contempt. Slamming his palm onto the throne, it shattered into fragments. A member of the blood-killing clan below bowed respectfully. "Brother Hua Zhen, why let your anger consume you? That esteemed individual is about to arrive, and you have caught their attention. Surely they will advocate for you." If Lin Chen were present, he would recognize this person as a confidant of Hua Zhen. "You speak wisely." Mentioning that esteemed individual instantly calmed Hua Zhen, who stood with a proud demeanor. "Elder Wen and Bloodstar could never fathom that I have garnered the favor of that esteemed figure." The member of the blood-killing clan chuckled in agreement. A cold glint flashed in Hua Zhen's eyes. "With my prior arrangements, this time I shall ensure that Bloodstar suffers. Should the opportunity arise, I will obliterate him and annihilate his essence." Elder Wen's words weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. Believing Lin Chen was contemplating the arrival of the esteemed individual, Elder Wen smiled and refrained from further interruption. Just then, a flash of bloodlight flickered in Elder Wen's eyes. "Lord Luo has arrived. Let us hasten to welcome him." Elder Wen transformed into a streak of blood light, racing forward, while Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback before quickly following suit. However, confusion lingered in his mind. The blood-killing clan was a clan of blood, yet who exactly was this Lord Luo? Nevertheless, Lin Chen swiftly kept pace with Elder Wen. Within this small illusion, a group of 2 to 3 dozen members of the blood-killing clan, including 2 other formidable true immortal experts, such as Hua Zhen, materialized in unison, standing at the foot of the mountain in a meticulously organized formation. Hua Zhen cast a chilling smile toward Lin Chen, who slightly furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, when he suddenly glanced upward. Above in the sky, a rolling tide of crimson began to envelop the atmosphere. From this sanguine haze emerged a figure, a young man resembling a god of blood, exuding an aura of immense and terrifying power. With each step he took, authority radiated from him, compelling all to submit. This was yet another true immortal expert, and the eyes of everyone present were filled with profound respect. However, only Lin Chen's gaze flickered with coldness, for he recognized this individual as Luo Sheng. Initially, Lin Chen had merely speculated, but now he had received undeniable confirmation. The pursuit by the immortal fell, the expedition to the Ghost Hall. This individual had unleashed a torrent of murderous intent against him. Indeed, he had succumbed, becoming a figure of the demon clan. Nevertheless, Lin Chen forcibly suppressed the killing intent that surged within him, with Luo Sheng present, alongside so many blood-killing clan experts. Any exposure on his part would lead to certain death. Pay homage to the holy envoy, Elder Wen Tai, and all others proclaimed in unison, their eyes devoid of any disrespect, and Lin Chen joined in the reverence. The bloodlight that had filled the sky dissipated, as Luo Sheng stood poised in the void, surveying the assembly with an air of superiority. He spoke with an indifferent tone, announcing, A significant figure from the demon clan will soon arrive for inspection. You must all perform admirably. Should this esteemed individual take note of you, soaring to the rank of a king general, on par with my status, is not beyond the realm of possibility. Lin Chen surveyed the expressions of those present, noting that even Elder Wen Tai and other true immortal figures bore intense eagerness, anticipation, and tension in their eyes, as if the rank of king general were akin to a coveted artifact, imbued with irresistible allure. It appeared imperative to seek an opportunity to thoroughly uncover the intricacies of the demon clan's affairs. Lin Chen mused inwardly. Huazhen, you have performed commendably of late. You shall remain by my side to welcome this esteemed individual, Luo Sheng declared once more, igniting fervent excitement among the attendees. Being in proximity to the holy envoy was indeed a tremendous boon. Elder Wen Tai's lips twitched slightly, though he remained silent, evidently taken aback by Luo Sheng's unexpected selection of Huazhen instead of Shuexingchen. Huazhen unabashedly displayed his satisfaction, casting a provocative glance at Lin Chen before soaring upward, positioning himself behind Luo Sheng, surveying Lin Chen and the others from a position of superiority. Reporting to the holy envoy, I have an important matter to disclose. Huazhen's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice as he spoke. Speak, Luo Sheng beckoned. Huazhen immediately proclaimed, to my knowledge, the territory governed by Lord Shuexingchen, known as Yinshe, has recently garnered the utmost attention from the Martial Sage Palace. They have dispatched several groups to investigate the affairs of the Martial Sage Palace. Not only that, but members of the Zhou family have also been involved, including a prospective holy son. However, Lord Shuexingchen's unparalleled might has led to the annihilation of them all. Elder Wen Tai's countenance shifted noticeably. Huazhen's words were evidently intentional. He aimed to convey to Luo Sheng that the Blood Star was not adequately overseen, leading to the emergence of the Yin Mountain, which had drawn the keen attention of the Martial Saint Palace. Such matters could be deemed significant or trivial, but the crux of the issue lay in the arrival of a formidable figure from the demon clan, who was here to inspect the area. If affairs were poorly managed and displeased this prominent individual, the consequences would be dire. Luo Sheng was unwilling to witness such a scenario unfold. The clarity with which Huazhen spoke was unsettling. It was apparent that he had long orchestrated a scheme targeting the Blood Star. Elder Wen Tai was consumed with fury, yet he suddenly felt the chilling gaze of Luo Sheng upon him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. You are indeed the Blood Star, Luo Sheng. His eyes glinted with cold light, fixated upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen inwardly lamented his predicament, realizing that Huazhen harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Blood Star, and now he was being targeted for retribution. Nonetheless, he stepped forward with resolve and nodded at Luo Sheng. Elder Wen Tai felt a pang of sympathy, but chose to remain silent. How disappointing that you cannot even handle such a minor affair. Luo Sheng's eyes darkened further, his aura intensifying ominously. Fortunately, Huazhen informed me, had you completed the grand formation only for the Martial Saint Palace to discover it, the ramifications would have been catastrophic. Do you comprehend? Luo Sheng's voice escalated abruptly. The onlookers were visibly alarmed, their ears resonating with a disconcerting hum. And even those with cultivation below the fourth transition of the immortal stage began to bleed from their ears. Lin Chen felt a jolt in his mind. However, his formidable consciousness rendered him unafraid. Yet, what sent shivers down his spine was the realization that if Luo Sheng were to attack him, his identity would be exposed, leading to grave consequences. Moreover, he shared an irreconcilable enmity with Luo Sheng. I acknowledge my faults, Lin Chen admitted directly. Recognizing my mistakes does not remedy the situation. Luo Sheng's face was etched with cold fury, his murderous intent fixated upon Lin Chen. A terrifying aura surged from him, akin to a primordial beast exhaling its breath. Pressing toward Lin Chen. I could end your life right now. Lin Chen's expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated such brutality within the Blood Clan, where life could be taken so casually. Was he truly on the verge of exposure? Just as Luo Sheng's words hung in the air, the sky above abruptly transformed. It seemed as if the heavens had succumbed to a profound darkness, exuding an aura of malevolence. Within this inky abyss, a monstrous visage could be discerned, emanating a terrifying majesty, its pitch-black eyes chilling to the bone, belonging to an ancient and fearsome creature. Suddenly, a shadowy figure plummeted from the sky. Humph. Luo Sheng's murderous intent receded instantaneously, his voice cold. Should you be held accountable for this, Your demise is inevitable. The unexpected arrival of this formidable presence thwarted Luo Sheng's intention to strike. A smile flickered on Hua Zhen's face as he cast a fierce glare at Lin Chen, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Consider yourself fortunate. For now, I shall spare you, but you will not escape your fate." At this moment, Lin Chen found himself in a state of profound distress, as he had not anticipated encountering the formidable Luo Sheng so soon after infiltrating. He pondered his next move, realizing that he would have to adapt to the unfolding situation. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen steadied his mind. The shadowy figure began to descend, allowing him to discern her form, which instantly took him aback. This figure, draped in a dark veil, possessed long hair cascading gracefully down her back. Her silhouette was enchanting, clad in a form-fitting black gown that revealed her fair legs, enticing the gaze to linger deeper. Her bosom, soft yet prominently elevated, displayed a captivating and alluring cleavage that rendered one's attention utterly transfixed. An intangible allure emanated from her graceful figure, ensnaring the hearts and minds of those present. Even Lin Chen, with his steadfast resolve, felt a tremor of unease. This prominent figure of the demon clan was truly formidable. However, as Lin Chen surveyed the crowd, he was astonished to discover that the expressions of those around him were devoid of any emotion but profound respect, a reverence that seemed to emanate from the very core of their beings. Devoid of jealousy or envy. How could so many be so captivated and awed, merely by the presence of a figure from the demon clan? The mesmerizing woman approached, each step imbued with grace and allure. Lin Chen's countenance shifted abruptly. As he beheld the entrancing figure within mere meters, his complexion paled. What was happening? It felt as though a force within him was stirring restlessly, a disquiet emanating from the depths of his soul. Why was his spirit so inexplicably agitated? Perhaps merely due to her proximity? Moreover, Lin Chen was alarmed to sense that as the enchanting woman drew closer, the malevolent energy within him surged with increasing intensity, becoming ever more violent. Was it truly her influence? Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen endeavored to rein in his spirit, though he remained oblivious to the identity of this woman and the reason for her effect on him. He understood that he must not allow the power within his soul to erupt into madness. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, none noticed Lin Chen's peculiar state. The alluring woman parted her lips, her voice sweet yet chilling, addressing him with a seductive tone. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng regarded her with respect, casting a brief glance at Lin Chen that flickered with a hint of murderous intent before relaying Hua Zhen's words with calculated ease. Hua Zhen, reveling in Lin Chen's predicament, observed his pallid expression with a gleam of malice in his eyes, relishing the thought of his rival's impending doom. Let the saintess dispose of him. The demon clan has no need for the likes of him. The enchanting woman's voice, though seductive, bore an unsettling chill that pierced through the air. Lin Chen's face grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could hardly discern the sounds around him, his mind consumed by the haunting echoes of sinister laughter. How could this agitation be so overpowering? Hua Zhen's expression glimmered with ecstatic delight, barely able to suppress a laugh of triumph. The formidable figure of the demon clan has decreed your demise. Thus, you must succumb to your fate. In this vast expanse of heaven and earth, no one can save you. Bloodstar, with a piercing glare, immediately emanated a chilling aura and struck forth with a colossal fist towards Lin Chen. A blood-red dragon, stretching 1,000 miles, filled the atmosphere, coiling around the descending fist, roaring towards the heavens. From its maw erupted an endless stream of crimson light, sweeping forth with overwhelming might. A celestial being attempted to wield their divine powers to obliterate Lin Chen entirely. Elder Wen's countenance turned pale, and he quickly retreated. In this dire moment, Lin Chen faced imminent annihilation. Lin Chen suddenly lifted his gaze. Before the towering blood dragon, his pallid visage appeared strikingly radiant. His ghastly face twisted grotesquely, shrouded in an aura of profound darkness, as a terrifying, malevolent laugh escaped his lips. Mad Demon, Chapter 1261, The Distorted Dream of Ancient Sorcery. A horrifyingly sinister energy surged forth, causing the ancient blood dragon conjured by Luo Sheng to shatter in an instant. A cacophony resonated in the minds of all present, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear. Yet, this dreadful malevolence vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. Lin Chen collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading, remaining oblivious to the events unfolding around him. The atmosphere was steeped in a deathly silence. All eyes fixated in astonishment upon the unconscious Lin Chen. What had transpired with that overwhelming aura? Luo Sheng's lips quivered slightly, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt the sinister energy within him tremble, a sensation of fear, of submission. What was the true origin of this bloodstar? Not only they, but even the alluring demoness was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, the demoness finally broke into a seductive laugh, remarking that her inspection had unveiled something intriguing. Regardless of who this individual was, she intended to take him with her. Luo Sheng promptly nodded. Refusing this esteemed figure was not an option. The onlookers began to awaken from their stupor, gazing at Lin Chen with a mix of shock and envy. To be favored by such a mysterious personage from the demon clan signified that Bloodstar was destined for greatness. Moreover, as they recalled the mysterious and terrifying dark energy emanating from Bloodstar, a sense of chilling suffocation enveloped them. Huazhen remained speechless, his mouth agape. Having grown up alongside Bloodstar, he was acutely aware of his abilities. How could such astonishing dark powers have suddenly manifested? And to be noticed by this formidable figure from the demon clan? It felt surreal, like a dream. Indeed, everything seemed like an illusion. By the way, Holy Envoy, I sensed a significant malice emanating from the individual behind you towards this man, the demoness remarked, her red lips parting gracefully. This man is one I have set my sights on. You should know what to do next. Understood. Luo Sheng nodded, casting a deep glance at the Bloodstar. And then his gaze turned coldly towards Huazhen. Huazhen trembled slightly, suddenly feeling a chilling terror rise within him. He immediately sensed a large hand, akin to an iron claw, gripping his throat, and despair filled his eyes. It seemed Huazhen's fate was sealed. Lin Chen awakened in a daze. As he opened his eyes, his body instantly tensed. You are awake, a sweet, tingling voice resonated, soothing to the ears. Lin Chen looked over in astonishment, his face flushing immediately. Before him stood a demoness draped in sheer fabric, her fair skin partially revealed, and she had removed her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face with alluring eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Even Lin Chen, with his strong will, felt his composure nearly slip away at the sight of her. This woman was nothing short of enchanting. He quickly composed himself, taking several deep breaths to steady his mind, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the mysterious demoness. A soft giggle escaped her lips as she observed Lin Chen's flustered demeanor, her laughter melodious like the chime of bells, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort akin to a gentle spring breeze. Am I truly that frightening? Sophie teased playfully. I am Sophie, Bloodstar. Why do you not dare to look at me? Are you afraid I might devour you? Her voice caressed his ears, akin to a tongue tracing along his skin, sending tingles throughout Lin Chen's body. He hurriedly replied, Sophie, you are incredibly beautiful, but your attire is rather too provocative. Very well, I shall don something more modest. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, Sophie donned a long robe of deep black adorned with golden trims, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet her devilish figure remained evident, revealing a profound, alluring cleavage. Lin Chen finally exhaled in relief. This attire was considerably more palatable than the previous one. Bloodstar, tell me, what is the source of the malevolent aura surrounding you? Sophie inquired, leaning closer, her captivating gaze imbued with an enchanting power, reminiscent of a dark night that made one's spirit susceptible to dissent. Lin Chen shook his head, bewildered. I do not know what is happening. This ominous energy inexplicably emerged when you approached me. In truth, Lin Chen spoke honestly. He was aware he had lost half of his soul, transforming into an evil essence. Yet, he could not comprehend why the power surged uncontrollably in Sophie's presence, pushing him into a frenzied state. He dared not contemplate the actions he may have taken during his madness. I see, Sophie murmured, her delicate brows knitting together. Could it be that the legends hold truth? Only those of royal blood can awaken the ancestral lineage? But how could such a bloodline exist within the Slaughterblood clan? Lin Chen listened, perplexed. What do you mean by royal bloodline and ancestral bloodline? Noticing Lin Chen's confused expression, Sophie explained, the royal bloodline refers to the supreme lineage among our demon kind. The bloodline of kings. Only royalty can bear the strongest lineage. I surmise that you possess the supreme bloodline of our demon ancestors, a lineage that has long been lost to the annals of time. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Could it be that he, a vessel of the sacred lineage, harbored the blood of the demon clan? Yet, what of the malevolent energy that erupted from the half of his soul he had lost? A cacophony of thoughts surged through Lin Chen's mind. Was he truly one of the demon kin? Look into my eyes. Sophie's voice became ethereal, imbued with an irresistible allure, penetrating the tumultuous chaos within Lin Chen's heart, compelling him to raise his gaze toward her. However, upon doing so, Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning. He was engulfed by an abyss of inky darkness, akin to a bizarre black hole, drawing him into its enigmatic depths. To an outside observer, it would be apparent that Lin Chen's eyes had lost focus, resembling a marionette devoid of a soul. I care not whether you are of the ancestral bloodline, but the malevolent energy within you is certainly extraordinary. Sophie extended her delicate hand, caressing Lin Chen's cheek. Her voice a soft whisper, "This ancient sorcery, the dream-severing curse, suits you well. I shall ensnare your soul, bend it to my will, and make you mine." As her words lingered, her enchanting dark eyes began to shimmer with an eerie black light, reminiscent of ancient relics, transforming into a river of dark runes that flowed into Lin Chen's gaze. Soon, his body was adorned with an intricate tapestry of ominous black runes, pulsating with terrifying malice, merging into his flesh and marrow. In the depths of his confusion, Lin Chen felt an undeniable conviction that Sophie was his wife, his one true love. They frolicked amidst the heavens, caressing one another upon the clouds. In a frenzy, Lin Chen pressed Sophie beneath him, tearing away her garments. Her alabaster skin gradually revealed itself, igniting a fervor within him, his eyes turning crimson with desire. He yearned to possess this beguiling woman. Yet, just as he intensified his advances, Sophie flashed a captivating smile, slipping from his grasp and ascending gracefully into the air. Lin Chen, his eyes aflame with madness, pursued her relentlessly. But Sophie, with a teasing smile, drifted further away, her voice echoing like a haunting melody in his ears. "Bloodstar, remember this. You are mine. Devoted solely to me. You must unveil all your secrets. Between us, there can be no hidden truths. You must remember, I am the one you cherish above all else." Lin Chen's eyes, once vibrant, now appeared dull and lifeless, as if he were a mere shell of a man. He began to whisper to himself, following Su Fei's words. "I belong to Su Fei. I care only for Su Fei. She is my utmost priority." Observing Lin Chen in such a dazed state, a charming smile curled upon Su Fei's lips, radiating allure. This man had succumbed to her will, destined to serve her in the future. At that very moment, the ancient coffin in Lin Chen's mind flickered with a chaotic azure light, attempting to subdue his soul. How audacious for a mere princess of the demon clan. It was utterly laughable. Had Lin Chen been fully conscious, he would have discerned the anger resonating within the voice of the bronze coffin, a wrath ignited by the desecration of a mortal. Chapter 1262, The Ancient Battle at the Mountain Gorge. "If you wish to subdue Lin Chen, then I shall grant your desire." The bronze coffin trembled with suppressed fury, unleashing a beam of azure light that enveloped Lin Chen's entire being. Su Fei's enchanting smile suddenly faltered, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. In an instant, a multitude of malevolent runes enveloped Lin Chen, as if he had encountered something terrifying, causing them to flee his body and surge towards Su Fei, leaving her no chance to evade. Instantly, her delicate form became shrouded in an array of wicked symbols. Her mesmerizing eyes began to glaze over, revealing a glimpse of vulnerability. Su Fei felt as though she had plunged into an abyss, her body ablaze with an intense heat. She began to tear at Lin Chen's garments, her alabaster hands exploring his robust physique, carelessly caressing him, as her rosy lips pressed fervently against his. Strangely, rather than feeling any aversion, she became increasingly exhilarated, entranced, and utterly frantic. Yet, at that moment, the man beneath her suddenly withdrew, his imposing figure turning away. Su Fei cried out, "Do not leave me, Bloodstar, do not abandon me." Lin Chen's voice resonated softly, "Su Fei, remember, you are mine, and you shall belong to no one else." Su Fei's eyes became unfocused as she murmured, nodding repeatedly, "I am yours. I pledge my loyalty solely to you." She rushed forward, embracing Lin Chen, merging their beings into one, igniting a fervor of madness. In that moment, soft moans echoed, reminiscent of a fleeting dream. A glimmer of clarity returned to Lin Chen's eyes, awakening his senses. He felt a chilling realization wash over him. An unsettling fear that he had nearly succumbed entirely to this woman. Su Fei was indeed formidable, and it seemed the ancient coffin had aided him once more. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile ruefully, realizing that Su Fei sought to wield dark arts to control him, an abhorrent thought. Yet, he recognized that he was currently ill-equipped to contend with her. Su Fei was a being of true celestial stature, her noble lineage demanding respect even from the likes of Luo Sheng. At present, Lin Chen finds himself ensnared within a den of thieves. Despite his desire to eliminate the woman before him, he is utterly powerless. You are awake, Sophie's soft voice resonates. Do not fret. My dark magic has not ensnared you. There exists within you a mysterious and potent force that protects you, one that I cannot breach. Lin Chen regards the woman with a wary gaze, yet he cannot help but notice an unusual glimmer in her eyes, perhaps a hint of shyness. What is the meaning of this? As Sophie senses Lin Chen's curious stare, her cheeks flush crimson, though she quickly retorts coldly, "You needn't look at me with such eyes. Just remember, for now, you must follow me." Lin Chen remains silent, yet a sense of oddity lingers in the air. Sophie's heart races with embarrassment. Although she possesses an enchanting allure, she is yet to engage in the intimate affairs of men and women. The chaotic scene that had unfolded in her mind with this man ignites a fervor within her, and she inexplicably feels that Lin Chen has become increasingly appealing the more she gazes upon him. What is happening to me? Sophie internally seethes, cursing the unknown power within this man that has turned her own magic against her. Were it not for the royal blood that shields her, she might have succumbed to becoming his servant. How could the esteemed Sophie ever become a servant to this man? Furthermore, he is insufferable. She certainly has no interest in him. Nonetheless, he is not entirely intolerable. Sophie casts a glance at Lin Chen. Though he remains oblivious to the full extent of the situation, he can surmise that due to the ancient bronze coffin, this formidable demoness named Sophie may not wish to harm him. Perhaps he could even leverage her presence to glean deeper insights into the demon clan. Yet, this woman is exceedingly perilous, and he must tread carefully. Listen, Sophie, Lin Chen warns, I care not for your identity. I must caution you against entertaining any ill intentions towards me. Upon hearing this, Sophie's earlier thoughts dissipate like mist, and she scoffs. You, a mere fifth-tier illusory immortal with blood of the evil soldier rank, think that I, Sophie, would set my sights on you? What a laugh. That's good. That's good, Lin Chen replies, a sense of relief washing over him. Observing this exchange, Sophie grinds her teeth in frustration, wishing to strike this insufferable man. After all, wherever she goes, men are drawn to her, yet this one seems almost grateful that she has not set her sights on him, truly oblivious to his own good fortune. Humph. I can hardly be bothered to explain myself to you. One day, I shall unearth all the secrets that lie within you. Sophie's deep, dark eyes flicker with a glint of fire. Lin Chen, upon witnessing her expression, feels an overwhelming sense of dread. What he fears most is when a woman, especially one more formidable than himself, becomes serious. Yet, what troubles Lin Chen the most is the malevolent energy coursing through his veins. What did you mean by royal blood and ancestral lineage? He suddenly inquires. Sophie, I am not familiar with these concepts. Sophie cast a glance at Lin Chen, remarking on his insufficient status, which rendered him oblivious to the intricacies of their world. Within the demon clan, hierarchy was rigidly established. It was not merely a matter of strength, but rather the potency of one's bloodline that determined one's standing. In the realm of demons, a more formidable bloodline foretold greater achievements, while the blood of the evil soldiers coursing through Lin Chen was, regrettably, of the lowest order. Lin Chen listened intently, a serious expression on his face. Sophie felt a sense of satisfaction and continued her explanation. Above the evil soldiers are the kings, and above the kings, the emperors. Beyond the emperors lies the royal lineage. Presently, only the royal bloodlines remain in the demon clan. It is rumored that beyond the royal bloodlines, there exists the divine lineage. And even more fearsome, the progenitors. At the mention of the progenitors, Sophie scrutinized Lin Chen with a hint of skepticism. Could this individual truly possess the malevolent power attributed to the progenitors? Yet, she could sense none of that formidable bloodline strength emanating from him. Lin Chen pondered deeply. Sophie belonged to the royal bloodline, and it was understandable why even the esteemed Luo Sheng treated her with utmost respect. But did his own bloodline truly embody the supreme lineage of the evil clan? Do not be misled, Sophie stated coolly. One day, I shall assist you in unraveling the nature of the dark powers within you. Lin Chen feigned gratitude, thanking her. Thank you, Sister Sophie. The affectionate address caused Sophie's heart to flutter with joy, and she nodded eagerly. However, she added, until I have clarity, you must remain by my side. Should you dare to leave, well. A glint of icy resolve flashed in her eyes. Lin Chen shivered, a headache brewing. He had not anticipated that this fierce demoness would keep such close watch over him. Was this a blessing or a curse? Noticing Lin Chen's distressed expression, Sophie immediately broke into a smile, her charm radiating. Dear brother, you need not fret. Your sister Sophie would never harm you. She leaned in closer, her breath brushing against Lin Chen's ear, a fragrant breeze enveloping him, stirring an unsettling desire within. Unbidden, images of overpowering Sophie, with her devilish allure, flooded his mind, prompting an instinctive reach towards her. Yet, to his astonishment, his hand found its way to her soft, delicate hand. Sophie trembled slightly, withdrawing her hand swiftly. In that fleeting moment, instead of anger, she felt something strange and could not help but glare at Lin Chen. Her fury dissipated. Lin Chen awkwardly chuckled. That was unintentional. I couldn't help myself. Humph, Sophie replied coldly. You are to accompany me immediately to the ancient battle ravine. The ancient battle ravine? What is that place? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Sophie looked at him with disdain. Are you truly of the blood killers? How could you be so uninformed? The ancient battle ravine is the largest blood pool and the site for constructing the altar of the evil ritual on this eastern battlefield. Only by properly establishing the altar at the ancient battle ravine can the ancient powers of the demon clan descend upon this martial realm. Other altars simply cannot withstand the energy of these primordial beings. Lin Chen's demeanor grew serious, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. What purpose do we have in going there? Sophie lazily continued. It is said that prodigies from the human realm are currently doing everything in their power to obstruct the completion of the altar. It seems there exists a formidable ranking. The second emperor's list, alongside the reincarnation of a celestial maiden, Hong Ling. In any case, all these troubles must be thoroughly resolved. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning. Hong Ling, who had obstructed the demonic clan in the ancient battle gorge, called out, "Come with me." With that, Sophie vanished in an instant. A gleam of brilliance flickered within Lin Chen's eyes, due to the influence of Emperor Chen in Martial Emperor City. He had learned that Hong Ling still harbored feelings for him, albeit obstructed by this very emperor. Encountering Hong Ling once more during this journey to the ancient battle gorge was indeed fortuitous. Lin Chen also began to vanish alongside Sophie, escaping this blood-soaked illusionary stronghold of the demonic clan. Walking on the eastern battlefield with this witch, Lin Chen had felt a continuous sense of trepidation from the very beginning. The witch, encountering traps and hidden dangers, remained silent and skillfully evaded them, while Lin Chen found himself repeatedly assailed by the glint of flying swords and ferocious beasts. It was evident that this witch was seizing the opportunity to take revenge on him. Nevertheless, despite the chaos and peril of this eastern battlefield, treasures of heaven and earth were not in short supply. What gnawed at Lin Chen was that every time they encountered such treasures, a faint, enigmatic smile would grace the witch's lips. With a mere flick of her delicate hand, she would absorb the treasures into her being. For instance, he had once witnessed a millennium-old flame fruit, only to see it devoured by this witch right before his eyes. Initially irked by her antics, Lin Chen soon grew indifferent to her antics regarding heavenly treasures. He chose instead to focus on absorbing the celestial essence permeating this realm as they advanced. Due to the battles of ancient powers, numerous spatial rifts had emerged across this land, revealing a torrent of pure and grand energy. Lin Chen absorbed this energy, which significantly benefited his cultivation. The distinction between the fifth transformation of the virtual immortal realm and the true immortal realm might seem merely a matter of levels. Yet it represented a profound transformation. As Lin Chen sensed the increasingly dense essence of the elixirs, he mused inwardly. Even now, he struggled to grasp the essence of what constituted a true immortal, particularly the differences between the virtual and true immortal realms. Yet, Lin Chen discovered that as he diligently refined his fifth transformation in the virtual immortal realm, the holy realm within him began to stir as if, in some inexplicable manner, He was on the verge of comprehending something profound within the Holy Realm. Upon entering the Holy Realm with his consciousness, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of whiteness, only able to gaze upward at what seemed to be the primordial point of all beginnings within the Holy Realm. Lin Chen remained unaware of the other areas within the Holy Realm. However, he harbored a premonition that should he ascend to the true immortal realm, the Holy Realm would undoubtedly undergo a cataclysmic transformation. One must acknowledge the might of the holy vessel, aside from devouring demonic powers. It housed a miniaturized world within the Holy Realm itself. The Heavenly Saint King's Seal and the Holy Court were both extraordinary abilities, each possessing boundless power. What mysteries lay within the true immortal realm? Lin Chen pondered deeply. At that moment, Sophie suddenly remarked that the power birth from the true immortal realm was quite simple. Lin Chen raised his gaze towards Sophie, only to discover her lips curled into an alluring smile that seemed to penetrate his thoughts with remarkable clarity. With an enchanting tone, Sophie suggested, "If you call me Sister Sophie once more, I would be inclined to offer you some guidance." Lin Chen's eyes widened in response. His resolve firm yet filled with indignation, he retorted, "Sister Sophie." Sophie erupted into a fit of delicate laughter, her enchanting figure swaying gracefully, accentuating her allure. "Very well. I shall not tease you further," she said, her demeanor shifting slightly serious, though her eyes still sparkled with mirth. To transcend from the fifth turn of the virtual immortal realm into the true immortal realm, the essence of the elixir within must undergo a fundamental transformation, evolving from a mere elixir into a sovereign domain, your own dominion. Lin Chen was left utterly bewildered by the term domain. Sophie explained with a gentle chuckle. A domain refers to a higher existence than mere space. Within the confines of space, the martial arts within you can manifest a physical form, albeit devoid of true spirit. However, within a domain, your martial arts have birthed their own consciousness. Suddenly, Sophie extended her fair hand, and a droplet of water ascended from her palm. This droplet transformed into a humanoid figure, its features indistinct, yet its eyes radiant with life. Holding a blue trident, it chanted incantations while skillfully wielding the trident, embodying the essence of martial arts. Lin Chen stared in astonishment. "Is this still martial arts? It feels as though it has come to life." "This is the celestial water spear art," Sophie remarked, enjoying Lin Chen's astonishment. With another graceful flick of her hand, the tiny figure in her palm conjured vast mists of water, from which surged countless spear-like shadows, powerful and fierce as dragons. The released celestial art appeared to possess its own vitality. Sophie continued, "Once you comprehend the realm of martial arts awakening and successfully navigate the tribulation of the true immortal, refining the elixir through this tribulation, you can evolve your domain, allowing various divine abilities to manifest with their own sentience within a designated scope. For an emperor, creating a world within oneself and birthing a great path enables the creation of life within one's own microcosm, which is far more formidable." Though Lin Chen grasped only fragments of this profound knowledge, he understood that to transcend into the true immortal realm, one must comprehend martial arts awakening and endure the true immortal tribulation. "You," Sophie teased, gently tapping Lin Chen's forehead with her delicate finger, "why are you so dull? Achieving your own domain in the true immortal realm allows your martial arts to possess their own essence, thus clarifying the path you wish to pursue." Lin Chen pondered for a moment, finding merit in Sophie's words. Meanwhile, Sophie felt her cheeks flush at her earlier intimate gesture. However, noticing Lin Chen's lack of reaction, she sighed with relief, although a hint of disappointment lingered within her. As the two continued onward, they soon arrived at the so-called ancient battle gorge. Looking up, they beheld a dreadful chasm cleaving through the barren and ancient earth. The fissure stretched endlessly, resembling an ancient dragon sprawling across the ground, unfathomably deep, as if a multitude of phantoms resided within. An image involuntarily surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. In a bygone era, a fearsome man wielded a divine sword stretching 100,000 miles. With a single swing, he cleaved the void in twain, causing the earth to fracture with a resonant thrum. In an instant, Lin Chen was jolted back to reality, a chill creeping down his spine. "This ancient battle ravine was indeed extraordinary," he remarked with a hint of astonishment. "Naturally, it is not ordinary," Sophie replied, her eyes swirling with layers of dark energy, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "We need not approach the site where the Blood Clan is gathering. According to intelligence, The woman who has reincarnated as Hong Yin has discovered treasures left by her predecessor in this ancient battle ravine. What she has inherited is far from trivial. We must seize it. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, yet he remained silent. He had not anticipated that Sophie had set her sights on Hong Ling. In a fleeting moment, Sophie vanished into the terrifying, pitch-black chasm, and Lin Chen followed suit. Instantly, he was engulfed by a chilling gust that wrapped around him like a shroud. Darkness surrounded him on all sides, devoid of any glimmer of light, as if an enigmatic power loomed overhead. Even Lin Chen could see no further than 100 meters. That crimson glow must be the treasure left behind by Hong Yin, he surmised. Sophie halted abruptly, her enchanting gaze flickering with a black luminescence that evoked an overwhelming depth. Lin Chen turned to look, noticing that amidst the profound darkness of the chasm, a colossal red light flickered in and out of view, pulsating with immense energy, revealing the silhouette of a magnificent palace. This is an immortal abode. Good heavens, this is extraordinary. A quasi-Dao artifact of the four great calamities, Shui Li exclaimed in awe. Moreover, this immortal abode is a relic of the ancients, exceedingly remarkable. It is not an ordinary quasi-Dao artifact of the four great calamities. Even the Xianshang Monarch Tower can barely contain it. Lin Chen shot Shui Li a glance, his expression growing graver. Within the darkness, the immortal abode revealed a majestic figure seated within, exuding a powerful aura, continuously absorbing energy. The presence within the abode stirred a familiar excitement in Lin Chen. It was none other than Hong Ling. Assist me in claiming this Hong Yin immortal abode, Sophie whispered, her exquisite eyes glinting with dark energy. With your strength, why would you still require my assistance? Lin Chen feigned casualness, yet his heart brimmed with concern for Hong Ling. Under the watchful eye of this formidable sorceress, what fate awaited her? Sophie pouted. In the past, I could have dealt with her effortlessly, but this Hong Yin immortal abode is exceedingly formidable. It harbors the spiritual will of Hong Yin herself, and should it unleash its power, I fear I might struggle to subdue it. Lin Chen released a quiet breath, responding nonchalantly, then how can I be of assistance? I am merely at the 5th transformation of the void immortal. Sophie gestured towards the depths of darkness, indicating her desire for assistance against the man beside her. Lin Chen felt a surge of surprise within, and his formidable spiritual awareness expanded, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Indeed, he soon sensed the presence of a young man shrouded in shadow. This youth, with hair cascading down and brows sharp as swords, possessed a chiseled visage that exuded an aura of striking handsomeness. Moreover, the essence emanating from him was remarkably potent, indicating that he was a 5th-tier virtual immortal. At that moment, the young man was intently observing the magnificent celestial mansion. This individual was none other than Xiao Han, the 3rd general under Luo Tian. Known for his innate cold-bloodedness, ranking 200th on the emperor's list. Sophie whispered softly in Lin Chen's ear, her voice as delicate as a fragrant orchid, revealing that Xiao Han was a romantic soul, reputed for his decisiveness in battle and exceptional talent, having indulged with many female disciples. It seemed he had set his sights on Hong Ling. A wave of discontent surged within Lin Chen, although he knew Hong Ling could never harbor feelings for Xiao Han. An inexplicable discomfort gnawed at him. Very well, I shall assist you with Xiao Han, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. In that instant, his consciousness pierced through the crimson celestial mansion, delivering a message to Hong Ling seated within the vast red mansion. Hong Ling abruptly opened her beautiful eyes, and a brilliant red light flickered in the darkness, illuminating the abyss. Under the radiance of this crimson glow, Lin Chen and Sophie's forms became visible. This extraordinary light possessed a unique power, revealing their true appearances. Oh no, we've been discovered, Sophie exclaimed. True to her reputation as a formidable demon clan warrior, she swiftly reacted, raising her delicate hand towards Hong Ling. In an instant, countless icy blue raindrops cascaded towards her, each droplet infused with the essence of martial enlightenment, evolving into various figures that manifested martial artistry. Sophie's attack was nothing short of formidable celestial magic, aimed at subduing Hong Ling. Who are you? Hong Ling, seated within the resplendent red mansion, observed as waves of crimson celestial light poured forth, swirling with ancient red runes that transformed into 4 ferocious beasts, roaring towards the sky. The power of the red celestial mansion was astonishingly unleashed. However, Hong Ling quickly recognized Sophie's strength, her delicate features becoming grave. The two extraordinary women clashed within the depths of the abyss. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen also directed his attention toward Xiao Han, though he refrained from employing his own divine powers. Instead, he unleashed the blood-red stars of the Bloodstar clan, scattering them throughout the darkness, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to create a vast sea of stars that would crush Xiao Han. The power of the stars erupted in its entirety. Xiao Han of the blood-killing clan, be cautious. Avoid their corrupting influence on Hong Ling, Lin Chen warned, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. We must strike before they succumb to their malevolent transformation. As Lin Chen's innate constitution from the blood-killing clan surged forth, the situation became clear to them all. Upon hearing the voice of Hong Ling, Xiao Han's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. Do not worry, Hong Ling. I am fully aware of your disdain for those bloodthirsty beings. I, Xiao Han, shall undoubtedly slay them, ensuring they can never approach you. As soon as his words fell, he transformed into a blade of dazzling light, reminiscent of glacial hues. With a single strike, countless ice shards erupted within the void, their speed astonishing. Each blow falling like snow, swiftly annihilating the myriad stars within this blood-colored sea, shattering them into fragments. He navigated through this realm of crimson constellations, a confident smile gracing his visage. In a moment of explosive fury, Lin Chen heard Hong Ling's earlier concern for Xiao Han's safety. He continuously reassured himself that she was unaware of his true identity, and it was only natural for her to wish to protect him, as they were merely ordinary friends. He observed Xiao Han wreaking havoc amidst the starry blood mist, each strike emanating unparalleled ferocity, causing countless snowflakes to tremble and pulverizing the blood-soaked stars. Suddenly, Xiao Han transformed into a terrifying flash of light, lunging fiercely towards Lin Chen with a supreme sword technique, the blade of snow and slaughter. This attack enveloped Lin Chen in an overwhelming sensation akin to being trapped within a tempest of ice and snow, capable of cleaving the very essence of winter in twain. Utterly unstoppable, with murderous intent penetrating through the frost, Lin Chen clasped his hands together, summoning the scattered blood mist of the stars to coalesce into a formidable barrier. A celestial wall forged from countless constellations. In an instant, an ancient aura descended from the boundless heavens, reinforcing this barrier, rendering it as steadfast as Mount Tai. As the cold blade descended, it shattered into fragments. Both combatants were forced to recoil, Lin Chen suspended in darkness, while Xiao Han stood upon a carpet of white snow, his eyes piercing like icy daggers within the shadowy rift. Bloodstar body, blood constellations, you possess remarkable audacity to dare harm Hong Ling, Xiao Han declared coldly. With me, Xiao Han, here to safeguard her, do you not fear for your life? Your rank is merely in the 200s of the Emperor's list. Is that so? What of it? Lin Chen, uninterested in further dialogue with Xiao Han, shifted most of his mental focus towards the battle unfolding between Su Fei and Hong Ling. The clash between them was indeed formidable, and it seemed Hong Ling was currently at a disadvantage, with Su Fei seemingly unyielding. The sheer force they unleashed sent a shiver through Lin Chen, deepening his concern for Hong Ling. Hong Ling, I have heard whispers of your affection for a man named Lin Long, Su Fei teased, her voice dripping with allure. Not long ago, I encountered a man by that very name, destined to become the holy son of the martial Saint Palace. His robust physique and fierce presence are quite remarkable. As Su Fei's words lingered in the air, her enchanting gaze glimmered with moisture, and her alluring figure swayed with captivating grace. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, found himself entangled in a web of frustration. The complexion of Hong Ling turned icy, her voice resonating with a chilling authority. Xiao Han, swiftly eradicate this witch's minions. Should you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Hong Ling, what do you mean? I, Xiao Han, would never require your gratitude. Rest assured, I shall certainly assist you in eliminating Bloodstar. As his words fell, Xiao Han's gaze fixated intently on Lin Chen, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. He reached out into the void, pulling forth an ice-cold blade that emanated an overwhelming aura of death, causing the very air to crystallize with icy blossoms. This was indeed a weapon forged from the third tribulation of a quasi-path artifact. Bloodstar, since my woman desires your demise, you must meet your end. A confident smirk graced Xiao Han's lips as he lunged forward, swinging the blade towards Lin Chen. In that instant, Xiao Han's icy physique unleashed a formidable power, merging seamlessly with the chilling might of the blade. The blade's radiant coldness cascaded down as if pouring from an endless rift in the void, surging towards Lin Chen with terrifying force. "Ah!" Sophie exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. Yet, the amusement in Xiao Han's expression only deepened. He was utterly confident. His most powerful strike had nearly shattered the void itself, let alone Bloodstar. At this critical moment, Lin Chen retaliated, launching a punch directly at the blade's luminescence. A flicker of rage crossed Lin Chen's face, an anger that seemed to engulf the surrounding 10 miles. Both Sophie and Hong Ling felt the intensity of this fury, their eyes widening in alarm as they exchanged glances. Lin Chen's punch exuded a cataclysmic intent. Boom! The ancient battle gorge echoed with a thunderous explosion. A tempest of violent energy surged through the area, shattering the boulders and causing a cacophony of destruction that shook the very earth. Xiao Han's eyes widened, his pupils flickering violently. A massive fist halted mere inches from his nose, emanating an astonishing aura of death. This formidable hand was ensnared by a red celestial light. At this pivotal moment, it was Hong Ling who intervened. Nonetheless, Xiao Han remained shaken, for he had sensed an imminent destruction. Had it not been for Hong Ling's timely intervention, he would have faced dire consequences. "Remember this. She is my woman," Lin Chen declared, locking his gaze onto Xiao Han's face, enunciating each word with conviction. Xiao Han's pupils flickered wildly as he regarded Lin Chen, horror etched across his features, unable to mask his trepidation. At this moment, Lin Chen's countenance bore an otherworldly malevolence that sent shivers through Xiao Han's very soul. In this crucial juncture, it was solely Hong Ling's intervention that halted Lin Chen's advance. Lin Chen glared coldly at Xiao Han, his arm trembling as a potent surge of energy radiated from him, crushing the silken red celestial energy into fragments. "Xiao Han, heed my words. Some things should not be spoken lightly." Lin Chen spoke coldly, delivering a decisive kick that struck Xiao Han squarely in the chest. Still enveloped in a sensation of impending doom, Xiao Han was sent flying by the force of the blow, blood spilling from his lips, his face contorted with rage. Yet, he dared not make a move, for the might displayed by Bloodstar in that fleeting moment had surpassed all his expectations. "You, a group of bloodthirsty killers from the Judgment Clan, I will eventually eradicate you all," echoed the voice of Hong Ling from within the red Yin immortal mansion. The entire mansion transformed into an endless crimson radiance, contracting around her figure. Hong Ling soared into the air, her delicate hand raised, summoning red celestial light that enveloped Xiao Han, propelling him into the depths of the void. Before departing, the chilling gaze emanating from her beautiful eyes pierced Lin Chen. Observing their escape, Lin Chen remained unmoved, refraining from pursuit. A bitter smile crept across his face. It appeared his disguise had been too convincing, even fooling Hong Ling into wanting to kill him. The sensation of being targeted by one's beloved was truly unsettling. Sophie gazed at Lin Chen with eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What power was that you just exhibited?" she inquired. Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, pondered over her question and felt a surge of astonishment. How could a mere punch have shattered Xiao Han's most formidable attack? "Try throwing a punch," Sophie urged eagerly. Lin Chen nodded, inhaling deeply before unleashing a punch that resonated with explosive sounds of rupturing space. However, Sophie shook her head repeatedly, disappointment evident in her beautiful eyes. "This is nothing like the punch you threw earlier." The strength of that punch was shrouded in an aura of malevolence, a supreme evil that amplified its power beyond measure. Upon hearing Sophie's explanation, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. The punch he had thrown had indeed been cloaked in an aura of evil. What could this possibly mean? After a moment of contemplation, Sophie's eyes sparkled with insight. "Consider the state in which you delivered that punch. What was it?" "It was rage. Could it be that when you are enraged, you can tap into the malevolent power residing within half of your soul?" Lin Chen gazed at his hands in disbelief, then closed his eyes, his mind conjuring vivid images. The celestial mechanism master pursuing him, Qing Ro perishing before his eyes, the moment when the Tianhuang clan's forces descended, striking him down in a single blow and seizing Qing Ro, the massacre of the Lin family, the theft of his martial arts. "Ah!" Lin Chen let out a furious roar, a terrifying black mist erupting from him, soaring into the sky. In that moment, Lin Chen resembled a malevolent deity incarnate. exuding an inexplicable authority that caused Sophie's eyes to shine with brilliant light. At that instant, Lin Chen was not merely engulfed in fury. He also sensed an unexplainable power surging within him, a force of tremendous terror and might, drawing from the strength lost within half of his soul. I understand now. Sophie laughed heartily, noting that only when you are enraged does the immense malevolent force hidden within you awaken. However, due to your currently low bloodline and insufficient power, you are unable to summon forth more of this dark energy, nor can you control the dormant strength within. Yet, Lin Chen's face bore no semblance of joy. He merely gazed at his slightly trembling hands. What manner of creature was he, the holy blood body? For the first time, confusion and uncertainty plagued Lin Chen's mind. He was merely an abandoned child picked up by Lin Songxing. So what was his true identity? These answers could only be uncovered once his strength was augmented. Lin Chen mused that even if he could master the dark energy, it would not be a misfortune. With the aid of the devouring demon art, infiltrating the ranks of the demon clan would be a simple task in the future. With newfound resolve, Lin Chen inquired of Sophie, "How may I harness this power?" "Call me Sister Sophie, and I shall reveal it to you," she replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling playfully as she gazed at Lin Chen. Instantly, his face flushed crimson. This audacious woman seemed only to take advantage of him. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "Sister Sophie." The term felt insufficiently intimate, as if he were her father's nemesis. He needed to adjust his approach. "Sister Sophie," he repeated. "Ha, I am satisfied," she giggled, but her expression soon turned serious. "As for the specifics, I am uncertain. I can only speculate. Enhancing your innate bloodline should yield some effect. Within the demon clan, status is strictly delineated by bloodlines. Previously, Bloodstar was merely of the lowest rank, an evil soldier's bloodline." Sophie continued, "Your power is merely concealed. It requires a potent bloodline to awaken. In any case, elevating your own bloodline will not be detrimental. Bloodstar, I ask you again, are you willing to upgrade to a general-level bloodline?" At this juncture, a commanding aura surfaced on Sophie's face, exuding a palpable pressure. Without hesitation, Lin Chen nodded. Experiencing this general-level bloodline would not be a disadvantage. Sophie's face lit up with a captivating smile, her delicate hand raised, revealing a droplet of pitch-black blood suspended in midair. From this droplet emanated an extraordinarily profound and terrifying aura, imbued with boundless malevolence, as if an evil sovereign were seated within, radiating an overwhelming majesty. Any ordinary demon soldier encountering this general-level essence would instinctively kneel in submission. Within this drop of blood lay a colossal energy, although it was dark blood. Should I consume it secretly using the devouring demon art, the energy returned to me would be immensely beneficial. Lin Chen felt a tremor of excitement, and an involuntary smile graced his face. With a flick of her finger, Sophie sent the blood imbued with horrific malevolence into Lin Chen's body. In an instant, a terrifying black light erupted from him, enveloping him like a suit of armor, densely covering his entire form, akin to a great black serpent unfurling its scales. Lin Chen felt a sudden shock within, as if a terrifying dark force was surging through his entire being. An overwhelming malevolence almost instantaneously engulfed his blood, transforming it into a pitch-black hue that exuded a palpable aura of evil. If this continued, Lin Chen feared he might succumb to the darkness himself. "Within my body, you shall not wreak havoc." A glimmer of cold determination shone in Lin Chen's eyes as he seated himself cross-legged in the void. In his dantian, a swirling vortex of inky blackness began to rise, emanating an inscrutable power. This devouring force permeated Lin Chen's entire being, ensnaring the malevolent essence that had infiltrated his blood, pulling it all into his dantian, where it was engulfed by the swirling abyss. Boom! A torrent of pure, dark energy surged over Lin Chen. The elixir in his dantian was momentarily shrouded in an elusive shade of black, yet beneath this veil, twinkling stars began to emerge, enhancing the brilliance of the elixir. The patterns of the heavenly Saint King's seal and other martial arts insignias on the elixir seemingly gained a newfound fluidity, as if they were evolving on their own. The image of a regal figure faintly surfaced within the heavenly Saint King's seal, hands forming intricate seals, constantly shifting. Having absorbed this drop of malevolent blood, Lin Chen found himself on the cusp of touching the barrier of martial spiritual awakening. However, this was merely a fleeting brush, not yet full mastery. Yet, This transformation was not limited to just that. A long-hidden darkness within him began to stir. Sophie gazed at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance. Her earlier conjectures proved correct. This royal-level malevolent blood could awaken the latent dark power within him. Chapter 1266. The garb of the Dark Emperor. The dark energy that surged forth from the devouring magic resonated with half of Lin Chen's soul's malevolence. It appeared as if a mysterious passage had opened within him, as torrents of dark energy began to wash over his entire being, coalescing into numerous shards of dark power. Each of these shards was imbued with an ancient, enigmatic, primordial essence. As Lin Chen rose from his seated position, a terrifying wave of dark energy erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. The sound of fierce winds howling through the ancient battle ravine echoed ominously, sending chills down one's spine. In that moment, a blinding black light burst forth from Lin Chen, startling Sophie, who quickly shut her eyes to avoid being blinded by the searing radiance. A dark, flowing robe suddenly enveloped Lin Chen, its inky fabric adorned with shimmering golden specks, imbuing him with an aura of dread and majesty reminiscent of a sovereign ruler of the mortal realm. In that moment, Lin Chen embodied the essence of an evil emperor. The robe, known as the evil emperor's garb, could be summoned by merely consuming the blood of a king-level demon, thus awakening its formidable presence. Sophie gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. This garment could only be summoned by those with an imperial bloodline. "What manner of creature are you?" she inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Chen remained silent, but upon donning the evil emperor's garb, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Each movement exuded an immense strength, as if he could challenge the very existence of true immortals. It was no wonder that beings from the blood-killing clan were willing to descend into the ranks of demons. The dark power they wielded was indeed formidable. Lin Chen reflected on his own inadequacies, acknowledging that he was merely a novice, yet his strength had ascended several tiers. With a mere thought, he withdrew the evil emperor's garb into his being, where it transformed into a small black orb, resembling an elixir of immortality, nestled within his dantian. This orb represented the malevolent energy he was capable of harnessing. Sophie seemed to ponder something, her tone tinged with regret as she remarked, "If only I possessed imperial blood. Allowing you to consume it might have granted you the strength of a royal lineage." Lin Chen shrugged lightly, responding, "Mastering the evil emperor's garb is already a considerable achievement." In many respects, this mastery positioned him on par with imperial figures within the demon clan. The status of an imperial being surpassed even that of the bloodline of Luo Sheng. Should Luo Sheng encounter the present Lin Chen, he would undoubtedly approach him with utmost respect. This exemplified the bloodline hierarchy inherent in the demon race. Sophie pursed her lips, stating, "We should prepare to venture into the stronghold at Ancient Battle Gorge and assess the situation. With your newly acquired imperial bloodline, apart from Su Mu, none shall surpass you there." Curiously, Lin Chen inquired if Su Mu possessed royal blood as well. "Indeed, he does," Sophie replied, her expression souring. "He's a despicable character. When we arrive, you must uphold our dignity and not bring shame upon me, understand?" Lin Chen acknowledged her with a faint "oh" and swiftly took flight with Sophie toward the depths of Ancient Battle Gorge. As they traversed the path, Lin Chen began to grasp the intricacies of the demon clan. Sophie appeared invested in his understanding, patiently elucidating matters to him. Within the demon race, there existed a ranking system akin to the Emperor list, known as the Demon List. Sophie held the 5th position, while Su Mu ranked 3rd. With each revelation, Lin Chen's astonishment grew. Currently, Su Mu led the blood-killing clan in battle against the extraordinary talents of the human realm, commanded by Luo Tianxia. The fact that Su Mu could directly confront Luo Tianxia, the 2nd-ranked individual on the Emperor list, and a figure destined for greatness, underscored the might of the demon clan. Following Sophie's insights, Lin Chen realized that, with the evil emperor's garb, he could barely rank around 100 on the demon list. However, along this journey, Lin Chen witnessed countless battles erupting within the ancient Battle Mountain Gorge. Most of these conflicts were fierce encounters between the Blood Clan and the prodigies of the human realm, brutal enough to chill the hearts of onlookers. Lin Chen, however, chose to disregard these skirmishes, focusing instead on news regarding the demon clan. This was the stronghold of the ancient Battle Mountain Gorge. Sophie pointed towards the depths of the inky blackness ahead. Lin Chen immediately turned his gaze, and beheld what appeared to be a colossal primordial evil dragon coiled within the endless darkness, its immense malevolence exuding a formidable presence. Before them stood a palace, an ominous artifact of the demon clan. This palace was likely comparable to the erupting Crimson Fairy Mansion. The artifact was of the fourth great calamity of the Quasi-Path, a marvel that possessed a profound spirit, with sufficient energy to activate it. Even a first-turn celestial could not hope to shake it. Lin Chen felt a jolt of surprise. The demon clan certainly spared no expense in establishing a stronghold of such caliber. The Quasi-Path artifacts encompass 5 great calamities, each advancement fraught with immense difficulty. Even with Lin Chen's devouring magic and the enhancement of the Xianshang Monarch Tower, it remained a formidable challenge. This was the treasure of Su Mu, named the Evil Dragon Palace. Why are there so few people in the Evil Dragon Palace? And it seems Su Mu is not present, Sophie remarked. It is best he is absent. I have no desire to see him. Let us proceed. Lin Chen and Sophie instantly transformed into 2 beams of light, darting towards the Evil Dragon Palace. Yet, as they prepared to enter, they were intercepted at the grand entrance by a familiar figure, Luo Sheng. Now, Luo Sheng stood with an air of confidence, emanating a subtle yet palpable pressure of dark power, hinting at an imperial presence. It seemed that his bloodline had experienced significant enhancement in the past few days. Luo Sheng, you have some audacity, Sophie coldly retorted. Move aside at once. Do not think that just because Su Mu values you, you will soon attain the imperial bloodline. I will not hesitate to eliminate you here and reclaim the demonic blood within you. Luo Sheng glanced at Lin Chen, then shook his head resolutely. Lady Sophie, you may enter, but the person beside you cannot. This is a strict decree from Lord Su Mu, and I dare not offend. I hope you will not take it amiss. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. A sudden flash of murderous intent crossed Sophie's beautiful gaze. Her royal dignity had been challenged. And how could she not be enraged? However, just as the murderous aura surged within her, both she and Lin Chen felt an overwhelming presence locking onto them. This immense consciousness emanated from within the Evil Dragon Palace, as if an ancient evil dragon had risen from the darkness, coiling its massive form, its blood-red eyes coldly fixating upon them. This was the spirit of the Evil Dragon Palace, though it had not fully attained the status of an artifact spirit. It already possessed awareness. Sophie suddenly flashed a charming smile, exuding an enchanting allure, captivating in her myriad of seductive ways. It appeared that Su Mu was wary even of me. Evidently, without displaying my might, you all truly consider me, Sophie, to be easily trifled with. Today, Bloodstar, I intend to enter. Sophie was thoroughly enraged. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared before her, none other than Lin Chen. Sophie was slightly taken aback as she heard Lin Chen's voice resonate softly. Luo Sheng, you mean to obstruct me, do you not? Although Lord Su Mu has issued a command, I am quite curious. Should someone of imperial bloodline arrive, will you still dare to impede? Luo Sheng stared at Lin Chen. Discomfort etched across his face. This former minor general of his, now favored by Lady Sophie, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Nevertheless, he managed a faint smile. If someone of imperial bloodline were to arrive, naturally, I would not impede. A hint of sarcasm graced Luo Sheng's lips as he continued. Do not tell me you are of imperial lineage? Luo Sheng's expression abruptly shifted to one of shock, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. The sinister royal attire enveloped Lin Chen's form, emanating an overwhelming imperial aura. Luo Sheng's body trembled involuntarily. The oppressive bloodline of the demon race rendered his throat parched. And despite his efforts, no sound emerged. How is this possible? In mere days, this being with a sinister bloodline had transformed into one of imperial descent. Even Lady Sophie could not possibly alter him into an imperial scion in such a short span. Suddenly, Luo Sheng recalled the events that transpired at the stronghold of the Blood Killers days prior, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be that this individual truly possessed the formidable bloodline of the demon race? Lin Chen, unperturbed by the astonished Luo Sheng, strode past him with determination, making his way toward the sinister dragon palace. Sophie gazed at Lin Chen's retreating figure, a captivating smile playing on her lips. However, as Lin Chen approached the pitch-black corridor, he abruptly halted, raising his head. The sinister royal attire rustled dramatically, and his eyes blazed with a piercing cold light, penetrating the depths of the grand sinister dragon palace. Spirit of the sinister dragon palace, do not overestimate your capabilities, he declared. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the entire palace. This tempest was terrifying, akin to a multitude of icy blades aimed at Lin Chen, intent on annihilating him. It was the palace's spirit attempting to confront Lin Chen. Yet, as the storm of chilling blades surged toward him, they all came to an abrupt halt, vanishing into thin air. The dark palace instantaneously illuminated, revealing the grandeur within. Resplendent and ominous. Sophie's smile grew ever more enchanting. This individual exuded such dominance. At that moment, all of Sophie's thoughts were fixated on Lin Chen. Oblivious to the mysterious realm that enveloped them, Bloodly donned a crimson robe, shimmering with an ancient azure light. Towering in stature, he grasped an entity that faintly resembled a black dragon, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he regarded the newly formed spirit, which dared to confront that esteemed figure. The dark dragon struggled beneath his mighty hand, fear glimmering in its blood-red eyes. Chapter 1267. The Ancient Thunder Pool. Upon entering the evil dragon palace, Lin Chen unfurled the evil emperor's garb and summoned the power of the Xuanshang monarch tower, instilling dread among the inhabitants of the palace. His actions were both brazen and imperious, completely disregarding the authority of Su Mu, much to the delight of Sophie. This fellow clearly held his own interests dear. In defiance of Su Mu's prestige, he displayed audacity for his own sake. Sophie mused, but quickly chastised herself, thinking, what do I care if he values my opinion? I require no man's regard. My sole aim is to extract the sinister power within him for the benefit of my demonic kin. Lin Chen, however, remained oblivious to Sophie's inner turmoil. Once within the evil dragon palace, he sensed the presence of several formidable auras lurking within. Among them, 2 belonged to those of the true immortal realm, while others were at the 5th transformation of the void immortal stage. Their malevolence was palpable, matching that of Luo Shang. Evidently all part of the kingly bloodline of demons. The newly arrived Bloodstar was indeed formidable, rapidly ascending to imperial bloodline status within a short span. Blessed to be favored by Lady Sophie, he was the subject of envy. Just days prior, he had merely possessed a blood soldier lineage. How enviable! Yet, such arrogance would surely draw the ire of Lord Su Mu in time. Alas, with Lord Su Mu absent, it was prudent to feign compliance, for he could easily exert his dominance over them due to his imperial lineage. This sentiment was shared among the demon lords of kingly bloodlines, who began to converse amongst themselves. Among them, only Luo Shang was of the true kingly bloodline, while the rest had descended through the sacrificial altar of the blood pool, now guarding the evil dragon palace. As Lin Chen and Sophie entered the grand hall, 5 demon lords of kingly bloodlines appeared, paying their respects to Lady Sophie and Lord Bloodstar. Luo Shang, pale-faced, hurried from outside the hall to join in their homage. Lin Chen's gaze fell sharply upon Luo Shang, and he coldly demanded, "Did I permit your entry? We are discussing confidential matters, and you lack the right to listen. Depart at once." The evil emperor's garb rustled around Lin Chen, exuding a malevolent aura that surged like a tempest. Luo Shang's expression stiffened. Under the scrutiny of the gathered assembly, he gritted his teeth and nodded, his face aflame with embarrassment. "Thank you, Lord Bloodstar, for your guidance. I shall comply." With that, he retreated in shame, leaving the other kingly figures feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. Immediately, the esteemed king raised his voice cautiously, addressing the Lord of Bloodstars. "This Luo Shang is the half-brother of Luo Tiandao. It is said that Luo Tiandao holds great affection for Luo Shang. Lord Su Mu has promoted Luo Shang as a pawn, intending to use him as a significant means to deal with Luo Tiandao. Are we not?" Silence. Lin Chen interjected, his voice commanding and authoritative. At that moment, he resembled a malevolent emperor, exuding an aura of power that demanded reverence. The king, a figure of considerable stature, felt the weight of Lin Chen's bloodline suppression, his complexion paling as he nodded repeatedly, too intimidated to speak. Yet, within Lin Chen's heart, a wave of astonishment surged. He had not anticipated that Luo Shang was in fact the half-brother of Luo Tiandao. The third-ranked figure on the demon list, Su Mu, was indeed a master of strategy, seeking to exploit Luo Shang as a means to counter Luo Tiandao. Despite Lin Chen's enmity toward Luo Tiandao, he momentarily set aside his grievances in light of the imminent danger. He should have allowed Sophie to eliminate this individual earlier. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. However, the course of events had been set. He would spare Luo Sheng for now, plotting to settle the score at a later date. Sophie nodded, appearing quite pleased, her smile enchanting, her voice smooth as silk. You all, report the situation at the ancient thunder pool to me. Lin Chen felt a stir within him at the mention of the ancient thunder pool and immediately sent a thought to Sophie. She explained telepathically. The ancient battle gorge was formed during a cataclysmic battle among ancient powers. It is said that a mighty ancient being wielded a lightning sword and struck the earth, thus creating the gorge. Over the millennia, the depths of this gorge have given rise to the terrifying ancient thunder pool, a reservoir of formidable energy. We, the demon clan, have established the blood pool evil altar above this thunder pool to harness its power and open a passage. After all, to summon an ancient powerhouse of the demon clan into the martial realm requires an immense amount of energy. Without the thunder pool as strength, it is utterly unfeasible. Lin Chen's heart trembled. The blood pool evil altar was an embodiment of malevolence, which should rightfully fear the might of the thunder pool. He could not fathom how the demon clan had managed to turn such terrifying lightning to their advantage, in their endeavor to bring an ancient powerhouse to the martial realm. These demons and bloodthirsty beings were indeed calculating every move, leaving no room for error. Currently, the situation at the ancient thunder pool was far from favorable. The king promptly reported, Luo Tiandao is leading several prodigies from the human realm in a frenzied assault there. Though Lord Su Mu's might is unparalleled, he is facing substantial hindrances, resulting in the blood pool evil altar only being half inscribed at this point. Another demon of similar rank quickly added, Lord Su Mu had instructed us that once Lady Sophie arrived, we were to hand over the dark evil stone to her, allowing her to complete the altar's inscription. With Lady Sophie's prowess, there would be no one to obstruct her in that location. Sophie scoffed. Now you remember me, Sophie. The hearts of the demon commanders sank. They were well aware of the discord between Sophie and Lord Su Mu. However, if Sophie chose not to intervene, the situation could turn dire. Observing their expressions, Sophie coldly remarked, Rest assured, I shall take action. This matter is of great importance. I shall proceed with Bloodstar to complete the intricate engraving of the Great Formation. The several demon generals at the king level immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, Given the considerable commotion we have caused in the ancient battle gorge, could it be that the martial sacred palace is unaware? If they come to know, the situation will become dire. Should a powerful being from the martial sacred palace take action, we would all be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the demon generals wore expressions of disdain. Yet, this reaction was to be expected, for Bloodstar had only recently ascended from the ranks of the evil soldiers and had not been privy to certain secrets. A king-level demon then explained, My lord Bloodstar has only just become an emperor and is naturally unaware. Our demon clan has long established connections with the martial sacred palace. Figures such as the martial sacred sun and the ancient giants within have already been drawn into our fold. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Albeit he smiled with delight, that is excellent news. However, I was previously harassed by the martial sacred palace's quasi-saint sun and saintess while in the Shadow Mountain. Yet, Lin Chen's heart was burdened with unease. As he had suspected, the higher-ups of the martial sacred palace, including the martial sacred sun, had indeed been assimilated by the demon clan. The entire martial sacred palace was now beset by both external threats and internal strife. Sophie nodded with satisfaction. You must hasten to retrieve the celestial evil stone left by Lord Su Mu. I shall immediately take it to the ancient thunder pool to perfectly engrave the Great Formation. The demon generals responded promptly and swiftly departed. Lin Chen remained silent, yet clenched his fists resolutely. He could not allow the ancient powers of the demon clan to descend upon the martial realm, nor could he permit their invasion. The blood pool altar formation at the ancient thunder pool must not be fully inscribed. Lin Chen cast a glance at Sophie's enchanting visage, his heart cold as ice. The forthcoming journey to the ancient thunder pool would be the moment of his eruption. Chapter 1268. The Great Battle. The demon generals gathered the celestial evil stones and placed them in a spatial pouch, handing it over to Sophie. What is the purpose of the celestial evil stone? Lin Chen asked, feigning casual curiosity. Sophie regarded him with her captivating eyes and replied, The ancient thunder pool harbors the formidable might of ancient powers, resonating with the authority of the heavens. We dare not provoke it. Hence we require the celestial evil stone to construct the formation, reversing the heavenly mechanism to evade annihilation by the thunder pool. Lin Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Time was of the essence. Sophie promptly led Lin Chen away from the evil dragon palace and towards the depths of the ancient battle gorge, where the ancient thunder pool lay. Once Lin Chen and Sophie departed, the king-level demon generals finally exhaled in relief, clearly feeling the weight of the duo's presence. I shall be leaving for a while, Luo Sheng announced darkly as he entered. One of the king-level demons questioned, "Where do you intend to go?" Lord Su Mu has not issued any orders. It would be prudent not to leave without permission. No, the order has already been given, Luo Sheng declared, raising his hand. I am heading to the ancient thunder pool. With that, he shot forth from the evil dragon palace. The ancient thunder pool lay at the deepest fissure of the ancient battle gorge, and who could fathom the depth of the strike made by that ancient being? Lin Chen followed closely behind Sophie, descending steadily into the depths below. The act of descending alone consumed 2 full hours. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The ancient bronze sword within him resonated with the ancient character of annihilation, pulsating with an excitement that was almost palpable. Surely, they were nearing the legendary ancient thunder pool. He mused inwardly. The ancient bronze coffin had once hinted at the existence of a terrifying combination of celestial arts within the character of annihilation, specifically designed to confront the malevolent demonic entities. Lin Chen felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering if this journey would awaken that formidable array of celestial techniques. As they continued their descent, the initially muffled and thunderous explosions echoed around them. However, as they plunged deeper, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The entire vast ravine reverberated with the sound of these horrific detonations, as if the very heavens were shattering. The overwhelming cacophony resembled the drumming of thunder, accompanied by the stampede of countless colossal beasts upon the earth, revealing the sheer ferocity of the battle unfolding in the depths of the ancient thunder pool. We shall pause here and observe the situation below. Sophie suddenly spoke, her voice steady amidst the chaos, aware that the tides of battle could shift in an instant. Lin Chen nodded, his pupils shimmering with a celestial aura as he focused his gaze below. What met his eyes was a scorched expanse of land stretching approximately 1,000 miles, where grotesque rocks jutted out and crimson veins of blood meandered across the ground, faintly outlining a terrifying blood-red pattern. Within this sanguine design, malevolent energy surged, dominating the scene, a testament to the blood pool's altar of evil, which had been largely inscribed with dark intentions. Below, Lin Chen could hear the deep rumble of thunder, akin to the breath of ancient giants, echoing clearly in his ears. The demonic clan and the bloodthirsty tribe had joined forces to withstand the onslaught of numerous prodigies from the human realm. He beheld countless streams of celestial light erupting, as if 100 volcanoes had simultaneously erupted from the earth. The bloodthirsty tribe and the demonic clan unleashed a torrent of sinister energy, standing fiercely against the elite warriors of the human realm. Among these luminaries, the figure of Hong Ling stood out brilliantly. Her ethereal abode hovered behind her, and wielding a fiery red spear, she donned a crimson battle armor. Every thrust of her spear conjured a multitude of spear shadows that blanketed the sky, exuding an aura of ancient majesty, reminiscent of a valiant war goddess, unstoppable in her might. Numerous individuals Lin Chen recognized were present, primarily disciples of the Heavenly Sect and the Crimson Palace. The battles they waged were immensely ferocious and gloriously brutal. This was the essence of true combat. However, the prodigies from the Battle Celestial Hall exhibited extraordinary valor, facing the demonic entities with unwavering resolve. Clearly, the trials within the Ghost Hall had forged these disciples into formidable warriors. Yet, Lin Chen's gaze remained fixated on the heart of the conflict. In the center of the battlefield, a vast area of approximately 500,000 miles lay shattered and pockmarked, engulfed in endless smoke and devastation. Here, 2 figures clashed, each collision unleashing a pressure that swept through the surroundings, deterring any who dared approach. In the monumental clash between the second-ranked deity of the Great Emperor list, Luo Tiantian, and the third-ranked demon of the evil list, Su Mu, even a mere glance from Lin Chen sent ripples of profound astonishment through his soul. The overwhelming force unleashed in this confrontation was enough to instill fear in all who witnessed it. Su Mu, with his flowing hair, exuded an aura of malevolence, transforming into myriad sinister dragons that coiled around him, roaring in reverence. With a casual sweep of his hand, the very fabric of space shattered, unleashing terrifying dark energy dragons that surged towards Luo Tiantian. Su Mu resembled the king of dragons, commanding the multitude of malevolent serpents, stirring the void into a frenzy. Conversely, Luo Tiantian radiated boundless brilliance, his martial prowess transcending the ordinary, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, launching lethal strikes against Su Mu. The magnitude of their conflict was beyond Lin Chen's comprehension at his current cultivation level. In mere moments, the void erupted with thousands of explosions, causing the land within a radius of 10,000 miles to collapse and shatter. The laws and realms these two exceptional talents wielded were far beyond his grasp. The ferocity of their battle was indeed terrifying. Within a radius of 500,000 miles, no one dared to stir. Lin Chen felt a profound tremor in his spirit. The might of the Emperor extending for miles, and even a fraction of their power was enough to instill dread. On this day, Lin Chen truly witnessed the prowess of the top-tier prodigies. Even if he were to merge his three avatars into one, he would scarcely touch the surface of their might. This was an insurmountable chasm, a staggering disparity. This Luo Tiantian's strength surpasses my imagination, murmured Sophie gravely. Only one chosen by destiny could render Su Mu helpless. Lin Chen pondered momentarily, contemplating the notion of a destiny-chosen individual. Could it be that Luo Tiantian bore one of the 13 ancient characters, the Bloodstar? He tightened his grip. Suddenly, Sophie whispered intently, her delicate, pale hand grasping Lin Chen's with surprising strength. He instinctively held her hand, feeling its ethereal softness. In an instant, Sophie emanated a blinding malevolence that enveloped the battlefield above. She appeared as an unparalleled empress of darkness, each step bewitching and captivating. The vast expanse of dark light erupted beneath her, filling the air with the spectral forms of countless sinister warriors, charging into the fray among the demon and blood clans. The previously waning energy of these figures surged dramatically. In that moment, a cacophony of fervor erupted below. Lady Sophie has arrived. Ha ha, Lady Sophie is here. All you humans shall perish. I will drain every last drop of your blood. Her mere presence ignited the spirits of countless warriors, their morale soaring to new heights. A terrifying bloodlust filling the air. Amidst the terrifying duel of the two prodigies, Su Mu, with his hair flowing, suddenly grinned, his fangs glistening white. Ah, Sophie has come. Luo Tiantian, even if you are extraordinary, you cannot prevent Sophie from completing the formation. Is that so? Luo Tiantian replied indifferently, unfazed. As the void around them trembled and exploded, I see her holding a man's hand. Su Mu's gaze sharpened, his breath momentarily catching. His long, jet-black hair suddenly resembled a throng of 3,000 malevolent spirits taking flight, dancing wildly. In the 1269th chapter, as Lin Chen stood in astonishment, he never anticipated that Sophie would be so formidable. With 2 strides, the atmosphere erupted. The Bloodkill and Demon clans felt their power surge rapidly, causing the countenance of numerous prodigies from the human realm to shift dramatically, resulting in countless casualties. This is dire, Hong Ling thought, her crimson eyes fixated on Sophie, whose sinister power was overwhelming. If they could not withstand her might, the prodigies of the human realm would surely face a swift defeat. The red mist immortal manor behind her rose majestically, exuding an ancient aura as it released a radiant beam of crimson light that soared like a peerless spear, aimed directly at Sophie. This was the supreme might of the red mist immortal manor, devastating. Sophie extended her delicate hand, and instantly, a colossal dark hand manifested in the firmament, grasping the red spear tightly, rendering it immobile. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He hastily communicated to Hong Ling, urging her to retreat, declaring, "You are no match for her." "Who are you?" Hong Ling's gaze locked onto Lin Chen. "Bloodstar, who exactly are you?" Lin Chen hesitated momentarily, aware that this was not the time to reveal his identity. Sophie took a step forward, her allure replaced by an air of solemnity, her voice resonant and shattering the heavens. "When I descend, you shall exult. When I command, you shall be valiant. When I endure, you shall share eternity with me. When I depart, you shall be filled with fury." Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions reverberated above the heads of the Bloodkill and Demon clans as the void shattered, unleashing a torrent of dark, malevolent power akin to a great dragon pouring into their bodies. At that moment, their might surged explosively, and their faces collectively transformed into expressions of murderous intent. In that instant, they lost all sensation of pain and fear, driven solely by the will of the woman above to annihilate all adversaries. Such demons and bloodkill members were beyond the capacity of the prodigies of the human realm to withstand. This is bad. Hong Ling's expression shifted slightly as she immediately formed seals, invoking the red lotus of karma, the flames of which were meant to vanquish evil. 18 red lotuses floated down from the heavens towards Sophie, each adorned with flames that writhed ferociously, embodying the red lotus karma fire, specifically designed to eradicate malevolence. Sophie regarded the descending 18 red lotuses with indifference. With a slight gesture of her hand, immense mists erupted from within the lotuses, coalescing into figures wielding blades and spears, nullifying the power of the red lotus karma fire. Lin Chen's expression abruptly changed, and just as he prepared to shout a warning, it was too late. Sophie pointed at Hong Ling, unleashing a black, sinister light that sliced through the realm in an instant, a force so dominant that none could withstand its onslaught. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily terrifying martial will was conceived, poised to extinguish Hong Ling completely. Ha! How could a mere Hong Ling hope to withstand Su Fei? Su Mu laughed heartily, his voice brimming with boundless dominance. At that instant, Luo Tianxia's previously indifferent expression subtly contorted as he furrowed his brow. However, Su Mu's onslaught was ferociously relentless, rendering him unable to assist Hong Ling. Should she perish in battle, the elite defense of the human realm would undoubtedly collapse. Hong Ling's pupils constricted as she sensed a profound aura of death enveloping her. Was it possible that she, Hong Ling, was destined to be extinguished by that single finger? I am born immortal, revered as the heavenly emperor. My might stretches over 100,000 miles. My authority resonates across the 9 heavens. A resounding voice suddenly reverberated throughout the void, its overwhelming majesty crashing down like thunder from the heavens. That singular finger seemed to collide with an invisible mirror, halted in its tracks, unable to strike again. It was the embodiment of authority, the emperor's might. A man, cloaked in celestial grandeur, strode forth with majestic strides. This was the heavenly Emperor Chen. The human realm's elites collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts igniting with fervor at the sight of his formidable presence. You may slay anyone you wish, the heavenly emperor declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing haughtily at Su Fei. However, should you seek to harm the woman I cherish, you shall meet only death. Su Mu's brow furrowed slightly at this moment, while Luo Tianxia's expression softened. None could have anticipated the arrival of the heavenly emperor at this critical juncture. Although Lin Chen bore a personal grudge against him, he felt an immense gratitude towards the heavenly emperor at this moment. For had Su Fei's earlier strike landed, he would have had little time to defend himself, even if he revealed his presence. This complicates matters. Bloodstar, you possess the heavenly evil stone. I shall confront the heavenly emperor and Hong Ling. Su Fei warned Lin Chen gravely, emphasizing the critical importance of inscribing the grand formation, urging him to complete it swiftly and without error. Without hesitation, Su Fei decisively ejected a spatial pouch towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, taken aback by the sudden responsibility of inscribing the grand formation, clutched the pouch. As Su Fei's command fell, she, like a queen, instantly directed her attack at the heavenly emperor. In that fleeting instant, a terrifying battle unfolded in the heavens, shaking the very ground for miles around. The tumultuous clash once again filled the ancient battlefield. What? Su Fei actually entrusted the heavenly evil stone to that man. Su Mu's expression shifted as he pondered the reliability of this individual. The grand formation was of utmost importance. How could Su Mu trust Bloodstar to handle it? Su Mu, your demon clan's grand scheme shall surely be shattered today, Luo Tianxia stated with an air of calm, an ancient character beginning to materialize on his forehead. This character, as if birthed from the primordial, contained a mysterious and colossal power that exuded an ancient aura. At the moment it ascended, Su Mu's body trembled slightly. Instinctively sensing a twinge of fear from this unparalleled prodigy ranked third on the demon list. One of the ancient couplets, Su Mu suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, addressing Luo Tiantian with a hint of jest. It seems you have forgotten something, haven't you? As the heir to the legacy of ancient characters, blessed by destiny, are you not fated to be the one who vanquishes the demon clan? I wonder, do you possess the courage to slay this individual? In an instant, Su Mu's figure retreated swiftly, revealing Luo Sheng, who was gradually approaching from the distant celestial expanse. A palpable aura of malevolence danced around him, and a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Luo Tiantian, his lips barely moving. "Brother," he uttered, his voice resonating like thunder. The formidable and valiant Luo Tiantian found himself momentarily frozen, devoid of any murderous intent. His body began to tremble involuntarily, his pupils quaking with disbelief. This man was none other than his beloved younger brother, Luo Sheng. How could he ever bring himself to harm him? "Brother, you once vowed to protect me as I grew. Now, are you truly going to take my life?" Luo Sheng questioned, each word laced with sorrow. "Never, never. I shall protect you always." Luo Tiantian replied hastily, his voice trembling with emotion. Behind Luo Sheng, Su Mu wore an enigmatic grin. Almost everyone present was astounded by the scene unfolding before them, unable to fathom that the man, akin to a divine being, Luo Tiantian, was so profoundly shaken in the presence of his demonized brother, Luo Sheng. The significance of Luo Sheng to Luo Tiantian was palpable through his reaction. He feared not for his own life, but for the life of his brother. "Luo Tiantian, what are you doing?" Emperor Qin's furious voice reverberated through the air. Yet, it seemed Luo Tiantian was oblivious to his surroundings, fixated solely on Luo Sheng before him. "You have lost, Luo Tiantian," Su Mu declared, devoid of any compassion, a chilling smile curling at his lips, revealing his menacing fangs. With such a profound disturbance in spirit, an opportunity arose. In this moment, Su Mu could strike down Luo Tiantian. Once Luo Tiantian fell, who could stand in Su Mu's way? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Lin Chen descended like a vengeful deity, wielding a bronze ancient sword, his attire billowing with a regal aura, radiating overwhelming might as he aimed for Luo Sheng's head. At this instant, the expressions of Su Mu, Luo Tiantian, Su Fei, Emperor Chen, and Hong Ling were all frozen in shock. In chapter 1270, confronting thousands alone, the moment Lin Chen perceived the ancient characters manifesting on Luo Tiantian's forehead, he acted without hesitation. Luo Sheng represented the dark essence of Luo Tiantian. If he hesitated to strike, then Lin Chen would take it upon himself to deliver the blow. The bearer of the ancient character legacy must not perish or succumb to despair. Bang! Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He saw his bronze ancient sword clash against an arm, a living, breathing limb that concealed within it an explosive power akin to a volcano. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen was thrown back by the immense recoil. The one who obstructed him was none other than Luo Tiantian. "No one shall harm my brother." Luo Tianxia's voice resonated like ancient, unyielding ice. "Regardless of who you are, it would be prudent for you to depart." In a moment of astonishment, Lin Chen's countenance transformed into one of rage, his voice booming like thunder as he confronted Luo Tianxia. "What brings you here? As the bearer of the ancient legacy, you are obliged to vanquish evil. Are you truly willing to forsake your own path for the likes of Luo Sheng?" Luo Tianxia's expression remained as cold as ever, his eyes sharp like swords, piercing through Lin Chen. In that instant, Lin Chen discerned the slight tremor in Luo Tianxia's form, while the ancient character hovering on his forehead radiated an unsettling brilliance. The weight of Luo Tianxia's burden was suddenly beyond Lin Chen's imagination. "Who are you?" Su Mu spoke, his voice chillingly cold, his eyes, dark as dragons, fixated on Lin Chen. A figure clad in the garments of a sinister emperor had audaciously intervened, aiming to aid Luo Tianxia in forcibly eliminating the demonic scourge. The demon clan had evidently deployed a spy. "Regardless of my identity, the heavenly evil stone lies within my grasp. Should you dare to act, I shall shatter it." Lin Chen hovered in midair, clutching the spatial pouch containing the heavenly evil stone, and retreated swiftly. Sophie had entrusted him with the stone, granting him a sense of security, freeing him from concerns of exposure. Sophie, suspended in the air, gazed in bewilderment as Lin Chen withdrew. She momentarily failed to comprehend how such immense hidden malevolence within her could betray her and the demon clan. How could this be possible? "Your little tricks hold no sway over me," Su Mu said, a frosty smile gracing his lips. "First, I shall deal with Luo Tianxia. I will attend to you shortly. Naturally, do not entertain thoughts of escape. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me." In just a few words, a terrifying aura radiated from him. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lin Chen indeed propelled himself back to the half-completed blood pool evil altar, his form resolute and unyielding. Luo Sheng's face contorted slightly, Once again, it was this blood star, a traitor he had not anticipated. Yet, he quickly regained composure, his expression shifting to one of pity. Brother, many here wish to see me dead. Take me away. I have no desire to remain. I did not willingly fall into the ranks of the demon clan. You must believe me. Luo Tianxia trembled slightly, his gaze resting upon the celestial prodigies of the human realm who stood against the throngs of demons and bloodthirsty beings. Their eyes flickered in shock, transfixed by the unfolding scene. Yet, the expressions in their eyes unmistakably conveyed a plea to remain. Amidst the ravaged land lay countless bodies of the human prodigies, reduced to mere remnants by the hands of the demon and bloodthirsty clans. Some were nothing more than dismembered limbs. Others merely severed heads. Once, these champions of the human realm had boldly confronted the demon clan, spurred by a single pronouncement from Luo Tianxia. But now, all that remained was a solemn apology, as Luo Tianxiao addressed the approaching prodigies of the human realm in a soft voice. His expression transformed into an air of profound calm. In an instant, he vanished, seizing Luo Sheng's form with a powerful grip. With a decisive stride, he propelled himself towards the heavens like a cannonball, distancing himself from the ancient battlefield. Ultimately, Luo Tianxia chose to depart with his brother. Lin Chen's eyes flickered momentarily. Yet his grip on the ancient bronze sword tightened. With Luo Tianxia gone, he warned, if you wish to survive, then retreat. Su Mu, with his wild hair billowing, radiated a chilling aura akin to an evil emperor's descent, his voice resonating in the minds of the remaining 1,000 prodigies like thunder. Had he not been eager to complete the grand formation and deal with the traitor, he would have already torn apart all the prodigies present. The 1,000 prodigies trembled in unison, their gazes filled with dread as they beheld the overwhelming power of Su Mu. How could they possibly withstand him? I do not wish to perish. A terrified voice cried out, prompting a frenzied escape towards the sky. The once valiant prodigies, who had battled fiercely against the demon tribe, now scattered like leaves in a storm. Their hopes shattered the moment Luo Tianxia departed. What did it matter how terrifying the demon tribe was? What did it matter if they descended? They could not even safeguard their own lives. The indignant Hong Ling watched this scene unfold, her fair face turning icy cold. The spear in her hand began to dance with fervor. No matter what, I will not flee. I shall fight to the bitter end against these demons. Spare me your words. Follow me, commanded Emperor Chen, casting a disdainful glance at the motionless blood star. Those who recognize the times are true talents, acting with utmost authority. Emperor Chen wasted no time, extending his hand to seize Hong Ling. A flurry of talismans instantly ignited, shattering the void as a tremendous divine light erupted, enveloping Hong Ling and forcibly dragging her away. Even with the operation of the Hong Yan immortal mansion, she could not resist. Hurry, she urged Lin Chen telepathically just before she vanished. For reasons unknown, as she gazed at Lin Chen, who stood resolutely on the grand formation, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Yet time was fleeting, and she was consumed by the radiant light. Emperor Chen and Hong Ling disappeared without a trace, along with all the prodigies of the human realm. In an instant, Lin Chen felt the chilling gaze of 1,000 eyes converge upon him. The blood-slaying and demon tribes soared into the air like a massive dark shroud, hovering ominously above him, a sight that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Before them stood two figures, Sophie and Su Mu. The demon tribe and blood-slaying tribe, together with Sophie and Su Mu, who ranked among the top 5 on the demon list, emanated a cold light from their eyes. The swirling darkness within them exuded an oppressive force akin to 1,000,000 soldiers descending upon the earth, each step capable of shaking the very ground. Bloodstar, who exactly are you? Sophie inquired, her beautiful eyes flickering with complexity, yet also igniting with cold light, her voice icy as she questioned him. She and Su Mu refrained from engaging in combat, simply because of the evil emperor's garb adorning Lin Chen. As members of the demon clan, they could never betray their kin. They needed to ascertain the truth of the matter. Are you curious about my identity? A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face as he regarded Sophie and Su Mu, observing the formidable legion of demons behind them. The aura of the blood-killing clan emanating from him began to recede swiftly, and the evil emperor's garb withdrew, replaced by a long black robe adorned with 2 ghastly intersecting scars upon his chest. His presence transformed, reverting to his true self. Sophie and Su Mu's expressions shifted slightly. While several members of the blood-killing clan, upon witnessing Lin Chen's visage, were taken aback, clearly recognizing him. "My true name is Lin Long." Suddenly, Lin Chen raised the ancient bronze sword, unleashing a torrent of thunder from its blade. This thunder bore a terrifying intent of annihilation, aimed at obliterating the entire demon clan. The ancient character of destruction, inscribed within the 13 ancient characters, stirred to life. The expressions of Sophie, Su Mu, and the remaining demons were profoundly affected at that moment. He was indeed Lin Long, the notorious madman marked for extermination by decree, the son of Lin Songxing. A faint smile danced upon Lin Chen's lips as he wielded the bronze sword, his eyes devoid of any fear. One man stood resolutely against 1,000. Chapter 1271. The Thunder Roils the Mountain Stream. The ancient character of destruction swiftly summoned the power of the ancient thunder pool. Confronted by such an imposing and sinister army, Lin Chen felt the weight of pressure in his heart. Yet, his sole reliance lay in the character of destruction, which could summon the ancient thunder pool's might, offering him a glimmer of survival and a chance to dismantle the entire formation. The ancient character of destruction within the bronze sword began to tremble slightly, the character of thunder flickering in and out of existence. In Lin Chen's mind, a faint, ancient voice echoed, "Lin Chen, the power of the ancient thunder pool is immense. You must endure for a moment longer before I can awaken its strength." Endure for a moment. Lin Chen surveyed the formidable army of evil, gritted his teeth, and nodded. The character of destruction on the bronze sword began to radiate light, the thunder character becoming increasingly distinct as it intertwined with the vast and ominous sea of thunder. The momentum was impressive. Su Mu, from his elevated stance, gazed down at Lin Chen with a calm demeanor, stating, "If I am not mistaken, that ancient character upon you is the character of destruction, ranked second among the 13 ancient characters." Many members of the demon clan displayed visible trepidation, their fear subtly surfacing. They were well aware of the terrifying power the character of destruction wielded in ancient times. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, but his resolve remained unyielding. The individual before him ranked third on the demon list, a formidable opponent, and Lin Chen dared not underestimate him. Moreover, there was Sophie. Su Mu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he said, "If I am correct, you intend to use the power of the character of destruction to summon the ancient thunder pool, right? Should you succeed, this formation will be shattered, and we shall all perish, yet you will reap immense benefits." Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. The other members of the blood-killing clan and the demon clan simultaneously changed their expressions, a murderous aura instantly rising to the heavens, more terrifying than before. They never anticipated that Lin Chen would harbor such a terrifying intent. "You have no chance. Perish." Su Mu's eyes were icy as he reached out a hand toward Lin Chen. In that instant, a horrific, malevolent hand emerged, swirling with boundless winds and clouds, engulfing the sky and descending with overwhelming force. This colossal hand resembled an ancient evil dragon overlooking the earth, its claw poised to tear the heavens apart, shatter the ground, and obliterate all obstacles in its path. With such divine might, how could Lin Chen, merely a fifth-tier void immortal, withstand it? A flicker of compassion crossed Sophie's beautiful eyes, yet her lips merely emitted a soft sigh. "Su Mu, do not underestimate me," Lin Chen suddenly bellowed. Though his figure appeared diminutive beneath the terrifying hand, the aura emanating from him was powerful enough to shake the very palm itself. Heavenly Saint King Seal. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. 10 explosive sounds resonated from Lin Chen, akin to the beating of celestial drums, his momentum surging tenfold in an instant. Many from the demon clan and the blood-killing clan were visibly moved, and Su Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. God-slaying combination grand technique. A terrifying grand technique surged within Lin Chen. Explosive sounds erupted from his left and right arms, numbering in the thousands, as torrents of blood gushed forth, swirling upwards behind him. A wrathful fury swept through the sky, as a furious phantom wielding a blood sword descended onto the earth, towering at 10 meters. However, this blood-slaying phantom's aura still paled in comparison to the terrifying hand. "Not enough, not enough." Lin Chen roared skyward. "Left leg, right leg, chest, all of you explode." His left leg, right leg, and chest immediately erupted with thousands of explosions, flesh and blood scattering, crimson spraying into the air. The blood-slaying figure surged in an instant, transforming into a 20-meter-tall blood titan, radiating an overwhelming aura that intimidated all within 1,000 miles. The terrifying blood titan, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, suddenly soared into the sky, unleashing a roar that reverberated across the land. The blood-red sword descended with thunderous might, tearing through the air. Boom! Su Mu's brow arched slightly. He witnessed the blood titan, wielding the blood sword, directly tear apart the formidable hand of Su Mu. The resulting shockwave of terrifying energy caused countless hearts to tremble. A mere fifth-tier void immortal had indeed withstood Su Mu's strike. If this accomplishment were to spread, it would surely stir up a tremendous uproar. Just what sort of monster was this individual before him? Lin Chen stood amidst the chaos, blood draining from his body, resembling a desiccated corpse. His breath plummeting to the depths, swaying dangerously. Yet he remained upright. At this moment, the ancient symbol of destruction within the bronze ancient sword, along with the faintly visible symbol of thunder, was illuminated significantly. It would require a bit more time for the symbol of destruction to fully awaken the ancient thunder pool. Only a slight difference remained. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain and dizziness surging through his mind. His right hand was drenched in blood, gripping the ancient bronze sword, yearning to wield it, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength, causing the sword to clatter to the ground with a resounding clang akin to a dragon's roar. Having executed the divine-slaying combination of celestial techniques, Lin Chen was nearly in a state of death. Seeing Lin Chen in such a plight, Xingqian Sufi felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, unable to suppress a cry that escaped her lips. Su Mu, upon hearing Sufi's exclamation and recalling the words of Luo Tianxia, flashed a terrifying glint in his eyes. This celestial technique is indeed formidable, but you are utterly powerless now. Su Mu grinned malevolently, raising his hand with a fierce gesture, commanding everyone, listen to my orders. Tear this man's body into 1,000 pieces. The eyes of the demon and blood-killing clansmen erupted with a terrifying malevolence. Do not, Sufi cried out urgently, fearing that pushing him to the brink would unleash the mysterious dark power within him. Su Mu laughed heartily. I am eager to witness the true might of the dark force within him. Kill. The final word reverberated with a chilling malice. Sufi's delicate face changed instantly, yet she found herself powerless to intervene. The thousands of blood-killing and demon clansmen, grinning maniacally, surged forth like a roaring black tide towards Lin Chen, who stood bloodied amidst the grand formation. Lin Chen, his face smeared with blood, gazed at the oncoming horde, akin to a ferocious beast descending from the mountains. His hand raised weakly. He was utterly drained, devoid of any vitality. The ancient symbol of annihilation, inscribed with the character for thunder, shimmered ominously, nearly complete. Just a breath away from fruition. Am I to perish here? Lin Chen suddenly thought of Luo Tianxia and the celestial prodigy, Emperor Chen, who had retreated. How foolish of me to overestimate my capabilities. He felt a surge of indignation. With a primal roar, Lin Chen unleashed a terrifying dark energy that surged skyward. Should anyone have stood on the eastern battlefield, they would have witnessed a dreadful beam of dark malevolence erupting from the vast, blackened chasm of the ancient battleground. Piercing the heavens, the clouds, spanning 1,000,000 miles, dissipated in an instant, casting the entire sky into an ominous gloom. The thousands of blood-killing and demon clansmen, rushing ferociously, seemingly sensed an overwhelming dread within their hearts, halting abruptly, blood spewing from their mouths, their faces etched with horror. They trembled in fear, as if standing before an unparalleled dark emperor. Both Su Mu and Sufi were equally astonished, feeling an unrelenting fear grip their hearts, for even they, of royal lineage, were not immune to this dread. What kind of malevolent force could instill such terror even in those of noble blood? This horrifying dark energy erupted swiftly, yet retracted just as quickly. In an instant, all authority vanished, and the skies above the eastern battlefield returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Only the thousands of demons and blood-killing clansmen, along with Sufi and Su Mu, remained ensnared in the lingering shock of that fleeting moment of terror. He. Suddenly, a feeble laugh echoed, yet in the profound silence of the mountain gorge, this laughter bore an inexplicable malevolence. Instinctively, thousands of demons and bloodthirsty beings quivered, their gazes drawn to Lin Chen. Su Mu was the first to react, glancing toward Lin Chen, his expression shifting dramatically as he bellowed urgently. His voice faltered. the final word escaping him unvoiced. For at the bottom of the tranquil, obsidian ancient battle gorge, countless chaotic bolts of lightning erupted from the ground, followed by a thunderous roar akin to the annihilation of worlds. Lin Chen's chuckle transformed into a savage cackle, the ancient thunder pool boiling over. Chapter 1272. The Ancient Art of Demon Slaughter. The ancient battle gorge, a terrifying chasm stretching for millions of miles, suddenly reverberated with explosive sounds, transitioning from a dull thrum to a resounding intensity. The earth on either side of the fissure trembled violently. Boulders as tall as a man were sent flying, crashing down in disarray. Blinding light illuminated the entire dark gorge, reminiscent of a volcano erupting beneath, spewing forth an endless torrent of azure lightning. Terrifying bolts surged like a mighty ocean within the gorge. Sumu witnessed the azure lightning surging skyward from the shattered array, resembling an ancient giant standing before him, their stature dwarfing him like an ant before a mountain. The innate pressure and destructive aura of this thunder instilled profound trepidation in the hearts of all the bloodthirsty and demonic beings present. They sensed death and fear, yet, at that moment, seemed utterly devoid of strength, their legs rendered immobile. All they could do was widen their eyes, helplessly watching as the terrifying lightning engulfed them. Countless screams erupted, only to be quickly drowned out by the deafening roar of thunder. Before this tempest of lightning, they were mere ants, entirely incapable of resistance. The formation was obliterated, the plan in ruins. Sophie too felt the effortless annihilation that the thunder could bring. She gazed at the disintegrating array with an unexpected sense of relief rather than anger. Her thoughts were tumultuous at that moment. Quickly move, Sumu shouted, an overwhelming dark light surging from his being. In this terrifying realm of lightning, he forcefully conjured a massive black dome, enveloping Sophie's figure. However, even with Sumu's unparalleled prowess, under the ancient thunder, the dark shield began to disintegrate rapidly. It would not be long before he too would be engulfed and obliterated by the lightning. The evil dragon palace returns. Sumu cried out, his long hair billowing, his voice resonating amidst the cacophony of thunderous explosions. Before him, a colossal palace manifested, akin to an ancient dragon, exuding a formidable aura, breaking through the layers of lightning, resonating across the expanse, and descending upon this place. Sumu immediately activated the evil dragon palace, enveloping Sophie's form. The evil dragon palace erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying aura of supreme Tao, crashing into the ancient heavenly thunder above, causing the void to explode and creating a spatial rift. The massive evil dragon palace swiftly penetrated the rift, escaping into the heavens. For someone of Sumu's caliber, shattering the void and traversing through it was no challenge at all. However, aside from Sumu and Sophie, the remaining members of the Bloodkill clan and the Demon clan were all engulfed in the tumultuous sea of thunder, leaving no trace behind, obliterated into nothingness. Lin Chen's figure was also submerged in this surging sea of thunder. Yet, the phantom of the character Mia hung suspended in his chest, as the ancient heavenly thunder incessantly poured into it. In that moment, the ancient heavenly thunder lost its domineering and destructive essence, transforming instead into a source of power that continuously infused Lin Chen's entire being, mending his body. Moreover, as the ancient heavenly thunder surged forth, the bronze ancient sword, bathed in the sea of thunder, thrived as if it were a fish in water. A tremendous suction emanated from the bronze ancient sword, drawing in the surrounding ancient heavenly thunder relentlessly into its blade. Under the ceaseless influx of the ancient heavenly thunder, the character Mia on the ancient talisman radiated a resplendent light, its aura swelling in magnitude, as if it were awakening a mysterious existence from the depths of the talisman. Time swiftly slipped away, spanning a full 5 days and nights. Lin Chen remained ensconced in slumber, yet the character Mia had undergone a tremendous transformation. Within the confines of the ancient talisman, the terrifying and enigmatic character began to twist slowly, as if it were a sword of iron being heated in a fire. Melting into molten metal, this character began to morph, gradually taking the shape of a figure. The figure began to solidify, forming facial features, arms, and more. In but a moment, it fully coalesced into a bald young man, his presence resonating like thunder. Under the infinite power of the ancient heavenly thunder, the character Mia finally regained a portion of its strength. This character shot forth from the bronze ancient sword, and the bald young man seated within fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen's form. At that moment, Lin Chen's aura had reached an unparalleled perfection, his physical power elevated to new heights. Should one peer into Lin Chen's being, they would discover that the celestial pill within his dantian bore the images of the heavenly Saint King seal, the Holy Court, the Devouring Realm, the Bloodstar body, and the Blood Buddha body, all beginning to coalesce into humanoid forms, wielding various profound principles. Lin Chen's martial path had advanced significantly. This time, he could be deemed fortunate amidst misfortune, drawing ever closer to the realm of true immortality. "Awaken!" cried the bald young man seated within the character Mia. Instantly, Lin Chen's body trembled, as multicolored bolts of thunder erupted from his pores. These were the impurities generated from his injuries. Moments later, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he was startled to find himself amidst an endless sea of thunder. It appeared that everything had been resolved, Lin Chen murmured to himself. Then, sensing something, he turned his gaze towards the ancient character of destruction. To his astonishment, he found a bald young man seated within it. Although he was already aware of the sentience residing within the character, he had not anticipated the manifestation of such an entity. "Lin Chen, you may call me Hui," the young man said with a faint smile. Previously, the ancient character of destruction was severely damaged, rendering it incapable of awakening me. It is only through the power of the heavenly ancient thunder pool that I have been restored. However, my strength has yet to return to its full potential. I remain quite feeble. Lin Chen examined the ancient character of destruction closely, sensing an overwhelming aura that was beyond his capacity to gauge. Curiosity piqued, he immediately inquired, "Hui, to what extent have you recovered?" "Perhaps equivalent to the pinnacle of true immortal realm," Hui replied nonchalantly. "The thunderous power of the heavenly ancient thunder pool is insufficient to restore me to the level of an emperor. The true immortal peak is merely a tenuous state." Lin Chen inhaled sharply, astonished by Hui's formidable nature. If the pinnacle of true immortal realm was merely a struggle for him, one could only imagine the extent of his past strength. However, if we had indeed attained the apex of the true immortal realm, then surely Lin Chen could traverse the martial world with ease. Yet, Hui promptly doused this notion with a dose of cold reality. "I have merged with the bronze ancient sword, intertwining with the essence of the Holy Spirit continent. The essence of the Holy Spirit continent possesses unparalleled wisdom. Only when you resonate with it can you unlock the power of the ancient character of destruction." "Resonate?" Lin Chen was perplexed, feeling a wave of disappointment at the thought that Hui's power could not be fully realized. "Wait," Lin Chen suddenly asked. "How is it that you reside within the ancient character of destruction?" Hui shook his head in confusion. "I cannot recall the specifics of my memory. Only through the complete restoration of my power will my memories return. All I know is that I fell in the pursuit of exterminating demons, which caused the essence of the ancient character to plummet." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chen hesitated but still inquired, "There lies a vast malevolent power within me. I do not understand its origins. As the ancient character of destruction, how could you have chosen me?" "Everything is predestined," Hui replied. "All mysteries will only be unraveled when you grow stronger." Lin Chen shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the enigma surrounding his identity remained elusive. Hui continued, "However, you must strive diligently to gather the remaining 12 ancient characters. Only when all 13 characters unite can they unleash a power that shakes the heavens and the earth." Hui's words reminded Lin Chen of Luo Tianxia, who was also a bearer of ancient characters. "Now that I have awakened, I shall impart to you a set of combinatorial grand techniques, also known as ancient arts," Hui said with a smile. "This ancient art is inherently effective against demons, possessing tremendous power, enabling even effortless slaughter of foes beyond your level." Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ancient bronze coffin had previously revealed that the Mia character ancient talisman contained a specialized set of grand spells designed to combat demons. And it had indeed not deceived itself. This ancient technique is known as the demon-slaying ancient art, which I shall now impart to you through the ancient sword. With a final word, the Mia character talisman once again delved into the bronze sword. Immediately, the bronze sword began to hum and vibrate, levitating before Lin Chen. At this moment, the bronze sword had undergone a remarkable transformation, with divine light swirling along its blade, as if the hidden divine sword had been unveiled. "What a divine weapon!" Blood, Li exclaimed without hesitation, recognizing its power, which transcended the measurement of ordinary artifacts. Lin Chen gazed at the transformed bronze sword with growing admiration. This ancient technique, named the demon-slaying ancient art, I shall now convey to you, echoed the voice from within the bronze sword. By grasping the bronze sword, you will be able to perceive the methods of cultivating the demon-slaying ancient art. You must apply yourself diligently. Lin Chen, with a resolute expression, nodded and grasped the bronze sword. The sword emitted a clear, resonant sound, akin to a dragon's roar, prompting Lin Chen to involuntarily utter the words demon slay. In chapter 1273, Return to the Martial Sage Palace, a vast scripture surged forth from the bronze sword, coalescing within Lin Chen's consciousness, transforming into an immense scripture of thunder. In ancient times, the thunder was used to vanquish evil. The heavens wield thunder to punish wrongdoing. The thunderous words subdued demons. The essence of the demon-slaying ancient art was directly infused into Lin Chen's spirit, transporting him to another realm where the profound mysteries of thunder were unveiled. Since time immemorial, chaos birthed thunder to suppress all evils. The demon-slaying ancient art harnesses the power of thunder to become a technique of exorcism. In the ancient thunder pool, Lin Chen commenced his cultivation. The judgment saint thunder within his being was now transformed into a sacrificial offering for the cultivation of the demon-slaying ancient art. He unleashed streams of purple thunder orbs from his pores, which rapidly expanded and danced around him. These thunder orbs, the very essence of the demon-slaying ancient art, contained the subtle principles of destructive thunder. Lin Chen needed to cultivate these purple thunder orbs until they grew even more formidable, ultimately transforming into the thunder of demon slaying. This arduous cultivation lasted 5 days, a feat facilitated by his immersion in the ancient thunder pool. Without its assistance, mastering such a technique would have proven exceedingly difficult. As Lin Chen rose to his feet, he reached into the void, conjuring a spear of condensed purple thunder in his grasp, emanating an aura of annihilation, as if it could obliterate the very heavens and earth. With a mighty flick of his wrist, the spear shot forth, causing the surrounding ancient thunder to retreat as if mice fleeing from a cat, clearing a path. Moments later, a deep explosion resonated from the ancient battle gorge. The demon-slaying ancient art is multifaceted, encompassing the myriad applications of this thunderous force designed to vanquish demons. Even with a mere thought, Lin Chen could summon the Demon Slayer thunder, which would coalesce into a suit of Demon Slayer armor around him, transforming him into a god of demon slaying, capable of vanquishing myriad evils. This ancient technique of demon slaying possessed formidable power. Alas, the Demon Slayer thunder could only unleash its might against malevolent entities. Lin Chen pondered, recognizing that this celestial thunder was birthed from the sword of a primordial powerhouse, a force of extraordinary nature, not something an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, the essence of the Demon Slayer thunder lay in its purpose. It could only reach its full potential when wielded against demons. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the ancient bronze sword in his hand, caressing its blade, and declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be named Demon Cleaver." As soon as the words left his lips, he shot upward into the sky. After more than 10 days, he sensed that significant events must have unfolded in the martial realm. His intuition suggested that Sophie and Su Mu were certainly alive. Being ranked 3rd and 5th on the demon list, they were not so easily dispatched. Moreover, the demon clan had set their sights on the martial realm, having opened a blood pool altar of malevolence, and they would not relent. With the likes of the Saint Son of Pan Wu and certain high-ranking members of the Martial Saint Palace having been compromised, the martial world was fraught with internal strife. As Lin Chen soared from the ancient battlefield ravine, he immediately detected several auras lingering within. These presences were predominantly those of the 4th transformation of the Void Immortal. After a moment of investigation, Lin Chen discerned that they belonged to the Martial Saint Palace. Given the magnitude of the eruption at the ancient Thunder Pool, it was only logical for the Martial Saint Palace to take notice and send individuals for inquiry. It would be prudent to first ascertain the circumstances of the outside world. Lin Chen mused, as he focused his mind and locked onto the aura of a 4th transformation Void Immortal, his figure flashing as he was propelled by a fierce wind, appearing directly before the disciple of the Martial Saint Palace. "Who goes there?" the disciple demanded, his voice resonating in Lin Chen's ears with an oddly familiar tone. "Shuiyang," Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to find that the visitor was indeed Shuiyang. However, Shuiyang had changed remarkably in such a short span of time. He had ascended from the third to the fourth transformation of the Void Immortal and had become a quasi-saint son of the Martial Saint Palace, emanating an aura of sharp restraint. Shuiyang was also taken aback, then quickly said, "I'm relieved to see you're alive. Over these past few days, Xiener has been exceedingly worried about you, to the point of losing weight." The mention of Xiener warmed Lin Chen's heart, and with a gentle smile, he replied, "How could I possibly perish? I've merely been investigating some significant matters lately. By the way, what is transpiring within the Martial Saint Palace?" Upon hearing the name of the Martial Saint Palace, Shuiyang's expression immediately turned serious. "Xiener mentioned that your relationship with the newly appointed saint's son, Lin Pan, is quite extraordinary. However, Lin Pan's situation has become dire. Ever since he returned a couple of days ago, the first thing he did was seek trouble with Lin Pan, even personally defeating him in front of everyone. If it weren't for the protection of the three elders of martial Dao, Lin Pan might have been killed." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Has this saint son of Pan Wu truly become so reckless as to attempt to slay a saint's son? Does the Martial Saint Palace not intervene in this matter? Shuiyang sighed and remarked, "You are not unaware that the holy son of martial arts, Pan Wu, is a figure who has stirred the sacred statue, a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the Martial Sacred Palace. Even if Pan Wu were to slay Lin Pan Wu, it would likely be a mere trivial matter." Lin Chen remained silent, lost in thought for an extended period before inquiring if there were any other matters at hand. Shuiyang nodded, a glimmer of yearning appearing on his face. Currently, within the Martial Sacred Palace, two remarkable talents have emerged, rivals to Pan Wu. Their names are Su Mu and Su Fei. Both have swiftly garnered the recognition of the sacred statue and received substantial support from the Martial Sacred Palace. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes. What exactly are Su Mu and Su Fei doing within the Martial Sacred Palace? Shuiyang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. It is precisely thanks to the guidance of Holy Son Su Mu that I have been able to become a quasi-holy son. Xiener has also benefited from Su Fei's mentorship, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Among the prodigies of the Martial Sacred Palace, both Su Mu and Su Fei enjoy an excellent reputation, and the three elders of martial arts hold them in particular esteem. Moreover, when Lin Pan Wu had a conflict with Pan Wu, they even came to Lin Pan Wu's defense. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wry smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, it remained a mystery how these two prodigies of the demon clan had deceived the upper echelons of the Martial Sacred Palace, managing to conceal their true identities. Yet, an instinct whispered to Lin Chen that these two fiends were certainly scheming something within the Martial Sacred Palace. Having just dismantled the Grand Formation, they would undoubtedly be discontented. "I must meet Holy Son Su Mu and Holy Son Su Fei," Lin Chen mused with a smile. However, Shuiyang, remember to maintain a wary heart. Indeed, Shuiyang nodded, suddenly exclaiming, "By the way, Emperor Chun has taken residence in the Yuan family, one of the four great clans, alongside Hongling. The Yuan family has been actively recruiting talents recently, drawing in numerous prodigies from the Bloodkill tribe, and they are on the verge of becoming the foremost among the four clans." Lin Chen was taken aback by this revelation. He recalled that he had entrusted the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Diagram to Lin Pan Wu, enabling him to comprehend the Zhou Gong Dream Martial Fist, which could potentially position him as the heir of the Zhou family. However, the influx of Bloodkill clansmen into the Yuan family seemed even more bizarre. Had the Yuan family been assimilated by the demon clan? Amidst a vague sense of foreboding, Lin Chen suddenly felt as though an invisible, dark hand overshadowed the Martial Sacred Palace and the four great clans, with black waves continuously surging. It was the prelude to an impending tempest. "Enough of this. I must make my way to the Martial Sacred Palace," Lin Chen declared, casting aside a final remark before turning to leave. He intended to join forces with Lin Pan Wu. This was an unknown valley, serene and tranquil, occasionally graced by the melodious songs of celestial birds and the gentle symphony of trickling springs, creating a delightful ambience. Luo Tianxia sat upon a large stone, allowing his long hair to dance in the gentle breeze, his expression devoid of any emotion. He had remained here, unmoving, for 10 days and nights. Not only was Luo Tianxia present, but nearby stood Luo Sheng, quietly positioned beneath a great tree, his expression returning to the familiar indifference. Utterly motionless. "You may leave," Luo Tianxia remarked softly. Your intentions have been fulfilled. Luo Sheng stretched his limbs, casting a glance at Luo Tianxia, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Luo Tianxia's countenance betrayed no emotion. I hope you choose the right path. Do not concern yourself with me, Luo Sheng retorted, a hint of derision flickering across his face. Do not presume that my gratitude equates to your acceptance. Were it not for my own objectives, I would never address you as brother. His words echoed through the valley, and Luo Sheng's figure promptly vanished from sight. A flicker of pain crossed Luo Tianxia's visage, only to vanish swiftly. He rose from the boulder, gazing into the distance. Locke, have you sensed the presence of the ancient symbol of destruction? A venerable voice resonated within Luo Tianxia's being. I cannot pinpoint its exact location. However, I am aware that it has departed from the ancient Battle Mountain Gorge and has begun to traverse the martial realm. That is acceptable, Luo Tianxia inquired suddenly. Join forces with me to seize the ancient symbol of destruction. Absorbing its power will undoubtedly enhance your strength. Locke replied coolly, you remain shackled by your own demons. I advise against pursuing the ancient symbol. Luo Tianxia's expression stiffened momentarily, his mind involuntarily conjuring visions of Lin Chen standing resolutely against an army. Lin Chen is far too weak, Luo Tianxia mused aloud, seemingly to himself, yet directed at Locke. Though his heart may be steadfast, impending calamity renders his strength insufficient to unleash the true might of the ancient symbol. Locke remained silent. This ancient symbol of destruction shall be mine, Luo Tianxia declared. Only in my possession can it unleash its fullest potential. A brief note. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I must take a temporary leave. Only a single update today, with a promise of a catch-up tomorrow. A surge of 10 updates will commence in January. Specific timing will be announced. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 1274. The Holy Son of Zhou Feng. In just a few short days, the martial Saint Palace underwent a monumental transformation. The revered statues, which only a handful had been able to activate over the millennium, were consecutively stirred. In this year alone, aside from the Holy Son of Panwu, 3 extraordinary prodigies emerged, capable of awakening the sacred statues. The upper echelons of the martial Saint Palace rejoiced in unison, as numerous prodigious figures began to surface within its ranks, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented prosperity. Lin Chen arrived at Holy Sun City with unparalleled swiftness. This city surpassed the Holy Sun City in strength, and an ethereal aura, akin to an ocean, continuously enveloped it. There were also intricate talismans infused with profound martial essence that flowed into Holy Sun City. These martial essence talismans, a rare treasure, allowed individuals to grasp the subtleties of martial enlightenment more swiftly. The entirety of Holy Sun City was a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, meticulously nurtured by the martial Saint Palace. The Palace of the Holy Sun, a vast expanse of approximately 10,000 miles, is a sanctuary of formidable forces, safeguarded by numerous layers of prohibitions. Without the decree of the Holy Sun, entry into this realm is utterly impossible. However, Lin Chen's identity had transformed into that of the Holy Sun the moment he returned to the martial Saint Palace. Standing at the grand entrance of the Holy Sun's palace, Lin Chen extended his consciousness, allowing the other party to detect his presence. At last, you have arrived, echoed the voice of Lin Panwu. The intricate barriers at the palace's entrance immediately lifted, granting Lin Chen passage. In a blink, he stepped inside, unimpeded. Within the central chamber of the Holy Sun's Grand Hall, Lin Panwu sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, while a colossal talisman continuously poured energy into him. His aura ebbed and flowed, reminiscent of the vast ocean's tide. Faintly, behind Lin Panwu, a spectral figure flickered into view. Although this apparition stood only 2 meters tall, it exuded an overwhelming pressure capable of reshaping the world, instilling a sense of dread. Within a short span, Lin Panwu's foundational martial energy had undergone a qualitative transformation, nearing the threshold of solidification. After a moment of absorption, Lin Panwu reigned in his aura, his gaze piercing as he regarded Lin Chen. Congratulations on reaching the 5th transition of the void immortal realm, he remarked with a smile. You are on the brink of comprehending the essence of martial enlightenment. Presently, Lin Panwu himself was at the 4th transition of the void immortal realm. Lin Chen waved his hand, his expression grave. Be wary of Su Fei and Su Mu. They are of the demon race. Moreover, what is your current situation? I have heard that you faced suppression from the Holy Son of Panwu. The revelation that Su Fei and Su Mu were indeed demons hinted at ulterior motives in their approach towards Lin Chen. Lin Panwu's countenance shifted with surprise, quickly turning serious. The situation is far from optimistic. However, as long as I can consolidate my foundational martial energy and the Zhougong Dream Martial Fist into a solid form, he shall not be able to harm me. Lin Chen gleaned a general understanding of the situation. If Lin Panwu could demonstrate sufficient martial talent, the martial Saint Palace would likely refrain from eliminating him. Conversely, lacking such talent would lead to a dire fate. The martial world indeed adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Yet, Lin Chen remained troubled by the intentions of Su Fei and Su Mu. Their true plans were shrouded in mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Panwu continued, "Last time, I suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the Holy Son of Panwu. Fortunately, the three martial elders, along with Su Fei and Su Mu, aided me, allowing me to escape and further elevate my foundational martial energy. However, I suspect that the Holy Son of Panwu will not let this matter rest easily, and is likely concocting a scheme to eliminate me once and for all." Lin Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lin Panwu's concerns. However, the alliance of Su Fei and Su Mu with Lin Panwu was indeed perplexing, as these two notorious demons had long been in collusion with the Holy Son of Panwu. It seemed they were all part of the same conspiracy. Just as Lin Chen and Lin Panwu were deep in their strategizing, a voice, sharp yet faint, resonated from outside the door. "Lin Panwu, open the way at once. I am the Holy Son of Zhou Feng. If you do not comply, I shall force my way through." Both Lin Panwu and Lin Chen furrowed their brows in unison. Lin Panwu, the pride of the Zhou family, is a member of the Tianfeng clan, endowed with the formidable Tianji wind body. He serves as the foremost general under the sacred son of Panwu, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th turn of the Void Immortal. His arrival here undoubtedly harbors ill intentions, and a profound aura of killing intent flickered across Lin Panwu's face. "Not a concern," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, gesturing for him to enter. Immediately, Lin Panwu focused his thoughts, and the various prohibitions at the palace's entrance were swiftly dismantled. A gust of wind surged into the grand hall, coalescing into the figure of a man. Zhou Feng, appearing as a towering figure, possessed hair that flowed elegantly, constantly swaying, projecting an image of both grace and strength. Lin Chen clearly observed that every pore on Zhou Feng's body was exhaling and inhaling transparent, potent currents of energy, which, with but a thought, could instantaneously morph into lethal intent. The Tianfeng clan's Tianji wind body was indeed impressive. Zhou Feng was in remarkably high spirits today, having just received an order from the sacred son of Panwu to deal with Lin Panwu. It is worth noting that Zhou Feng prized the position of heir to the Zhou family, and the sudden emergence of Lin Panwu posed a significant threat to his status. "You are Lin Long?" Zhou Feng incredulously inquired upon noticing Lin Chen beside Lin Panwu. "How did you come here?" "Please call me sacred son Lin Long." Lin Chen replied without reservation. "Zhou Feng, if you can come, why can't I? Moreover, what business do you have with my brother?" It dawned on Zhou Feng that Lin Long and Lin Panwu were indeed allies, although the various rumors surrounding Lin Long within the martial Saint Palace were quite alarming. At this moment, Zhou Feng felt no fear. He was aware that the two prominent sacred sons, Su Mu and Su Fei, were assisting Lin Panwu. Yet he understood that their relationship with the sacred son of Panwu was rather superficial. Their support for Lin Panwu was ultimately aimed at Lin Long. "Regardless of your past exploits, you are now under the scrutiny of the two sacred sons. Your survival is uncertain," Zhou Feng sneered. "Lin Long, you have no business here. I advise you to refrain from intervening. Furthermore, Lin Panwu, your influence has waned. Cease your arrogance. I command you to surrender the profound essence of the Zhougong Mingwu fist, or else." Lin Chen and Lin Panwu's expressions turned icy in an instant. This scene was eerily reminiscent of Lin Chen's own past experiences when he had been similarly threatened by Lu Tontian. "Zhou Feng, do not presume that your position as the sacred son of Panwu's underling grants you the audacity to act so brazenly here," Lin Panwu retorted coldly. "If you have the capability, repeat what you just said." Lin Chen also fixed Zhou Feng with a chilling gaze, articulating each word clearly. "Or else what? What will you do if we refuse to comply?" Witnessing their aggressive stance, Zhou Feng felt no trace of fear. Instead, he was incensed by their audacity. "You too. Cease your pretense," Zhou Feng thundered. If you remain obstinate and seek your own demise, I, Zhou Feng, will gladly fulfill your wishes. As his words echoed, a terrifying aura of killing intent enveloped the entire sacred Sun Palace. Zhou Feng's expression subtly shifted as he observed Lin Chen and Lin Panwu simultaneously spring into action, their arms taut, unleashing a force as vast as the ocean. Zhou Feng was utterly taken aback. The audacity of these two to act without regard for the three great saints was nothing short of brazen. Seeking death, Zhou Feng was consumed by fury. Chapter 1275. The Saint Court's communication. Zhou Feng's body trembled, and an immense torrent of energy surged forth from the myriad pores of his being. Akin to a tempest taking form, it manifested as a fierce wind dragon, erupting with volcanic intensity, sweeping in every direction without a hint of respite, suddenly exploding outward. Lin Panwu clasped his hands together, invoking the might of the heavenly order. His arms extended as a phantom of Panwu ascended from behind, pushing upward with both hands pressed together, forming a vertical palm seal. The overwhelming force from all directions rapidly converged, materializing into a divine decree, crashing down upon Zhou Feng. The terrifying wind dragon that erupted from Zhou Feng was entirely shattered by this onslaught. However, Lin Panwu was also thrust back by the sheer impact. There remained a slight gap in strength between him and Zhou Feng, making it feasible to contend with him, but not swiftly vanquish him. In the instant the wind dragon was obliterated, Lin Chen leapt forward, his fists entwined with the thunder of demon slaying, striking down upon Zhou Feng. If malevolent power resided within Zhou Feng, this thunder could unleash its full might, effortlessly annihilating him. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Zhou Feng's lips as the gale rushed through his pores, coalescing into a suit of wind armor that enveloped him with a resonant hum. Lin Chen's fist, imbued with the thunder of demon slaying, struck against this armor and exhibited no discernible effect whatsoever. Lin Chen, your cultivation is hardly impressive, Zhou Feng remarked, launching a punch towards Lin Chen. In that moment, Lin Chen felt as though he were ensnared in a world of wind. This wind was the heavenly gale, sharp to an extreme. Even formidable quasi-Dao artifacts would be shredded under its force, as the essence of the heavenly gale exploded forth. Zhou Feng's attack was ruthlessly fierce. Aware that he must first deal with Lin Chen before confronting Lin Panwu, this strike unleashed the full power of his heavenly gale constitution, an unstoppable force aimed at annihilating Lin Chen. The tower materialized, unsettling the four corners, instilling fear across the realm. Lin Chen wielded the Xianshang Junwang Tower, which radiated golden light, embodying countless oppressive principles. He forcefully pressed it downward, causing the surrounding void to feel as though it were sinking, completely suppressing the will of the heavenly gale constitution, rendering it immobile. The Xianshang Junwang Tower, a mere third tribulation quasi-Dao artifact, exhibited terrifying prowess. What a formidable quasi-Dao artifact! Despite being merely a third tribulation, it can withstand my heavenly gale constitution, Zhou Feng thought, darting about, transforming into the wind child. His speed astonishing. This treasure shall be mine, he declared. With a flourish, Zhou Feng revealed a long sword in his hand, a blade seemingly forged by nature itself. Imbued with the essence of a tornado, incredibly sharp, exuding an aura of terrifying sword light. The Heavenly Gale Sword, a fourth tribulation quasi-Dao artifact, was Zhou Feng's life-bound treasure. The first sword, the 10,000 Dragons Whirlwind. The second sword, the breath of the celestial wind. The third sword, the breath of all things. The ninth sword, the annihilation of heaven and earth. In this moment, Zhou Feng wielded the celestial extreme wind sword, executing a sequence of 9 distinct sword techniques, each imbued with immeasurable power and an indomitable spirit. For instance, when the first sword, the 10,000 Dragons Whirlwind, was unleashed, Lin Chen stood within the grand hall, feeling a terrifying tempest rise from beneath his feet, enveloping him instantly. The ferocious winds, akin to countless gleaming swords, instilled a sense of dread, rendering him powerless to act. This was a confinement, a binding of his form by the celestial extreme whirlwind. As Zhou Feng's final sword strike erupted, the tempest surrounding Lin Chen unleashed a force reminiscent of a tsunami. From below his feet, above his head, and from either side, sharp blades of the celestial extreme wind surged forth, intent on shredding him apart. The ferocity of this wind was so profound that Lin Chen sensed that any contact would result in instant annihilation. At that moment, ensnared by the whirlwind. Lin Chen could only watch helplessly as the celestial wind approached. Truly, it was as if the heavens had barred his escape, and the earth had offered no refuge. Such was Lin Chen's plight. With the wings of freedom unfurled behind him, Lin Chen began to flap vigorously within the tempest, tracing an intricate and profound trajectory that allowed him to evade the oncoming blades of wind. However, to his astonishment, it seemed as if the approaching celestial wind had developed a consciousness of its own, redirecting its assault with renewed ferocity. The final sword strike, the annihilation of heaven and earth, had indeed acquired a semblance of sentience. Haha, Lin Chen, you have stepped into the fifth transformation of the Void Immortal. And surely you comprehend the implications of this. Zhou Feng laughed heartily. No matter where you flee, there is no escaping this fate. In truth, you have no chance of escape. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and the flapping of his wings of freedom came to an abrupt halt. As he beheld the celestial wind swirling within the tempest, it had woven itself into a net, resembling ferocious beasts intent on ensnaring him, leaving no gaps for escape and advancing toward him with relentless determination. The convergence of all things had locked him in place, and he stood at the brink of annihilation. Yet, Lin Chen's gaze remained cold and unyielding, devoid of fear. In that instant, he spread his arms wide, and a radiant white light burst forth from his being. The holy court manifested around him, as he settled within its protective embrace. 10,000 heavenly soldiers roared in unison, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The entire holy court shimmered with spiritual brilliance, imbued with a lifelike essence, as if it were on the verge of awakening. This neared the limitless realm of martial spiritual awakening. The net of celestial wind crashing against the holy court caused Lin Chen's sanctuary to tremble slightly, yet it remained unshaken, unable to inflict any harm upon him. Zhou Feng's expression shifted. What manner of divine power was this? Though it had not reached the level of martial spiritual awakening, its might was sufficient to withstand my annihilation of heaven and earth. For reasons unknown, a flicker of apprehension stirred within Zhou Feng's heart. Once the divine abilities transcend into the realm of martial arts, their might undergoes an astonishing transformation. The divine power exhibited by Lin Long, although not fully realized, is already capable of withstanding formidable forces, which is truly remarkable. It is essential to note that he is employing his ultimate technique, a martial skill of the Saint Martial Palace, befitting one of its esteemed heirs. Inside the holy court, Lin Chen remains with closed eyes, yet his ears are attuned to the resounding clashes reverberating around him. At this moment, his spirit is surprisingly tranquil, devoid of any panic. Subtly, it seems as though Lin Chen's essence has melded with the holy court, creating a profound sense of unity. In this instant, he feels that he embodies the holy court, and the holy court embodies him. I am the sovereign of the holy court. By taking my throne, I assert my dominion. The holy court governs chaos, and thus, I govern the holy court, thereby reigning over the entire realm. In the depths of the cosmos, a resounding thunder, as if heralding a monumental event, suddenly reverberates. Lin Chen's eyes burst open, radiating dazzling divine light. Seated within the holy court, his aura undergoes a remarkable transformation, akin to an emperor seated upon his throne, exuding the power to command the world. At this juncture, the holy court awakens. By the decree of the sovereign, akin to the might of the heavens, I command you to retreat. Lin Chen's voice emanates from the holy court, resonating like a royal edict. The ferocious tempest that assails the holy court begins to tremble and withdraw, as if subjects bowing before their sovereign. How can this be? Zhou Feng's eyes widen in disbelief, grappling with the revelation that his martial prowess is quaking in fear. He can scarcely fathom the spectacle before him. A mere command from Lin Long has driven back his celestial storm. By the decree of the sovereign, akin to the might of the heavens, I command you to break. Lin Chen, embodying the essence of the holy court, unleashes a voice that reverberates throughout, inciting an uproar among the 10,000 celestial soldiers, shaking the very foundations of the holy court with primordial force. Zhou Feng's complexion shifts violently as he witnesses what seems to be the most astonishing scene of his life. The tornado that permeates the grand hall, a tempest capable of annihilating the cosmos, begins to explode in succession. It is as if countless subjects, upon receiving the emperor's command, rise with their great swords, severing heads while donning expressions of gratitude. Savage, utterly savage. Lin Chen's heart surges with tumultuous waves. He never anticipated that the awakening of the Holy Court, in unity with him, could unleash such terrifying divine might. A single command can dictate life and death. Only the authority of an emperor could evoke such dread. However, Lin Chen's gaze swiftly fixes upon Zhou Feng, observing the terror etched upon his face. With a sudden roar, he proclaims within Zhou Feng's mind, subjects must kneel before their sovereign. Zhou Feng's body quakes violently, as if weighed down by an immense boulder. His knees buckle, and with a resounding thud, he kneels heavily before Lin Chen. His expression contorts in anguish. He bellows and writhes, yet his once pompous head inexorably bows, eventually touching the ground. Zhou Feng kneels, humbling himself in submission. Chapter 1276. The emergence of clues. The potency unleashed by the Holy Court's awakening far surpasses Lin Chen's imagination. This resonates with the ancient saying, with the heavens in one's mouth, a single word holds the weight of a kingdom. Neither ruler nor subject may defy it. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen began to acquire an entirely new understanding of the Holy Court. This court was an absolute dominion, ruling over myriad realms. And as its sovereign, he possessed the power to command all. Yet, this power was merely a glimpse to Lin Chen. He had yet to reach the realm where a single utterance could move the world. "You have killed me, killed me, killed me," Zhou Feng roared in fury, his face flushed with indignation. As the foremost prodigy of the Zhou family, revered by countless disciples of the martial Saint Palace, he found it intolerable to be brought low in such a manner. "I decree your death, only then shall you perish. If I do not wish for your demise, you cannot die," Lin Chen stated, seated high in the Holy Court, observing Zhou Feng with an air of indifference. "Zhou Feng, you bear no demonic power within you. Yet you serve the likes of Pan Wushengzi. Do you wish to rebel and ally with the demonic tribe?" Zhou Feng bellowed. "What are you saying? I do not comprehend your words." Lin Chen replied coolly, "Even if you do not take my life, Pan Wushengzi will not spare you. Su Mu and Saintess Sophie will also pursue you relentlessly." Upon hearing the names Sophie and Su Mu, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Zhou Feng, it appears you are more aware than you let on. I now offer you a chance. Answer my questions honestly, and I shall spare your life. You can kill me." Zhou Feng retorted, his anger unabated. "I will reveal nothing. I seek only death. Better to die than to kneel in such disgrace." Lin Pan Wu interjected calmly, "Zhou Feng, you seem unaware of the gravity of the situation. Sharing what you know will ultimately benefit you. Moreover, there are fates that may render your existence worse than death." Zhou Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Despite being a fifth-stage virtual immortal, he was still flesh and blood. Thus, he could indeed be tormented. The thought of facing the torture from these two madmen was unfathomable. Having inflicted suffering upon others, Zhou Feng could scarcely imagine what those punishments would feel like when turned upon himself. Noticing a flicker of uncertainty and fear in Zhou Feng's gaze, Lin Chen proclaimed with authority, "The unfolding of events is beyond your imagination. Currently, within the martial Saint Palace, including Pan Wushengzi, a significant portion of the upper echelon has fallen into the ranks of the demonic tribe. Allow me to enlighten you about the nature of the demonic tribe." With a focus of his consciousness, Lin Chen implanted the essence of the demonic tribe into Zhou Feng's mind. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he screamed, "How can this be? Pan Wushengzi is not that kind of person. I have followed him for 10 years, 10 full years. Surely, I know him well. He is destined to inherit the legacy of the martial Saint Palace. How could he betray the martial realm?" Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, curling his fingers as the demonic slaughter thunder flickered and formed a thunder talisman. He shot the talisman directly into Zhou Feng's body and coldly stated, "I care not whether you believe me. Use this talisman against him, and you will uncover the truth." Zhou Feng glared at Lin Chen, remaining unmoved. At that moment, Lin Chen continued with an imposing demeanor, "I now grant you your final opportunity. I possess knowledge of tortures beyond your imagination, such as the shattering of bones and flesh, where your very being is broken down inch by inch. And you will hear the dreadful crunching of your own body. For instance, the chilling agony of needles piercing the flesh, those icy needles penetrating your very skin, burrowing into your bones, infiltrating every pore of your being." Lin Chen recounted no fewer than 10 exceedingly perverse forms of punishment. Merely listening to him sent a shiver down Zhou Feng's spine. And what astonished Zhou Feng even more was how this individual possessed such extensive knowledge of these sadistic tortures. Zhou Feng's expression shifted repeatedly, and finally, After gritting his teeth, he confessed, "I do not know much either, and you will gain no meaningful intelligence from me. However, I will share what I can without reservation." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that Zhou Feng, untainted by malevolence, was unlikely to possess significant knowledge. Yet, having spent a decade in the company of the Holy Son of Panwu, he must have acquired some insights. Especially since a considerable portion of the figures in the Martial Saint Palace had already been assimilated into the demonic race. Investigating this matter independently was virtually impossible. Zhou Feng shared that he had a close camaraderie with Su Mu and Sophie, and they were embroiled in a conspiracy directed against you, Lin Long. What exactly it entails, I do not know. Moreover, in recent days, the Holy Son of Panwu has been preparing to venture to another cave dwelling of the ancient powerhouse, Panwu Xinzuan, to acquire the entirety of his legacy. Currently, the Holy Son of Panwu has only attained half of Panwu Xinzuan's inheritance, with the most crucial half yet to be obtained. Lin Chen and Lin Panwu exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering simultaneously. Zhou Feng then derisively regarded Lin Chen and Lin Panwu, declaring, "Once the Holy Son of Panwu acquires the other half of the inheritance, both of you are doomed. Lin Long, I advise you to abandon your fabrications. The notion of the demonic race is nonsensical. Aligning yourself with the Holy Son of Panwu is your only viable path now." Lin Chen, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted with a single word, "Leave." An invisible force surged forth, causing Zhou Feng's pupils to constrict slightly. His body felt as though it had been struck by a battering ram to the chest, instantly propelling him out of the palace, blood spewing from his mouth. In this sacred court, he felt akin to an ant, utterly devoid of any opportunity to resist. "My lord, what Zhou Feng has stated is indeed true," Lin Panwu remarked. "The Holy Son of Panwu has not attained complete inheritance. Otherwise, his foundational martial essence would not merely manifest in such a simplistic manner." Lin Chen nodded but sensed an underlying issue that eluded his comprehension. "Lin Chen, your opportunity has arrived." Suddenly, the somber voice of the ancient bronze coffin reverberated within Lin Chen's mind. "I grant you the god-slaying combination great art. You must assist me in seizing the fragments of the martial realm's origin. A lead has already emerged." "A lead?" Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. "I do not even know what the fragments of the martial realm's origin look like. How could there be a lead? You, with your vast powers, could simply tell me where the fragments are. What you can conceive, I can also fathom. How I will act is governed by my own rationale," the bronze coffin replied. "In any case, a lead has surfaced. I might as well share it with you." Lin Chen sensed that the bronze coffin seemed to be imparting wisdom, feeling slightly astonished. Yet he asked, "Where is the lead?" "The lead lies within the other half of Panwu Xinzuan's inheritance in his celestial abode," the bronze coffin intoned. "In ancient times, before the martial realm was born, the martial ancestor traversed the heavens, and he had a junior disciple, who was none other than Panwu Xinzuan. At the moment of his ascension, the martial ancestor bestowed upon the revered Panwu Xinzuan a divine axe, which enabled him to transcend into another realm. After the martial ancestor's demise, he transformed into a celestial body known as the martial realm. However, at that time, the entire martial realm lay desolate and devoid of life, lacking any laws. In his grief, Panwu Xinzuan wielded the divine axe with fury, cleaving through the martial realm, thereby giving birth to mountains, rivers, the earth, ethereal energy, and the principles of the Tao. This marked the genesis of the martial realm. Eventually, Panwu Xinzuan also met his end within the martial realm, leaving behind the divine axe as his legacy. Lin Chen felt a profound shock as vivid images of Panwu Xinzuan's wrathful cleaving of the martial realm flooded his mind. The power of that divine axe was immense, as was the might of Panwu Xinzuan himself. At that moment, the ancient bronze sword trembled slightly, and the voice within the ancient talisman resonated ominously. "Lin Chen, the mysterious entity within you speaks truthfully. Though my memories are fragmented, I am aware that this divine axe is extraordinary, possessing enigmatic powers. It is the key that opened the martial realm and is undoubtedly linked to the fragments of its primordial essence. The demon kin are also fervently seeking it. Am I correct, mysterious one? Little one, allow me to speak without interruption." The voice from within the ancient bronze coffin remained as eerily silent as ever. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the entity revealed a helpless smile, truly falling silent. Yet, through their conversation, Lin Chen grasped the crucial point. The divine axe was of immense significance. Acquiring it would not only grant mysterious powers, but also establish a connection to the primordial essence of the martial realm. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Lin Panwu, conveying the entirety of the earlier revelations. Lin Panwu clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with intense divine light. I must secure the legacy of Panwu Xianzuan. I aspire to become the son of the martial realm, to attain the Tao and become an emperor, traversing this realm alongside my true self. Lin Chen smiled faintly but remained silent, directing his gaze toward the entity. This being could converse with the ancient bronze coffin, suggesting an awareness of its secrets. Did it possess knowledge of the bronze coffin's mysteries? Chapter 1277. The human sovereign's divine sun mirror within the confines of the martial Saint Palace's small world. Saint Sun City occupied an expanse of 100,000 miles, featuring no fewer than 10 colossal palaces. These palaces housed the Saint Sons and Saint Daughters of the martial Saint Palace, their numbers not exceeding 10. Su Mu stood within the grand hall, producing a white jade token from his hand, from which a milky white barrier enveloped the enchanting Sophie before him. The martial Saint Palace is teeming with formidable beings. We must tread carefully in our discussions. Su Mu's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized the captivating Sophie. Have you heard that Lin Lung has returned? Sophie nodded, her exquisitely alluring visage betraying not a trace of emotion. He has returned, coincidentally encountering Zhou Feng, who was subsequently defeated. Su Mu coldly snorted. It seems his strength has indeed increased. However, we must draw Lin Lung into our demon clan. The bloodline he possesses is undoubtedly more terrifying than ours, and his identity must be extraordinary. Sophie remained silent, but the scene of her joyous encounter with Lin Chen involuntarily surfaced in her mind, and a thought sprang forth. How wonderful it would be if he were one of our demon clan. Su Mu noticed the slight daze in Sophie's eyes, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his gaze. He continued, our formation has been compromised by him. The divine acts of the Panwu immortal sovereign is our last opportunity, and we absolutely cannot fail. Sophie regained her composure, her voice still sweetly resonant. That is natural. Su Mu fell into silence for a moment, scrutinizing Sophie before breaking into a chilling grin. Remember, as long as you cannot surpass me, you will forever be my woman, Su Mu. Sophie's enchanting demeanor momentarily flashed with irritation, but as a thought crossed her mind, her complexion paled, though she remained silent. At this moment, Lin Chen's return stirred turbulent currents within the martial Saint Palace. Lin Chen, the mysterious entity within you is no trivial matter. I fear only when I have fully restored my memories will I discern its true identity, Huai remarked ruefully. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that even now, he remained ignorant of the ancient bronze coffin's secrets. Huai paused before adding, in any case, my subconscious tells me it is more terrifying than demons. Lin Chen was taken aback, but refrained from further comment. Just then, a voice broke through. Wow, Lin Lung, you're back. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? You return without even a word. Damn it, your cultivation has soared again. Just now, Zhou Feng was sent flying. Remarkable, you truly possess the spirit of the past. Clearly, you resemble me, all right? Lin Chen and Lin Panwu exchanged glances. Their faces darkened as the three elders of martial arts simultaneously descended. Lin Chen immediately clasped his hands in greeting, honorable elders. I am unaware of the purpose of your visit. We are aware of the events that transpired here, Wu Yuan stated solemnly. Regarding the current situation between the martial Saint Palace and the demon clan, we have reported to the palace master. He was extremely furious upon hearing this, but remained skeptical. Thus, we are here to conduct a thorough investigation. Lin Chen smiled lightly. It is only natural for the palace master to have concerns. Who would believe such significant events are occurring? However, esteemed elders, how shall we proceed with this investigation? Wu Tong stroked his beard. We have witnessed your actions within the palace. That thunder talisman is the power of the annihilation ancient talisman, of which we are well aware. Hence, the palace master bestowed upon us the human sovereign divine sun mirror. We can utilize this mirror to observe Zhou Feng's condition. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. Then a bitter smile crossed his face as he realized the three elders had been thoroughly monitoring the situation. But will Zhou Feng truly attempt it? Wu Yuan patted Lin Chen's shoulder, proudly declaring, you need not question who we are. He will certainly give it a try, especially with the Panwu Saint Sun involved. This is something you need not worry about. Lin Chen nodded, recognizing that these three elders had indeed made comprehensive preparations. As the atmosphere turned grave, Wu Yuan's expression darkened. And with a flick of his finger, a towering mirror materialized within the expansive palace, its golden edges gleaming ominously, reminiscent of an emperor manifesting in the realm, exuding an aura of boundless chaos. This mirror, known as the Emperor's Divine Sun Mirror, was exceptionally formidable. The moment it ascended, Lin Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming sensation of being completely scrutinized. Yet, the ancient bronze sword within him emitted a cold, sardonic laugh, and with a sweeping motion, obscured this invasive perception. Lin Chen's demeanor cooled slightly, realizing that the master of the martial sanctuary harbored reservations about him. However, the expressions of the three elder martial artists indicated they were unaware of the underlying tension. With urgency, Wu Yuan commanded, Emperor's Divine Sun Mirror, heed my call and unveil all. He raised his finger, channeling formidable laws of power that surged into the mirror. Within its depths, the mirror transformed, revealing a scene akin to chaos, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, dispelling the tumult and showcasing a crystal-clear image, reminiscent of a reflective pool, depicting a sacred palace. Within this palace stood figures Lin Chen recognized all too well, the 8 Xian Maiden and Zhou Feng. Xian Maiden, are we truly going to proceed with this? Zhou Feng's expression soured. I suspect Lin Chen is merely toying with us. Do we not know the nature of Brother Pan Wu? At that moment, the 8 Xian Maiden appeared stripped of her earlier arrogance, her delicate features now tinged with pallor. After a brief moment of hesitation, she spoke softly, Zhou Feng, regardless of the outcome, you must place this talisman beneath the throne and activate the restriction, ensuring he remains unaware. We have nothing to lose by attempting this. Zhou Feng's expression shifted, but he eventually nodded in agreement. The two then proceeded to collaborate, meticulously establishing layers of restrictions and affixing Lin Chen's talisman to the throne. Once this was accomplished, they stood in quiet anticipation, though Zhou Feng's demeanor appeared troubled. His hands clasped behind him, revealing subtle tremors and beads of sweat forming. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the grand hall, filled with concern, Zhou Feng. You recently encountered Lin Chen and were defeated by him. What transpired? Entering the chamber was a tall man draped in a crimson and purple beast robe. His muscular physique radiating explosive strength, exuding an aura as imposing as Mount Tai. This was Pan Wu, the Holy Sun. Seeing the concern etched on Pan Wu's face, Zhou Feng forced a smile. Brother Pan Wu, I am unharmed. This fellow fears you and hesitates to take my life. Pan Wu strode forward, stopping before the throne without taking a seat, his face ablaze with ferocity. This Lin Chen possesses audacity beyond measure. Fear not, Zhou Feng. I shall eventually settle the score with both of them and avenge you. Witnessing the fury on Pan Wu's visage, Zhou Feng felt a pang of empathy, his mouth opening as if to call out to him. At this moment, the enchanting Ba Xiannu gracefully addressed her companion, urging him not to let his temper be affected by those two leaping grasshoppers. Calm yourself, take your seat upon the throne, and let us converse amicably. The esteemed Pan Wu Shengzi, finding her words quite agreeable, let out a hearty laugh and promptly settled onto the throne. The moment he did, both Ba Xiannu and Pan Wu Shengzi felt a profound shiver run through their minds. Not only that, but even the three venerable elders of martial arts held their breaths, their gazes fixated upon the Emperor's Divine Sun Mirror. As Pan Wu Shengzi took his place upon the throne, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Instead, he turned his concern towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, why does your complexion appear so pale? Have you encountered some trouble? Do not hesitate to share, for I shall assist you in resolving it. Zhou Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. It seemed he had been played by Lin Long. That Lin Long actually sought to provoke doubt between him and Pan Wu Shengzi. The three martial elders also changed their expressions, collectively turning their attention towards Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen spoke falsely? However, upon observing Lin Chen's solemn demeanor, the elders remained silent, suppressing their emotions while continuing to watch intently. Zhou Feng, filled with shame, knelt before Pan Wu Shengzi, bowing his head and confessing, Senior brother, I was misled by the treacherous Lin Long, who insinuated that you were of the demon race. I foolishly doubted you and even sought to test you, forgetting the gravity of your punishment. Ba Xiannu's face paled slightly, yet she remained silent. The smile on Pan Wu Shengzi's face gradually faded, only to be replaced by a grin laced with a chilling aura. That Lin Long is audacious beyond measure to dare slander me thus. However, Zhou Feng. I shall not hold this against you. Zhou Feng sighed in relief, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, and he lifted his head, revealing a smile. Yet, that smile froze instantly. A colossal hand suddenly pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth as his heart was gripped tightly. Zhou Feng's pupils constricted, trembling violently as he beheld this shocking scene with disbelief. Pan Wu Shengzi withdrew his hand, the bloodied heart still pulsating in his grasp. Zhou Feng, Lin Long did not deceive you. A sinister smile curled upon Pan Wu Shengzi's lips, enveloped in a faint, ominous aura. Zhou Feng's mouth moved, yet at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. He longed to utter that even if he were indeed of the demon race, what of it? 10 years, a decade of bond and camaraderie. He gazed on, unwilling to accept his fate, yet feeling the vitality within him extinguished. The heart in Pan Wu Shengzi's hand continued to beat, but it was already lifeless. With a sudden motion, Pan Wu Shengzi closed his hand around the heart, which erupted in a torrent of blood. A cruel smile graced his lips. Chapter 1278. The Xuanwu essence symbol. The expressions of the three martial elders underwent a drastic transformation, darkening ominously. Though they had believed a significant portion of what they heard, a sliver of hope lingered, for Pan Wu Shengzi was of paramount importance, endowed with extraordinary martial talent, and was their designated heir. Yet, the living tableau before them left them utterly speechless. It seems that Ba Xiannu will not survive this ordeal either. Lin Chen remarked calmly. Wu Yuan gritted his teeth, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. No, the 8 woman cannot survive. We have long laid our schemes upon her. As anticipated, within the human emperor's divine sun mirror, after Pan Wu Shengzi crushed Zhou Feng's heart, he turned and fixated his icy gaze upon the 8 woman. Her delicate visage paled as she implored, I am your wife. Will you truly slay me as well? Pan Wu Shengzi nodded slightly, the sinister smile at the corner of his lips growing more menacing. The 8 woman seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. Her countenance ashen, yet, from her chest, numerous mysterious lights emerged, enveloping her form and rendering her invisible in an instant. Pan Wu Shengzi, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, instantly paled, his figure vanishing from the sacred Sun Hall as he realized he had been ensnared. Lin Chen, momentarily stunned, furrowed his brow but chose not to elaborate. He harbored no fondness for the 8 woman, and if she had a vendetta against him, he felt no remorse for her demise. Unexpectedly, however, the 3 elders of martial Dao intervened to rescue her. At that moment, Lin Pan Wu's face flushed, and he leaned towards Lin Chen, whispering bashfully, Brother, I neglected to inform you about something that transpired last time. What is it? Lin Chen queried, taken aback. Lin Pan Wu hesitated, then recounted, a few days ago, the 8 woman provoked me, and I ended up taking her down. Lin Chen was left speechless, a dark cloud of annoyance enveloping him. How could this doppelganger of his engage in such actions? Did this mean that Lin Chen harbored similar wicked thoughts? The 3 elders of martial Dao wore grim expressions. Wu Yuan waved his hand, and the human emperor's divine sun mirror reverted to a chaotic and mysterious form. In a chilling tone, Wu Yuan declared, These demonic beings are audacious indeed, daring to target our martial saint palace. Lin Long, we must swiftly plot with the palace master. This matter has escalated beyond measure. The other 2 elders also wore serious expressions. With Pan Wu Shengzi in jeopardy and much of the upper echelon of the martial saint palace compromised, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Should it erupt, a torrent of bloodshed would ensue, severely wounding the very essence of the martial saint palace. The palace master would surely not stand idly by as such calamity unfolded. Thus they had to devise a flawless resolution. Furthermore, the palace master had previously issued an edict. Should this matter prove true, there would be ample rewards for those involved. Wu Yuan gestured towards the human emperor's divine sun mirror, stating, You must enter this mirror and undergo its cleansing. You will reap immense benefits. Given your martial talent, transcending to the true immortal realm is not beyond possibility. Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, was astonished that the palace master would bestow such rewards upon him. Indeed, had it not been for his report, they might have remained oblivious to the truth. The 3 elders of martial Dao departed hastily, leaving behind the enigmatic and formidable human emperor's divine sun mirror. Uncertain of the palace master's true intentions, Lin Chen pondered whether this mirror could genuinely facilitate his ascension to the true immortal realm. He felt a stirring within, believing that once he transcended, he would surely perceive something profound from within his sacred realm. The divine aura of the holy court has begun to reveal its brilliance, compelling Lin Chen to regard the sacred vein body with increasing reverence. "I shall seek the 8 Xian maiden," Lin Panwu declared before departing the Holy Sun's palace. Lin Chen could only manage a wry smile as he pondered the implications. It seemed that the women of his adversaries were formidable indeed. Though certainly not superior, at the very least, they must possess a foundational understanding. Lin Chen's gaze fixed upon the Emperor's divine sun mirror, and with a vigorous leap, he plunged into its depths. Upon entry, he felt as though he were submerging into water, his body devoid of weight, surrounded by an indistinct, chaotic haze. "Lin, your report has merited recognition. I present you with the Xuanwu Spirit Talisman." Suddenly, from the depths of the gray, chaotic realm, a voice of authority resonated. Blood Li's expression shifted, and he solemnly remarked that this was the spirit of the Emperor's divine sun mirror, a treasure of unimaginable rank, cautioning Lin Chen to exercise vigilance. Lin Chen nodded respectfully, expressing his gratitude. The voice fell silent, only to be interrupted by a thunderous sound from above the chaos, giving rise to a colossal whirlpool that seemed to tear open the fabric of reality, creating a passageway to other worlds. Lin Chen instantly beheld countless lights flickering within the whirlpool, akin to a mighty river flowing towards him. This resplendent river of light was entirely composed of talismans, shimmering like stars, exuding a potent martial aura. These talismans were the fabled Xuanwu Spirit Talismans. "Lin Chen," the voice resumed, "these Xuanwu Spirit Talismans are extraordinary. Birthed from the Xuanwu tree, which achieves the cultivation of an emperor, producing 100 talismans over a century. Each talisman possesses the profound ability to unveil the mysteries of martial techniques, enhance one's comprehension, and deepen the fortunes of the heavens and earth." Lin Chen felt a surge of elation in his heart as he extended his arms, allowing the immense flow of Xuanwu Spirit Talismans to engulf him. At the moment the river of talismans enveloped him, an ineffable radiance emanated from his being, and myriad extraordinary phenomena manifested above his head, depicting various figures wielding martial arts and elucidating their profound meanings. Lin Chen sensed that his elixir of immortality began to stir as the Xuanwu Spirit Talismans flowed into him, the symbols of several divine powers shimmering with light, as if they were awakening. Moreover, he perceived his vision becoming increasingly lucid, granting him a clearer insight into the essence of these divine powers. In the realm of devouring, the very nature of existence was absorbed, transforming itself into the might of the world. The heavenly Holy King's seal, imbued with the essence of the heavenly king, enabled him to traverse the cosmos, amplifying his combat prowess tenfold. In this moment, Lin Chen found himself enveloped in a blinding white world, witnessing the operations of the devouring realm, the birth of the heavenly Holy King's seal, and the profound mysteries contained within the Bloodstar body. He was engulfed in a cataclysmic transformation, stepping into the realm of martial enlightenment. Yet, Lin Chen could not have fathomed that while he reaped immense benefits, a conspiracy was quietly unfolding around him. In the chaotic world of the human emperor's divine sun mirror, there seemed to stand an overwhelmingly powerful entity, towering above this realm, exuding an aura of imperial might as if commanding the very essence of humanity. This being, known as the human emperor, was the spirit of the divine sun mirror. Although this young man bore the ancient character of extinction, which had thwarted my initial attempt to probe, now that he has entered the human emperor's divine sun mirror, that incomplete power of the ancient character can no longer impede me. The human emperor spoke softly, his gaze penetrating the chaotic world like two golden blades, piercing through to Lin Chen, as if to unveil all the secrets he harbored. Such a formidable and vast Xuanwu essence. Yet he can only step into the realm of martial spiritual communication, unable to summon the true immortal thunder tribulation. The human emperor was slightly taken aback. For an ordinary individual, the sheer magnitude of the Xuanwu essence would likely have propelled them into the realm of true immortality long ago. This young man remains merely in the realm of martial spiritual communication, suggesting that his divine powers are extraordinarily fearsome, consuming immense energy to enter this state. What secrets lie within you? The human emperor's eyes flickered with visions of ancient cities and countless souls, poised to thoroughly unravel Lin Chen's enigma. However, at that moment, a point of golden light began to flicker in Lin Chen's brow, emanating an ancient and vast aura that surged forth like a primordial ocean, reverberating throughout the mirror world. The human emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 1279. The Master's Command. Within the human emperor's divine sun mirror, Lin Chen began to comprehend the realm of martial spiritual communication. Yet he was subjected to the scrutiny of the spirit of the mirror. The bronze ancient coffin revealed its might, initiating a confrontation within the divine sun mirror. The surrounding chaos erupted, imbued with blue light, intertwining as if it would envelop the entire mirror world. The bronze coffin exhaled ancient azure radiance, adorned with celestial and demonic patterns, akin to an ancient deity, towering above and gazing down at the human emperor. Despite the human emperor's towering stature in this mirrored world, he appeared diminutive before the bronze coffin, devoid of any imposing presence. What are you? The human emperor's countenance was one of horror. He never anticipated that from the body of the destined one, there emerged an entity whose origins were unknown even to the illustrious human emperor himself. Who exactly is this young man? The human emperor's divine sun mirror, in ancient times, was one of the three emperors under the martial ancestor, second only to the revered Panwu Xianzuan. In the face of peril from the demon clan, he vanquished countless foes, earning a fearsome reputation that instilled dread in the hearts of many demon kin, yet tragically fell in a combined assault by the formidable powers of the demon clan. The sound of the ancient bronze coffin echoed with an eerie stillness. The martial ancestor, moved by his martial achievements, had blood sacrificed an arm upon his ascension, summoning his 3 souls and 6 spirits from the cosmos, molding them into a vessel spirit for the use of successive palace masters, safeguarding the martial realm. The Emperor of Humanity's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? How can you possess such profound knowledge of these ancient secrets?" The ancient war was unimaginably brutal. Even formidable beings like the martial ancestor ultimately succumbed to the realm of ascension and disappearance. The fact that this ancient bronze coffin harbored such keen awareness of past events was astonishing. "I am omniscient," it declared. The sound resonating in the stillness of the bronze coffin summoned the palace master to meet me. The Emperor of Humanity's expression faltered, but he refrained from speaking. From within the chaotic realm, another voice emerged, imbued with utmost reverence. "Esteemed elder, I am Wu Yuanhan, the 19th Martial Saint Palace Master." I sensed a unique aura emanating from Lin Long and did not anticipate summoning an elder. "If I have offended, I beg your forgiveness on behalf of the Emperor." A young man, handsome and ethereal, appeared beside the Emperor. Despite the presence of the current Martial Saint Palace Master and the Emperor, there might seem diminutive before the ancient bronze coffin. "Wu Yuanhan, you are yet unable to probe this child. His identity will be revealed in due time," the coffin intoned, its voice echoing with a terrifying authority. "Every action, every fate is preordained. I shall not intervene, nor should you. The martial realm faces an unprecedented crisis. If mishandled, annihilation is inevitable." The expressions of both the Emperor and Wu Yuanhan were profoundly affected. The enigmatic bronze coffin had seen through the Emperor's identity. Its words were laden with significance. Coupled with the recent disturbances at Martial Ancestor Mountain, Wu Yuanhan's conviction solidified. Had it not been for the anomalies, he would not have sought Lin Chen. Increasingly respectful, Wu Yuanhan clasped his fists and inquired, "I hope the esteemed elder will impart wisdom." The coffin replied, "As I have stated, all things in this world are determined by fate. I cannot foresee the future, but the heavenly emperor and earthly emperor have not truly perished. They still exist within the human realm and can be reclaimed. However, I offer you 2 pieces of advice. Should he suffer any harm within the martial Saint Palace, the martial realm shall surely perish. Outside its confines, life and death shall be dictated by destiny. This is all I can disclose." In an instant, the ancient bronze coffin vanished into the chaotic world, leaving no trace. At that moment, the 2 ancient beings, the Emperor of Humanity and Wu Yuanhan, were drenched in sweat. As the coffin disappeared, their gazes fixated on Lin Chen, who was meditating in the mirrored realm, yet they remained silent. This mysterious bronze coffin bore significant origins. If the heavenly emperor and earthly emperor were indeed alive, we would possess absolute certainty in addressing the impending betrayal of the martial Saint Palace. This child must not be touched. Wu Yuanhan nodded, contemplated for a moment, and then disappeared from sight. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, who had fully immersed himself in the realm of martial enlightenment, he underwent a profound transformation. It was akin to a painting depicting mountains and waters, possessing form but lacking spirit. Yet often, a few masterful strokes render this landscape painting so lifelike that one feels as though they are amidst the mountains and waters, their spirit profoundly moved. The essence of martial arts, as elucidated by the concept of spiritual awakening, endows the martial path with its own divine nature. Should Lin Chen unleash a punch that engulfs the realm, it would pursue the bloodthirsty adversaries autonomously, like a specter that cannot be evaded until capture is accomplished. Upon entering the realm of martial arts and spiritual awakening, both the mystical arts and techniques possess their own wisdom, brimming with vitality, thereby amplifying their potency significantly. Lin Chen exhaled softly, the radiance about him receding, rendering him ethereal, akin to an immortal, his presence imbued with a celestial essence. Grasping the concept of spiritual awakening in martial arts signifies that he has one foot in the realm of true immortals. Alas, the celestial energy stored within his elixir remains insufficient to summon the heavenly tribulations of authentic immortals. Lin Chen sighed, acknowledging that only through experiencing the true immortals' tribulations could one truly be deemed an immortal, refining the elixir and solidifying the celestial realm. Should he endure the tribulations of true immortals, his mystical powers would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. His abilities would coalesce into a human form, capable of self-cultivation, acquiring spirit, shape, and essence. It is akin to an immortal practitioner in the realm of true immortals painting a grand tree on a scroll, which would then emerge, speaking with human words and possessing wisdom. This bears resemblance to the legendary transformation of stone into flesh, bestowing sentience, an extraordinary feat that defines a true immortal. However, Lin Chen requires a vast reservoir of pure energy to enhance his celestial powers. In retrospect, vanquishing the corrupted, bloodthirsty adversaries would not only eliminate a menace, but also augment his own strength, yielding boundless benefits. You have awakened. The voice of the human emperor resonated in Lin Chen's ears, echoing through the ethereal realm of true immortals, an extraordinary domain, where growth must be gradual and grounded. One must not be seduced by swiftness at the expense of their foundation. Lin Chen respectfully responded, I shall heed your teachings, esteemed elder. There is no need for formality. You may simply call me human emperor, he replied. Currently, the martial realm faces grave peril, teetering on the brink of danger. You possess the ancient talisman of extermination, and destiny has favored you as the chosen one to eradicate evil. The martial sage palace holds you in high regard, thus entrusting you with a significant task. Will you accept it? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen promptly replied, Esteemed human emperor, the other half of the Panwu immortal mansion is about to emerge. Should the demon clan obtain it, the consequences would be dire. My mission is to prevent this. I cannot allow the demon clan to succeed. Implicitly, Lin Chen was declining the human emperor's request, aware that the matter of the Panwu immortal mansion was intrinsically linked to Lin Panwu and the divine axe, and he could not engage in other matters at this juncture. The human emperor smiled knowingly, stating, The true emergence of the Panwu immortal mansion is a month away. The current rumors are deliberately propagated by the palace master to lure nefarious individuals. If one ventures forth at an inopportune time to seize the immortal mansion, they will encounter perilous dangers, where even emperors may lose their lives. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that the Panwu Holy Sun and others might also perish. That will not be the case, the human emperor assured him. The Panwu Holy Sun has inherited half of the Panwu Immortal Lord's legacy and possesses the essence of Panwu. Even when entangled in peril, he will receive protection from the other half of the Panwu Immortal Mansion and cannot perish. Only after the remaining heir of the divine axe has fallen can the Panwu Holy Sun meet his demise. The human emperor cast a glance at Lin Chen, laden with significance. Lin Chen furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. The implication of the emperor's words was abundantly clear. Should the divine axe fall into the hands of the Holy Son of martial arts, he would escape death, even in the event of his betrayal against the martial arts palace. The significance of this divine axe was paramount, and the master of the martial arts palace would never idly witness the demise of his heir. However, Lin Chen was taken aback by the fact that the master of the martial arts palace was indeed quite astute. Even the slightest hint he provided would undoubtedly draw countless demons like moths to a flame. Just a single utterance, without exertion, would surely lead to catastrophic casualties among the demon kin. This strategic maneuver was undeniably formidable and terrifying. Lin Chen nodded and clasped his fists, inquiring about the command that the master had for him. This matter bears some relation to you, the emperor replied with a faint smile. The master requests that you investigate the activities of the blood killers within the Yuan family. While conducting this investigation, you must also secretly protect 2 women named Hong Ling and Zi Qing. Their identities are far from ordinary, and they have already attracted the attention of the demon kin. They are likely in peril. This mission is exceedingly dangerous, with life and death hanging in the balance. Will you proceed? The emperor's words caused Lin Chen's expression to darken instantly. The demon kin had set their sights on Hong Ling and Zi Qing. Chapter 1280. The 8 mysterious women discussed the situation emerging from the emperor's divine sun mirror. Lin Chen's brow remained tightly knit. For reasons unknown, he felt as if he were ensnared in a grand scheme, hopelessly ensnared and unable to extricate himself. Why did the emperor place such importance on him? Why did the master of the martial arts palace disclose the information about the 2 women from the Yuan family being targeted? The master would not allow the already demonized holy son of martial arts to perish, but for what reason? Would he truly stand by and watch as the holy son obtained the divine axe, thereby augmenting the demon kin's power and enabling their descent upon the martial realm? There were far too many enigmas. Even Lin Chen felt a headache brewing at this moment. Elder brother, your aura has already transcended the true immortal realm. Lin Panwu's voice resonated. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, only to notice that standing beside Lin Panwu was the 8 mysterious woman. At this moment, her complexion was slightly flushed, her figure alluring, exuding an air of seduction. Observing the interactions between the 8 mysterious women and Lin Panwu, it seemed indeed as though Lin Panwu had taken her as his own. Yet, Lin Chen felt that such an act, involving another man's fiancée, was not something he would condone. Rest assured, the 8 mysterious woman remains untouched, Lin Panwu chuckled. Though she is my wife, she is merely my fiancée for now. We were to hold our wedding in the coming days, but it was postponed due to the Holy Sun's demonization. The 8 mysterious woman stood demurely to the side, her face reddening further, silent and exuding an aura of gentle femininity, devoid of her previous arrogance. Lin Panwu resumed their telepathic communication. Her identity is not simple. She is actually the spirit of the divine sun mirror within the martial arts palace, adopted by the emperor. Additionally, she possesses an innate, exquisite intellect, capable of perceiving many truths. Elder brother, I sense a weight upon your heart. If you have matters to discuss, do not hesitate to consult her and seek her insights. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The daughter adopted by the emperor, such an ancient powerhouse taking in the 8 Xian maiden, surely held its significance. This woman possessed extraordinary wisdom. Could she be trusted? Lin Chen inquired. She can be trusted. At the very least, she is not a demon, Lin Pan responded. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. If the 8 Xian maiden had colluded with the demon clan, the talisman on Zhou Feng would have detonated in her presence. Moreover, the likelihood of the emperor's adopted daughter being affiliated with the demons was minimal. Lin Panwu is my younger brother. You may call me elder brother as well, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Elder brother, the 8 Xian maiden replied, her fair face flushing as she bowed. I hope you will not hold any grievances for my previous offenses. It is in the past. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively and looked at the 8 Xian maiden. I have heard from Lin Di that you are the emperor's adopted daughter, possessing a heart of 6 orifices and unparalleled wisdom. Could you assist me in unraveling my confusions? The 8 Xian maiden chuckled lightly. If elder brother can trust me, I shall certainly do my utmost to dispel your doubts. Lin Chen nodded, recognizing her cleverness as she deftly took responsibility upon herself. Let me first test your exquisite heart. I would like to pose a question. Let us see if you can discern what I am about to ask, and whether you can grasp the essence of my inquiry. Lin Chen said with a subtle smile. The 8 Xian maiden nodded, her voice melodious. Elder brother is referring to the words left by the master of the martial sage palace, which deceived the saint son of Pan Wu and the demon clansmen behind him, leading them to the other half of the inheritance site of the Pan Wu immortal mansion prematurely, as they would fall into peril due to the timing. Lin Chen remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It appeared that the 8 Xian maiden had gained the emperor's trust, as she was privy to such matters. If she were unaware of this, it would indicate a lack of trust from the emperor, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. Otherwise, discussing the subsequent matters would risk divulging secrets, jeopardizing the plan of the martial sage palace, with the blame falling upon him for revealing confidential information. Given the complexity of the situation, Lin Chen had to tread carefully. With that said, I ask you this. The martial sage palace has commissioned me to investigate matters concerning the Yuan family and to protect the two women. Why would he take such measures? Does he truly believe I can safeguard them? Lin Chen queried. The 8 Xian maiden's eyes sparkled with wisdom, revealing no hesitation as she replied. The two women are the reincarnations of ancient powerhouses, linked to profound secrets of the past. I am still unaware of the Yuan family's intentions, but they are certainly up to something significant. Elder brother, you have been assigned this task due to your identity. Both women are those you hold dear. Moreover, your approach mirrors that of Lin Panwu, as you would go to great lengths to protect your loved ones. Lin Chen nodded, a vague understanding dawning upon him. Even so, what then? He asked. The 8 Xian maiden continued. If those you cherish are endangered, you would undoubtedly be furious. If you manage to save the two women and thwart the Yuan family's plans, it would be a testament to your formidable abilities. However, if you were to perish, your father, the venerable lord of the Battle Sage Palace, Lin Songxing, and the two supreme emperors who once aided you, would surely be incensed. Lin Chen's expression turned grave, a chill running through him. He seemed to have forgotten his own identity. He is still the son of Lin Songxing. If he were to perish in the Yuan family, would Lin Songxing not be enraged? Would the Mad Emperor and the Four Seas Taoist not be furious? The master of the martial sage palace truly possesses an astute mind. Why, then, has the martial sage's son succumbed to demonic transformation? Yet the master of the martial sage palace does not eliminate him? Lin Chen scoffed. Could it be that this divine axe has grown so powerful that the master of the martial sage palace would risk the safety of the martial realm to obtain it? Once the axe falls into the hands of the demon clan, it would open a passage for their descent. Ba Xiannu shook her head, her voice crisp. No. There are schemes at play by the palace master here. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The martial immortal, Pan Wu, was a disciple of the martial ancestor and sacrificed his life for the martial realm, which sufficiently attests to his loyalty to his master. If his heir were to obtain the divine axe, but betray the martial realm, what do you think would ensue? Ba Xiannu questioned Lin Chen, her eyes wide open. A tremor coursed through Lin Chen's heart. Indeed, how could the heir of such a formidable ancient being rebel against his own? Would the divine axe, an entity intrinsically linked to the essence of the martial realm, permit such a betrayal? Thus, should the martial sage's son dare to betray, his demise would be certain. Should he betray, the divine axe would naturally fall into the hands of the master of the martial sage palace. Ba Xiannu stated. If the martial sage's son chooses to return, he shall be the next inheritor of the martial sage palace. The outcome rests entirely in his hands. She added. Even if the demon clan is wary, the least that can happen is that no one shall acquire the divine axe. Lin Chen inquired. What if I disrupt the Yuan family's plans and, in alliance with Lin Panwu, manage to seize the divine axe? Ba Xiannu chuckled lightly. Then your brother, Lin Panwu, shall become the heir of the martial sage palace, the successor of Pan Wu the immortal. As for the martial sage's son, who fails to acquire the divine axe, he would possess no further value and would consequently perish. Lin Chen took a deep breath, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. The master of the martial sage palace had orchestrated an elaborate scheme, a grand design that ensnared him and everyone else within its grasp. Regardless of the outcome Lin Chen sought to create, everything unfolded precisely as the master of the martial sage palace had anticipated. This master of the martial sage palace is indeed formidable. Lin Chen mocked himself, reflecting on the unpleasant taste of being ensnared in such a plot. Ba Xiannu, how can I trust you? Ba Xiannu smiled, but remained silent, her cheeks slightly flushed as she extended her delicate arm to embrace Lin Panwu. Lin Chen cast a peculiar glance at Ba Xiannu, expressed his gratitude, and strode out. Your elder brother does not trust me. Ba Xiannu whispered to Lin Panwu. You do not trust me either. Lin Panwu nodded, neither confirming nor denying. In no time, how could trust be established so swiftly? Lin Chen walked through the sacred Sun City, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ba Xiannu's explanation of the situation had indeed not deceived him. The master of the martial sage palace had crafted this game with unparalleled precision. However, who can guarantee that the enigmatic Ba Xiannu is not a pawn sent by the cunning old fox of the martial saint palace to linger beside Lin Panwu? Moreover, could it not be that this statement was deliberately conveyed to him by the Martial Saint Palace's master? Ultimately, the master of the Martial Saint Palace knows too little of himself and remains unaware of all his intricacies. Furthermore, the astute Ba Xiannu could never foresee that the one who possessed her body, Lin Panwu, is but a manifestation of Lin Chen. Such a clever woman was not ensnared by Lin Panwu, but indirectly by Lin Chen himself. He had taken the daughter of the human emperor, an unforeseen variable that none could anticipate. From this very variable, the master of the Martial Saint Palace and the human emperor found themselves outmaneuvered. Indeed, he himself is a variable. Chapter 1281. The king blocks the road seated prominently. The Saint Sun Panwu exuded an imposing aura, his robust figure radiating an extraordinary dominance. Below him sat Su Fei and Su Mu. I extend my gratitude to both of you. The Saint Sun's voice resonated, revealing a flicker of murderous intent. I never anticipated that Ba Xiannu was actually the adopted daughter of the human emperor. This woman, with her 6 apertures and discerning heart, has concealed herself so deeply that I have failed to uncover her true nature. The human emperor must have placed her by my side out of profound distrust. Su Mu smiled faintly. Such matters need not concern us. The Saint Sun's thick brows furrowed. Su Mu, forgive my excessive words. The current master of the Martial Saint Palace, Wu Yuan Han, must have already discerned our presence and is undoubtedly wary of us. I fear he may lay a trap. You are overthinking, Pan Wu Saint Sun. Su Fei replied, her face adorned with charm. Though Wu Yuan Han is indeed a cunning fox, a significant portion of the upper echelon of the Martial Saint Palace has already become part of our demonic clan. Not to mention that we hold considerable influence among the 4 great families. Even if Wu Yuan Han is aware of this, he would not dare to act rashly. Su Mu nodded in agreement. Currently, we are executing 2 plans simultaneously, with an exceptionally high chance of success. Once the passage opens, none shall impede our demonic clan from reigning over the entire martial realm. A fierce light flickered across the Saint Sun's countenance, only to be replaced by a contemplative expression as he remarked, that Lin Panwu, has always been a thorn in my side. Moreover, this time, Wu Yuan Han dispatched Lin Long to the Yuan family to ascertain their affairs. Should we not eliminate these 2? The dispatch of Lin Long is but a scheme of Wu Yuan Han, that old fox. Su Mu's eyes glinted with an enigmatic darkness. Lin Long, a mere 5th-level virtual immortal, poses little threat within the Yuan family. However, his significance is paramount. We cannot afford to kill him. Instead, we must seek to befriend and win him over. In any case, I have my own strategies to ensure Lin Long will ultimately submit to our demonic clan. At this, the Saint Sun said nothing further, only laughing heartily. As long as I can obtain the other half of the inheritance and acquire the divine axe in 5 days. What does it matter if it is Wu Yuan Han? No one can thwart my ambition to transform the martial realm. I shall also ensure the downfall of that scoundrel Lin Panwu and the treacherous Ba Xiannu. Su Mu and Su Fei exchanged knowing smiles. Upon departing from Saint Sun City, Lin Chen had already conspired with Lin Panwu, planning to prepare for a strike to suppress the forces loyal to the Saint Sun once the demonic clan's vitality was significantly depleted in the coming days. The intentions of the Emperor of Man and the Sovereign of the Martial Sage Palace remain inscrutable to Lin Chen. However, he is acutely aware of the irreconcilable conflict between 2 formidable adversaries. Should the Martial Sage's heir be eliminated by Lin Panwu beforehand, there would be little to fear. The divine axe would undoubtedly fall into Lin Panwu's possession. Yet, Lin Panwu has already ascended to the realm of true immortals, creating a significant disparity between their powers. Nevertheless, due to the influence of the Zhou clan's Dream Martial Fist, Lin Panwu enjoys substantial support from the Zhou family, acquiring abundant resources and benefits that facilitate his rapid growth. The 4 prominent families are interwoven, each balancing the others. Presently, the Yuan family has significantly strengthened its position, claiming leadership, with countless bloodthirsty beings from the human realm among their ranks, and the extent of their formidable leaders remains unknown. Upon departing from the martial ancestor mountain, Lin Chen hastens towards the 4 great families, deep in thought. He is about to confront the Yuan family, the foremost of the 4, which may harbor formidable emperors. As a mere 5th-turn void immortal, how can he extricate Ziqing and Hong Ling from the intricate web of the Yuan family's influence? Lin Chen's sole reliance at this moment is the power of the demon-slaying sword. Yet to unleash its full potential requires a resonance with the essence fragments of the Holy Spirit continent. How can he achieve such resonance? This is the greatest challenge he currently faces. Unbeknownst to him, several hours have passed as he journeys through a desolate expanse, marked only by scattered boulders, devoid of life. Throughout this journey, Lin Chen continuously trains, reciting various incantations and executing myriad sword techniques, even unleashing the will of his imperial heart. Yet, the demon-slaying sword remains eerily silent, incapable of resonating and unleashing the power of destruction. After several hours of contemplation, Lin Chen begins to feel a headache. The voice of ruin reverberates, imparting a gentle warning. The essence fragments of the Holy Spirit continent are spiritual entities in harmony with the cosmos. Any fluctuations in his heart cannot deceive them. To evoke resonance and unleash their power, he must await the opportune moment and summon the essence fragments with sincere intent. Lin Chen contemplates the wisdom of this counsel and refrains from further comment, sheathing the demon-slaying sword on his back. Perhaps, as Ruin suggests, only when the time is ripe can he awaken the essence fragments of the Holy Spirit continent. Suddenly, Lin Chen halts, feeling a slight stir within the ancient magic of demon-slaying that resides in him. At this moment, Ruin warns Lin Chen of the presence of demon entities nearby, whose strength is formidable. Having already crossed into the realm of true immortals, he must exercise caution. With a piercing gaze, Lin Chen scans the desolate expanse, only to find towering boulders and swirling sands, utterly devoid of human presence. Yet, he boldly calls out, addressing the lurking demon. "You are well aware of what lies within me. Do not attempt to conceal yourself. Come forth at once." Amidst the sands, a dark silhouette begins to materialize upon the ground. This is a member of the demon race, and Lin Chen inexplicably feels a sense of familiarity, as if he has encountered this individual before. "Should I address you as Lord Bloodstar, or as the cold, holy Sun Lin?" This demon reminds us that we met within the evil dragon palace. "I am one of the several generals." Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from speaking further, not expecting the arrival of a general-level demon. The aura of this demon is evidently far more terrifying than his own, as it casually exhales an ethereal energy akin to a cascading waterfall, radiating in all directions. It is unimaginable what kind of formidable and terrifying power lies beneath that dark skin. "You have been sent to prevent me from going to the Yuan family," Lin Chen stated calmly. The general demon shook his head, revealing, "I have come at the behest of Lord Su Mu. He wishes for you to join the demon race." "Impossible," Lin Chen replied decisively and resolutely. "I will never become a member of the demon race." The general demon immediately broke into a grin. "Lord Su Mu anticipated your response. Hence, he instructed me to convey that if you wish for your two young female companions to remain unharmed, it would be prudent for you to join the demon race. Otherwise, the consequences." The laughter of the general demon grew increasingly harsh and sinister. Seeking death, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his fury igniting instantaneously as he launched a powerful punch at the general demon. A thunderous storm of demon-slaying lightning transformed into a thunderous punch, tearing through the desolate land and triggering a series of terrifying explosions aimed at annihilating this general demon. Lin Chen despises threats against those he holds dear, so this general demon of the true immortal realm must perish. Chapter 1282. The Power of the True Immortal. Haha. What does it matter that you possess the ancient character of extermination? I have entered the true immortal realm and command the powers of the celestial beings. You are no match for me. The demon laughed maniacally, showing no fear as he slammed his hand against the ground. Instantly, the earth fractured, and the shattered land seemed to gain sentience, soaring into the sky and coalescing into a colossal stone mountain that spanned the heavens. When the demon-slaying lightning struck, the massive stone mountain was obliterated in an instant, countless shards scattering as the force of the explosion sent debris raining down. This technique of demon-slaying lightning is effective only against the demon race. It would not produce significant power if directed at external objects. This demon surely understands this principle, which is why he does not fear Lin Chen, utilizing the power of the earth to block his demon-slaying lightning. Is that so? Lin Chen clasped his hands together and suddenly directed his energy toward the general demon, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers. In that moment, explosions erupted continuously, as numerous demon-slaying lightning bolts coalesced into thunderous spheres, akin to a torrential downpour cascading from the heavens, enveloping the general demon and crashing down fiercely, rendering him unable to escape its grasp. The general demon roared, and the earth exploded once more, as countless swords formed from earth and stones sliced through the air, each imbued with sentience, dancing independently, executing sword techniques that formed a sword formation. This formation continuously shredded the falling demon-slaying lightning, leaving not a trace behind. However, the demon-slaying thunderball, which had strayed beyond the confines of the sword formation, suddenly altered its trajectory like a serpent poised to strike, hurtling towards the demon commander with the intent to obliterate him. The profundity of martial arts and spiritual connection was unmistakably displayed, akin to a true celestial being locking onto an enemy from 1,000 miles away, rendering futile any attempts at escape. The thrown sword pursued relentlessly, determined to sever the foe despite any cunning evasion. The demon, with a sinister expression, unleashed a chilling and shrill cry from its mouth. An invisible wave of black energy surged forth, enveloping the demon in a dark, bowl-like aura. This eerie sound wave, a manifestation of supernatural power, resonated like a chorus of countless demons, forming a defensive barrier of sonic energy. The incoming demon-slaying thunderballs soon began to rain down upon this barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sound wave shield quivered violently, as the demonic forms within it were instantly shattered. The might of the demon-slaying thunder erupted, overwhelming even the formidable sound waves of the demon, reducing them to mere remnants in an instant. The aura of the demon commander was likewise suppressed significantly, akin to a roaring flame doused by a bucket of ice water. The power of the ancient character of destruction proved to be extraordinarily formidable. The demon commander bellowed with fury, "Lin Chen, you have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to witness the true essence of a celestial being." With his left hand enveloped in layers of dark energy, he struck the fractured earth, leaving an ominous imprint of 5 fingers. In that moment, the ground trembled across a vast expanse, as if the stones were awakening from slumber, exuding a razor-sharp aura. "By my command, awaken and heed my call. Eliminate this intruder." The voice of the demon commander reverberated through the miles, and as his words fell, the trembling stones erupted simultaneously, revealing an infinite brilliance as they transformed into humanoid forms, wielding martial techniques and charging towards Lin Chen. The demon commander had awakened over 1,000 stones, endowing them with consciousness and shaping them into beings of flesh. Is this the power of the celestial realm? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he levitated, the majestic holy court unfurling above him in an instant. The overwhelming and dignified aura of dominion radiated from him as he became one with the holy court, the sovereign of its grandeur. As he opened his mouth, his voice thundered down like a royal decree. The first wave of over 100 stone avatars surged forward, only to freeze in place, untouched by any assault, before they shattered spectacularly. The demon commander, momentarily taken aback, pondered, "What manner of sorcery is this?" "Shatter!" Lin Chen commanded once more, his voice ringing out 4 consecutive times. The grandeur and authority of the holy court intensified, and the thousands of stone figures transformed into warriors detonated almost simultaneously, scattering into a cloud of dust across the heavens. The formidable might of the holy court was simply beyond comprehension, unyielding and insurmountable. From within the holy court, 2 beams of divine light emanated from his eyes, piercing the body of the demonic general. As a first-level true immortal, the general's expression subtly shifted under the gaze, feeling an invisible force surging into his being, attempting to manipulate him. "You underestimate me," the demonic general bellowed. "In the realm of true immortals, where elixirs transform nations, my dominion is a realm of magic and malevolence, endowed with spirit and form, a path of cultivation in darkness." With a powerful gesture, he conjured a realm from his very essence. This was the domain of the demonic general, swirling with countless malevolent energies, where over a dozen figures stood, each emanating distinct auras that represented various martial arts philosophies. Yet, the overwhelming presence they exuded was akin to that of great demons walking the earth, awe-inspiring and terrifying. At that moment, Lin Chen felt as though he was ensnared by the gaze of these formidable demon immortals, each possessing potent martial prowess. Should they unleash their might simultaneously, the resulting chaos would be unfathomable. The ancient art of demon slaying weighed heavily upon Lin Chen's spirit, compelling him to point a finger. unleashing a bolt of lightning that shot into the abyss of darkness. Upon entering the black, demonic realm, the bolt erupted into a terrifying tempest of thunder, as if it sought to obliterate the darkness with an overwhelming surge of power. However, in an instant, Lin Chen's pupils constricted in shock. The powerful figures suspended within this dark domain sprang into action, intertwining their martial arts to unleash a formidable force, akin to mountains descending upon a single soul. A devastating strength that shattered all resistance. His ancient art of demon slaying, designed specifically to combat the demonic race, proved utterly ineffective against this realm, merely serving to weaken their presence slightly. Ha ha ha. These demonic arts possess consciousness, taking form and shape. Their martial will surpass your ancient symbols of annihilation by countless realms. Even if your symbols are inherently effective against us demons, what of it? The demonic general's murderous intent surged as the demonic realm descended, intent on obliterating Lin Chen. The overwhelming demonic aura of this realm loomed, pressing down upon Lin Chen, who sat resolutely within the holy court. The figures within the realm unleashed their powers, shaking the very heavens and earth. If the sovereign demands the death of his vassal, the vassal must comply. Those who oppose the sovereign cannot hope to survive. Lin Chen, seated in the holy court, merged with its essence, emanating a voice as vast as that of an emperor. The entire holy court trembled, showered in infinite sacred light, commanding reverence as all creation prostrated before him. A tremendous roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of reality as if a tidal wave were approaching. In that instant, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming onslaught, sensing the weight of diverse pressures converging upon the holy court, causing it to quake perilously, as though on the brink of collapse. Within the sacred hall, Lin Chen, seated in meditation, expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his figure illuminated in stark contrast amidst the divine radiance. The once formidable presence of the 100,000 heavenly generals had entirely dissipated, their might reduced to mere echoes, as the entire sacred hall stood on the brink of annihilation. The overwhelming power of the realm of true immortals was indeed formidable, with Lin Chen merely a breath away from its threshold, yet the explosive force unleashed was incomprehensibly vast. "You are finished," roared the Demon King with a thunderous voice. In the imminent explosion poised to engulf the sacred hall, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly radiated divine light. Locking onto the Demon King, adorned in the robe of the evil emperor, Lin Chen surged upward from the sacred hall, cloaked in a black garment edged with gold, exuding an aura of dread befitting a ruler of the demon race. In that fleeting moment, the countenance of the Demon King shifted dramatically, his body trembling with trepidation. The imposing figures of a dozen demon sorcerers within the realm quivered in unison, their once overbearing presence swiftly diminishing. The Demon Kin, who held their lineage in high regard, could not help but tremble before the majesty of the emperor. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen let out a fierce roar, the robe of the evil emperor billowing as it transformed into an infinite dark light, coalescing in his grasp into a massive pitch-black spear. The spearhead quivered with the terrifying aura of royalty as it hurtled through the air towards the Demon King. The emperor is destined to perish. Thus, the king must await death. The Demon King's pupils constricted, his figure seemingly frozen, unable to move. As a king, he was bound to heed the commands of the imperial demon. With a desperate roar, the Demon King summoned the trembling figures of the demon sorcerers, who unleashed their arcane powers in a dazzling display, striving to shield their king. Yet, the spear forged from the robe of the evil emperor descended with unrelenting force, effortlessly obliterating their defenses. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced the body of the Demon King, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, convulsing violently. He had been vanquished, destroyed by an entity that was both regal and demonic. However, Lin Chen, despite having dispatched the Demon King, did not appear particularly pleased. In truth, had he employed the Celestial King's seal to operate the sacred hall, he could have subdued the Demon King in an instant. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart, an unsettling feeling that compelled him to conceal his true power. The defeated Demon King let out a harsh, mocking laugh, devoid of any fear of death. Instead, bearing a sinister smile, "Lord Su Mu has proclaimed that you are a demon. No matter how you try to escape, you are still a demon, and you shall never escape the manifestation of your demonic powers." Lin Chen's pupils narrowed slightly, a flicker of malice flashing across his gaze as countless bolts of demon-slaying lightning descended, An overwhelming explosion erupted forth, obliterating the true immortal realm's demon king entirely. However, Lin Chen's expression remained grim. Chapter 1283, The Forbidden Ancient Symbol. Lin Chen discerned that Su Mu harbored no benevolent intentions. This demon king was not sent to eliminate him, but rather to be slain by him. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly, indeed resembling the words spoken by Hure, for this one was seemingly marching towards his own demise. Presently, with the blood pool and the malevolent altar array activated, even though a significant number of demon kin had been vanquished last time, it was not difficult for more to descend from this altar. Should a true celestial demon of the second transformation arrive, Lin Chen feared he might not possess the strength to contend against it. Rest assured, Hure, I shall not join the demon clan, Lin Chen declared. Even though there resides a dark power within me, as long as I channel this energy towards the righteous path, I shall not be deemed a demon. Hure laughed heartily, proclaiming, in the grand tapestry of fate, everything is preordained. You need only follow the dictates of your heart. Upon uttering these words, Hure fell silent within the ancient character of annihilation, saying no more. Lin Chen could only manage a wry smile and shook his head, continuing to dart forward. As far as he knew, the domain of the four great families was also a lofty aerial edifice, a low-grade Tao artifact that commanded respect across the land. Akin to the floating city of the mixed heaven gate within the sacred spirit continent, both suspended in the sky. This was one reason, aside from the martial sage palace, that the four families held dominion. Each family was governed by a formidable patriarch managing this low-grade Tao artifact, and only by uniting could they unleash its might. After nearly 3 hours had elapsed, Lin Chen finally beheld this low-grade Tao artifact. In the distance, the azure sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, and a magnificent tower floated, cascading celestial aura in all directions. Countless cultivators traversed within this tower, representatives from various races continuously flowing in and out. Even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lin Chen could sense the grandeur and magnificence of this edifice, akin to an ant gazing up at a mountain, utterly awestruck by its imposing presence. Within this aerial tower resided the four great families, along with a myriad of figures from the martial realm. This colossal tower was known as the City of Four Symbols. Currently, the Yuan family housed a significant number of bloodkin, likely having succumbed to demonization. Since Su Mu could track my movements, it was certain that my assignment to the City of Four Symbols had already reached the ears of the demon kin. Lin Chen mused that he need not conceal his identity. Armed with the decree of the martial sage palace, he could enter without pretense. Lin Chen had already devised a strategy. Employing the devouring demon technique to mask his identity might attract the attention of many ancient titans. After all, the blood demon sovereign's reputation resonated through antiquity, and in such a complex situation, he could not afford any exposure, lest he find himself in genuine peril. Suddenly, as Lin Chen prepared to take action, a calm voice resonated in his mind. Lin Long, it has been a long time since we last met. Lin Chen's expression shifted abruptly. This voice was all too familiar. Was it not Luo Tianxia? How had Luo Tianxia come to be here? Lin Chen immediately turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a figure clad in golden robes standing 100 miles away. This figure shone brilliantly under the sun, resembling a small sun, radiating golden light, as if millions of subjects were following behind, bestowing upon him an air of extraordinary grandeur and authority. The essence of the ancient times reverberates, akin to a primordial emperor descending upon the world, commanding the epochs and instilling an inescapable pressure upon all. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and exclaimed with a sharp voice, "Though you possess the aura of Luo Tianxia, you are not entirely of Luo Tianxia. Who then are you?" This figure bore the visage and demeanor of Luo Tianxia, yet his presence was reminiscent of an ancient sovereign awakening from eons, a stark contrast in magnitude. "You may call me Luo Tianxia," the being replied with an authoritative tone. "More accurately, I am the embodiment of a profound technique within Luo Tianxia known as the Ancient Emperor's Revelation, a divine art of Luo Tianxia." Lin Chen's heart trembled as he recalled that above the realm of true immortals, divine arts could manifest sentience, allowing for self-cultivation and independent wisdom. However, he had not anticipated the extraordinary prowess of Luo Tianxia, possessing a technique that could traverse freely, akin to a doppelganger, with formidable cultivation. "What business do you have with me, Luo Tianxia?" Lin Chen regained his composure. The ancient emperor declared, "I have been sent to retrieve the annihilation ancient talisman within you." The 13 ancient characters can only reveal their true divine might in the presence of a truly powerful being. Lin Chen's demeanor turned frosty as he retorted, "Is it so? Does one who stands idly by, witnessing the demon race complete their grand formation, truly deserve the ancient character?" It was then that Lin Chen comprehended the despicable intent behind Luo Tianxia's summoning, a relentless pursuit to seize his talisman. Such an endeavor reeked of cowardice and was utterly contemptible. Moreover, what right did Luo Tianxia have to claim the annihilation ancient talisman for himself? Hand it over, or perish, the ancient emperor asserted with unyielding decisiveness, radiating an overwhelming authority akin to an ancient sovereign commanding the realms, exuding an oppressive aura that was impossible to resist. In the imperial lineage, all arts were reserved for sovereigns. The words of a sovereign must not be defied. Those who dared to oppose deserved death. Before Lin Chen could respond, a thunderous voice echoed from the demon slayer's sword. "Ancient Emperor's revelation. You possess the forbidden ancient talisman. Reveal it to me, that I may ascertain if your intent is to seize the talismans of other fated ones." Each of the 13 ancient talismans possessed sentience, having been crafted by powerful beings before the dawn of time. If the annihilation ancient talisman harbored destruction, then the forbidden ancient talisman of Luo Tianxia surely contained a similar essence of annihilation. There is no need for further words regarding the annihilation ancient talisman. I have come forth to fulfill my mandate. If you do not surrender it, then prepare for death. The voice of the ancient emperor reverberated, as a myriad of golden rays burst forth from him. With a sweeping motion towards the heavens, a colossal imperial sword materialized, heralding a cosmic spectacle that altered the very fabric of reality. Brilliant golden light, cascading across the expanse, cleaving through the air towards Lin Chen. The ancient emperor's revelation heralded the passage of time. When the sovereign's sword is drawn, blood must flow. In an instant, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, as an overwhelming sensation of impending annihilation washed over him. The prowess of the technique within Luo Tianxia surpassed that of the demon general he had previously faced, a truly terrifying force that rendered Lin Chen utterly powerless to contend against. With a single strike, the intent to extinguish Lin Chen's very existence was unleashed. From within Lin Chen's body, it was as if an ancient entity had awakened, unleashing a terrifying golden light that surged forth like a sovereign rising from the earth, exuding an aura of supremacy that eclipsed even that of the ancient emperor. This formidable sword of the emperor, before it could strike Lin Chen, shattered of its own accord, dissipating into nothingness. In stark contrast, the ancient emperor's technique appeared to suffer from an overwhelming restraint, its golden radiance trembling violently. The once imposing aura it radiated had vanished, as if it had been unceremoniously stripped of its regal essence, reduced from emperor to mere mortal, bereft of all its power. The majesty it once possessed was now replaced by disbelief, as the face of the ancient emperor's technique bore an expression of incredulity, while Lin Chen too was taken aback. For within his consciousness, the long-dormant Tianluo Yunhuang disk stirred back to life. The compass, exuding a vast and ancient golden light, emanated an inexplicable authority that even emperors would find themselves compelled to bow before. This was the divine artifact of the heavenly emperor lineage, which, in a bid to vanquish the devouring beast, had ultimately fallen into Lin Chen's grasp. It had been said by the true immortal of the Dragon Emperor that any member of the heavenly emperor lineage encountering this artifact would be subdued, save for those of royal blood. A jolt of understanding surged through Lin Chen's mind. He felt a flicker of relief, realizing that no one had anticipated that the forces of the Luo Tianxia would attempt to seize the ancient character symbol of annihilation within him, dispatching a divine ability to thwart him, truly despicable. His eyes radiated a divine light as they locked onto the ancient emperor's technique, and with a commanding voice, he admonished, "Dare you act recklessly before the artifact? Ancient emperor's technique, withdraw at once." The ancient emperor's technique found itself immobilized, as if crushed under the weight of a celestial mountain, its imperial pressure diminishing rapidly. This resembled the moment when the true immortal of the Dragon Emperor first encountered the artifact and was quelled by its might, unable to strike against Lin Chen. Yet, the ancient character symbol of prohibition remained unyielding, demanding action. The ancient emperor's technique erupted in a desperate roar. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, and as his gaze intensified, he discerned a flickering image of an ancient symbol manifesting within the center of the ancient emperor's technique. The symbol quivered slightly and instantly shot forth a beam of primordial light towards Lin Chen. In an instant, the surroundings around Lin Chen solidified, and he felt an unsettling illusion as if ensconced within a tower, with every entrance barred and sealed tight, trapping him within its confines. He found himself utterly bound, unable to move, left to stare helplessly at the ancient emperor's technique. The power of this character symbol of prohibition was astonishing, capable of directly ensnaring him. The sound of destruction resonated within the sword of demon slaying, echoing with an imposing authority. As an ancient talisman, do you seek to unleash the power of the forbidden ancient script to annihilate Lin Lung? The ancient emperor inquired, as the ancient talisman above his head fully manifested, revealing a vague humanoid figure, exuding an inscrutable aura. Nearby, the lock within the forbidden ancient script spoke, declaring that its power could not be wielded against beings other than demons. This youth bears the bloodline of a demon, thus he is subjected to my forceful assault. Yet you, as an ancient talisman, dare to assist a demon. How is this possible? For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, Lin Chen, ensnared by an invisible force, erupted with a terrifying aura. His momentum surged exponentially, as if a celestial sovereign was seated upon him, instantly elevating Lin Chen's cultivation. The air around Lin Chen reverberated with explosive sounds reminiscent of a tumultuous ocean, shattering the binding force with his newfound tenfold might, granting him liberation. What of the demons? As long as they are vanquished, that is the essence of the ancient path. Lin Chen wielded the sword of demon slaying with formidable presence, thrusting it directly towards the restrained ancient emperor, unleashing a torrent of sword light, as if intending to pierce through the very fabric of divine power. The might of tenfold strength is not to be trifled with. A single strike possesses the potential to slay. Without hesitation, the voice from the lock within the forbidden ancient script delivered a scathing critique, echoing through the realms. I am the restraint of the cosmos. The voids of the universe are my shackles. Myriad paths cannot escape, especially since you are but a human. Suddenly, it felt as if countless chains surged from the heavens, intertwining around Lin Chen, binding him tightly. To his horror, he discovered that the elixir within his dantian was ensnared by an invisible barrier, rendering it inert. Without the ability to activate the elixir, how could he harness the celestial energy? In an instant, the forbidden ancient script had rendered Lin Chen a mere mortal, powerless and feeble. The might of the forbidden ancient script is indeed formidable. Do not provoke my wrath. The voice of destruction echoed, calm and unyielding. Above the ancient emperor, the forbidden ancient script floated, emitting an aura of profound restraint, with the lock seated within, exuding an overwhelming presence. Once, the 13-character ancient script suffered great damage. I have since restored a portion of my power. Although your rank surpasses mine, this host, Lin Lung, is exceptionally weak, incapable of aiding your recovery. Hence, you are not my equal. The lock added with a hint of indifference. Why cling to this? Only by aligning with a powerful prodigy can you expedite your restoration. It is only through formidable youth that your majesty may once again grace the world. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Amidst the ancient symbols of destruction, the word annihilation resonated, and upon hearing the words from the guardian, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. His voice, laced with a tone that seemed both rhetorical and contemplative, echoed through the air. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the very fabric of existence were altered. From within the bronze ancient sword, the embodiment of annihilation emerged, rising abruptly from the ancient symbol, hovering behind Lin Chen like a primordial giant, exuding an overwhelming aura of devastation. Return. With a commanding presence, the manifestation of destruction struck down upon the ancient symbol of restraint. The symbol trembled, its brilliance dimmed. As if it had suffered a cataclysmic blow, the guardian's form quaked violently, his body erupting with countless intricate runes. In an instant, the ancient symbol of restraint was propelled into the heart of the ancient emperor's technique. How could this be? The guardian's voice was steeped in disbelief. The embodiment of destruction stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of dominion and inevitability, proclaiming, I am the embodiment of annihilation. Ranked second among the ancient symbols, you, mere mortals, cannot surpass me. The guardian fell silent, as if rendered speechless by the weight of destruction's proclamation. The ancient symbol of annihilation returned to the demon-slaying sword, liberating Lin Chen from the constraints of the ancient symbol, restoring his freedom. Coupled with the suppression of the heavenly Luo Emperor's disc, he was now poised to eliminate the ancient Emperor's technique, whose power far exceeded his own. The ancient Emperor's technique maintained a serene composure, stating, "I am merely a divine art, having attained enlightenment to become what I am. Your killing me bears no consequence. However, the heavenly Luo must extract the ancient symbol from your body, for the true might of the annihilation symbol can only be unleashed through you." There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Victors and vanquished, life and death, are but the natural order of things. There is nothing to fear. The audacity of the heavenly Luo's divine art was palpable. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the ancient Emperor's technique, sheathing the demon-slaying sword behind him as he strode away. A flicker of astonishment crossed the ancient Emperor's features, lingering until Lin Chen's figure began to fade from view. Lin Chen's distant voice resonated. "This sword is destined to slay the demon." The ancient Emperor's expression shifted slightly, revealing a complex array of emotions before settling back into calm. Lin Chen leaped forward, arriving at the gates of the four-symbol city, where two soldiers stood guard. Both soldiers possessed the cultivation of the three transformations of the void immortal. Revealing his identity as a holy son, Lin Chen prepared to enter, only to be taken aback by the hostile glances directed at him by the guards. His brow furrowed slightly. These men were not of the bloodthirsty clan. So why did they harbor inexplicable animosity towards him? "Holy son, you have ascended from the mortal realm, and thus may be unaware," interjected a young man beside Lin Chen, adorned with the insignia of an inner disciple of the martial sage palace, who smiled obsequiously. "I am Wang San, specially tasked to welcome you here." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "What is the meaning of this hostility towards me in Four-Symbol City?" Not only had he perceived the guard's disdain, but he also sensed a subtle enmity in the glances of those passing through the grand gates, as if they too regarded him with suspicion. This indeed appears rather peculiar. Wang San, with a hint of trepidation in his gaze, guided Lin Chen into the city while whispering, "Honorable son, we must conduct ourselves with utmost discretion within the Four-Symbol City. The four prominent families here hold no belief in the martial ancestor, unlike the spiritual faith of the martial sacred palace, and as such, we are not particularly welcomed." Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. Were not the four prominent families native to the martial realm? How could they not venerate the martial ancestor, a figure akin to a source of life for anyone in the martial domain? Such disbelief could be deemed as an act of profound rebellion. It seemed inconceivable. Wang San, with a wry smile, replied, "Indeed, it is as I say. In ancient times, the four families were closely allied with the martial sacred palace. However, several millennia ago, a formidable ancient being arrived, leading to a gradual estrangement between the four families and the martial sacred palace, ultimately establishing the Four-Symbol City and adopting the worship of this ancient being." Lin Chen was taken aback, pondering the nature of this ancient being that wielded such influence. Yet, if the four families did not revere the martial ancestor, it would indeed complicate matters for Lin Chen, who had arrived bearing the identity of a son of the martial sacred palace. Just as Lin Chen and Wang San conversed at the city gates, a thunderous sound erupted from within the Four-Symbol City, akin to the roaring of a vast ocean, reverberating towards the heavens and shaking the very surroundings. Even Lin Chen, with his level of cultivation, found his mind momentarily unsettled by the sound, while Wang San appeared pale, clearly affected by the overwhelming impact. "What is happening?" Lin Chen inquired. "That sound must have required the collective voices of at least 10,000 people to produce." Wang San pointed towards the interior of the city, his expression strained. "That is the four families paying homage to the statue of that ancient being. This ritual occurs every 15 days. I had forgotten that today marks the 15th day. We should have activated our protective artifacts." Given Wang San's cultivation at the void immortal stage, he was naturally severely impacted by the resonating sound. Lin Chen, however, grew increasingly curious about the ancient being venerated by the four families. As he moved forward alongside Wang San, the expanse of the Four-Symbol City opened before him. The moment he entered the city, his gaze was immediately drawn to the majestic statue at its center, which emanated a formidable presence that seemed to pierce the sky. How could this be? Lin Chen thought, his mind reeling at the sight. The statue exuded an aura of dominance, bloodshed, arrogance, and disdain, seemingly impervious even to the heavens. This statue was none other than that of the blood sky demon lord. In the realm of the human emperor's divine sun mirror, chaos reigned. Since the establishment of the martial sacred palace, the human emperor's divine sun mirror had accompanied the first palace master in conquering the world. The martial sacred palace's position of dominance was largely attributed to the merits of the human emperor's divine sun mirror. The human emperor gazed at Wu Yuanhun and remarked with a faint smile, whether it be Lin Lung, Lin Panwu, or the Panwu sacred son, Su Mu. They are all ensnared in a great web, and the one orchestrating this web is you. Rather than stating that the 8 mystical maidens possess a heart of 6 apertures, it is more fitting to say that your martial abyss soul embodies the essence of 8 discerning eyes, with a keen vision that perceives the entirety of the world. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance for the martial sacred palace to have you as its master. Esteemed Emperor, your praise is beyond what this junior deserves, replied Wu Yuanshan, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his flowing hair and azure attire lending him the air of an elegant youth. The emperor continued. Lin Lung has now arrived at the Four Symbols City. Logically, the inhabitants of Four Symbols City harbor jealousy and animosity towards our sacred Sun City. To expect Lin Lung to accomplish the tasks assigned there seems exceedingly difficult, if not entirely impossible. Will you stand idly by and watch as the Yuan family claims dominion over the emperor? Esteemed Emperor, you may not be aware, Wu Yuanshan replied, his eyes deep and profound, that within Lin Lung resides an ancient bronze coffin of formidable power, far surpassing our imagination. Should Lin Lung clash with the 4 great families and meet his demise, the ancient coffin will inevitably emerge. Will the 4 great families withstand its presence? Conversely, if Lin Lung survives and succeeds in his task, that would indeed be commendable. In either case, the outcome for the 4 great families remains unchanged. A glimmer of golden light appeared in the emperor's eyes as he praised, "Exquisite, exquisite." Wu Yuanshan smiled faintly, his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the chaotic depths of the emperor's divine mirror. Within those depths, a chessboard resembling chaos began to take form, with the characters of black and white flashing continuously, akin to 2 great dragons locked in combat. The black dragon, seemingly less ferocious, was being subdued by the white dragon. Wu Yuanshan extended his hand and pointed, causing the chessboard to erupt with brilliance as the black dragon roared fiercely, momentarily overpowering the white dragon. He was the orchestrator of this grand game. Lin Chen could scarcely fathom that the adherents of the 4 great families worshipped the blood demon sovereign. His statue, immense and awe-inspiring, dominated the center of Four Symbols City, exuding a cold yet commanding aura, akin to a stabilizing needle anchoring the incessant undercurrents of the city. Beneath this towering statue stood thousands from the 4 great families, including formidable warriors and children, all bowing in reverence, their gazes filled with fervent devotion. This gaze was familiar to Lin Chen. It mirrored the faith seen in the eyes of those from the sacred spirit city when they looked upon him, a fervent belief. Master, I once thought you were despised by the myriad beings of the heavens, yet I am astonished to discover that even after millennia, there are still those in this martial realm who hold such faith in you. As Lin Chen beheld the magnificent statue, a wave of familiarity surged within him, a sensation akin to a shared bloodline. Since Lin Chen learned of his identity as a sacred pulse body, he had been exceedingly cautious, reluctant to employ demonic powers or reveal his true identity even to those he cherished. The sensation of living with a tail tucked between one's legs was indeed stifling and vexatious. However, upon witnessing the reverence of the 4 great families in Four Symbols City towards the blood demon sovereign, the complexity of his emotions was beyond articulation. Saint Sun, let us depart swiftly, we must not linger here. The 4 great families, in their veneration of the blood demon sovereign, harbor the deepest loathing for those of us from the martial sacred palace. Wang San urgently whispered to Lin Chen, guiding him through the vast expanse of Four Symbols City. Lin Chen gazed intently at the statue of the blood sky demon lord, feeling an inexplicable depth to its significance. He sensed that this mission might yield particularly intriguing outcomes. Under Wang San's persistent explanations, Lin Chen learned that the 4 prominent families occupied the 4 cardinal points of the Four Symbols City, with the statue of the blood sky demon lord standing at the center. However, in recent days, the Yuan family had been unusually active, seemingly extending their reach into the territories of the other three families. This had rendered the disciples of the martial Saint Palace increasingly vulnerable within the four-symbol city. If not for the slight alleviation in relations between the martial Saint Palace and the Zhou family, the former would likely find themselves without a foothold in the city. As Wang San put it, the current disciples of the martial Saint Palace had to behave like cats with their tails tucked between their legs, fleeing at the mere sight of a mouse. Lin Chen also observed the branch of the martial Saint Palace constructed within the Zhou family's territory, which resided in an old mansion. The entrance was tightly shut, radiating a forbidding aura of restraint, evoking a sense of desolation. Passers-by glancing at the mansion often displayed subtle disdain in their expressions. "I am Wang San. Please open the door swiftly, for the Holy Sun has arrived." He communicated telepathically while standing at the doorstep. After a moment, the door began to shimmer with light and opened of its own accord. Upon entering the mansion, Lin Chen felt astonished as his divine sense enveloped the area. To his disbelief, there were only 5 individuals present, each possessing cultivation levels beneath the 3rd transformation of the virtual immortal realm, with no formidable master in attendance. Wang San smiled wryly. "Holy Sun, you have witnessed the situation in Four-Symbol City. Everyone passing through harbors hostility towards us. The martial Saint Palace finds it exceedingly difficult to operate here. And those true disciples and potential holy sons would never condescend to come to such a place." At this point, Wang San hesitated, cautiously scrutinizing Lin Chen. He had certainly heard the various rumors surrounding Lin Chen. Could it be that this holy son had been suppressed by Pan Wu, leading him to be dispatched here for this task? It could be interpreted as the martial Saint Palace abandoning him. With a sigh, Wang San lamented the fate of such a holy son, whose prospects seemed irrevocably lost. A tremendous blow indeed. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, fully aware of Wang San's thoughts, yet choosing not to elaborate. However, witnessing the circumstances within the martial Saint Palace left Lin Chen increasingly discontented. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the mansion upon hearing that the Lin Lung, holy son, had arrived. Wang San's expression shifted as a young man, seemingly unconcerned, strode directly into the mansion, clad in a white robe, exuding an array of martial prowess. He was a figure of the 4th transformation of the virtual immortal realm and a prodigy of the Zhou family. "I am Lin Lung. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Chen greeted the young man with a subtle smile and a nod. The young man regarded Lin Chen with a scrutinizing gaze, noting his immense cultivation but revealing no trace of reverence. Instead, he bore a hint of pity. "You share quite a connection with our Zhou family and are the elder brother of Lin Pan Wu, who has assisted us. The Zhou family is known for repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Thus, I have come to convey a message from our family head to the Holy Sun." As the young man finished speaking, his gaze swept coldly over Wang San, causing Wang San to shudder internally and retreat at once. Lin Chen clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude to the elder of the Zhou family, promising to pay a visit should the opportunity arise. The young man waved his hand dismissively, stating with indifference that since the Son of Heaven had likely already familiarized himself with the various sites of the Four-Symbol City, and given the current tumultuous times, the family had advised him to leave the city as soon as possible, lest his life be in jeopardy. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The young man chuckled softly and added, noting Lin Chen's agreeable demeanor, that he would share a piece of advice. Should war erupt among the 4 great families within the city, they would not engage in infighting first, but would eliminate their targets instead. With the winds of change swirling ominously, the upheaval among the 4 families was imminent. The young man clasped his hands in farewell, disregarding any further words from Lin Chen, and decisively turned to leave. After the young prodigy from the Zhou family departed, a silent smile graced Lin Chen's lips. The master of the martial sage palace had sent him to the currently unstable Four-Symbol City for a purpose that was becoming increasingly clear. It seemed he was meant to be caught in the midst of an impending conflict among the 4 great families, perhaps even to meet his demise there. Lin Chen's expression hardened at this realization. Chapter 1286. The Trials of the True Immortal, the head of the Zhou family currently. The Yuan family had a significant number of bloodthirsty clan members stationed within, greatly enhancing their power. It was undeniable that the Yuan family had assimilated into the demonic clan. Lin Chen pondered this. The now formidable Yuan family had taken Red Ling and Purple Qing hostage, raising questions about their intentions. Should the Yuan family seek to dominate the entirety of Four Symbols City, a war among the four great families was inevitable. Lin Chen recalled the words conveyed by the Zhou family's young prodigy and couldn't help but sigh. As a mere fifth transformation of the void immortal, he was ensnared in the vortex of the four families, destined to be seen as a certain casualty in the eyes of others. The master of the martial sage palace had dispatched him with malicious intent. However, what Lin Chen needed to clarify first was the situation regarding Red Ling and Purple Qing. On his first day in Four Symbols City, he had not concerned himself with the statue of the blood demon sovereign, but instead convened a secret meeting within the old residence. Red Ling, Purple Qing, Wang San, and the other five were left bewildered, pondering before shaking their heads. Wang San sighed, addressing Lin Chen, "Your Excellency, you are aware of our situation in the martial sage palace. We have no knowledge of the whereabouts of Red Ling and Purple Qing. The intelligence we possess is exceedingly limited. If you wish to uncover more, you may need to visit the Zhou family." Lin Chen nodded, calculating in his mind, and looked at the five. "What do you know?" Wang San and the others reported various minor incidents between the Yuan family and the three other families. But these were trivial matters. Wang San then mentioned the only significant event, which was set to occur on the night of the 15th of August, when the four families would select their respective prodigies to compete at the statue of the blood demon sovereign. This revelation caused Lin Chen to pause in surprise. Immediately beside Wang San, an inner disciple remarked that every year on the 15th day of the 8th month, a full moon graces the sky. It is said that on this day, the top three victors of the martial arts competition among the four great families can receive the blessing of the blood demon lord statue, which bestows martial arts techniques upon them. Thus, the competition held on the 15th of August is of great significance. A surge of immense joy welled up within Lin Chen at the thought of the blood demon lord's statue manifesting its spirit on that day. As he had surmised, the statue harbored the will of the blood demon lord, lying dormant within. It is only on the 15th of August that this spirit awakens to impart its knowledge to the three remarkable champions. Seeing Lin Chen fall into silence, the others began to voice their grievances, murmuring about how the blood demon lord was a notorious criminal, reviled across the realms, and wondered why the four great families chose to revere him. Indeed, it was perplexing that the families would honor such a malevolent figure. Had the blood demon lord not once graced the martial world, the existence of the four families would be unimaginable. Suddenly, expressions of profound fear crossed the faces of the five present, their bodies stiffening as if a vice gripped their throats, rendering them voiceless. For the first time, they gazed at the holy sun before them with a mixture of fear and reverence, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Chen. "Leave at once and return to the martial saint palace. If anyone gives you trouble, inform them it is my command," Lin Chen stated, his voice devoid of any hint of anger. "From today onward, your mission to gather intelligence in the Four Symbols City is hereby revoked." Under the oppressive weight of his authority, the five sweated profusely, nodding vigorously as they hastily retreated, their hearts racing with exhilaration. They felt stifled in this place, and Lin Chen's command to leave filled them with excitement. Once the grand estate stood empty, a faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips. Although he remained uncertain about why his master had established a force in the martial realm, leaving behind a remnant of will within the statue, he was resolute that he would survive, and the ultimate outcome would be beyond anyone's prediction. On this day, the atmosphere in the entire Four Symbols City began to shift, subtly thickening with tension and oppression. Clearly, those traversing the city from the human realm or other parts of the martial world were being orderly escorted out of Four Symbols City by the four great families. To put it bluntly, they were being expelled. These individuals recognized that a significant upheaval was imminent in Four Symbols City, and they welcomed their ejection without a trace of sorrow. That day, the city was eerily silent, its streets devoid of life. The members of the four great families remained cloistered within their homes, with no one daring to venture outside. Moreover, on this day, the massive floating Four Symbols City began to radiate a brilliant light, its entirety soaring toward an unknown destination. For a century, the city of Four Symbols has hovered above this desolate land, and its sudden relocation has inevitably attracted the attention of the martial sage palace. However, this city of Four Symbols, a manifestation of Taoist artifacts, is driven by the four great families' formidable leaders, shrouding its secrets in an enigmatic veil, making it exceedingly difficult for the martial sage palace to pursue it. Moreover, significant matters have begun to unfold within the martial sage palace. The esteemed martial Sun Pan Wu and others are preparing for a journey to the second half of the inheritance of the esteemed Pan Wu Xianzuan, gathering disciples from above and below. Lin Pan Wu and the 8 mysterious maiden volunteered to accompany them to the site of Pan Wu Xianzuan's legacy, alongside the 3 venerable elders of martial arts. The disappearance of the city of 4 symbols and the commencement of the Pan Wu Xianzuan's inheritance signal a monumental shift, as foretold by the 8 mysterious maiden. Yet, all of this is overshadowed by the dark hand of the revered one. Within the ancestral abode, Lin Chen sits in meditation within the grand hall, breathing steadily as he channels a profound essence of celestial energy. Beside him are 3 ethereal entities, resembling humans yet shrouded in obscurity, a dark figure, a regal silhouette, and a palace-like form. These are the spirits of the devouring realm, the heavenly Saint King's seal, and the ancient sacred court. However, these spirits have yet to undergo the true immortal lightning tribulation and thus remain formless. As for the god-slaying combination's grand sorcery, its power is excessively brutal, posing a threat to oneself. Lin Chen refrains from manifesting its sentience, fearing that, should this divine technique take human form, it might cleave him in two with a single strike. After a brief period of cultivation, Lin Chen slowly opens his eyes, integrating these 3 divine powers within himself. A faint smile tinged with bitterness gracing his lips. Despite the passage of time, he remains unable to grasp the true immortal lightning tribulation. Perhaps due to a significant lack of energy, he has lingered at the true immortal realm for far too long, and the path to becoming a genuine immortal is fraught with challenges. In the realm of the celestial, one can wield divine powers and talismans to seize what is theirs. The malevolent king could strike the ground and transform all stones within 1,000 miles into stone spirits, capable of slaying him. Such formidable might is the true essence of an immortal. Stepping out of the ancestral home and into the courtyard, Lin Chen gazes skyward, only to find the heavens enveloped in chaos, a tapestry woven from the Taoist breath of the city of 4 symbols, obscuring its current location within the martial realm. The city lies in silence, the sky remains murky, yet Lin Chen feels a stirring within, sighing softly, where might the immortal be? His lament resonates profoundly within the old abode. Suddenly, Lin Chen is taken aback, sensing something as he gazes towards the front of the courtyard. At that moment, an elderly figure appears within the courtyard. Once, mortals sought to attain immortality, while the immortal could traverse the seas, yet the path to immortality is fraught with sorrow. For the emperor's descent reduces one to mere ants. The old man stands with hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance and prowess. He is Zhou Xianyun, the head of the Zhou family. Lin Chen smiles faintly, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of the elder. It appears you have deduced my identity. Truly, you are a remarkable youth. If Zhou Feng were similarly astute, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Zhou Xianyun emanated an aura of tranquility, devoid of any sense of oppression, reminiscent of a kindly grandfather. I am Zhou Xianyun, the current head of the Zhou family. He introduced himself. Lin Chen clasped his hands in respect, acknowledging the head of the Zhou clan. I am unaware of the purpose of your visit, esteemed elder. Currently, the 4 great families of the 4 symbol city have united, propelling the city towards an unknown destination, and no one can predict their intentions. Lin Chen was certainly in the dark, yet as the holy son of the martial Saint Palace, he found himself amidst the swirling tides of the 4 symbol city, inevitably attracting the attention of the 4 families. Naturally, the head of the Zhou family was the most suitable person for negotiation, especially given the formidable figures backing Lin Chen, Lin Songxing, and 2 supreme emperors. Zhou Xianyun's eyes were profound as he remarked, "You remain here for the sake of those 2 young ladies. However, Lin Chen, I must advise you to leave 4 symbol city immediately, otherwise, the consequences will far exceed what a mere 5th transition immortal can bear. Since you are aware of my approach to matters, esteemed elder, please succinctly inform me how to rescue the 2 women." Lin Chen interjected directly into the crux of the issue. Zhou Xianyun shook his head, stating, "These 2 women will not be released for the time being, but their lives will remain unharmed. On the night of the full moon, the 15th of August, the blood of the 2 reincarnated ancient powers is required to awaken the slumbering force within the great demon statue." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Release my women's blood. I shall not permit anyone to take it. Zhou Xianyun chuckled softly, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. As the negotiation faltered, he decided to take his leave. At that moment, the ancient bronze sword resonated with an ominous sound. Zhou Xianyun, I ask you, has the Yuan family of the four great families colluded with the blood killers and descended into the realm of demons? Zhou Xianyun's expression turned respectful, as he addressed the ancient sword with a bow. The Yuan family cannot possibly conspire with the blood killers, nor would they ever fall to become demons. The blood killers' presence in the Yuan family was merely a transaction between the four families and them. Zhou Xianyun seemed unfazed by Lin Chen's presence, addressing the sword with utmost reverence. As a figure of such stature, he undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge of the legendary 13 characters' ancient alliance than Lin Chen. The sword queried, how can the Yuan family prove their innocence? We, the four great families, worship only the blood sky demon lord, Zhou Xianyun replied. Moreover, the Yuan family descends from the heavenly emperor, one of the three sovereigns who followed the martial ancestor into battle, possessing the blood of the heavenly emperor, which inherently breeds aversion and disdain towards the demons. They would never descend into the ranks of demons. Zhou Xianyun glanced at Lin Chen and smiled. The three sovereigns consist of the human sovereign, earth sovereign, and heavenly sovereign, all trusted aides of the martial ancestor. Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. If the four families had indeed allied with the demons, his plans would have been utterly thwarted. Thank you for your information, he replied with a nod. Zhou Xianyun chuckled softly, offering compliments, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen. In just 4 days, it will be the 15th of August, which is also the day of the grand competition for the young talents of our four families. I still hope you can restrain yourself and refrain from acting recklessly. Otherwise, the four great families will no longer hold back. A glimmer of enigmatic light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, yet he remained silent. Zhou Xianyun strode forward and gracefully departed, her ethereal presence vanishing from Lin Chen's sight in an instant. The entire four-symbol city once again descended into silence, the sky enveloped by formidable Tao principles, shrouded in chaos. Even Lin Chen, at the 5th level of the virtual immortal realm, could not extend his consciousness beyond this veil. The arrival of the Zhou family patriarch indeed bore Lin Chen momentous news. Currently, within four-symbol city, the blood-killing clan lacked any formidable figures, consisting solely of prodigies. Although Lin Chen could not fathom the nature of the blood-killing clan's dealings with the four great families, these demonized beings would eventually fall into his hands. With only 4 days remaining until the grand competition, that would be the moment for my counterattack. Seated cross-legged in the ancestral hall, Lin Chen engaged in deep breathing and meditation. In 4 days, the true storm would rise. However, while cultivating, Lin Chen dared not employ the devouring magic technique. Otherwise, he would attract the attention of the powerful beings within the city, which he could not afford. He needed to unleash the most astonishing truths at the most opportune moment. As Lin Chen continued his rhythmic breathing, he entered a profound state, subconsciously reconnecting with the sacred realm within his body, exploring the mysterious sanctity through the sacred breath. Meanwhile, deep within four-symbol city lay an expansive and desolate space. Just like the martial sage palace, four-symbol city had attained enlightenment to become a Tao artifact, containing an independent miniature world. Yet, the miniature world within four-symbol city was eerily silent, devoid of any life or ethereal essence, resembling an endless dead sea. Without the presence of a spirit, this Tao artifact lost all its luster, barely functioning through the energy infused by the heads of the four great families. However, within this profoundly silent miniature world, a flicker of white light suddenly emerged, as if awakening from slumber, reminiscent of withered wood encountering spring, bringing forth new vitality in this lifeless realm. A voice, frail yet ancient, resonated throughout this world. My master, have you finally returned? Lin Chen had been immersed in his cultivation for 2 days and nights, seemingly engulfed in a mysterious state of self-awareness. Suddenly, from within the Blood Emperor Tower, a commanding voice broke through. Lin Chen, awaken at once. I sense a powerful artifact spirit's presence emanating from within four-symbol city, and it is directed at you. Lin Chen's mind buzzed as he promptly opened his eyes. At that moment, a hazy figure materialized before him, as if awakening from the depths of antiquity, exuding an overwhelming beastly aura that enveloped the entire hall. In that instant, Lin Chen felt as though he were confronting an immense, ferocious beast. Who are you? And how do you emanate the distinct aura of my master? The voice of the spirit of the four-symbol city roared like a beast, exploding within Lin Chen's mind, causing a profound buzzing that nearly induced a sense of bloodshed. The aura exuding from this spirit was truly terrifying. Senior, may I inquire as to the identity of your master? Lin Chen's heart tightened. This was a spirit of a Tao artifact, its cultivation comparable to that of an emperor, a being far beyond his capacity to confront. My master is magnificent, omnipotent, declared the spirit of the four-symbol city, its voice suffused with boundless admiration. His name is called upon by all within the city. They refer to him as the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. The spirit's gaze fixed intensely upon Lin Chen. It is due to his aura that I have awakened from my endless slumber. Tell me, where is my master? A look of astonishment crossed Lin Chen's face as he quickly gathered his thoughts, touched his nose, and managed a bitter smile. Senior, the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign perished thousands of years ago. A vacant expression appeared on the spirit's face, soon replaced by anguish. So my master is truly dead, truly gone. Yet, the spirit swiftly regained its composure, locking its gaze onto Lin Chen. Then why do you carry his aura? In that instant, Lin Chen felt as though the very fabric of space had solidified, his chest weighed down as if by a massive stone. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the spirit and said, I am his successor. You should be quite familiar with this technique. As Lin Chen raised his hand, a pitch-black vortex emerged from his palm. Only the sacred pulse body can cultivate the devouring demon art across the myriad realms. Indeed, the spirit replied, its eyes gleaming with astonishing delight. Excellent, excellent, excellent. After proclaiming this thrice, it flicked its fingers, sending a beam of light toward Lin Chen. Its voice grew ethereal. Take this. It shall serve as your talisman, rendering you untouchable by the members of the four great families. Await my full awakening. With those words, the spirit vanished, and Lin Chen felt an abrupt release of pressure. Lin Chen's expression was a mix of joy and a wry smile. However, unbeknownst to him, within the microcosm of the four-symbol city, this spirit, with an aura akin to a boundless beast, let out a thunderous roar that plunged the entire silent realm into profound sorrow. On that day, the leaders of the four great families were all shaken, their faces alight with joy, for they sensed that the spirit of the four-symbol city was beginning to awaken. 3 days swiftly passed, and the night of the full moon on the 15th of August arrived. Chapter 1288, A Clash of Titans. The martial world was enveloped in an endless night, with a brilliant full moon hanging high in the sky, casting a gentle light that bathed the land, transforming this world into a daytime amidst darkness. Great cities surged forth from the endless clouds, descending with an overwhelming aura of Tao, compelling countless beasts to submit. On the luminous earth, an immense shadow emerged, and should one gaze upwards, they would behold a grand city suspended in the sky, obstructing the very center of the colossal bright moon. This city, known as the City of the Four Symbols, seemed to have descended from the celestial moon itself. After traversing countless days through the heavens, the City of the Four Symbols ultimately came to rest beneath the moonlight. At this moment, the city was no longer enveloped in the silence of yore. Instead, the air was filled with the resonant sound of footsteps. From the four corners of the city, the youthful prodigies and venerable elders of the four great families emerged from their respective clans, converging towards the plaza of the City of the Four Symbols. In but a brief moment, the entire plaza became teeming with people, yet they remained orderly, akin to the four great legions of an empire. The formidable leaders of the four families stood at the forefront, positioned at each cardinal point, gazing up at the statue of the blood heavenly demon lord. Bathed in the celestial moonlight, the statue appeared markedly different from its usual appearance, as if it had come to life, pulsating with mysterious and formidable energy. Its expression of looking towards the heavens exuded an aura of profound solitude under the moonlight. In an almost imperceptible manner, the statue seemed to transform into an ancient being of immense power, imbued with sentience. The members of the four families, including the young prodigies and the patriarchs, wore expressions of solemn reverence, their eyes aflame with fervent faith. Almost in unison, all individuals from the four families knelt on one knee, their gazes respectful and silent. Though the vast plaza was devoid of sound, the palpable atmosphere of gravity and reverence was thick and suffocating. Any cultivator of the fifth rank of the virtual realm who dared to trespass into this plaza would likely be crushed by the overwhelming aura. This was the unwavering faith of the four families, an unshakable belief. Upon the conclusion of the rites, the leaders of the four families, alongside the other three patriarchs, simultaneously called out, and the four titans leapt into the air, pointing towards the space before the statue of the blood-heavenly demon lord. For distinctly different forces converged without a clash, instead merging to form a terrifying barrier of power that sealed the surrounding area for miles. A martial platform was thus established. At that moment, a surging tide of crimson energy flowed from the residents of the Yuan family within the city of the four symbols, comprising no fewer than 300 prodigies of the Blood Clan. The leader, with flowing red hair and an enigmatic charm gracing his lips, emanated an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of boundless vastness. This individual was none other than Lin Chen's brother, Luo Sheng, who had been taken away by Luo Tianxia. Moreover, concealed among them was a presence of remarkable terror, exuding an immensely potent aura. A careful observer would discern an elderly figure clad in the attire of the martial sage palace within the throng. Yet the sinister smile that played upon his lips unequivocally revealed his true identity. In the Hall of Martial Saints, the rebellion led by Zhou Xianyun, now a formidable figure of the demon clan, cast a wary glance at the elder, accompanied by the heads of the other three prominent families, without uttering further words. The cultivators of the four great families collectively directed their gazes towards the bloodthirsty clan, their eyes reflecting a palpable disdain, particularly from the Yuan family members, whose expressions were laced with a latent murderous intent. Had it not been for the nature of their dealings, they would have surely eradicated the over 300 members of the bloodthirsty clan long ago. With everyone gathered, the time had come to select 3 outstanding disciples from each family, none exceeding the first transformation of the true immortal realm, to partake in the battle. The voice of the Yuan family head resonated powerfully, akin to thunder, as he proclaimed that this confrontation would be overseen jointly by the heads of the four families and the esteemed Elder Huayin of the Hall of Martial Saints. Only the top 3 prodigies of the tournament would be able to invoke the statue of the Blood Demon Sovereign, gaining its divine favor. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, as if a massive, invisible weight had settled upon the assembly. Many of the prodigious disciples appeared invigorated, for the annual competition on the 15th day of the 8th month was eagerly anticipated and meticulously prepared for. They longed for the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Even those who were not selected would find satisfaction in witnessing the manifestation of the Blood Demon Sovereign statue, nurturing hopes that their clan's champions would gain its esteemed blessing, a monumental honor indeed. Subsequently, the 3 chosen prodigies from each family stepped forth, each exhibiting the formidable presence of those who had attained the first transformation of the true immortal realm, their innate talents and auspicious destinies evident. Clearly, the prowess of the 4 families' champions was formidable and not to be underestimated. Among the names read by Elder Huayin, one stood out prominently, Luo Sheng. Elder Huayin cast a glance at the many watchful prodigies from the 4 families, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet he refrained from further comment. In this moment, Zhou Xianyun communicated discreetly with Zhou Lai, the foremost member of the Zhou family, advising him to remember his mission. Should he encounter Luo Sheng, he was to concede voluntarily, not to lose heart, for the greater good. Not only Zhou Xianyun, but the other 3 family heads conveyed similar messages. Although the 4 champions exhibited a flicker of reluctance, they nodded in agreement, willing to sacrifice their year's worth of effort for the overarching objective. The other disciples, unaware of these deliberations, remained fervently excited, their spirits undeterred. Had it not been for the regulations, they might have already erupted in cheers within the city of the 4 symbols. Excellent. The head of the Yuan family assessed Luo Sheng with a penetrating gaze, revealing a hint of urgency beneath his composed exterior. His voice thundered forth. I hereby declare the competition officially open. Hold on. A sudden voice pierced the air, jarring in the context of 4 Symbols City. All eyes turned toward the source, revealing Lin Chen, clad in a black robe, his chest exposed, 2 glaring scars marring his skin, emanating an intense and formidable aura. Lin Lung, you have indeed arrived. In Luo Sheng's originally eerie gaze, a sudden burst of blinding brilliance erupted, filled with boundless murderous intent and resentment. He exclaimed, Since you have chosen not to flee from this 4 Symbols City, after today's contest, I shall utterly obliterate you. Lin Chen merely shrugged, remaining unperturbed, and directly disregarded Luo Sheng, instead offering respectful gestures to the members of the four esteemed families. The young cultivators from these families, upon seeing Lin Chen, simultaneously changed their expressions, their eyes brimming with vigilance and hostility. Even the heads of the four families could only smile wryly, realizing that this little madman, Lin Long, was indeed determined to cause a stir today. However, with events now set in motion, there was no point in attempting to reverse the situation. Zhou Xianyun was the first to speak, addressing Lin Long. Since you insist on remaining here and wish to involve yourself, you may choose as you please. However, this is a grand competition. For now, be a good spectator and observe from the sidelines. The other three family heads nodded in agreement. Very well. If you all wish to pretend I am not here, so be it, Lin Chen replied indifferently, standing alone in a corner, his eyes sparkling with interest as he observed the unfolding events. Zhou Xianyun nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Let the competition commence. Contestants take the stage." All the prodigies of the four families immediately stepped forward, including Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng flashed a sinister grin at Lin Chen, saying, "Enjoy the fleeting moments of your life." Lin Chen nodded seriously, as if genuinely absorbing Luo Sheng's words, prompting a cold snort from Luo Sheng, who chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, the competition began, and Lin Chen appeared as an outsider, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched everything unfold. All was under his control. Chapter 1289, I Declare War. The impending battle created an atmosphere of tension as the audience held their breath in anticipation. On the competition stage, an astonishing contest commenced. As expected, amidst the thrilling battles, Luo Sheng and the strongest prodigies of the four families emerged victorious, leaving only these five in the arena. What followed was a chaotic melee among four participants. The first two to be eliminated would determine the top three placements. All disciples of the four families watched intently, their unspoken agreement urging for the expulsion of this bloodthirsty outsider, so that the top three could be decided among their ranks. Luo Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the four prodigies, and calmly stated, "I do not wish to play games with you. The four of you may come at me together, and I shall defeat you all at once." The expressions of Feng Lai and the other three shifted dramatically. Not only that, the faces of the young cultivators from the four families also changed, for Luo Sheng, on their home turf, was audaciously proclaiming his intent to vanquish the combined might of the three leading prodigies. Such disdain towards the esteemed young talents of their families could not help but ignite their fury. A true immortal, a paragon of the first rank, dares to challenge the four of them. How audacious and contemptuous. Even Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. The foremost talents of the four great families were not weak, each possessed unique physiques. Even with Luo Sheng's prowess, defeating the combined might of the four seemed a Herculean task. Could it be that Luo Sheng harbors some secret weapon? The leaders of the four families exchanged glances filled with resignation, silently signaling to their champions. With the blood god physique, Luo Sheng unleashed his power first, summoning the blood god itself, enveloping the entire arena in an endless crimson hue. He launched a fist towards Feng Lai, and in an instant, it appeared as if a surging sea of blood had arisen, morphing into a colossal blood dragon that surged toward Zhou Lai with devastating intent. The might of this attack was truly formidable. Zhou Lai's expression shifted as he beheld the mocking smile on Luo Sheng's face. An inferno seemed to ignite within him. Yet, he merely raised his palm, conjuring a Tai Chi Bagua to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, Feng Lai's form was sent hurtling like a cannonball. Blood gushing from his mouth, Luo Sheng erupted in thunderous laughter. The esteemed first talent of the Feng family cannot even withstand a single punch from me. How utterly laughable. Feng Lai crashed to the ground, clutching his chest, his fists clenched tightly, blood spilling forth, his countenance grim. Under the weight of Luo Sheng's scornful taunts, he could only weakly release his grip. The Zhou family's champions stood in a daze, their faces aflame with indignation. How could it be that the foremost talent of the Zhou family could not endure even a single blow from the opponent? Do not act rashly, Zhou Xianyun admonished softly. The overwhelming aura emanating from him quelled the fury of the Zhou family members, who gritted their teeth in silence. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, beginning to observe the battle on the arena with earnest intent. Soon, Luo Sheng clashed directly with the other three champions, with the blood god possessing him. His every strike was merciless, tearing at the three champions, who appeared to have lost all their former glory. Their expressions were rife with frustration, forced into a defensive stance, resorting to meager offensive tactics against Luo Sheng. The combined efforts of the three great champions are but a trifle, he mocked. Your cultivation is scarcely better than that of ants. In contrast, Luo Sheng grew increasingly emboldened, exuding an astonishing aura of killing intent and ferocity. It seemed as if he relished in tormenting the three champions, deliberately refraining from defeating them outright. Instead, his blood-stained claws relentlessly rent their bodies, leaving them battered and bloodied. The arena fell into a profound silence. The champions of the four families clenched their fists, blood rushing to their heads, their jaws trembling with suppressed rage. They yearned to scream, to roar. Where had the majesty of their first talents gone? Why were they so ruthlessly oppressed? Indeed, my dear friends, the caliber of the first talents from your esteemed families truly merits improvement, Luo Sheng taunted. As this situation unfolds, the four prominent families find themselves unable to ascend to glory. The elder from the Bloodslaughter clan nodded in satisfaction, yet spoke with a grave tone. Behind him, a group of Bloodslaughter clan members erupted into raucous laughter. The faces of the four family heads shifted slightly, yet they remained silent, their hearts filled with bitter mirth. This was their revenge, the Bloodslaughter clan retaliating against the four families for not succumbing to the malevolent demon race, choosing instead to humiliate them in this manner. Nevertheless, they could only endure this degradation. Suddenly, the sound of three heavy thuds resounded from the arena. Lin Chen witnessed the three foremost prodigies, their bodies marred with bloody claw marks, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from their wounds, barely clinging to life. Under the relentless torment inflicted by Luo Sheng, the three prodigies were utterly defeated. Who would have thought that the prodigies of the four families would be so inept? Luo Sheng remarked, licking his lips. A sneer etched across his face. In that instant, he lifted his foot and aimed it at the head of the first prodigy from the Yuan family. I won't let you look at me with such arrogance. A series of thunderous impacts echoed as Luo Sheng's colossal foot manifested numerous illusory shadows, crashing down upon the Yuan prodigy's head, causing blood to spill profusely. The Yuan prodigy, feeling the excruciating pain from the brutal impact, collapsed to the ground. His hands clenched tightly, too intimidated to utter a sound. In stark contrast, the head of the Yuan family turned pale, while the other prodigies glared with fiery eyes, their rage on the verge of eruption. It was evident to all that the three prodigies were allowing Luo Sheng to dominate them. Losing was one thing, but to endure such humiliation was utterly intolerable. Luo Sheng withdrew his foot, indifferent to the seething hatred radiating from the eyes of the four families. In full view of everyone, he opened his mouth and spat 3 times, the saliva landing squarely on the faces of the three prodigies, who remained silent. Their fists clenched tightly, their minds overwhelmed by this harrowing disgrace. Get lost, you worthless trash, Luo Sheng disdainfully declared, his foot transforming into a blur as he kicked the three prodigies away. A profound silence enveloped the gathered members of the four families. They felt as though they had just been struck across the face, their minds buzzing, their cheeks burning with humiliation. This Luo Sheng had gone too far. Hey, didn't I win this match? Announce the results. Luo Sheng proclaimed dismissively, standing atop the arena with an air of contempt. The expressions of the family heads shifted once more, while Zhou Xianyun's mouth fell agape. The prodigies of the Zhou family, nearly in unison, erupted into loud shouts, their eyes glimmering with a fierce crimson hue, radiating intentions of violence. The prodigies of the four families were clearly allowing this scoundrel to prevail. Yet he dared to humiliate them so brazenly. How could they not feel furious? Calm down, everyone. Our actions are justified, Zhou Xianyun admonished, his voice resonating with authority, penetrating the minds of all the family disciples present, quelling their tumultuous spirits. The scions of various families trembled slightly, their eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent as they gazed at Luo Sheng on the stage, yet they bit their lips tightly, refraining from uttering a word. Zhou Xianyun cleared his throat, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, and slowly spoke amidst the profound silence of the four-symbol city square. In this martial contest, Luo Sheng single-handedly battled against the four great prodigies and emerged victorious against them all, a feat witnessed by all. I hereby declare. A wild and disdainful smile danced upon Luo Sheng's lips. Elder Huayin also wore a chilling smile. While many of the bloodline warriors regarded the expressions of the four families with disdain, they were the true victors. I declare that in this grand competition, Luo Sheng has claimed the championship. For the first time, Zhou Xianyun felt a pang of bitterness within as he gradually uttered these words. His gaze fell upon the statue of the blood demon sovereign, which appeared strikingly lonely under the moonlight. For the awakening of this esteemed being, their humiliation was truly worth it. Yet, the process itself filled him with heartache. However, just as Zhou Xianyun was about to utter the final word, a booming thunderclap suddenly resonated through the air. Zhou Xianyun's expression momentarily froze, and even Luo Sheng's arrogant demeanor on the martial stage solidified. It was then that Luo Sheng noticed Lin Chen emerging from the corner, and a wave of fury surged within him. Lin Long, how dare you interrupt the contest? Zhou Xianyun, seize this scoundrel at once. We shall tear him to shreds. Zhou Xianyun's countenance also darkened as he regarded Lin Chen. Why must this individual intervene? Was their humiliation not sufficient? Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen abruptly raised his hand, holding a verdant orb of light, and bellowed for family heads. Do you recognize what this is? Upon seeing the object in Lin Chen's hand, Zhou Xianyun and the three family heads were all taken aback, their faces pale with shock. How is it possible? How did the four symbols ancestor grant you the four symbols token? Moreover, the elite prodigies of the four families were equally astounded. They were well aware of the awakening of the artifact spirit of Four Symbols City, but how did the Four Symbols token come to be in Lin Chen's possession? Zhou Xianyun took a deep breath, and under the cold gazes of Luo Sheng and Huayin, he slowly remarked, the appearance of the Four Symbols token grants authority surpassing that of the four family heads, allowing interference in any matters pertaining to the four families. Should there be any defiance, the four symbols shall enact punishment. In other words, he could now do anything, and we could not obstruct him. Lin Long, tell me what you intend to do. The other three family heads nodded in agreement, and Luo Sheng's expression changed slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Lin Chen tossed the Four Symbols token towards Zhou Xianyun, lifted his gaze to Luo Sheng on the stage, and drew the Demon Slayer's sword with a resounding clang, declaring, I hereby declare war on Luo Sheng. The tip of his sword pointed directly at him, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1290. No Mercy with a Single Sword, Part 1. Armed with the Four Symbols token, Lin Chen charged in fiercely. If you wish to leave, then go. Elder Huayin's face turned furious. At such a critical moment, Lin Chen had to emerge to stir trouble. He immediately shouted, for family heads. If you wish to continue our collaboration, expel this individual at once. Otherwise, the eyes of the four family heads glinted coldly as they cast a scornful gaze towards Elder Huayin. The head of the Yuan family coldly declared that this was the Four Symbols order, representing the words of the Four Symbols master. And we have no authority to alter it. Upon hearing this, Huayin's expression shifted repeatedly. She then coldly snorted and mocked. Well, I shall not concern myself with it. After all, this Lin Long is merely a fifth-tier virtual immortal. To challenge Luo Sheng is nothing short of seeking his own demise. The heads of the four families remained silent, their hearts filled with profound confusion over how Lin Long could possess the Four Symbols order. What was even more intriguing was that Lin Long was supposed to have rescued the two women, yet he chose to declare war against Luo Sheng instead. Conversely, Lin Chen's sudden act of drawing his sword to declare war ignited a flicker of anticipation among those originally enraged disciples of the four families. All their attention now fixated on Lin Chen. Lin Chen leaped into the arena with an air of calmness, unafraid of Luo Sheng. Lin Long, very well. Luo Sheng sneered in rage. Last time you humiliated me in the evil dragon palace and disrupted my plans within the ghost hall. Today, you dare to openly declare war against me. I shall rend your body to pieces to convey my resentment. Lin Chen flicked the ancient bronze sword, which emitted a crisp dragon's roar. I shall also settle your grudge, he stated. As a brother of Luo Tianxia, you have truly fallen to the demonic lineage and become an obstacle. It is indeed laughable. Seeking death. Upon hearing Luo Tianxia's name, Luo Sheng's expression shifted to fury, his blood-red hair billowing wildly. An ancient, powerful aura immediately surged throughout the arena as the towering blood god descended from the heavens. Imbued with the might of the ancient blood god, this energy surged into Luo Sheng's body, causing his aura to inflate dramatically, transforming him into the blood god. Wielding boundless power over the sea of blood, he struck with a colossal hand, and a torrent of blood river surged forth, possessing a consciousness of its own, sweeping across the sky to crush Lin Chen. "Do not deliver such trifling tricks to me," Lin Chen replied with indifference, as he wielded the demon-slaying sword to slice through the sword light, tearing the entire blood river apart, causing the blood to splatter to the ground. As Lin Chen executed his strike, he extended his left palm, from which surged the demon-slaying thunder, stating calmly, "This is specially designed to combat your demonic lineage. If you wish to test its power, feel free to employ your demonic bloodline." Luo Sheng's expression shifted slightly, and many from the blood-killing clan turned pale, instinctively sensing fear emanating from the demon-slaying thunder. The vast blood river, spanning the sky, engulfed the world, as all things turned to blood. Luo Sheng's murderous intent soared. He refrained from utilizing demonic powers, directly unleashing his quasi-Dao weapon of the four great catastrophes. Immediately, a tumultuous sea of blood surged into the heavens, rolling and enveloping Lin Chen above, transforming into a gaping maw of blood, its breath swirling, intent on swallowing Lin Chen whole. A mere sea of blood dares to be so arrogant. Lin Chen's figure shifted, and the Xianyuan King's tower rose in his hand. The entire glazed tower radiating brilliant golden light as it rapidly expanded, pinning down the sea of blood. This sea of blood quaked violently, directly suppressed from the sky, its entire body oscillating incessantly. With a single strike, he nearly shattered the sea of blood. Xianshang, the King Tower, annihilate him. In the bloodly floating tower, divine might surged forth as a hand pressed down towards Luo Sheng. Instantly, radiant light flowed across the Xianshang King Tower, accumulating into a beam of golden brilliance that surged towards Luo Sheng, embodying the entirety of the ancient bronze tower's formidable essence, intent on obliterating Luo Sheng in an instant. Luo Sheng's countenance darkened further, fury igniting within him as he bellowed, "You insignificant virtual immortal dare to be so audacious. Spitting blood, a myriad of blood soldiers. Annihilate the delusional." Luo Sheng unleashed a torrent of blood beads, over 10,000 in number, which burst forth with intense spiritual energy, directly coalescing into blood generals. Armed with blood-colored blades, these generals emanated an overwhelming aura, their faces twisted in a frenzy of slaughter. With a deafening roar, they transformed into a torrent of blood. Charging forward, the essence of the Xianshang King Tower was unexpectedly ground to dust beneath the assault of countless blood-colored blades. And Lin Chen found himself on the verge of being engulfed by this army of blood generals. Luo Sheng had indeed expelled his own blood, transforming it into soldiers to vanquish Lin Chen. The might of the true immortal was truly formidable. Luo Sheng, merely a martial artist with spiritual affinity. "I have long since mastered this," Lin Chen replied unflinchingly as an abundance of pure white light surged from beneath him. The ancient sacred court manifested, enveloping him in chaotic divine might. Seated within, Lin Chen merged with the sacred court, becoming its sovereign, ruling over the world. The command is clear, all shall shatter. Lin Chen, with the decree of heaven in his mouth, pronounced the fate of his enemies. The myriad blood generals, indeed, froze in place, as if infused with an unseen, overwhelming energy. One after another, they detonated in a cacophony of explosions, transforming into countless clouds of blood mist. Luo Sheng's expression shifted slightly, caught off guard by such an enigmatic and tyrannical divine ability to determine life and death with a single utterance. Could Lin Chen truly be a living emperor? This technique appeared oddly familiar. The four family heads exchanged glances, recalling that great man who had once wielded a similarly domineering spell. Though it was not from this ancient sacred court, the pride of the four great families nearly erupted in cheers. For the divine ability Lin Chen had unleashed was simply too overwhelming and awe-inspiring. In that moment, they forgot that Lin Chen was the master of the martial Saint Palace. Their minds were singularly focused on one thought: to see Lin Chen defeat this arrogant and lawless individual. "My radiance shall illuminate the entire world," Lin Chen proclaimed from his seat within the sacred court, his grand voice resonating throughout the arena, commanding the 10,000 heavenly soldiers to roar mightily. From the ancient sacred court, a colossal beam of white holy light cascaded down, enveloping the entire arena. In that instant, as the white holy light shrouded him, Luo Sheng's flesh began to sizzle, wisps of smoke emanating from his form. "Ah, my blood!" Luo Sheng shouted in desperation. "What kind of divine ability is this? To annihilate the blood within me? For the blood kin, their blood was their boundless strength. However, the radiant holy light that now enveloped him unexpectedly extinguished his very blood, leaving Luo Sheng in utter astonishment. Not only Luo Sheng, but also the 200 or 300 prodigies standing behind Elder Huayin, all exhibited a profound change in countenance, their eyes betraying unmistakable fear as they instinctively shrank back. This divine ability was truly terrifying. Lin Chen, with an expression devoid of emotion, observed as smoke billowed from Luo Sheng's form. After merging with the holy court, Luo Sheng emanated an aura of overwhelming dominance, exuding a sense of absolute control, leaving no doubt that Luo Sheng was no match for him. Lin Chen, do not underestimate me. Do you think that I, the illustrious Luo Sheng, possess only such abilities? The astonishment on Luo Sheng's face abruptly faded, replaced by a chilling smile. Prepare to meet your demise. His blood-colored aura surged skyward. A true immortal, after all, would not be so easily vanquished. Chapter 1291, A Sword Without Mercy, Part 2. The sudden, eerie smile that appeared on Luo Sheng's face caused a palpable tension among the prodigies of the 4 great families present. They seemed to forget one crucial fact. Luo Sheng was the brother of Luo Tianxia, and ranked 10th on the immortal list of the Battle Immortal Hall. His strength was not to be underestimated. He would not fall so easily. Blood God possession. Luo Sheng roared, and a blood-colored deity erupted within him, merging completely into one. The radiant holy light that shone down seemed to be repelled by an invisible force, unable to touch Luo Sheng's body. At this moment, with every breath he took, it felt as if a vast ocean of blood was surging and receding within him. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing that Luo Sheng's aura had undergone a complete transformation, reverting to that of a true prodigy, capable of standing firm even in perilous situations. Blood, origin, thousand desolation. Luo Sheng's terrifying presence unleashed a torrent of blood towards Lin Chen. A massive wave of crimson surged forth, enveloping Lin Chen. In that instant, the holy light emanating from Lin Chen's court was completely engulfed. Lin Chen felt as though he were submerged in an endless sea of blood. Each breath was filled with a suffocating heaviness, causing his celestial energy to circulate sluggishly. This divine ability was extraordinarily formidable, instantly transforming the battlefield into a sanguine realm, with only the holy court maintaining a semblance of clarity. Yet, this was far from over. A cruel, blood-stained smile curled on Luo Sheng's lips as he brought his hand down towards Lin Chen with tremendous force. Blood, origin, thousand souls lock. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of countless mechanisms shifting echoed throughout the arena. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld the blood-soaked world within the dueling arena, where innumerable blood chains surged forth like celestial dragons, sweeping towards him. Break free, Lin Chen commanded, his voice resonating with authority, as the holy court trembled with divine might, shattering the encroaching blood chains from all directions. Yet, those chains seemed inexhaustible. No matter where Lin Chen's South Holy Court retreated, they would relentlessly pursue him. These endless chains have acquired a spirit of their own, rendering it impossible for Lin Chen to escape easily. The Blood Origin Thousand Souls Lock is intricately linked to the Blood Origin Thousand Desolation technique. It is a cursed combination of profound sorcery, all imbued with spiritual essence. In an instant, Lin Chen comprehended the motives of Luo Sheng. Within the sanguine domain, Luo Sheng's aura soared, growing more formidable with each clash, as he proclaimed, Lin Long, your technique is indeed remarkable, yet regardless of its intricacies, today you shall be subdued beneath the threshold of this blood origin. Luo Sheng's hands faced Lin Chen, suddenly coming together in a gesture of unity. With a thunderous roar, as countless chains ensnared the sacred court, Lin Chen abruptly raised his gaze. He beheld a colossal blood-red gate looming from all directions, engulfing the heavens in crimson light, pressing down upon his sacred court. Within this sanguine portal stood a divine figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Sheng. All were martial spirits, leaving Lin Chen with no means of evasion. The 4 great blood gates simultaneously descended upon the sacred court, causing the entire structure to tremble with a resonant hum. The once pure white light dimming to an ominous shade. In that moment, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming pressure surge within him, as he and the sacred court became one, sharing in the profound weight of the situation. Furthermore, the The chains birthed from the blood-red domain instantaneously entwined the subdued sacred court from all sides, binding it tightly, rendering the already strained court utterly immobile. The blood-red domain, the blood-red chains, and the blood-red gate. These three formidable techniques surged forth in relentless waves. Even Lin Chen's sacred court, which exuded boundless might, was utterly subdued at this moment. The stark disparity between the realm of true immortals and the fifth transformation of virtual immortals was laid bare. Had Lin Chen been in this position, he would have found it utterly impossible to achieve. The expressions of the young prodigies from the four great families shifted in unison, a sense of unease gripping their hearts, as they found themselves unexpectedly concerned for an outsider. Perhaps when Lin Chen emerged, casting down the challenge to Luo Sheng, his presence had inexplicably woven itself into the very fabric of their souls. If you four great families insist on sending this fellow to his demise, then let him perish, Elder Huayin remarked with a mocking smirk. Once the blood origin combination grand sorcery is unleashed, this individual shall be reduced to mere fragments, his flesh utterly torn asunder. Elder Huayin's words were akin to a chilling wind in winter, causing the expressions of many talented disciples present to shift dramatically. Yet, they had no time to warn him, for Luo Sheng opened his mouth, a sinister smile gracing his lips. You shall endure it all. Prepare for utter obliteration. With Luo Sheng's furious declaration, an aura of impending doom enveloped the entire Crimson Arena, as if the chill of winter had descended. The arena trembled violently, and countless massive blood-red blades erupted from the sanguine realm, as if a blood deity were wielding them, surging forth like a swarm. Their icy edges aimed at the sacred court. The sheer endlessness of their numbers and the glimmering cold light sent shivers down one's spine, leaving one feeling utterly unnerved. If such tens of thousands of blades were to descend simultaneously, each strike bearing the weight of a myriad of mountains, even the formidable holy court would be utterly reduced to dust. The crimson chains and the blood-red gates have thoroughly confined the holy court, leaving Lin Chen to watch helplessly as the great blades fall. The onlookers from the four great families were nearly overcome with shock, their throats yearning to cry out. But it was already too late. A multitude of blade lights descended, enveloping the holy court in an impenetrable shroud. The deafening sound of an explosion resonated throughout the arena, transforming Luo Sheng's pale smile into a maniacal laughter of vengeance. Is it over? Simultaneously, the prodigies of the four great families felt a chill in their hearts. They even harbored a twinge of sorrow for the Holy Son from the martial sacred palace. Particularly those four prodigies tormented by Luo Sheng, their gazes dulled, for the torment and humiliation had nearly shattered their spirits. Yet, Lin Chen's sudden declaration of war ignited a flicker of hope within them. Was it truly about to be extinguished? No, it is not over. Suddenly, Zhou Xianyun bellowed, and the expressions of the other three family heads shifted dramatically. Luo Sheng, too, seemed to sense something at that moment. His pupils widened in horror as he turned his gaze towards Lin Chen. Beneath the dense chains, the gates, and the bloodied blades, a brilliant white light surged forth, exuding an ancient and magnificent might. Boundless King, I embody your essence. I am the sovereign, ruling over these lands. In that crucial instant, Lin Chen activated the Heavenly Saint King seal, amplifying his power tenfold. The might emanating from the entire holy court escalated to a terrifying degree, 10 times greater than before. Lin Chen sat majestically upon the resplendent holy court, the white light illuminating the crimson world, shattering the blades and chains, as if he had become the very source of all existence. He was the true king, the sovereign of all realms. Before the holy monarch, do you still not kneel? Lin Chen's voice resonated from within the holy court. Luo Sheng felt as if struck by lightning, an invisible force compounding upon him, overwhelming his spirit with an aura of dominion. Luo Sheng let out a piercing scream, yet his legs buckled, bending under the weight of Lin Chen's authority, forcing him to kneel heavily before him. Lin Chen leapt from the holy court, his sword poised at Luo Sheng's throat, looking down upon him with indifferent eyes. You have lost. The outcome is decided. Lin Chen emerges victorious.